Shen Mingzhu transmigrated in one moment, and in the next she was kicked into a lake. When she opened her eyes again, a handsome man in ancient robes stood in the room. Humph! The man gave a disdainful laugh, impatience dripping from his voice. Shen Mingzhu, I don't like you at all. Acting like this will only make me loathe you even more. Falling into the lake was what you deserved. She was at a loss for words. It was infuriating. Suddenly a flood of memories that did not belong to her surged into her mind, and she finally had a rough idea who this wretch was. It was the novel's male lead Yan. She had transmigrated into a book, becoming the vicious female supporting role, the true daughter of the Chongping Marquis Manor, who had been lost in the countryside. For now she was the childhood betrothed fiancé of the male lead. The original owner had grown up wandering the countryside, and was found by the Marquis Manor at age 12. But the manor kept the false young lady who had enjoyed 12 years of luxury in her place, and publicly called the two of them twin sisters. This made Shen Mingzhu deeply resentful. In her view, since she had returned, everything should be returned to its proper place, each to their own home, and the bloodline of the Marquis Manor should not be muddled. Her mother Xiechinghuan did take her side. She proposed giving Shun Jiaojiao a sum of silver and letting her leave the Marquis Manor, but the entire household opposed it. One person could not fight the whole family, so she had to swallow her pride and accept it. But in private, she stood firmly behind her own precious daughter and helped her vent her grievances. Of course, she also fought for the title of eldest young lady of the Marquis Manor for her biological daughter. She would not let her good daughter be wronged any longer, otherwise she would refuse to yield. Thus, Shen Mingzhu was now the legitimate eldest young lady of the Chongping Marquis Manor, while the female lead Shen Jiaojiao was the second young lady. But there is no wall through which the wind cannot pass. The noble households of Shengjing naturally knew the truth. Still, it was the Marquis Manor's household affair, so they only watched. Yet to everyone's surprise, within just 3 years rumors of the mother and daughter's vicious conduct spread throughout the capital. Indeed, at the coming-of-age ceremony of Shen Mingzhu and Shen Jiaojiao, Shen Mingzhu was pushed into the water by some noble girl who disliked her. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer the same Shen Mingzhu. As for Yan Beishuan, her betrothed, the second Prince Xian, he had always been devoted to his childhood sweetheart, the female lead Shen Jiaojiao, and was also one of Shen Jiaojiao's strongest backers. All under heaven is the king's land, all who dwell on the land are the king's subjects. The distinction between ruler and subject alone crushed all her relatives who wished to protect her. How detestable! Seeing her dazed and resentful look, Yan Beishuan said, "What? Regretting what you've done? Let me tell you, Shen Mingzhu, it's already too late. I have already asked the emperor to betroth me to Jiaojiao. Behave yourself, or I won't be civil to you." What a fool! She no longer wanted to listen to his blathering. She hurled the pillow straight at his face. "Get out! I don't care for a tainted man. Get as far away from me as possible." Shen Mingzhu's sudden roar startled Yan Beishuan. Since she had fawned over him for the past 3 years, being yelled at left him completely dumbfounded. Once he came to his senses, he felt deeply humiliated. "Shen Mingzhu, have you gone mad? How dare you speak to this prince like that? Let me tell you from now on, even if you beg me, I won't pay you any attention. I won't marry you into my household, and I won't even leave you a concubine's position. Humph, mad woman." With that, he snapped open his folding fan, waved it, and strode straight out of the room. "Hawk!" Shen Mingzhu spat toward his retreating back. Did he think she was still the same Shen Mingzhu? Dream on. Now she was Neo-Huru Mingzhu. At that moment, Madame Shen, the original owner's mother Xiechinghuan, came in. In this book, the overbearing prince dotes on the heavens. She was the good mother who had always protected her. Of course, as a vicious female supporting role, her mother was naturally also a cannon fodder villain with a miserable end. Her reputation among the noble families of the capital was utterly ruined, and in the end, she died tormented by illness. Even at the last moment of her life, what she could not bear to leave behind was her daughter Shen Mingzhu, the pearl in her palm. Ding! Your gossip system is now online. Enjoy the drama and live happily ever after. Shen Mingzhu. Suddenly, a translucent panel appeared before her eyes, visible only to her. On it were 4 large characters, System All, but they were gray, not yet unlocked. Shen Mingzhu mustered her spirits and glanced at this melon-eating system, feeling it was nothing but a useless system. Completely worthless. It was like a chicken rib, inedible yet a pity to discard. She looked at the System Mall's beauty and nourishing pill, body strengthening pill, spirit spring water, spirit rice, spirit fruits, universal antidote pill. All were grayed out. She could see them but couldn't touch or obtain them. It would have been far better to have a spirit spring space or something enjoyable. At least she could drink spirit spring water every day to strengthen her body and enhance her beauty. Host. I'm still alive. Host Moshi Moshi. Shen Mingzhu. If you have something to say, then say it. Melon eating system. Host, please be civilized and polite. I am a civilized system. Humph. Shen Mingzhu scoffed disdainfully. It was clearly a useless little thing, yet it insisted on sounding so grand. Host, I am extremely powerful and useful. As long as you diligently eat melons, you can buy anything you want from the System Mall. Shen Mingzhu. I want to live forever and ascend to immortality. Can you do that? System Host, the System Mall has longevity pills. Eating one extends your life by 100 years. There are also longevity fruits. Eating one extends your life by 10 years. You can purchase them with points. Wow, that sounded quite good. Unfortunately, she couldn't get anything now. Shen Mingzhu tried to see if she could obtain or buy anything, but the light in her eyes instantly faded. Let it all be destroyed. She looked at the points in the upper right corner. It clearly showed 0. Xie Huan watched her daughter, who had been excitedly waving her hands moments ago, now looking listless, her heart rising to her throat. Mingzhu, my precious, how are you? Did Shen Jiaojiao bully you again? Wait, I'll punish her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. Humph. Such an ungrateful white-eyed wolf, daring to harm you by pushing you into the lake. Doesn't she know you have a weak constitution? House physician, hurry and come see my precious. Looking at the dignified and beautiful noblewoman before her, Shen Mingzhu's eyes lit up again. Oh, this is my mother. My mother is so beautiful. No wonder she was once the #1 beauty in the capital. Fairy mother, you're killing me. Madame Xie's hand trembled violently, her heart filled with shock. She quickly looked around. Who was it? Who was speaking? Oh, what is my mother looking around for? Look at me. I'm your beloved baby, my beautiful mother. Come, let's snuggle. You are my muse. Oh, my mother is so beautiful, so I must be beautiful too, right? Please pass on your beauty to me. Shen Mingzhu lay on the bed staring at the beautiful Madame Shen. Mother, muse. Madame Shen suddenly looked at Shen Mingzhu on the bed. Wasn't that her precious daughter's voice? The voice was a bit hoarse, probably from the shock of falling into the lake. Her heart ached with pity. Her precious had suffered. Thinking this, she stared fixedly at her precious daughter. She was certain Shen Mingzhu, her precious, had not spoken. Could it be that she had heard her daughter's thoughts? This must be what people call the mother-daughter bond. Indeed, they were true mother and daughter, connected heart to heart. Mingzhu. Shen Mingzhu weakly sat up, looking at her beautiful mother, and gave a sorrowful smile. Mother, my precious. Xie Huan tightly embraced Shen Mingzhu. In her heart, she silently vowed that no matter what her daughter became, she would stand unwaveringly behind her and shield her. Shen Mingzhu hugged Xie Huan, feeling warmth in her heart. This is a mother's embrace, so warm. In her previous life, she had no parents and grew up in an orphanage. Later, she became a diligent 996 office worker, living an ordinary life. Now she finally had a home and a mother. Although this home had some flaws, she didn't ask for much. It could still be patched up and used. Physician Wang, come quickly and examine Mingzhu. Physician Wang, with his white beard, quickly took out a pulse pillow and then a white silk handkerchief, gently placing it on Shen Mingzhu's wrist to carefully feel her pulse. Madam, there is nothing wrong with Miss Mingzhu's health. She is only slightly frightened and chilled from falling into the cold lake. I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine and she will be fine after taking them. That's good, that's good. Madam Shen felt relieved upon hearing Physician Wang's words. As long as her precious daughter was fine. Mother, Shen Mingzhu called out tentatively. Yes. Mingzhu, rest well. Your mother will definitely seek justice for you. No, no, no. Shen Mingzhu quickly waved her hand. My mother is so brave, facing the male and female leads head-on without any fear. Truly a tiger general's daughter. Madam Shen narrowed her eyes slightly. She was certain she had heard her daughter's thoughts, but what did male and female leads mean? She gently placed her hand on her daughter's forehead. She had no fever. Due to the day's events at the Chongping Marquis Manor, second prince, Yan Yinxian directly entered the palace, determined to cancel his engagement with Shen Mingzhu. He wanted his imperial father to make the decision. He could not bear to have any connection with this coarse woman for even a moment longer. Imperial father, your son truly dislikes Shen Mingzhu of the Chongping Marquis Manor. The one I have always loved is Jiao Jiao. Everyone in the capital knows that I wish to win one person's heart and love her until death separates us. Imperial father, please grant your son's wish. If I cannot be with Jiao Jiao in this life, I would rather never marry and grow old alone. Nonsense. What are you talking about? Above, Emperor Yin Linghan sat with authority, heavily slapping the dragon desk as he listened to his second son's words. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Shen Mingzhu is the daughter of a marquis and backed by the general's mansion. How is she unworthy of you? Stop making a fuss. Imperial father, I beg you to grant your son's wish. Jiao Jiao is the second miss of the manor. In terms of talent and appearance, she is far more compatible with me. Moreover, we grew up together and shared deep affections. We both have feelings for each other. Please, Imperial father, have mercy on us poor souls. Emperor Jingyuan. Pretending. Get out. After saying this, he no longer looked at him. Soon Yan Yinxian knelt before the door of the imperial study. Upon receiving the news, consort Li Su Bauer hurried over. Seeing her son kneeling at the door, her heart ached. She looked at him with disappointment and said, "You are truly blinded by lard. What kind of love potion did Shen Jiaojiao give you?" As a fake daughter who had been swapped, she might seem glamorous now, but without blood ties, the Marquis Manor could discard her at any time. Moreover, the manor's principal wife, Xie Huan, clearly stood on her own daughter's side. Why couldn't Yinxian see this? Your Majesty, your consort has prepared some ginseng soup for you. Would you like to taste it? Consort Li gently took out the soup pot, carefully blew on the ginseng soup to cool it, and then brought it to Emperor Jingyuan's lips, showing great attentiveness. After finishing the ginseng soup, seeing that Emperor Jingyuan was in a good mood, Consort Li cautiously spoke up. Your Majesty, Yunxian is still young and does not understand your good intentions. He is kneeling outside, which is not a good sight. Perhaps you could let him go back and reflect on his actions. Oomph. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at the consort, his expression instantly turning cold. Don't think he didn't know her little schemes. Consort Li smiled at Emperor Jingyuan like a blooming flower and coaxed, Your Majesty, please have mercy on your consort and Yunxian. Go ahead, teach that boy a good lesson. Emperor Jingyuan waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon Consort Li went out and took her son back to her Ikuan palace. Mother, enough, we need to discuss this carefully. Shen Jiaojiao is just a peasant girl at heart. If you truly like her, you can take her as a concubine. There's no need to provoke your father's temper. Mother, how can Jiaojiao be a concubine? Besides, I promised her I would marry her as my principal wife. Consort Li looked at her son, whose eyes were filled with pure foolishness, and felt furious. Yunchuan, you are a prince. You should know what kind of mission and responsibility you will bear in the future. Shen Jiaojiao cannot bear the weight of being a prince's principal wife. Mother, stop calling me. It's useless even if you call me 10,000 times. I don't agree. This time second prince, Yin Yunxian, and his mother Consort Li parted on bad terms. Two flowers bloom, each on its own branch. At the Chongping Marquis Manor, the Shen residence. Madam, first miss, the old lady requests your presence. Madam Shen said, I understand. Stewardess Gui glanced at Madam Shen's expression and withdrew without a sound. The old lady of Chongping Marquis Manor Wang was a collateral branch of the Langyue Wang clan. She had given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter. Since her eldest son Shen Changyuan inherited the title, she usually stayed in her Shokong courtyard and rarely meddled in manor affairs. The last time she intervened in manor affairs was 3 years ago when Mingzhu returned to the manor. That time she had also fought to keep Shen Jiaojiao. Mingzhu, don't be afraid. Just follow your mother. Shen Mingzhu smiled sweetly. Yes, mother. The mother and daughter went to Shokong courtyard together intimately. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the sounds of laughter and play instantly fell silent. Wang sat at the highest seat, glanced at Shen Mingzhu, and ordered the maids to serve tea. After taking a sip of tea, Shen Mingzhu looked up to size up her nominal grandmother, Wang. Wang wore a deep purple dress embroidered with red flowers. On her head was a black headband inlaid with an imperial green jadeite. Her hair was simply styled with a jade hairpin. The tea and snacks on the table were all exquisite, clearly showing that she was an old lady who enjoyed a refined and comfortable life. Wang was plump and rosy-cheeked, radiating an air of habitual luxury. Shen Mingzhu smelled an aura of money from her. Ding, there's a big melon. Host wanna eat it. Shen Mingzhu eat. As long as she ate melons, she would earn points. She had to eat. Besides, she had seen the beauty and nourishing pill in the system mall. She wanted to buy it for her mother Xia. After all, which woman doesn't love beauty? Old lady Wang loves to eat stinky tofu. To maintain her usual image, she secretly ate stinky tofu under the covers at midnight. The night duty maid Shuier thought the old lady had a bowel movement and tentatively asked if she needed to enter the room to clean up. The old lady said no. Now in Shuiyer's mind, the old lady is one who cleans up her own excrement. Old lady Wang. Stewardess Gui, seeing the old lady about to faint, quickly stepped forward to support her. Old lady. This melon is a bit disgusting. System, isn't this absolutely explosive? Shen Mingzhu, indeed. The old lady would be furious if she knew. Watching the dignified old lady above, Shen Mu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and snickered. She never expected that her mother-in-law had such a hobby. She would buy her a few skewers of stinky tofu to show her filial piety, so she wouldn't have to sneak a midnight snack. Seeing Shen Mu's expression, Wang sure understood everything. Then she looked at the grandchildren and granddaughters below. She felt as if the sky had fallen. She pointed at Shen Mingzhu. You. Then she felt as if she saw her great-grandmother. Knowing she couldn't reveal Shen Mingzhu's strangeness, she could only point at her to leave. Go. All of you go. She didn't want to see this reclaimed granddaughter anymore. She was nothing but a disaster. The image she had maintained all her life was utterly destroyed. Shen Mu quickly took Shen Mingzhu and scurried away. My heavens. This time her mother-in-law would be furious. She probably wouldn't want to see them for a long time. Just as the mother and daughter returned to their courtyard, the Marquis's heir, Shen Qinghong, stormed in angrily. Shen Mingzhu, what have you done again? Shen Mingzhu looked at the furious Shen Qinghong in confusion. Big brother, what are you talking about? If you didn't do anything, why did grandmother fall ill from anger? I didn't do anything. I just went to Shokong courtyard with mother. If you don't believe me, ask mother. Shen Mu looked at her eldest son and nodded solemnly. Qinghong Mingzhu is your own sister. You must cherish her and not accuse her unjustly without knowing the facts. Apologize to your sister now. Shen Qinghong's face flushed with anger, clearly unwilling to submit. Mother, you spoil Mingzhu too much. You should look at Jiao more, as she is also your daughter. Shen Mu was displeased with her son's words. Stubborn donkey who only takes outsiders' side. Gua, is this my unlucky big brother? Host, that's right. Shen Mingzhu looked at the young man before her and clicked her tongue inwardly. He doesn't know yet, does he? His fiancée is already pregnant with another man's child. Wow, 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 what a cuckold. Shen Qinghong's expression drastically changed. He abruptly raised his eyes to Shen Mingzhu. She was indeed malicious. Just because he hadn't apologized, she cursed him. Ruo Shui was the legitimate granddaughter of the Minister of Rights. She was well-educated, disciplined, gentle, and virtuous. Their relationship was proper and restrained. Oh, how could she possibly have a child? Schwenner's family was very strict. She wasn't the type to be reckless. Shenmu lowered her head and thought. True or false, she would certainly go and investigate. Logically, the eldest son's marriage should have been arranged long ago, but every time the Su family said it wasn't urgent, and they kept dragging it on. It seemed there was something fishy going on. Shen Mingzhu, I don't care what you think, but I am your elder brother and Ruo Shui will be your future sister-in-law. Show some respect. Respect? Where didn't I show respect? Freaking weirdo. No wonder he got cheated on. Clueless and brainless. I wonder how he even passed the provincial exam. Shen Mingzhu. Shen Qinghong was furious with her. The worst part was that he couldn't even voice it. He finally understood how grandmother felt. Shen Qinghong said, I will be back. Big brother, go slowly. Oomph. Shen Qinghong left in a huff. Shen Mingzhu pouted. By the way, Guagua, whose child is Miss Su's? She hadn't finished this gossip yet. Shenmu, who was about to leave to investigate Miss Su, immediately sat down upon hearing this. Little did they know Shen Chongyuan, standing outside the door, also stopped to listen. He had actually arrived a while ago, but since his son and daughter were arguing, he didn't want to be dragged into settling the dispute, so he waited outside. Little did he expect to catch a juicy piece of gossip. Host, this is a long story. Shen Mingzhu rolled her eyes dramatically, picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the table, and put it into her mouth. Then make it short. The system said all right. It was a dark and stormy night. Miss Su was returning from a temple outside the city when her carriage broke down. To make matters worse, the sky decided to drizzle, and on her way home, she encountered a beggar attempting to rob her. Suddenly, a man in a blue robe descended from the sky, drove away the beggar, and saved her from the robbery. When she looked up, she saw the man was as elegant as a jade tree in the wind, a very refined scholar. Shen Mingzhu listened and asked what happened next. Did Miss Su fall in love with him? The system sighed softly. Host, let me continue. Later, Miss Su offered the scholar a sum of money as thanks, but he politely declined. Su Ruo Shui felt that the scholar did good deeds without expecting rewards, a man of noble character. Through introductions, she learned the scholar's surname was Qian Xiuzai on his way to the capital for the imperial examinations. Despite his humble background, he was determined to study hard and serve the court once he passed. They met again at a banquet held by the Su residence. Scholar Qian was one of the candidates sponsored by grandfather Su, the Minister of Rights. Over time, they fell in love. And then you know the result. 3 years passed, and Scholar Qian achieved nothing in the exams, yet Miss Su remained devoted, waiting for him to pass and marry her. In the end, you know the rest. They tasted the forbidden fruit, and now there's a little fruit. Shen Mingzhu. What a splendid drama of a talented scholar and a beautiful lady. Then what does Shen Qinghong, who is engaged to Su Ruo Shui, count as? The system said, just as bad luck. Shen Mingzhu thought for a moment and laughed. Guagua, you're such a genius. Shenmu. And you still laugh. She was so angry she wanted to grab her red-tasseled spear and challenge the two of them. How outrageous. Since she already had a lover, why didn't she call off the engagement? Qinghong was still waiting eagerly to marry. Shen Chongyuan, the Su family, is really something. Tomorrow he would file an impeachment against Minister of Personnel Su Qingshan for illicit relations and failing to teach his children properly. Shen Chongyuan stormed off to the study to write the memorial, determined to impeach him thoroughly. The next day the sun was high in the sky, and Shen Mingzhu still hadn't gotten up. In the Golden Throne Hall, Minister of Revenue Shen Chongyuan suddenly attacked Minister of Rights Su Qingshan, impeaching him for failing to teach his children, neglecting family discipline, and allowing the womenfolk to be ignorant of propriety. Soon Shen Chongyuan's classmate Imperial Censor Wang stepped forward to support him. Your Majesty, Su Qingshan's granddaughter Su Ruo Shui has been boating, flying kites, and dining with a sponsored scholar. Many in the capital have witnessed their intimate behavior like an unmarried couple. Although our great Yen has open customs, an unmarried woman must still mind her words and deeds. Imperial Censor Wang rambled on, concluding that Su Ruo Shui was having an affair with the scholar, and many in the capital had seen it. Wasn't Su Ruo Shui the fiancé of young Master Shen? No wonder Minister Shen was anxious. His son had been cuckolded. The fellow officials cast sympathetic glances at Shen Chongyuan, then waited for the emperor's reprimand. Minister Su, what do you have to say? Su Qingshan immediately stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, this old minister is wronged. Minister Su has claimed his innocence. What do you propose? Shen Chongyuan stepped forward and knelt directly. Your Majesty, the betrothal between our two families was bestowed by Your Majesty during the mid-autumn banquet 5 years ago. I humbly request that Your Majesty permit our families to annul the engagement. Su Qingshan immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. His granddaughter Su Ruo Shui was already 19, an old maid by current standards. Annulling the engagement now would be sending her to her death. How malicious. He was deeply indignant. The two ministers argued fiercely in the Golden Throne Hall, and Emperor Jingyuan, after dismissing the court, took them to the imperial study. Minister Shen, explain yourself. Why must you annul the engagement? If you cannot provide a valid reason today, I shall not take this lightly. Your Majesty, please send a physician to Minister Su's residence, and you will immediately understand my heart. Emperor Jingyuan offered them seats. Wang Difu's adopted son Wang Xiaohai personally accompanied Dr. Shui to the Su estate. Upon their return, Wang Difu's expression changed after hearing the news. He reported the findings to Emperor Jingyuan in a whisper, sparing some face for the old Minister Su. Emperor Jingyuan looked at Su Qingshan with a complex expression. Old and gray, yet his family brings him disgrace. Minister Shen, your request is granted. Additionally, Minister Su shall have his salary withheld for 1 year. Let this be a lesson. Su Qingshan was utterly stunned. He glanced at Emperor Jingyuan, then at Shen Chongyuan, and left the imperial study in a daze. He grabbed eunuch Wang and pressed 2 banknotes into his hand before hearing the thunderous news. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Minister Su! Minister Su! Oh dear, summon the physician. In the end, Su Qingshan was carried back to his residence by the attendants of Ikuan Palace. Su Qingshan had always been proud that his children were accomplished, and his only granddaughter Su Ruoxua was obedient, gentle, and renowned for her talent in Shengjing. Later the emperor bestowed the marriage, and she was to become the mistress of Chongping Marquis Manor. But now, he was so furious his beard bristled. Ruoxua, kneel. Ever since the physician had come, Su Ruoxua knew she was done for. Grandfather, please grant me your blessing. Whoa. Su Ruoxua was now utterly pitiable, a tearful mess. Whose child is it? Soon the scholar Qian Shuwen was dragged in. Shuwen. Whoa. Qian Shuwen was gagged and could not speak, but his bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. He and Miss Su shared true love. True love is invincible. True love conquers all. Su Ruoxua felt heartbroken seeing her beloved bound and tied. Grandfather, father, mother, please let us be together. Besides, I am now. Her voice grew softer with each word. She knew she had brought shame upon the family. A gentle breeze blew, and Shen Mingzhu was seated at the dining table eating heartily. Fortunately, she had transmigrated into a marquis's daughter, so food and clothing were not a concern. After a bowl of rice porridge and 2 plates of side dishes, she stretched comfortably. She checked her points. Good, not a big 0 anymore. The system mall's upper right corner showed points 28. Is that it? But what made her happy was that the system mall was now activated. She could purchase items from it. The system mall was like a modern Tao Duo. Everything imaginable was available, including the longevity pills and longevity fruits mentioned earlier. But after browsing, she realized those were things she simply couldn't afford. A nobody with only 28 points didn't deserve such high-end items. After breakfast, Shen Mingzhu comfortably lay back on the bed. After a short nap, her father, the Marquis Shen Chongyuan, returned from court. He brought with him the news that his eldest son Shen Qinghong had annulled his engagement. The whole family gathered in the main hall. Shen Qinghong remained silent. Shen Jiaojiao was visibly displeased. Father, sister Ruoxua is a wonderful person, and eldest brother likes her too. Why did the engagement suddenly get annulled? What will happen to sister Ruoxua now? She's been waiting faithfully for eldest brother to marry her all these years. Brother, say something. Shen Qinghong glanced at his parents, then at his second sister Shen Jiaojiao. Then he turned to his mother. Mother, where is Mingzhu? Mingzhu is resting. As soon as Mother Shen finished speaking, Shen Jiaojiao immediately pouted. How can sister rest at a time like this? Shouldn't she come and help eldest brother figure out how to win sister Ruoxua back? Father Shen glanced at Shen Jiaojiao and snorted lightly. The annulment is by imperial decree. Miss Su is not a suitable match. Dalong, your mother, and I will choose a new marriage for you. This is not your fault. Father. Shen Chongyuan nodded helplessly. Shen Qinghong's heart was dead. Why did eldest brother annul his engagement with Su Ruoxua? Shouldn't they have a night of passion, then the marriage would proceed, and finally eldest brother would raise the child, eventually giving away the entire marquisate? Why annul it now? The sound of footsteps approached, and everyone knew Shen Mingzhu had arrived. Shen Qinghong looked at Shen Mingzhu's indifferent attitude, and was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices, his internal organs about to explode. His sister was still complaining, showing not the slightest concern for his well-being. Eldest brother, what's wrong? An annulled engagement is nothing. There will be someone better. Shen Qinghong, you sure know how to comfort people. Mother Shen was delighted to see Shen Mingzhu. Come, Mingzhu, sit beside your mother. Father Shen looked at Shen Mingzhu, and she greeted him sweetly. Father Shen nodded. Everything his daughter said in her heart was true. He would pay more attention to this daughter from now on. Qinghong, where is your younger brother Qingba? Father, fourth brother recently went on a study trip with the teachers from White Deer Academy, and will return before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Shen Chongyuan pondered briefly. Write to him, and tell him to return home before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yes, father. Guagua, quickly check for me. What ultimately happens to Miss Su? Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to know how Minister Su would handle this matter. Sigh. Every family has its own troubles. Minister Su ultimately still doted on his granddaughter. He quietly married Su Ruoxue off to scholar Shen Mingzhu. Then do they live at the Su residence after marriage? They move out. Sparing Su Ruoxue's life was already the limit for Minister Su. By his original intention, she should have been dealt with by a white silk cord. It was only because Su Ruoxue's parents knelt and begged Minister Su that he relented. If they stayed at the Su residence, do you want Minister Su to meet his end sooner? Finally, Shen Mingzhu expressed her feelings. Sigh. Such a fine young lady from a prestigious family, but what a pity she's a lovesick fool. She's bound to suffer greatly in the future. The system was puzzled and asked how so. Aren't they truly in love and together? Why would they suffer? Guagua, have you ever heard the saying, when poverty strikes a couple, every aspect of life becomes a source of woe? When you see your former female friends married and living better lives, and those who once lagged behind you now require you to bow in greeting, do you think you'll still feel the same as you do today? At this moment their love is genuine, but genuine feelings can change in an instant. System, oh, I don't understand. Shin Changyuan, that sounds quite reasonable. Mother Shin, my daughter is so wise. Shin Qinghong, as if you understand anything. Aren't you just a lapdog for Prince Xian? Shin Changyuan looked at the expressions of the others, and said with a smile, since everyone is here, let's have lunch together. Mother Shin also smiled and said, it just so happens that the mansion purchased beef today, we'll have stewed beef for lunch. A ding sound. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that gossip was coming. Host Gossip is here. Steward Zhao, who was in charge of purchases, bought beef, and also used the marquis's silver to buy a portion for his own family. A ding. Old woman Xian from the inner courtyard secretly took pastries from the main kitchen home for her little grandson to eat. A ding. The maid Kaiwei from your mother, the marquis's main wife, Lady Xie's courtyard, wants to climb into your father's bed to become a concubine. She has already prepared the peach blossom powder and plans to carry out the action tonight. Shen Mingzhu sat at the table calmly drinking tea. Shen Qinghong stared in shock at his father and mother at the head of the table. How was he supposed to tell them these things? He was so anxious. For the sake of this family, he had truly exhausted himself. Shen Mingzhu wanted to lie down again. Shun Zhao, on the other hand, looked at the others with displeasure, hoping that her father and eldest brother would notice her unhappiness and comfort her. Unfortunately, their minds were not on this. Especially Shin Changyuan, who was somewhat angry. When had a maid become so bold as to dare scheme against him? Over the years, besides Mother Shun, he also had 2 concubines, but he was not a man given to debauchery. He was devoted to official duties, and everyone had seen this. He signaled to Mother Shun to quickly deal with the maid named Kaiwei. Let's go. Lunch won't be ready for a while. Oh, let's go to the garden to have some tea and pastries. Taking advantage of this time, Mother Shin quietly instructed her wet nurse old woman, Zhou, to handle the matter. That day, Mother Shin stayed with Shen Mingzhu the whole time, and even Shin Qinghong, who had always been cold to her, stayed with her for a long time. After Shen Mingzhu yawned several times, he left. Mother, I'll sleep for a while. The baby is only 15 and still growing. Mother Shin looked at her with doting affection and said with a smile, all right, Mingzhu, you rest for a while. If anything happens, have the maid call me. I know, Mother. Mother Shin tucked her in and then left Shen Mingzhu's Mingzhu courtyard. Turning around, her face turned cold, and she took old woman Zhou to directly deal with steward Zhao, old woman Xian, and the maid Kaiwei. The authority of the matriarch was displayed to the fullest. For a time, all the servants in the marquis's mansion acted with extreme caution, afraid of being sold off if they did anything wrong. The next day at court, Minister Su immediately took a detour upon seeing Shin Changyuan. The ministers saw that the previous day's confrontation had been won by Minister Shan. Censor Wang walked beside Shin Changyuan and said cheerfully, Brother Shuaming, impressive. Brother Wang, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged glances and laughed. Clearly the crisp autumn air made their mood excellent. At this moment, in Equine Palace, Consort Li Su Bauer was so furious that she smashed all the porcelain in the palace. Damn Shin family, how dare they treat my father like this? Yes, Minister Su's youngest daughter was the current Consort Li, who gave birth to a son and a daughter. The son was the current second prince, Yan Yunshuan, and the daughter was the eldest Princess Changle. Over the years, her favor had never waned, and others in the harem had to avoid her edge. Unexpectedly, the Shen family actually dared to break off the engagement with the Su family. Outrageous. Your Highness, the minister sent word that you should not interfere. This matter is the Su family's fault. Oomph. Su Bauer snorted lightly, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. There will be time to come. Shen family, just wait. Soon the annual Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The fourth son of the Shen family, Shen Qingba, also returned from outside. The maid Lian Xiao entered happily to report. Eldest Miss, the fourth young master, has returned to the mansion and brought many gifts. Everyone is distributing them in the flower hall. Please hurry and choose a gift you like. The madam just asked about you. Shen Mingzhu, showing little interest, slowly rose to her feet. All right. After saying that, she washed up, dressed, and went to the flower hall. Mingzhu, come quickly. Seeing Shen Mingzhu, Mother Shen quickly pulled her forward. At the head seat was still old Madame Wang. This was their third meeting since the last time. Wang lived in seclusion devoted to Buddhist worship, and there was a dedicated small Buddhist shrine in Shokong courtyard. Looking at Shen Mingzhu, a flash of disgust passed through Wang's eyes. In the past, she would at most ignore her granddaughter Shen Mingzhu, but after the previous incident, she had come to dislike this granddaughter. To be precise, she was somewhat afraid to interact with this granddaughter, worried that something else might be exposed. Which old madam who had survived to this age had clean hands when she was young? Shen Mingzhu smiled without speaking. Shen Qingba, upon seeing her arrive, completely ignored her and kept selecting gifts with Shen Jiaojiao. Sister Jiaojiao, what do you think of this jade hairpin? It will look very beautiful on you. Sister Jiaojiao, look at this red coral bracelet. It's a rare find. Sister Jiaojiao, these are the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks. It is said that eating with these chopsticks can test for poison in advance. Sister Jiaojiao. Shen Mingzhu watched Shen Qingba's behavior and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Shen Qinghong watched her and snickered on the side. Then everyone heard Shen Mingzhu's inner voice. Sister Jiaojiao, and even the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks. Your precious Jiaojiao will eventually bribe your personal attendant to poison you every day until you are incurably ill and finally be smothered to death with a pillow. I think those Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks are most suitable for you. Stop calling Sister Jiaojiao incessantly. You're stupid to death. Thud. The glazed lamp in Shen Qingba's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He looked at Shen Jiaojiao in disbelief. Then he turned his angry gaze to Shen Mingzhu. Mother Shen looked at Shen Qingba and Shen Jiaojiao in disbelief. Was Qingba so miserable? Was Jiaojiao so vicious? Seeing that Shen Qingba was about to explode, Shen Qinghong quickly grabbed him tightly and hissed in his ear. Shut up. Shen Qingba glared at Shen Mingzhu with bloodshot eyes. Too vicious. A wasp's tail has a sting, but a woman's heart is the most venomous. Indeed, the books never deceive me. Shen Mingzhu is that poisonous needle of the Shen family, so vicious. His mouth twitched, and he wished he could go up and punch her directly. Why does Shen Qingba have pink eye? Look, his eyes are all red. Post-pink eye is an acute inflammation of the conjunctiva caused by bacterial infection. Shen Qingba has been studying hard at the academy. It's probably eye strain. He'll be fine after a good rest. Oh, alright, I can't be bothered with him. Mother Shen pulled Shen Mingzhu over and took the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks in her hand. Mingzhu, you happen to lack a pair of chopsticks. I think these Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks are perfect for you. Shen Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled at the chopsticks in Mother Shen's hand. This was a rare treasure, and she had been thinking of taking it as a gift to the mother of second prince, Yan Yunshuan consortly. In the palace, intrigue and deception are everywhere, impossible to guard against. With such a pair of chopsticks, it would be much more convenient. Looking at the chopsticks in Mother Shen's hand, Shen Jiaojiao gazed at Shen Qingba with expectation, hoping her fourth brother would help get the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks back. At that moment, out of everyone's sight, Mother Shen shot several fierce glares at the fourth son, Shen Qingba, as if she would smash his head if he dared to speak. Jiaojiao, there are many good things. Look at the others, take whatever you like. Shen Jiaojiao lowered her head deeply, a flash of malice flickering in her eyes. Indeed, no blood ties. No matter how well he spoke before, now he is wavering. In the past, fourth brother would have unhesitatingly given her the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks, but now he tells her to choose something else. It's always different. When Shen Jiaojiao looked up again, her face was full of smiles. Alright, fourth brother, I'll look at the others. Shen Mingzhu looked at the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks in her hand, but couldn't see anything special about them. Host, this is a precious item. Previously, these Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks were gifted to Imperial Consort Li, and because of them she escaped several palace conspiracies. Oh really? The system said yes. Mother Shen, overhearing Shen Mingzhu's conversation with the system, thought about how Shen Jiaojiao had been too close with second prince Yan Yunshuan, and it was obvious how the Wincy poison-detecting chopsticks had ended up in Imperial Consort Li's hands. Who would have thought that this daughter of hers was also quite something? What Mother Shen could think of Shen Qinghong, and Shen Qingba naturally could as well. Instantly their looks toward Shen Jiaojiao changed considerably, especially Shen Qingba, who became much more clear-headed. Shen Jiaojiao picked and chose taking a jade hairpin and a jewel-encrusted jewelry box from overseas. As for Shen Mingzhu, she directly slipped the red coral bracelet onto her wrist. Mother, I've chosen. No more favorites. Mother Shen asked her with a smile. No more. Wang Shi, listening to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, was deeply shocked. She had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, but was actually paying close attention to the scene. Could it all be true? She also knew that Xie Shi had sold some of the household servants. She opened her shrewd eyes and let old Mam Gui help her. I'm tired. You young people get along well. After saying this, she gave a meaningful glance at Shen Mingzhu and Shen Jiaojiao, then left directly. Although she had left, she kept reflecting on whether it was right or wrong for her to have fought to keep Shen Jiaojiao. People, after all, are emotional creatures. Well, let her observe further. If it doesn't work out, she would quickly arrange a dowry and marry the girl off. Today's events had a considerable impact on Shen Qingba. After Shen Mingzhu and the others left, he pulled his eldest brother into his own study. Big brother, is it true? Shen Qinghong said, it should be true. At least in the past few days of contact with Shen Mingzhu, her inner thoughts have been verified by their parents, all accurate. Big brother, you don't think I'll really be Daddy? Shen Qinghong looked at his youngest brother and said solemnly, Qingba, rest assured, I won't let any of this happen. Besides, our parents know too, they will surely stop it. Big brother, what about my wincy poison detecting chopsticks? Do you think Shen Mingzhu, no Mingzhu's sister, will return them to me? He now had 3 people attending him closely, 2 servants and a page boy. They had all grown up with him and had signed lifelong contracts. Who among them had betrayed him? After Shen Qinghong left, Shen Qingba sat quietly in the study, recalling everything that had happened today, his temples throbbing with pain. Were Shen Mingzhu's words credible? After all, those were her inner thoughts. Illogically, she had no reason to fabricate them. Was Jiao Jiao really how she described her? Shen Mingzhu didn't think about it that much. She enjoyed a sumptuous dinner and then slept soundly until mid-morning the next day. She lingered in bed for a while before slowly getting up. What a blissful life of doing nothing. After washing up, the maids brought in dishes from the kitchen. Not bad. After eating, Mother Shen came with her maids. Mingzhu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Every year the palace invites the families of officials above the 5th rank to a banquet. Prepare yourself. Later the manager of Jinlu Pavilion will come to your courtyard to take your measurements for new clothes. Don't go elsewhere. I understand, Mother. Guawa, the business of Jinlu Pavilion is so good. Whose is it? Host, the true owner behind Jinlu Pavilion is Crown Prince Yan Beichen. Wow, that Crown Prince is something. He even has a shop that rakes in gold every day. Host, what do you expect? To be Crown Prince, one must have skills. Besides, without silver, who would follow you? Shen Mingzhu chuckled. Guawa, you're right. On hearing this, Mother Shen nearly stumbled and fell. Because she knew that Jinlu Pavilion was a shop of a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. So it was actually the Crown Prince. She had learned this secret. Could this child expose secrets after she left? The answer was clearly no. The autumn sky was clear and crisp, falling leaves scattered, dyeing the earth a golden yellow. Withered yellow leaves danced in the wind like gold paper scattered all over the sky, intoxicating. Soon the annual Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. On the 15th day of the 8th month in the 18th year of Yuanjing, the Mid-Autumn Festival was the most important celebration in the Great Yin Dynasty, second only to the New Year. The entire capital city of Xinjiang was filled with joy, and all the people were immersed in an atmosphere of reunion. Early in the morning, Shen Mingzhu was pulled out of bed by her maids, washed and made up, and finally rode in a carriage with Mother Shen to the imperial palace. Inside the palace, the mid-autumn banquet saw Emperor Yan Linghan of Yuanjing celebrating with his ministers. In the great hall, Shen Mingzhu sat with Mother Shen, occasionally chatting with the wives and daughters of other officials. Everything was so pleasant. Shen Mingzhu looked at the wilted fruits before her, showing no interest at all. Shen Jiaojiao, on the other hand, followed behind the second branch of the Shen family, with a smile, chatting with her familiar girlfriends, occasionally glancing at her, and then turning away nonchalantly, which made Shen Mingzhu extremely bored. Why didn't Shen Jiaojiao follow Mother Shen? The reason was, of course, that the second branch of the Shen family fully supported keeping Shen Jiaojiao in the mansion. Since they had no daughter, Mother Shen kindly arranged for her good sister-in-law to take Shen Jiaojiao to banquets from now on. This move also caused a lot of gossip outside. Mother Shen didn't care. Now she cared even less. She just had to take good care of her Mingzhu. Soon the emperor entered with the empress, imperial consorts, and other concubines. After everyone knelt and paid respects, various pastries and delicacies were brought in by palace maids. Just as Shen Mingzhu had taken a bite of chestnut cake, Yan Yinxian stood up. Father, on this festive occasion, when the moon is full and people are reunited, your son and the second daughter of the Marquis of Chongping, Shen Jiaojiao, are deeply in love and mutually affectionate. I beg you to grant her as my official consort. After saying this, Yan Yinxian glanced towards Shen Jiaojiao, his eyes full of affection and determination. TCH, that scumbag thinks I like him. Get lost as far as possible. Just like that, a rebellious inner voice resounded throughout the entire palace hall. Deafening. Ear-splitting. Hearing that voice, Lady Shen saw the expressions on everyone's faces and closed her eyes. She felt the Shen family was finished. Fortunately, she had 2 sons in the north, and her father would protect them, so they could survive. Lord Shen heard that voice and felt as though he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Had he just heard his rebellious daughter cursing at a prince? Although his public request for marriage to Jiaojiao was inappropriate, one simply does not curse the second prince. Shen Changyuan felt as though the entire Shen family had pinned their heads to their belts, ready to be taken at any moment. He wanted to step forward and reprimand Shen Mingzhu, but then he saw his great-grandmother. Cough, cough. Emperor Jingyuan scanned the crowd below, his expression unchanged. Don't think just because you're a prince you're untouchable. If you don't desire me, I certainly don't desire you. Cheating on me while still engaged, and yet having the audacity to act so righteous. Just who do you think you are? A hypocrite who violates even basic male virtue. Rotten cucumber. Dog man. You'll be a eunuch sooner or later. I despise you. At this moment, Shen Mingzhu shouted within her heart, do not bully the girl for being poor. My fate is mine alone, not determined by heaven. Today you ignore me, but one day I shall be beyond your reach. Let's go. Feeling the collective gaze of everyone, especially the piercing stares from the emperor, empress, and noble consort above, Lady Shen felt her precious darling was finished. This time she could not protect her daughter. Her mind raced for a solution. What if she had father surrender the military command? Would that work? There was still the iron certificate of immunity at home. Perhaps she could give it to her darling. Her darling daughter was still young. She could not go to the Western Heaven. At this moment the second prince, Yin Yunshuan, was still somewhat dazed. Had Shen Mingzhu just been loudly cursing him? He could hardly believe it. Did she not want to live anymore? Shen Mingzhu cursing him. Had the sun risen from the west? Shen Mingzhu, how dare you? Shen Mingzhu looked at Yin Yunshuan, who had suddenly gone mad, with a face full of innocence. Timidly and fearfully she rose and knelt. Your Majesty Empress, this subject's daughter is wronged. The second prince is too much. He has always bullied this subject's daughter, relying on his status as a prince. This subject's daughter is so pitiful. I beg your Majesty and your ladyships to uphold justice. The ministers. What a talent. Especially those ministers who were at odds with Shen Changyuan, watched with schadenfreude. They were waiting for him to suffer a great disaster. Suddenly Lord Shen Changyuan stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, this old minister's daughter Mingzhu grew up in the countryside since childhood and has always been free-spirited. In recent years it has been this old minister's negligence for not disciplining her properly. I beg your Majesty to pardon me. Consort Li looked at Lord Shen's demeanor and snorted lightly, cursing her Shiener and yet expecting to walk away unscathed. Shen Mingzhu watched as her father stepped out and knelt, and along with her mother, her two brothers, and everyone from the second branch, they all knelt down. Gua Gua, what is this doing? When a prince breaks the law, he is treated the same as commoners. Is the second prince this arrogant? Will the emperor show favoritism toward his son without reason? Host, do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. Emperor Jingyuan is a wise ruler of his generation. He is fair and just, and will not indulge princes in bullying ministers. Especially since your father is the Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingzhu finally felt at ease. That's good, then I am relieved. She took the opportunity when no one was looking and shot Yin Yunxian a fierce glare. Dogman. Gua Gua, this second prince is truly despicable. Look at him. What melon seeds does he have? Host, there really are several melon seeds about the second prince here. Which one would you like to hear first? Just give me anyone first. All right. Emperor Jingyuan was quite pleased to hear the young girl below praising him as a wise ruler of his generation. He had originally intended to brush it off with a casual remark, but then he heard about the second prince's scandals. He would wait a moment and listen carefully. Eating melon seeds. Suddenly, everyone felt that the young miss from the Chongping Marquis Manor could live a little longer. They would eat some melon seeds first before anything else. With Emperor Jingyuan at the top remaining silent, everyone lowered their heads, pretending nothing was amiss. In reality, every person had cocked their ears, fearing they might miss a single word. Host, actually the second prince, Yin Yunshuan, has long been involved with the peasant girl Xin Jiaojiao. The second prince's current persistence in marrying Xin Jiaojiao is purely because he feels they are too compatible. Additionally, your eldest and fourth brothers have deep affection for Xin Jiaojiao and secretly support her. Therefore, considering that your eldest brother Xin Xinghong will inherit the Marquis Manor in the future, marrying Xin Jiaojiao is equivalent to pulling the entire Chongping Marquis Manor into his faction, so he wants to grant her the position of principal consort. Wow. Two traitors have appeared in our family. Host, do not put it so harshly. Do not forget that your second and third brothers also secretly support you. For Xin Jiaojiao, after 12 years of sibling affection, are they too also traitors? Upon hearing this, Shen Mingzhu immediately retorted. What are you talking about? Second and third brothers are not traitors, eldest and fourth brothers are. Listening to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Xin Xinghong and Shen Qingba's faces turned crimson with shame. This time in front of all the civil and military officials, the two brothers were publicly executed as traitors. They truly wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The ministers below were deeply convinced by this, some even nodding their heads. Emperor Jingyuan observed all of this. Shen Mingzhu thought for a moment, and then continued to chat casually with the melon-eating system. Gua Gua, do not forget that I am a full, blood-related sister to my four brothers. How could they abandon their own blood-related younger sister to support an adopted sister with no blood relation? Are they stupid? Simply brainless. Host, they lived together for 12 years. 12 years, even raising a dog would create affection. So do not take it too much to heart. You still have your loving mother, your maternal grandfather who cares for you, and your two brothers fighting abroad. Is that not also good? You cannot expect everyone to like you. Shen Mingzhu felt this was very reasonable and nodded. Indeed, it was exactly so. Yan Beixian heard the melon-eating system expose the window paper between him and Jiao Jiao. Now he could only marry her. He did not care about anything else. Steeling his nerves, he knelt and kowtowed 3 loud thuds. Father Emperor, Mother Empress, Mother Consort, this subject's son, and Jiao Jiao share mutual affection and have long cherished each other. I beg you to grant us your blessing. Watching Yin Yunshuan's appearance, Emperor Jingyuan sighed slightly. He He had just been about to fulfill his son's wish when he heard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. Sneaking a taste of forbidden fruit is still sneaking a taste of forbidden fruit. Calling an illicit union mutual affection. If people who truly love each other can just be together directly, then those couples arranged by parents' orders and matchmakers' words do not need to live together either. Why not just sleep together as soon as they catch each other's eye? Shameless, yet you make it sound so elegant. Scumbag. Emperor Jingyuan thought about it. His son's marriage with Shen Mingzhu, the legitimate daughter of the Chongping Marquis Manor, had not yet been annulled, yet he was already involved with the second Miss Xin Jiaojiao. This was indeed inappropriate. But Yan Yunxian was after all his own son. Sighing slightly he spoke. The second miss of the Chongping Marquis Manor, Xin Jiaojiao, is bestowed upon the second prince, Yan Yunshuan, as the consort of Prince Xian. She shall enter the manor on a chosen day. Xin Jiaojiao clenched her palms tightly. Upon hearing the word consort, she closed her eyes bitterly. 15 years of carefully cultivated good reputation and image had earned her only the position of a consort. She was still unwilling to accept this. Looking up, she saw a lady Shen in front of her, her eyes bloodshot with a trace of resentment. It was all because of that mother and daughter. Otherwise, she could have been Yun Xian's official consort. Though a secondary consort was also recorded in the imperial genealogy, to put it plainly, it was merely a noble concubine status, still a concubine. But what was done, and she could only step forward quickly to express her gratitude. Emperor Jingyuan let the Shen family return to their seats, then exchanged a glance with Empress Lin Wanru. After years of marriage, the Empress understood the Emperor's intent, and said with a smile, "Today, I obtained a half-man-tall red coral. All the ladies and misses please accompany me to the side hall for tea and a viewing. As your majesty commands." With that the women rose and followed Empress Lin Wanru to the side hall. As for the second prince, Yan Yunxian, and the Shen family, they would be dealt with later. As soon as everyone had left, Marquis Chongping Shen Chongyuan, along with his eldest son, Shen Qinghong, fourth son Shen Qingba, and his second uncle Shen Chongshan, with his only son Shen Qingyan, knelt together in the center of the great hall. "Your majesty, forgive us." After saying this, they knelt motionless. Emperor Jingyuan watched the Shen family from above without speaking, letting them kneel, then turned to the ministers and said, "Those who can hear stand to the right, the rest to the left." Some ministers did not understand what Emperor Jingyuan meant, but others quickly moved to the right, while the rest naturally stood to the left. Seeing that the majority of ministers, especially the 6 ministers, the Grand Chancellor, and the Grand General, were on the right, he nodded and ordered the ministers on the left to leave the hall and wait in the side hall. The ministers complied. After everyone had left the hall, Emperor Jingyuan looked at Marquis Chongping Shen Chongyuan and said, "Speak." Only then did Shen Chongyuan slowly begin to narrate. "Your Majesty, ever since my daughter Shen Mingzhu's coming-of-age ceremony, where she fell into the water, a system called Guagua appeared, often chatting with her. I carefully observed the maids, nannies, guards, and servants in the mansion could not hear my daughter's thoughts. Only the family could hear them, so the family was quite relieved. Unexpectedly today in the Great Hall. The result speaks for itself. The key point is that Shen Mingzhu at home merely gossiped about which steward had embezzled, which nanny had bullied someone. Trivial matters. They had verified them all, and they were true, so the Marquis's mansion had even dismissed a batch of servants. The ministers in the capital had heard vaguely about the dismissal of servants in the Marquis's mansion, but since it was a family matter, no one paid much attention. So this was the root cause. According to Shen Chongyuan, Marquis Chongping, they had intended to warn Shen Mingzhu, but the words simply wouldn't come out. The more they wanted to speak, the more suffocated they felt, and they couldn't manage it. Since only the family could hear her, they let her be. Unexpectedly today, Shen Mingzhu created a huge mess. It could spell total annihilation. Knowing other secrets, especially the royal family's hidden affairs, would surely invite deadly disaster. After hearing this, Emperor Jingyuan initially thought to eliminate Shen Mingzhu as a demon, but then he saw his great-grandfather, Emperor Jingyuan. Can't touch her. Suddenly he thought of the second prince, Yan Yunxian, and smiled meaningfully. Seeing the emperor's smile, the Shen family felt a chill run down their spines. They felt as if their heads were about to fall. On the other side, Shen Mingzhu was happily sipping Mingxian Longjing tea and enjoying various pastries. Imperial noble consort Su Bauer looked at Shen Mingzhu with disgust. Eating, always eating. Truly a girl from the countryside who had never seen good things. How pitiful her Yuner was. To be engaged to such a person. But thinking that she was the biological daughter of Marquis Chongping and the legitimate granddaughter of General Xie, she swallowed her pride. Once Yuner's great enterprise was accomplished, at most they could give her a consort title and keep her in the harem. After all, it wouldn't lack a bowl of rice. Empress Lin watched Shen Mingzhu with excellent appetite, smiling with loving kindness. What a hearty eater, truly a blessed little girl. As if reminded of something, a faint trace of worry appeared on her face. Sun Wang Difu, the chief eunuch at Emperor Jingyuan's side, entered and whispered a few words to Bai Ji, the empress's senior maid. Then the empress smiled and said to everyone, "Come, the mid-autumn banquet is about to begin. As you command." Then the group returned to the main hall, which had been restored to normal. However, Shen Mingzhu felt something was off and had a vague premonition of trouble. Soon her premonition came true. Emperor Jingyuan took a sip of tea from above and Chief Eunuch Wang Difu announced loudly, Prince Xian stepped forward to receive the decree. By the grace of heaven the emperor decrees, Shun Jiaojiao, the second daughter of the Marquis, Chongping Mansion, is dignified, virtuous, diligent, gentle, graceful, pure, and of noble character. She is to be conferred as the secondary consort of Prince Xian. Let this be known. After the decree was read, Prince Xian, Yin Yunchuan's heart sank. He had intended to wait and negotiate with his father to secure the position of official consort for Jiaojiao. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, it was settled. He glanced at Shun Jiaojiao, with some guilt, having once promised her the position of official consort. He had broken his promise. Besides, the shock tonight was too great. With Shen Mingzhu's unexpected change, he wanted to probe further, but his father had directly issued the decree. Prince Xian Yin Yunxian and Shun Jiaojiao rose to express their gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your boundless grace. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your boundless grace. They exchanged glances full of affection. Just as they returned to their seats, people around came forward with congratulations. Shun Jiaojiao glanced at Shen Mingzhu, a faint smile on her lips, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. Soon Wang Difu produced another imperial decree. Shen Mingzhu, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, Chongping Mansion, received the decree. Hearing her name, Shen Mingzhu hurried forward to receive it. She guessed it was the emperor's compensation. That Prince Xian had been engaged to her, but now the marriage had been given to Shun Jiaojiao, fulfilling his son's wish. Naturally, he would need to appease her. By the grace of heaven the emperor decrees, Shen Mingzhu, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, is gentle, virtuous, elegant, dignified, prudent, harmonious, and pure. She is hereby conferred as the crown princess. Let this be known. Shen Mingzhu was stunned. Many ministers quickly understood the emperor's intention after a moment's thought. Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts were extremely active. The emperor is truly shrewd, full of 800 schemes. He bestowed such a fine girl as me upon his precious crown prince. Indeed, the child born of true love is different. Even lying on the sickbed, the old father's deep love for his son drives him to snatch the best girl home. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Jingyuan nearly spat out his tea. What audacity she had. Empress Lin pressed her lips together, a smile tugging at them. Consort Li, Consort Shu, Consort Da, and Consort Hui all turned pale with shock. If the empress was the emperor's true love, then what were they? Consort Li in particular had always been the most favored concubine in the harem, convinced that the emperor loved her above all others. Now to hear that his true love was the empress. How could it be? She glared at Shen Mingzhu, nearly puffing up like a blowfish in her fury. Blasphemy. Utter nonsense. Emperor Jingyuan cast an awkward glance at the empress, then cleared his throat a few times. Miss Shen, why not express your gratitude for the imperial favor? Your subject thanks your majesty for the boundless grace. Shen Mingzhu accepted the imperial edict with reverence, then returned to her seat. Shen's mother looked at the imperial edict in Shen Mingzhu's hand, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Just as she sat down, a voice rang out again. Guagua, quickly check the crown prince for me. Mainly see if the crown prince is handsome and tall. If he's not 180 centimeters with 8-pack abs, I don't want him. The system said helplessly. Host, the crown prince Yin Baichen has been in a coma for over 3 months after being wounded on the battlefield. He is quite handsome. Just look at the emperor and empress. The original is beautiful, so the copy won't be lacking either. The emperor and empress took a moment to ponder the words original and copy, then nodded in agreement. That system called Guagua was absolutely right. Empress Lin Chinner certainly takes after me. Handsome and gallant. On the battlefield, he earned the title Jade-Faced Azura. Naturally, he is peerlessly beautiful. Emperor Jingyuan, I was once the foremost gentleman of Great Yan. Chinner must have inherited my looks. Strikingly handsome, unmatched by anyone. Should be enough to please that young lady, right? Shen Mingzhu looked up at the emperor and empress seated at the highest place, only to see Consort Li glaring at her, as if she wished to kill her with her eyes. Guagua, what's wrong with Consort Li? She seems to hate me. Host, who told you to be the fiancé of the second prince? Can a wicked mother-in-law ever look kindly upon her daughter-in-law? Guagua, it serves the emperor right that his true love is Empress Lin. She doesn't know yet, does she? She had read the book. Emperor Jingyuan's greatest love in life was Empress Lin, and he doted on their son Crown Prince Yin Baichen to the point of excess. It was precisely this favoritism that led to his later tragedy, beautiful, strong, and doomed. Emperor Jingyuan had intended to use the other princes as whetstones for the crown prince, but he inadvertently sharpened them too much, leading to the later struggle of 5 dragons for the throne. The emperor's sudden death was the spark that ignited the crown prince's tragic fate. System host is absolutely correct. Within the harem, the empress was Emperor Jingyuan's moonlight, his true love. Consort Li was his passionate red rose. Consort Shu was his comforting flower. Consort Da was his soulmate. They would often drink tea and play chess together, which the emperor considered a form of stress relief. As for Consort Hui, she was his little surprise in idle moments. Charming and coquettish with a unique allure. Ask who holds the emperor's heart. Naturally, it is the empress, his moonlight. That is true love. Don't be fooled by the emperor's dignified and stern appearance now. He is secretly quite passionate. Even now he is still jealous of the empress for boating with General Su back then. Shen Mingzhu fell silent at once. It wasn't just Shen Mingzhu. The entire harem fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Emperor Jingyuan, their faces full of grievance. Is that so? Your Majesty. Consort Li was the most heartbroken. She secretly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Shen's mother tugged at Shen Mingzhu, hoping she would stop talking. If she keeps talking, the whole harem will fall apart. A scattered harem. Emperor Jingyuan, however, remained composed. He knew well that Shen Mingzhu's words were accurate. He truly loved only Empress Lin Wanru. As for the other concubines, they were merely for the sake of producing heirs. As a superior emperor, his heart and his body were separate. Just as the concubines were wallowing in sorrow, Shen Mingzhu's inner voice rang out again. Why isn't there any singing or dancing at the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet? I was waiting to admire the graceful dance of the beautiful ladies. Shen Mingzhu had already devoured a plate of pastries, yet not a single performance had begun. It was truly dull. System, wait a moment, host. It should be soon. Don't rush. Haste makes waste. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at the assembly, then gave a signal to his chief eunuch Wang Difu. Wang Difu's shrill voice rang out. The Mid-Autumn Palace banquet now officially begins. As Wang Difu's words faded, a group of ancient beauties filed in. Accompanied by melodious zither music, the opening dance commenced. Shen Mingzhu nibbled on pastries and sipped tea while enjoying the ancient court dance. As she watched, she offered commentary in her mind. No wonder this is meant for the emperor and his consorts. The dance is exquisite. The dancers' figures are lithe and graceful, their waist strong and supple. That young lady's waist is no ordinary waist. It is a lethal blade that bewitches and enthralls. Clearly they have trained since childhood. The host's commentary is spot on. Everyone thought it was over after hearing Shen Mingzhu's remarks. But soon her inner voice rang out again. This time Shen Mingzhu displayed her talent. Wow, look. That beauty is so gorgeous. It truly matches the line, a natural beauty hard to hide, chosen to grace the monarch's side. A glance back, and a smile bring forth 100 charms, eclipsing all the palace ladies' charms. Wow, look quickly. That white-bearded minister's eyes are practically popping out, haha. Not a single elderly minister dared to look up at the dance. Especially the white-bearded one. Only the Grand Secretary of the Hanlin Academy, Su Huayuan, silently savored the 2 lines of poetry Shen Mingzhu had just quoted. Excellent poetry. At this moment, he looked at Shen Mingzhu with bright eyes. Where was the vulgarity they spoke of? She was clearly quite talented. Clearly rumors cannot be trusted. Su Huayuan suddenly felt a desire to nurture talent. He looked at Marquis Chongping Shen Changyuan and began chatting with him warmly. Congratulations, Minister Shen. Your eldest daughter married the crown prince, and your second daughter married Prince Xian. Please take care of us in the future. Shen Changyuan cupped his hands with a smile. It is the honor of the Shen family. Honor. Shen Changyuan also felt helpless. The crown prince and Prince Xian were from 2 opposing factions. Recalling Mingzhu's inner thoughts, he would have a serious talk with his 2 sons tonight. Ding. The host has a big scoop. Shen Mingzhu immediately became spirited upon hearing this, even losing interest in the songs and dances. Hehe. Melon, don't laugh so lecherously, hurry up and tell me. Host, the emperor's young concubine is having an affair with a guard. This inner thought struck Emperor Jingyuan like a thunderbolt of green. Everyone froze. Especially those ministers and their families who could hear the inner thoughts. The emperor wouldn't silence them, would he? The young lady of the Chongping Marquis manor has harmed me. This was Shen Mingzhu's first time hearing such a scandalous affair, immediately reminding her of the hit drama, The Legend of Zhen Huan, where the crimson mandarin duck belly band of concubine's son still hung on that scoundrel's waist. What a thrill. Melon, is that concubine's surnamed Sun? The system immediately asked, host, how do you know she's surnamed Sun? Hehe, because they were one family 800 years ago. They loved doing such things. The minister's surnamed Sun felt offended. Melon, quickly elaborate the time, place, people, and how they got involved. Emperor Jingyuan was furious, but patiently continued listening. Of course, his secret guard Dragon 2 had already gone to the harem to arrest that adulterous pair. How audacious, treating his harem like what? Now all the ministers were secretly observing Emperor Jingyuan's expression, fearing that the emperor's wrath would spill blood across the hall. Empress Lin's face was extremely grim. Such a thing happening in the harem she managed was utterly rebellious, deserving execution of the entire family. Host, it's a long story. This concubine's son is also a pitiable soul. She originally had a fiancé who was the guard she was with, but her family, seeking advancement, sent her into the palace without regard for her life. At first she wanted to live well in the palace, but our emperor was devoted to state affairs and rarely visited the harem. Even when he did, he didn't go to the new concubines, but went to high-ranking consorts like the empress and noble consort. The palace is a place where the wind shifts direction. Being out of favor, the provisions allotted to her were always insufficient. At first she used her savings to supplement, but later they ran out. She tried to tell the empress, but after the empress reformed the internal affairs office, she only faced worse discrimination. Can you believe it? A harem concubine nearly froze to death due to insufficient charcoal in winter. At that time, Gardley finally found her after much difficulty, spending a great deal of silver to bribe his way in and saving her life. Gratitude for saving her life led to her giving herself to him. As time passed, their old love rekindled. Later you know the rest. Alas, a pair of ill-fated lovers. Shen Mingzhu sighed deeply. Thinking of the harem concubine's affair, she shook her head. Everyone silently glanced at Emperor Jingyuan, then quickly lowered their heads. At this moment, dishes were slowly served. Wow melon, this is Buddha jumps over the wall, this is stir-fried phoenix tongue, this is lotus pork tenderloin, this is braised shark fin, this is cherry pork. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Empress Lin looked at this lively young girl, her future daughter-in-law, and couldn't help but smile. Host danger. Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, resents you for ruining his plans today and has sent assassins to deal with you on your way home. Hearing this inner thought, everyone present looked at Yan Yunxian and the Emperor Jingyuan, Empress Lin, and noble consort Li at the head. Melon, I am the crown princess, the future wife of the emperor's precious treasure. Just because the crown prince isn't the male lead, must I, as his fiancé, be forced off the stage? Host, don't lose heart. Keep working hard, earn more points, and get one pill of immunity to all poisons for both you and the crown prince, along with an iron bell shield, and if necessary a speedster. You'll definitely keep your lives. I don't believe you'll be written off as cannon fodder. Alas. Should I call back my second and third brothers? That way I'd have help. The crown prince lies around in the eastern palace all day, or it's too hard for me alone to deal with for princes. Shen's mother. My dear, this is truly too difficult. Tomorrow mother will teach you our family's siestyle spear technique. Melon, what should we do? As my mother-in-law, does the empress have secret guards? Can she lend me a few? They don't need to be too powerful, just as strong as the emperor's dragon shadow guards. Emperor Jingyuan. This girl really knows how to think. The dragon shadow guards are secret guards exclusively belonging to the emperors of Great, obeying only the current emperor. But the second son has gone too far. I've been too lenient with him. And noble consort Li, look at how she behaved. Shen Mingzhu sighed in her heart. Alas, Prince Xian is no longer ordinary. He has won over many ministers, and his power can now rival the crown prince Yan Baichen. The old emperor doesn't know yet. How should I warn the empress and his majesty? At least I need to help before the crown prince Yan Baichen wakes up, or else, when he wakes, the family will have been stolen clean. Emperor Yan Linghan glared fiercely at Yan Yunxuan, startling him into a shiver. How dare you? Yan Yunxian raged impotently in a voice only he could hear. He glared viciously at Shen Mingzhu. It's all her fault. He felt that his father truly wanted to discipline him just now. Shen Changyuan, Shen Qinghong, and Shen Qingba sat on pins and needles what to do. The second prince, Yan Yunxian, turned out to be such a person. Shen Changyuan looked at Emperor Jingyuan with hope, wishing he would intervene. The carefree Shen Mingzhu was now attracted to a plate of exquisitely shaped pastries newly served on the table. Look, walnut cake, flowers bloom, with fortune osmanthus cake. Each pastry was displayed in the shape of a flower, lifelike. Truly worthy of a palace banquet. Emperor Jingyuan shot Yan Yunxian a fierce glare, and someone immediately stepped forward to escort him back to his seat. No one was permitted to leak the fact that they could hear Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. Emperor Jingyuan. I want to see what kind of monsters his minister's harem and sons really are. The second prince dares to form cliques and practice favoritism. In places beyond his sight, what exactly had they been up to? Shen Mingzhu's inner voice had given him a warning. He needed to verify it. With a single gesture, the entire Longyin guard sprang into action. This tastes delicious, and this one does too. Hee Guagua, I'm in a good mood, let me recite a menu for you. The system, ever gracious, immediately chimed in with enthusiastic support. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Shen Mingzhu's face was bright with smiles. She cleared her throat, and moments later a crosstalk-style tongue twister echoed through the minds of everyone in the grand hall. Here comes the menu. What does this year's palace banquet have to offer? The reply goes thus: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer, tail, roasted flower duck, roasted squab, roasted gosling, salted pork, salted duck, soy chicken, cured meat, century eggs, small sausages, dried meat, Chinese sausages, assorted delicacies, platter, smoked chicken, and white tripe, a treasure pork, and clear broth, glutinous rice, stuffed duck. The assembled ministers. Some even cast teasing glances at Shen Changyuan. This daughter of the Chongping Marquis is truly hilarious. A round-faced young girl couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The lady beside her quickly gave her a light tap. Mind your manners. Hearing the crown princess's inner thoughts tonight had been nothing short of astonishing and thrilling. The emperor and empress had both issued their decrees, and everyone was required to obey. Shen Mingzhu caught the nearby laughter and saw a plump, rosy-cheeked girl in the corner. Noticing Shen Mingzhu's gaze, the girl returned a friendly smile. Two little tiger teeth, utterly charming. The next moment, everyone heard Shen Mingzhu and the system's voices ring out once more. Guagua, who was that little girl just now? She was quite cute. Host, she is the legitimate daughter of the Vice Minister of Revenue, Zhao Shuer. Oh, she's actually my father's subordinate. Yes. Not only is her father your father's subordinate, she is also a complete and utter sucker right up there with your fourth brother. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu instantly perked up. She took a sip of tea, glanced at Zhao Shuer, and gave a slight nod. Guagua, do tell me, how utterly wronged is this girl? Virtue Minister Zhao. How could Miss Shen merely listen? Should she not offer help? He was after all a capable and trusted subordinate of Shen's father in the Ministry of Revenue. Zhao Guangming looked toward Shen Changyuan. Minister Shen. Shen Changyuan closed his eyes briefly. Vice Minister Zhao. Then he glanced upward and made a zipping motion across his lips with his hand. Virtue Minister Zhao's silence was deafening. Moments later, the system's voice resonated once more. Speaking of which, Zhao Shuer has a personal maid named Lu Qingqing, an orphan the young miss had saved by chance. Though master and servant in name, they were sisters in truth. Lady Zhao knew all about Qingqing. Her daughter had grown up alongside her since childhood, sharing a bond like sisters. She had always treated her well, providing excellent food and clothing nearly indistinguishable from that of a young miss in the household. Shen Mingzhu took a bite of chestnut cake and asked casually, And then every time the young miss went out to buy rouge and powder or had new garments tailored, she would bring a share back for her. This greatly fed her ambitions. She came to believe she was no inferior to Miss Zhao, even convinced herself she was more beautiful. After Zhao Shuer's marriage, she took the opportunity to climb into the bedchamber of her master's husband while no one was watching. Shen Mingzhu. So she was elevated to concubine. The various ministers nodded in agreement. In their view, it was common for personal maids beside a main wife to serve as tools for securing favor. Since she had slept with her master, elevating her to concubine was merely the natural outcome. Upon hearing this, the system, if it had a body, would have shaken its head so vigorously it resembled a rattle drum. Lu Qingqing was not elevated to concubine. She continued to serve at Miss Zhao's side. Why? Anyone with sense would choose serving others as a concubine over serving as a mere maid. Besides, wasn't it her own choice to climb into her young master's bed? Did she not wish to become a concubine? The system, puffing itself with pride, replied, Host, you are being narrow-minded. The ministers may not have understood, but the ladies who could hear inner thoughts grasped the situation immediately. The sordid affairs of the inner quarters they knew all too well. At that moment, many ladies' gazes toward Zhao Shuer turned instantly sympathetic. Lady Zhao's face went pale as she gripped her daughter's hand. She had only this one daughter, raised since childhood with every indulgence and doting affection. Even before hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner voice, she already felt her heart ache at the thought of her daughter's future. Zhao Xuan's face showed faint panic as she looked fearfully at Lady Zhao. Mother, be at ease, my dear, nothing will come of it. Shen Mrs. inner voice had not yet been confirmed. It would not happen. It would not. Yet deep down she knew that everything Shen Mingzhu had just spoken of was strikingly accurate. Her daughter truly had regarded Lu Qingqing as a sister, never treating her as a mere servant. Rouge, powder, new garments, delicious treats. Whatever her daughter possessed, Lu Qingqing always received a share as well. She had doted on her daughter and indulged her only to raise an ungrateful serpent in her own home. Prepare for a rainy day, guard against trouble before it arises. Lady Zhao glanced at her daughter and resolved silently within her heart, regardless of whether the inner voice was true or false, she would deal with Lu Qingqing. She would not permit any danger to remain by her daughter's side. Guagua, go on. Oh. After Lu Qingqing succeeded in stealing into the bedchamber, she continued to meet her lover in secret whenever Zhao Shuer fell asleep. Moreover, after Zhao Shuer became pregnant, she suffered repeated miscarriages. Each miscarriage worsened her constitution until finally she fell fatally ill and died in bed. In the end, Lu Qingqing and Zhao Shuer's husband together claimed Zhao Shuer's generous dowry, successfully ascending to become the new matriarch. The two even enjoyed a reputation for virtue throughout the capital. He was praised as a loving husband who mourned his lost wife and refused to remarry, and she was celebrated as a loyal servant who tenderly cared for her young master. When Lu Qingqing became pregnant, urged on by well-wishers, she successfully rose to power while already with child. Zhao Shuer's pupils quivered in terror, her teeth chattering, a chill racing up her spine. She clutched tightly at Lady Zhao beside her. Mother, my health is perfectly fine. You and father both know this. Lady Zhao looked at Shen Mingzhu and softly comforted her daughter. It will be all right, it will be all right. You have not yet been betrothed. Lady Zhao's face remained composed, but within her heart enormous waves had already surged. No one knew that she had already chosen a match for her daughter and had a particular family in mind. At that moment she was seized by sheer terror. Shen Mingzhu, having swallowed her chestnut cake, looked at Zhao Shuer with a touch of sorrow in her heart. Such a fine young girl deceived in body, heart, and fortune by a scoundrel. What a wretched tragedy. At that moment, Long Yi, the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guard, appeared beside Emperor Yuanjing and reported that the second prince's hiring of assassins to murder Miss Shen was indeed true. In an instant, the aura surrounding Emperor Jingyuan changed. The second son truly harbors rebellious ambitions. He is still here. The crown prince is also still alive. Emperor Jingyuan cast a cold glance at consort Li, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Everything the crown princess said was actually true. Having confirmed her inner thoughts, Emperor Jingyuan suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. At this moment, Zhao Guangming felt anxious and uneasy in his heart. Shen Mingzhu had only mentioned Zhao Xuan'er's fate, but did not reveal who Zhao Xuan'er's husband was. How could their family avoid disaster? Zhao Guangming. Trouble Miss Shen to finish everything at once. Shen Mingzhu, having satisfied her hunger with these gossip pieces, couldn't help but think that such banquets should be opportunities for young ladies from noble families to showcase their talents. Guagua, why are there no performances by the daughters of noble families at this banquet? This is a great opportunity to shine and perhaps catch the eye of a distinguished person. Hearing her inner thoughts, the corner of Emperor Jingyuan's mouth curled up slightly. Soon Empress Lin Wanru spoke, and many young ladies from prominent families began their talent performances. Shen Mingzhu finally sat quietly in her seat watching the performance, and Shen's mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But barely had she relaxed when Shen Mingzhu's inner voice came again. Guagua, these noble young ladies are truly impressive. Look at the live painting and the guqin playing, truly excellent. If this were modern times, they would all become million-follower influencers based on their talents. Guagua, indeed, host, don't forget that they are all carefully cultivated daughters of powerful families. How can they compare to those raised without guidance? Many ministers nodded in their hearts. True, they had all hired renowned teachers to carefully educate their daughters through harsh winters and scorching summers, never slackening for a moment. Shen Mingzhu watched with great interest, unaware that the two top bosses above looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. After Miss Gu from the Minister of Personnel's family finished her performance, Empress Lin smiled gently and looked towards Shen Mingzhu, saying, Crown Princess, everyone has been quite curious about you. This is a perfect opportunity to showcase yourself and get to know everyone. Shen Mingzhu didn't move at first until her mother Xie Qinghuan tapped her, making her realize she was the Crown Princess, just formally titled tonight, freshly minted. Shen Mingzhu quickly rose with a smile, walked to the center of the grand hall, and bowed. When she raised her head again, she couldn't help but scream inwardly. Guagua, I don't have any talents. Back in modern times, I was an orphan with no money to learn anything. In this life, I spent the first 12 years in the countryside and only learned basic needlework for the past 3 years. What does the Empress want me to showcase? Guagua, save me quickly. The second prince, Yin Yunshuan, wore a look of triumph. A rustic village girl, utterly unfit for the court. He could already imagine how devastated his elder brother Yan Beichen would be upon learning he had such a fiancé. Just thinking about it made him happy. Shen Zhaojiao looked at her with disdain. So what if she was the biological daughter? She was still good for nothing, bringing shame to the family. Shen's mother's obsession with blood ties was truly laughable. Didn't they all know? Only she, Shen Zhaojiao. Only she could bring glory to the Shen family. Looking at Shen Mingzhu kneeling in the center of the hall, still called Pearl. She was simply a fisheye, a pretender passing off as the real thing. Hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, Shen's mother immediately wanted to step forward to rescue her. Suddenly Shen Mingzhu had a flash of inspiration. I've got it. The crowd began to anticipate what she would do. Immediately, everyone heard Shen Mingzhu speak with a smile. Your Majesty, your Empress, on this mid-autumn festival, when family and moon are both reunited on such a fine day, this humble one wishes to compose a poem on the spot for everyone to appreciate. Emperor Jingyuan nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Excellent. Then the Crown Princess may compose a poem right here. Shen Mingzhu thought for a moment, then spoke confidently. Among flowers a pot of wine I drink alone with no close friend. Oh, I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow we become three. At this moment, all the ministers began to savor this poem carefully. Su Huiyan, the grand scholar, nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing traces of appreciation as he looked at Shen Mingzhu. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow we become three. What a fine poem. What a wonderful poem. Looking at the wine before him, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent poem. Excellent poem. Emperor Jingyuan laughed heartily. The crown princess he had chosen for his son Shun was indeed a remarkable person. Looking at the people below, he nodded in satisfaction. Crown princess not bad. Truly talented. After a moment's thought, he continued. Crown Princess Shen Mingzhu is both talented and virtuous, a match made in heaven with Crown Prince Yan Beichen. Although the Crown Prince is currently in a coma, for the sake of your future harmony, I hereby appoint Shen Mingzhu as Hanlin Compiler, a 6th rank official, to attend court on his behalf tomorrow. Shen Mingzhu. What? She could hardly believe it. Attend court on her husband's behalf. What did I hear that correctly? The Emperor wants me to attend court every day on his behalf. What can I do at court? He's been in a coma and still comes to torment me. Host, stay calm. Just attend court. The Dian dynasty has never had a female official. You are making history, and you can also go see for yourself. Whoa. But I can't wake up early. Court sessions start at dawn. The ministers. Emperor Jingyuan. Grand Eunuch Wang Difu showing great perceptiveness. Crown Princess, why do you not quickly accept the grace? Shen Mingzhu lowered her head helplessly. This subject accepts the imperial decree. Guagua, I don't want to attend court on my husband's behalf. Host, think of it this way, you are now an official with a salary. As a female official, you are a role model for all women in the world. Doesn't that make you feel better? Fine. She said this and returned to her seat in a gloomy mood. Shen's mother gently pulled her daughter's hand and praised with a smile. My dear treasure is so amazing. You're even an official now. Beautiful mother is so kind, always such a supportive mother. What virtue do I have to deserve such a wonderful mother? Beautiful mother, let me cuddle. Empress Lin saw Shen's mother and smiled. She glanced at Emperor Jingyuan. Emperor Jingyuan whispered something to Wang Difu, and after a while Wang Difu returned and spoke directly. Madam Xia, wife of Marquis Chongping, stepped forward to receive your decree. Shen's mother rose and walked to the center of the grand hall, kneeling to listen to the edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees Madam Xia, wife of the Marquis of Chongping, is dignified, virtuous, diligent, gentle, and kind. Her character is pure and warm, and she has raised her daughter well. She is hereby appointed as a third-rank shuren. This decree is issued. This servant woman thanks your majesty for your great grace. Shen's mother accepted the imperial decree and knelt to show her gratitude. Surprises always come so unexpectedly. Hearing that her mother had been titled as a third-rank congratulatory lady, Shen Mingzhu was overjoyed. My mother is truly amazing. Whatever you say, host. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. What a well-raised daughter, truly wonderful. Shen Jiaojiao saw Shen Mingzhu appointed as crown princess, and Shen's mother receiving a title of nobility. These mother and daughter were becoming better, and jealousy turned her face red. How did things turn out like this? Why did she become a concubine instead? It was truly infuriating. Madame Shen was beaming with pride after receiving the imperial honor, and Shen Mingzhu found herself in high spirits as well. Host, warning. 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 That young palace maid in the pink dress is an enemy spy. As everyone heard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, all eyes turned toward the maid. The ministers were speechless. All palace maids wore identical uniforms. Guagua, which one? All the maids' dresses are pink. Host, it's the one with phoenix-shaped eyes and an oval face, the one currently carrying wine toward Emperor Jingyuan. This marks the beginning of Emperor Jingyuan's tragic fate. A spy. Good heavens, how am I supposed to tell Emperor Jingyuan? Regardless, he's nominally my imperial father now, and he's also the biggest patron of me and the crown prince. I don't want to lose that. Emperor Jingyuan, Empress Lin, everyone. The emperor is the crown prince's and Shen Mingzhu's patron. The wine is poisoned. How should I warn Emperor Jingyuan? Anxiety was clearly visible in Shen Mingzhu's eyes. Within moments, the maid had filled Emperor Jingyuan's wine cup to the brim. Just as the emperor was about to raise the cup to his lips, Shen Mingzhu, unable to think of anything else, rose and knelt in the great hall. Your Majesty, drinking harms one's health. The crown prince would surely wish for your Majesty to take good care of yourself. Please protect your well-being. Empress Lin smiled at this sight and added, Your Majesty, the child shows such filial devotion. Perhaps it's best not to drink tonight. Emperor Jingyuan nodded with satisfaction and gazed at Shen Mingzhu with paternal affection. The crown princess's filial piety is praiseworthy. I bestow upon her a pair of jade rui, a pair of jade rabbit-pounding medicine earrings, a gold step ornament with kingfisher feathers, a banana leaf patterned jade tassel step ornament, 100 bolts of fine silk, and 100 tails of gold. Your servant thanks your Majesty for your great kindness. Shen Mingzhu was overjoyed by the rewards and showered Emperor Jingyuan with praise. Guagua, Emperor Jingyuan truly has discerning eyes. No wonder he became emperor. Look at him, he's brilliant. He recognized at once that I'm a talented person. Empress Lin covered her lips with a soft chuckle. Emperor Jingyuan unconsciously straightened his posture. Indeed, he was a wise and perceptive emperor. As for the cup of poisoned wine, Chief Steward Wang Difu had already taken it away and delivered it to the imperial physicians for examination. As for the maid, she had been seized and detained the moment she stepped down. To have infiltrated someone into the palace so silently. How many enemy agents had managed to penetrate the capital and the imperial palace? Scanning the ministers below and the concubines of the harem, Emperor Jingyuan sifted through each of their backgrounds in his mind. There must be an accomplice among them. Who could it be? He glanced at Shen Mingzhu, feeling increasingly convinced that having her attend court in her husband's place was the right decision. Soon Wang Difu whispered a few words into Emperor Jingyuan's ear, and the mid-autumn palace banquet came to an end under Empress Lin's direction. As they left the palace, a dedicated eunuch guided Madame Shen and Shen Mingzhu, slowly escorting them out. The emperor and empress specially dispatched imperial guards to escort them back to the mansion. Shen Mingzhu thought being the crown princess certainly has its perks. Even returning home comes with an imperial guard escort. Spotting their family carriage, Shen Mingzhu quickly climbed inside. Mother, hurry in. Why hasn't father come out yet? He's so slow. Madame Shen looked at her daughter and said with a smile, Don't be impatient. Quite a few things happened tonight, so your father will likely be a while longer. Let's head back first. He can return later together with Qinghong and Qingba. Shen Mingzhu looked at her mother with slight disapproval. Mother, we're a family. Since we came to the mid-autumn banquet together, we should return home together. Madame Shen patted her daughter's hand. Be good. Your father and the others still have matters to attend to. Let's go ahead. All right. Shen Mingzhu decided to follow her mother's wishes. Mother and daughter made their way home without any hindrance. The moment they arrived, Madame Shen heard her daughter's inner voice. Why didn't you say the second prince sent assassins to kill me? Those imperial guards escorting us never even got to be useful. I wanted to capture some live witnesses to turn around and accuse second prince, Yin Xian. The system responded, host, the assassins sent by the second prince ran into their sworn enemies and were wiped out completely. Not a single survivor. Even if there had been survivors, they would have bitten the poison capsules in their mouths and taken their own lives. Guagua remarked, how gruesome. Shen Mingzhu nodded upon hearing this. That works too. Consider it a service to the people ridding the world of scum. Madame Shen, hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, spoke up. Mingzhu, go to your courtyard early and rest. Tomorrow is your first day at court. You don't want to oversleep. Shen Mingzhu thought, how could I have forgotten about that? She was now a compiler at the Hanlin Academy. She had no idea what that position even entailed. But as the saying went, to enter the Grand Secretariat, one must first pass through the Hanlin Academy. She'd go see for herself tomorrow. The next day before dawn had even broken, Shen Changyuan and Xie Qinghuan personally came to wake her. My precious darling, get up. Time for court. Mingzhu, sweetie, wake up. Sweetheart, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. Madame Shen called out gently from outside, but inside the room, Shen Mingzhu couldn't hear a thing. Bam, bam, bam. Shen Mingzhu, get up now. Shen Changyuan resorted to brute force. If she didn't get up soon, he'd break the door down. He certainly didn't want to be late for court. Being late for court would result in official censure. Shen Mingzhu was still half asleep. Hearing the noise, she kept her eyes closed and simply ordered, Xiaoyao, stop making noise. I want to sleep until I wake naturally. Whoever disturbs me, throw them out. Shen Mingzhu. Her father was about to die from anger, but she was grown now. He couldn't very well barge into her room. He quickly urged Madame Shen to go in and drag her out. My dear wife, hurry. We're going to be late. If she doesn't get up soon, His Majesty will punish her. Madame Shen had spoken with her husband at length the night before and understood the importance of this matter, so she went straight in. Looking at her precious daughter sleeping so soundly, she felt a pang of reluctance, but still ordered Xiaoyao and Lian Xiao, Shen Mingzhu's two personal maids, to drag her up and get her washed and dressed. Mother, I'm so sleepy. Madame Shen hugged her daughter tenderly. Mingzhu, be good. Today is your first day at court. You absolutely cannot be late. Once you're at court, behave yourself. Don't let your mind wander. Just listen attentively, understand. Whatever you do, don't let your thoughts run wild. Mingzhu, did you hear what mother said? Shen Mingzhu, still groggy with sleep, responded with a perfunctory, I know, mother. I'll be good. Love you, mother. A child with a mother is a treasure. Hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, Madame Shen's heart melted completely. But in the end, she reminded her once more, Mingzhu, when you're at court, absolutely do not let your mind wander, do you hear? I know, mother. Hearing her daughter's words, Madame Shen could tell she was just going through the motions. Helplessly, even after all the washing and dressing, Shen Mingzhu still had her eyes closed. Madame Shen. Shen Changyuan. In the end, Shen Mingzhu was carried onto the carriage. Shen Changyuan took a sip of tea, watching his daughter, who had not woken up even after entering the carriage. Mingzhu, hurry up and wake up. Shen Mingzhu opened her eyes and glanced at Shen Changyuan, whispering, Father, let me sleep a little longer. Call me when we arrive. Then she closed her eyes again. Shen Changyuan called out a couple more times, but seeing that Shen Mingzhu showed no signs of waking, he simply closed his eyes to rest as well. He had gone to bed too late the previous night and had not slept long. Last night, it was not only Shen Changyuan who had not slept much. The entire court of the Great Yin dynasty, including the emperor, empress, and the concubines in the harem, had all been unable to sleep. Soon they arrived at the palace gates. Mingzhu, wake up quickly. Get off, we're here. As soon as the Shen family carriage arrived, it immediately drew the attention of everyone present, especially the faction of second prince, Yin Yunshuan, who stayed far away, fearing they might be implicated. Su Huayuan, on the other hand, was delighted. Seeing Shen Mingzhu was like seeing a treasure of amusement. Soon he would be working with her in the Hanlin Academy. He truly admired the talents of Miss Shen. Thinking of sharing the fun of gossip together, he felt very pleased. Minister Shen, Grand Academician Su, please take care of me. You're too kind, we are colleagues after all. Su Huayuan smiled at Shen Mingzhu, looking extremely cordial, like a weird uncle. Of course, that was in Shen Mingzhu's eyes. In the eyes of the other ministers, Grand Academician Su was a courteous, humble, caring subordinate and an excellent colleague. Soon the ministers were about to enter the court. Shen Mingzhu followed her father. Due to her low rank, Shen Changyuan had her stand by the entrance. Mingzhu, stand here properly. Remember, don't let your mind wander and attend the court properly. Shen Mingzhu responded listlessly with a soft murmur. I know, father. Do your job well and strive to share the emperor's burdens. Shen Changyuan. He looked around and helplessly stood in the front rows. Alas, the gap between people is so vast. I can only stand at the entrance while my father stands at the very front. Shen Changyuan looked up to the sky in despair. All his earlier advice had been wasted. Other ministers covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Soon Emperor Jingyuan arrived. The first day of court officially began. While the other ministers debated heatedly, Shen Mingzhu at the back was dozing off, rendezvousing with the Sandman. Puffed. A loud fart directly jolted Shen Mingzhu awake. You At that moment Shen Mingzhu's piercing scream echoed throughout the entire hall. Who was so lacking in public decency as to release a smoke bomb in the great hall? It stinks to death. I'm about to throw up. Wawa, quickly check for me which shameless minister is so disrespectful. Truly annoying. I nearly vomited the food I ate yesterday. The others who had suffered from the smoke bomb were also eager to identify the culprit. Certain high official. Social death once. Emperor Jingyuan also pricked up his ears thinking that one of his pillar ministers had openly let out a foul fart in the court, and his mood turned sour. Even the volume of discussion in the court dropped significantly. Everyone's ears were strained, desperate to know which uncouth minister it was. At this moment Shen Changyuan was furious. All the instructions he and his wife had given about being cautious and prudent were thrown to the wind. Host its cavalry general-in-chief Tian Shuizhou. He's been eating too many radishes these past 2 days, so the smoke bomb output is quite high. Instantly the eyes of all the ministers turned to Tian Shuizhou. Tian Shuizhou felt his entire reputation was ruined. He nearly covered his face wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Wawa, he's a second-rank official and he eats radishes at home every day. The system said with a hint of sympathy. Host General Tian's family is extremely poor. Don't be fooled by his clean and tidy official robe. In reality, that's the only decent piece of clothing he has. Apart from his official attire from head to toe inside out, everything he wears is patched 3 layers inside and 3 layers out, including his underwear and socks. Shen Mingzhu was utterly shocked and looked at Tian Shuizhou with a measure of sympathy. Wawa, a second-rank official eating radishes every day. Could he have some bad habit that makes him so poor? He is so poor. So poor. Emperor Jingyuan watched General Tian, whose face had turned red and neck thick with embarrassment. Especially the civil officials, some of whom looked at him with disdain. Military men are indeed crude. The 4 princes in the front row looked at the cavalry general-in-chief with pity. But it didn't matter, after court they would provide him some relief. After all, he was a second-rank military officer controlling the western suburb camp army, a man of real power. Host, don't mock him. He became this poor because of your maternal grandfather. The crowd was even more shocked upon hearing this. What's the story? My maternal grandfather, my uncle, and my 2 brothers are up in the northern lands, aren't they? Alas, host, your maternal grandfather is very poor. The northern lands are harsh and cold. The rations, medicines, and clothing issued by the court are never enough. General Tian was originally a deputy general under your maternal grandfather, General Xia. General Xia once saved his life on the battlefield. Knowing the true situation in the north, General Tian uses his own salary after daily living expenses to buy medicine, grain, and clothes to send to the north. That's why he is so poor. Shen Mingzhu felt a surge of respect. Sorry, General Tian, I spoke too loudly just now. Emperor Jingyuan listened, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. The rations and fodder sent to the garrison troops in various places, though not abundant, shouldn't be so scarce. What's going on? Guagua, is the emperor's supply of grain and grass really that insufficient? Host, your maternal grandfather, General Xia, loves his soldiers like his own children. Some disabled veterans who retired from the battlefield had no means to make a living. General Xia would use his own salary to subsidize them, sending them grain and such. He especially supports the orphans of fallen soldiers. General Tian is the same. Most of the supplies he sends go to the orphans of those fallen soldiers. Guagua, my maternal grandfather is truly great. General Tian is also remarkable. The military officers, General Xia deserves respect. Learn from General Tian. Emperor Jingyuan, so that's how it is. The system continued, so host, that's why the northern lands are now as solid as a fortress. With your maternal grandfather, General Xia, there the barbarians dare not act rashly. He, my maternal grandfather, is truly formidable. By the way, Guagua, you said earlier that the court doesn't send enough rations to my maternal grandfather. Why is that? Does the court not trust him? Emperor Jingyuan's eyes widened. Shen Changyuan thought my life is over. Seeing that Shen Changyuan was about to step forward and kneel to beg forgiveness, Minister Su, standing beside him, immediately grabbed his arms and whispered, let's listen first. Host, what are you thinking? Do you think Emperor Jingyuan doesn't want a prosperous and strong nation with a contented populace? Even the landlord has no surplus grain, you know. Even so, every year your maternal grandmother, Lady Wu, has to spend large sums from her trading business to support the northern lands. Otherwise, they would have starved long ago. Guagua, my maternal grandmother, is also wonderful. The system. See my eyes rolling to the sky. Host, every great general has his own channels for obtaining grain. Otherwise, relying solely on the small amount allocated by the court wouldn't be enough to survive. At this moment, Emperor Jingyuan's face was a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Guagua, doesn't the great Yin dynasty have sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes yield as high as dozens of shur per mu, and they are easy to grow, easy to store, filling, and most importantly delicious. Instantly the eyes of everyone in the entire hall turned straight. Especially Shen Changyuan, the Minister of Revenue, his eyes lit up instantly. He felt that the lives of his entire family were saved. If the great Yin dynasty had such a crop as sweet potatoes, wouldn't everyone be able to eat their fill? Do you believe in light? If Shen Mingzhu looked up and saw everyone, she would probably see the court officials like Ultraman, their eyes full of light. What Shen Changyuan could think of Emperor Jingyuan, and all the court officials could also think of. The second prince, Yin Yunshuan, felt as if he had lost tens of billions at this moment. This lovesick fool Shen Mingzhu actually knows such a divine thing as sweet potatoes. If he obtained them, wouldn't it be just around the corner to ascend to high positions? Thinking of Shen Mingzhu's infatuation with him, he crooked his little finger, easily controlling her. What he didn't know was that this Mingzhu was not the same Mingzhu. Looking at the burning gaze of Emperor Jingyuan above, Shen Changyuan glanced at Shen Mingzhu and secretly pondered how to make her produce the sweet potatoes and offer them to the emperor. Why don't you think the hall is very quiet? With a look from Emperor Jingyuan, Imperial Censor Wang immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the chariot and horse General Tian Shuizhou for improper conduct in court, bringing disgrace to scholarly decorum. Tian Shuizhou, damn Wang Qianhe, he has no shame. Emperor Jingyuan heard and said, chariot and horse General Tian Shuizhou for improper conduct in court is fined 1 month's salary. General Tian is fined. How will his family get through this month? They'll be out of food. Lady Tian will have to stay up late embroidering handkerchiefs again. Host, don't worry. Have your beautiful mother visit and bring some rice, flour, oil, vegetables, fruits, and so on. After all, General Tian is also Madame Shen's elder. I guess that's the only way. Guagua. Many ministers looked at General Tian and nodded continuously. Especially the military officers, their gazes toward General Tian changed considerably. General Tian was worthy of their admiration. By the way, host, how are you going to take out the sweet potatoes then? You can't just make them appear out of thin air, right? Shen Mingzhu pondered, trying to find a particularly reasonable excuse to produce the sweet potatoes and seedlings. Guagua, my family is a marquis manor. We should have fertile fields and estates, right? Upon hearing this, the system immediately said proudly, host, you are underestimating the Chongping marquis manor. There are thousands of acres of fertile fields, numerous estates and shops. When General Xie married off his daughter, the dowry stretched for 10 miles, envied by all. Of course, most of that dowry was prepared by your maternal grandmother. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Your maternal grandmother Nei Wu was the daughter of a wealthy Jiangnan merchant, yet General Xie deeply respected her. Without her support, the Northern Pacification Army wouldn't have lasted until now. Then my maternal grandparents complemented each other. Yes, host, you are very right. Thinking back to when General Xie Yan of the Northern Pacification Army sought to marry Wu Baozhu, the daughter of a Jiangnan wealthy merchant, how many noble ladies of the capital were heartbroken. But only the Northern Pacification Army knew how much benefit they had gained from following the general. General Xie was a man who valued substance. Moreover, he and Lady Wu were deeply in love, having 3 sons and 1 daughter, envied by all. Life, after all, is built by one's own efforts. The Wu family of Jiangnan, with General Xie as their backing, had seen their business flourish over the years with wealth rolling in. Of course, the Wu family also greatly helped the Xie army, donating money, grain, and supplies, making significant contributions every year. My maternal grandparents had a love that grew after marriage, a perfect match of divine couple. Emperor Jingyuan. I only want to obtain such a divine thing as sweet potatoes. I don't want to hear about your grandparents' divine love. Shen Mingzhu had been standing all morning and felt a bit tired. Involuntarily, she stepped back and leaned against a nearby pillar to rest. Guagua, when will the court session end? I'm really tired and hungry. Host, hold on a little longer. Can't you see the ministers haven't finished discussing state affairs yet? Shen Mingzhu, so hard I don't want to come to court anymore. This is even more painful than the 996 grind in the modern world. The court officials, hearing Shen Mingzhu's complaints, all cooperatively accelerated their discussions. Shen Changyuan was now numb to Shen Mingzhu. This damned kid actually went to lean behind a pillar in the hall. He didn't know whether to say she was enjoying herself or being audacious. When will court end and I get off work? I still need to sign in at the Hanlin Academy, then take a stroll through the market to take out the sweet potatoes and seedlings. And after taking them out, I need time for my beautiful mother to plant them on the estate. It's already August, a bit late, but the temperature is still good. It should be possible to plant a season. Hearing that she was going to get the sweet potatoes, Emperor Jingyuan immediately gave a look to Wang Difu. Instantly, the entire hall resonated with the shrill voice of the eunuch Grand Director, Wang Difu. If there are matters, present them. If not, court is dismissed. In an instant, because of Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, today's morning court session ended. Of course, after the grand court session ended, Emperor Jingyuan, the Prime Minister, the 6 ministers, and other senior officials had a small court meeting. Shen Mingzhu was not qualified to attend, so she could only slink back to the Hanlin Academy, where she currently worked. She still had to sign in, just like modern fingerprint clocking or facial recognition. Emperor Jingyuan thought highly of Shen Mingzhu. The position of Hanlin Academy compiler, a 6th-rank official, was usually only granted to the top scholar of each imperial examination. Grand Scholar Su Huayuan was quite considerate. He thoughtfully prepared a small room next to his office for her, so that he could communicate with compiler Shen at any time. After signing in, Shen Mingzhu directly ordered Xiaoyao to move all the daily necessities and snacks she had placed in the carriage into her room. It could also be called her ancient office. As soon as the bedding was laid out, Shen Mingzhu lay down and fell asleep. Su Huayuan, what about the promise to go find the sweet potatoes? She actually went asleep. Xiao Yao helplessly smiled at the other officials, and then directly stood guard at Shen Mingzhu's door. The matter of the emperor exceptionally appointing a Hanlin Academy compiler was like a bombshell dropped in the Hanlin Academy, making everyone extremely curious. They had planned to get to know her well today, but to their surprise she ignored everyone and went to sleep. A white-bearded old man pulled Su Huayuan aside and whispered, "Grand Scholar Su, what's going on? This is our Hanlin Academy compiler. This is too frivolous." Su Huayuan shook his index finger left and right. "Wait until compiler Shen wakes up, and you will understand His Majesty's intention." At this moment Shen Mingzhu didn't know she had become the topic of the Hanlin Academy. She was dreaming of eating a Manchuhan imperial feast. She was smiling in her dream. After finally waiting for Shen Mingzhu to wake up, a colleague from the Hanlin Academy couldn't help asking, "Compiler Shen, may I ask what you were skilled at?" Shen Mingzhu looked at the man in green robes before her, rubbed her eyes, and said, "I'm skilled at eating, drinking, having fun, and sleeping." The man in green. All Hanlin Academy colleagues. Her answer was so carefree. She completely disregards the feelings of those around her. Su Huayuan. No wonder she is the crown princess His Majesty has his eye on. Seeing Shen Mingzhu awake, Xiao Yao hurriedly brought in the food box and spread it across the desk. "Miss. Xiao Yao, well done." After speaking, she looked at her colleagues. "Would you all like to share some?" No, they replied, for they still had many tasks to attend to. Compiling historical records, drafting imperial edicts, and organizing documents. None of these tasks were easy, nor could they afford a moment's delay. Soon Shen Mingzhu's cheerful voice filled the room. "Delicious. Delicious. This osmanthus cake is delicious. The plum blossom cake is also good. The red bean cake is even better. Red beans grow in the south, sprouting in spring. I urge you to gather more, for this is the most longing." Su Huayuan, good poem. After saying this, he picked up the purple jade wolf hairbrush and quickly jotted down the poem Shen Mingzhu had just recited. The Hanlin Scholars. It seems compiler Shen is truly talented. A poem composed effortlessly can be immortalized. They had just underestimated her. It seems she was hiding her brilliance. What a sly one. Now they had discovered it. In an instant their attitude towards Shen Mingzhu changed dramatically. After eating her fill, Shen Mingzhu prepared to go out for a stroll to bring out the sweet potatoes. She patted her backside and went to the adjacent room. "Grand Scholar Su, I think the time is about right today, or I'd like to go out for a walk." Su Huayuan looked at her with a smile and said, "Compiler Shen, feel free to go." Shen Mingzhu smiled back at Su Huayuan, and as she walked she chatted with the system. "Guagua, this Grand Scholar Su is pretty nice. Host just so average, third in the country. Ha ha ha." Her clear and pleasant laughter reached everyone's ears. The entire Hanlin Academy was stunned. Was that compiler Shen laughing just now? But she didn't open her mouth. Could this be her inner thoughts? Shocking. I can hear compiler Shen's inner voice. As expected, those who are exceptionally promoted by Emperor Jingyuan are truly formidable. Shen Mingzhu glanced at her shop interface. Over these days, she had accumulated 666 points. Guagua 666 points, quite auspicious. Host 666 points can buy 66660 sweet potato seedlings. Shen Mingzhu calculated 1 mu of land requires 400 to 500 sweet potato seedlings, which can roughly plant 13 to 17 mu. By then she could also accumulate more points by participating in the drama and could plant even more. After planning, Shen Mingzhu went to the market without letting Xiao Yao follow. She went in alone and came back holding a pile of sweet potato seedlings and sweet potatoes. "Xiao Yao, I bought some things. Hire a carriage to send them back to the Marquis's residence. Give this paper to Mother, she will know what to do." "Yes, miss." Soon a carriage took Shen Mingzhu back to the Hanlin Academy, while Xiao Yao escorted the sweet potato seedlings and sweet potatoes back to the Marquis's residence. The moment Shen Mingzhu obtained the sweet potatoes, Emperor Jingyuan received the news. "Minister Shen, the sweet potatoes and seedlings have been found by the crown princess." All the ministers. So fast. The crown princess is truly capable, worthy of being your majesty's good daughter-in-law. This is the fortune of our great Yin. Su Qingshan knelt extremely quickly, flattering with speed and precision. Clearly, he pleased Emperor Jingyuan. Shen Changyuan despised Su Qingshan inwardly, then hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I will return to my residence and send all the sweet potatoes to the palace." Emperor Jingyuan nodded. Soon the small court session ended. Meanwhile, General Tian's mansion was very lively today. Many officials sent their servants to General Tian's mansion with fruits, vegetables, grains, oil, and many fabrics. Tian Shuizhou looked at the supplies piled up in the room and said happily, "We've really struck it rich this time." Madame Tian was a bit worried. "Husband, what is going on? Why have so many colleagues come to offer gifts today? So many gifts, they couldn't repay them." Tian Shuizhou looked at his wife and said, "Xiuzhuan, don't worry. They are all from colleagues, we can accept them. The emperor also knows. From now on you won't have to stay up all night embroidering handkerchiefs to supplement the family income." Madame Tian felt as if she were dreaming. Before long, besides fruits, vegetables, clothing, and fabrics, the Marquis of Chongping's residence also sent many cosmetics and jewelry. General, it's nothing. Tian Shuizhou comforted his aging wife. Xiaozhuan had suffered with him. At first they were in the northern frontier with harsh conditions. Later, when he served in the capital, she worked tirelessly, without a single complaint, while he took it all for granted. He suddenly felt sorry for his lifelong companion. Xiaozhuan, things will get better and better. I know, General. Young couple, sincere affection, holding each other's hands, growing old together. At noon, Shen's mother personally came to the Hanlin Academy. On Shen Mingzhu's first day at work, her mother came to see her and also brought her lunch. Soon the entire Hanlin Academy learned that compiler Shen was her mother's precious darling. After Shen Mingzhu finished eating, Xie Qinghuan looked at her, hesitating to speak. Mother, what's wrong? Just tell me directly. Has Shen Zhaojiao caused you trouble again? Xie Qinghuan waved her hand and smiled. Not at all. Although Shen Zhaojiao was clever in the Marquis's residence, she was the matriarch and the entire household was under her control. Shen Mingzhu patted her chest, relieved. That's good. She was scared, thinking that her mother had been bullied in the short time she was away. Good that there's nothing. Mother, what is it really? Xie Qinghuan said, it's nothing. It's just that the sweet potato seedlings you brought back with Xiao Yao were taken away by your father. Father took them. Shen Mingzhu frowned. Host, the seedlings you brought back were all offered to the emperor by your old man. What? This father is too unreliable. Why did he give away my things without my consent? Those were bought with all my points. Mother Shen took Shen Mingzhu's hand and hurriedly calmed her down. Mingzhu, all under heaven is the emperor's land. Our family is loyal to Great Yin. When we have good things, naturally, we should offer them to the emperor first. Shen Mingzhu was very frustrated. If I had known this, why would I have bothered? My beautiful mother probably doesn't even know that those were the military provisions I was saving for grandfather for this year in the north. After saying that, she sighed inwardly. This year Great Yin will be exceptionally cold, reaching a historical little ice age. The north is already bitterly cold. Without enough food, clothing, and medicine, many civilians and soldiers will freeze to death. What will grandfather do? When the barbarians attack, they will burn, kill, and plunder without mercy. How can the soldiers fight if they can't fill their stomachs? Hearing this, Xie Qinghuan's face turned pale. Mother, what's wrong? Mother Shen's mind was a bit confused, and she said, I'm just a bit worried. By the way, my dear daughter, what was that thing your father took away? Mother, that is a high-yield crop called sweet potato. But don't worry, Mother, I will get another batch of seedlings later, and then we can plant them ourselves. Mother Shen nodded in agreement. She knew well that this batch of sweet potato seedlings would surely be offered as tribute. Are these the sweet potato seedlings? Asked Emperor Jing Yuan, gazing at the several carts of verdant sprouts. Soon Shen Changyuan jotted down all the planting methods and care instructions he had heard and handed them to Grand Steward Wang Difu. Your Majesty, please have a look. Emperor Jing Yuan examined the memorial and nodded with satisfaction. Summon someone to clear a plot in the imperial garden. I shall personally plant and tend to them. No one is to disturb them on pain of death. Your will shall be done. Shortly thereafter, the batch of sweet potato seedlings Shen Mingzhu had produced were planted in the imperial estate by the Bureau of Agriculture, where they were carefully tended day and night. For this concerned the future of the Great Yin dynasty's common people, whether they would have enough to eat. At the Hanlin Academy, Shen Mingzhu enjoyed a leisurely lunch. Upon hearing that this winter would be exceptionally cold, Mother Shen calculated the time and immediately prepared to return home and make arrangements. Charcoal furs, thick quilts, grain medicines, and more. She had to ensure the vast Marquis manor was thoroughly prepared. There was also her natal family in Jiangnan and her father and brothers up north. Mingzhu, I've left some pastries from the delicacy pavilion for you. Eat whenever you like. I'll make you something delicious tonight. All right, Mother. Mother Shen gave Shen Mingzhu a few more reminders before departing the Hanlin Academy. Inside the academy, the colleagues watched Mother Shen leave and intended to get acquainted with the newcomer Shen Mingzhu. But Xiao Yao once again stood at the doorway. Compiler Shen is going to take a nap. The crowd was speechless. Grand Scholar Su, a colleague who disapproved of Shen Mingzhu, went straight to Grand Scholar Su Huayuan to stir up trouble. But Su Huayuan glanced at the room next door and gave an indulgent smile. Well, Compiler Shen is not only a colleague in the Hanlin Academy, but also the young lady of the Marquis Manor and the crown princess of our Great Yin dynasty. If she wishes to be at ease, we should simply accommodate her. That was all. And the crown princess, the future mother of the nation. Seeing Grand Scholar Su's convincing manner, the man retreated sheepishly. Shen Mingzhu slept a blissful beauty sleep. Upon waking, she drank a cup of tea, ate the peach blossom pastries from the delicacy pavilion, and was in high spirits. Host, someone went to Grand Scholar Su to stir up trouble against you. Su Huayuan heard the stir and pricked up his ears. At noon, he had already submitted a memorial to the palace stating that this winter would be exceptionally cold and that the Great Yin would face a mini ice age. Emperor Jingyuan had even rewarded him. Hehe. Guagua, who is the gossip monger trying to stir up trouble against me? Huffed. Su Huayuan nearly spat out his tea. A certain colleague's face flushed crimson. He flicked his sleeves and retreated to the farthest corner of the academy. He was no gossip monger. He only believed that one should fulfill one's duties, and since he had entered the Hanlon Academy, he should naturally make achievements. Compiler Shen arrived at the academy only to sleep and then went out shopping when she woke, and even took a beauty nap at noon. She wasn't here to work. She was simply continuing to act like a pampered young lady. He merely found it hard to stomach. He had hoped Grand Scholar Su would offer a gentle reminder. His heart was bitter, but he said nothing. A certain colleague was already emo. Host, the colleague who stirred up trouble, is named Zhou Qingxi, alias Zhou the Stubborn Mule. He was the second-place scholar in the 12th year of Jingyuan, but for 6 years he remained obscure in the academy, due to his personality, still a measly 7th-rank official. I think he's jealous of me. I'm already a 6th-rank official. Host, that's not it at all. Zhou Qingxi is quite talented, but his stubborn nature has offended many people, so opportunities never come his way. He still thinks his talents are unrecognized. How blind can he be? Host, he's so focused on his own work that he doesn't see the real picture. Besides, the Great Yin dynasty is vast and teeming with talent. In the 18 years of Emperor Jingyuan's reign, how many top scholars, second-place scholars, third-place scholars, and Jinshi have emerged? Among the many are from noble families. Talent alone isn't enough without a chance to shine. Guagua, I think you've made a very fair point. Zhou Qingxi felt even worse. He had never realized he was being sidelined. Lost in despair, Su Huayuan listened to Zhou Qingxi's story with great relish. Host, actually Zhou Qingxi isn't even the worst off. Oh, what other scandal does he have? Shen Mingzhu poked her head out, checked the door. No one there, no sign of Zhou Qingxi. Then asked, what else is there about Zhou Qingxi? Is it juicy? Tell me quick. Zhou Qingxi thought compiler Shen, a gentle and refined young lady, is actually finding pleasure in my misery. He looked at his colleagues and saw their eyes suddenly light up, all staring intently at Shen Mingzhu's room. Zhou Qingxi is not his father's son. Zhou Qingxi was stunned. What? Then his mother had committed adultery, and he was a bastard with no right to enter the civil service. Whoa. Zhou Qingxi's mind went blank. Finally, he burst into tears. Years of hard study, only to be reduced to nothing in an instant. But his mother had died of illness a few years ago, and he had no one to verify the truth. Whoa. Tears streamed down Zhou Qingxi's face. At this moment, all his colleagues looked at him with sympathy, at a loss for how to comfort his wounded soul. Men do not cry easily, but when they do, it is from the depths of sorrow. Today, Zhou Qingxi was truly heartbroken. His heart was shattered. His dreams were shattered. His family was gone. He understood every word Shen Mingzhu said, but when put together, he wished he didn't. What sin had he committed? Then Shen Mingzhu's thoughts came again. Oh. So that's it. What was it? Spit it out. The entire Hanlon Academy was on tenterhooks. Could they finish the story in one go? Zhou Qingxi's adoptive father was unable to have children due to a physical condition. One day, he fished an injured man out of the river. While the man was recovering, to hide his own infertility one night, he drugged both the man and his wife, forcing them to conceive Zhou Qingxi. Zhou Qingxi's father is something else. He willingly cuckolded himself. Never pick up a man by the roadside. Even less so from the river. Guagua, is Zhou Qingxi's biological father someone important? Host, how clever you are. Zhou Qingxi. Zhou Qingxi's mind finally began to work again. He felt completely numb. The colleague's compiler Shen really knows how to pause for effect. Now everyone didn't know whether to be shocked that Zhou Qingxi wasn't his father's son, or that his biological father was someone important. Who exactly was his biological father? The fact that his adoptive father was infertile was already ignored. Tell us who is his real father. Zhou Qingxi stared intently at Shen Mingzhu's office, his eyes fixed unwaveringly, as if awaiting judgment from within. Guagua, so who exactly is this Lord Zhou's biological father? As it happens, this Lord Zhou has a connection to you, host. Shen Mingzhu was bewildered. Guagua, don't tell me he's my good-for-nothing father's illegitimate son. My parents are deeply in love. Don't scare me. Su Huayuan spat out his tea in a sudden spray. Hastily, he scrambled to wipe the dampened documents. Su Huayuan. Truly the Marquis of Chongping's precious little darling. I wonder if the Marquis knows his precious daughter thinks of him this way. Host, what are you thinking? The Marquis is quite virtuous. Good, don't scare me like that. Hurry up and tell me who it is. At this moment, the entire Hanlon Academy was so silent you could hear a pin drop, everyone straining their ears to learn who this man of great standing was. This man is none other than the current prince and Yin Lingfeng, the younger brother of Emperor Jingyuan. Tada, surprised or what? Host, you are the crown princess. In the future, when you marry Crown Prince Yin Beichen, Zhou Qingxi will be your cousin-in-law. Clatter. A teacup shattered in the adjacent room. The entire Hanlon Academy was too terrified to move. This was a royal secret, wasn't it? Wouldn't those who knew be silenced? But loyalty to the emperor was a subject's duty. Should this be reported? Zhou Qingxi, I'm actually a member of the imperial family. Sob. He probably wouldn't have to leave the Hanlon Academy now. Zhou Qingxi's heart settled back into place. After tidying up his appearance, he returned to bury himself in his work. Meanwhile, Shen Mingzhu sat in her room nibbling on snacks and continuing to gossip with the system. Guagua, if Zhou Qingxi found out about his origins, do you think he'd go claim his heritage? After all, it's Princeton, the emperor's own brother. Indeed, everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Zhou Qingzi. Would he go claim his heritage? If he did, maybe he'd even become a minor prince. Host Princeton has sons and daughters, and quite a few wives and concubines. Who knows if he even remembers this fleeting romance of his? But Zhou Qingzi doesn't know his origins yet, and if he finds out, it will still be his choice. The key is to claim kinship. There must be some token of proof, right? He can't just rely on his word alone. The assembled officials nodded repeatedly in agreement. Those on good terms had already clustered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering amongst themselves. Naturally, everyone carefully avoided any sensitive terms. Lord Wang, I have a friend who recently discovered his true origins. It turns out his biological father is a high-ranking official. Should he return to his ancestral roots or not? Is that so? Does your friend want to go back? Shen Mingzhu had been there less than a day, and the entire Hanlin Academy had changed. They say scholars have integrity, but here they were gathered together gossiping like old women in a courtyard. It turned out that enjoying a good piece of gossip was an absolutely wonderful thing. They loved the gossip. It seemed they would need to interact with Compiler Shen more often in the future. Looking towards Compiler Shen's room, indeed the old fox was the cleverest. Grand Scholar Su must have known about Compiler Shen's special nature, which was why he had her office placed right next to his. Grand Scholar Su, seizing the advantage, was definitely as black-hearted as a sesame seed bun. Rap, rap, rap. A knock soon sounded at the door. Lord Su. Compiler Shen, this is the work the Hanlin Academy is currently busy with. Just take a look to get familiar with it. Shen Mingzhu nodded. All right, Grand Scholar Su, I understand. Su Huayuan set down the documents and left directly. Shen Mingzhu took out the documents from the table and looked at them. It turned out the Hanlin Academy was compiling The Journey of Great Yin, a classic work filled with humanistic care and geographical knowledge. Shen Mingzhu glanced at it and immediately lost interest. Guagua, when is it time to get off work? Host, almost there, almost there. Just bear with it. Everyone. Soon the day's work came to an end. Shen Mingzhu swiftly left the Hanlin Academy and hopped onto her family's carriage. Xiao, let's go home. Yes, miss. Su Huayin only saw a figure flash past like a blur, and then Shen Mingzhu had already left the Hanlin Academy. She gave no one a chance to say a word. Not being eager to leave work means having a problematic mindset. She had just arrived home when she was informed that Chief Steward Wang Difu eunuch Wang had arrived. It turned out he was here to deliver rewards for Shen Mingzhu's contribution of the sweet potatoes today. Wang Difu was the head eunuch by Emperor Jingyuan's side. He had served the emperor since childhood and held an extremely high status. Even the concubines in the harem and the princes had to show him some respect. When Wang Difu saw Shen Mingzhu, his eyes crinkled into a smile. Lord Shen, your first day at the Hanlin Academy. Are you settling in well? Shen Mingzhu revealed a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Thank you for your concern, Chief Steward Wang. All is well, I am very much adapted. Wang Difu said, that's good to hear, that's good to hear. Shen Mingzhu, I didn't do anything. Just took a nap, went for a stroll, had a meal, slept, enjoyed some gossip, and then went home from work. If this was how it would be from now on, Shen Mingzhu thought it was quite good. She could accept this job. Lord Shen, this is a guard His Majesty has bestowed upon you. He will protect you from now on. Rest assured. Host, this is Long Air, the deputy commander of Emperor Jingyuan's Dragon Shadow Guard. Agua, why do you think the emperor sent him to protect me, or to spy on me? Wang Difu gave an awkward smile and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Suddenly struck with an idea, he immediately shouted, Lord Shen, the imperial edict has arrived. Subsequently, everyone knelt down to receive the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees the Hanlin Academy compiler, Shen Mingzhu, having rendered meritorious service in presenting the sweet potato, is hereby bestowed 100 taels of gold, 1 set of gold inlaid filigree headdress, with kingfisher feathers, a pair of gold bracelets, 1 double-sided jade screen, 1 firefox fur cloak, 2 bolts of luminous silk, and 10 bolts of Suzhou brocade. Shen Mingzhu's eyes widened as she listened to the string of rewards. Guagua, I'm rich. I'm rich. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Wang Difu was secretly pleased. It was good that she liked it. Your servant accepts the edict. Holding the edict and looking at the rewards in the hands of the young eunuchs behind him, Shen Mingzhu broke into a brilliant smile, ending this wonderful day with rewards. Not bad. Looking at the fiery red fox fur cloak, as bright and beautiful as flames, it was said this cloak was impervious to water and fire, extremely precious. Wearing it would surely make her the most distinguished young lady in all of Xinjiang. And that luminous silk, it was said only 5 bolts were tribute this year. Imperial consort Li had gone to great lengths coaxing and cajoling before Emperor Jingyuan rewarded her with a single bolt. Now he had bestowed 2 bolts upon Shen Mingzhu. Seeing such a bounty of fine things, Shun Jiaojiao was green with envy. After the edict was read, and they rose, Shun's mother stepped forward and pressed several silver notes into Chief Steward Wang's hands, which he accepted with a smile. Why isn't this eunuch Wang leaving yet? I want to go back and lie down to count my money. So tactless. Wang Difu. Mother Shen, embarrassed, looked at head steward Wang Difu and could only step forward to make the red envelope thicker. Wang Difu, with a fawning smile, did not dare to show anger. This lady was also a formidable figure. He led his entourage and left in a grand procession. Watching them disappear into the distance, Mother Shen pulled Shen Mingzhu aside and said, "My dear daughter Eunuch Wang is the grand steward of the inner court, a favored figure in His Majesty's eyes. Even the ministers and imperial consorts must show him some respect. You must be careful in your dealings with him from now on, understand?" "Mother, I know." Looking at her daughter's smile, Mother Shen walked along and asked with concern, "Mingzhu, I haven't asked yet. How did you find your first day at court?" "It was all right." Shen Qinghong, as the elder brother, looked at Shen Mingzhu and said sternly, "Mingzhu, now that you hold an official position, you must cherish it. Don't let your mind wander all day. Work diligently and live up to His Majesty's expectations." "I know, big brother," Shen Mingzhu replied obediently. Shen Qinghong nodded with satisfaction. Then her inner voice resounded. Talk. What are you blathering about? I am now the first person in old Shen's family to hold an official position apart from father. A full 6th rank editor in the Hanlin Academy, a treatment reserved for the top scholar. By the time you enter the court, you'll probably start as a minor 9th rank clerk. Your little sister here is a full 3 ranks above you. You've got a long way to catch up." Shen Qinghong was so furious he stomped off. Ungrateful. Watching her eldest son storm away, Mother Shen covered her mouth with a light laugh. She took Shen Mingzhu's hand and led her to the main courtyard, doting on her daughter with meticulous care. Thinking of the sweet potatoes, Shen Mingzhu asked Mother Shen, "Mother, did father take away all the sweet potatoes and sweet potato seedlings I brought back?" At this, Mother Shen said seriously, "Mingzhu, your father took away all the sweet potatoes and seedlings." "Mother, it's all right. I still have a little left. I'll give them to you." With that, Shen Mingzhu exchanged the points she had earned from eating melons that afternoon for sweet potato seedlings and a net bag full of sweet potatoes. "Mother, plant these seedlings on our own estate. Tonight I'll use the sweet potatoes to make a few dishes for everyone to try." "Mingzhu, you can cook." "Mother, I learned to cook long ago when I was in the countryside." "My dear daughter, you've suffered so much before." Thinking of her daughter having to light a fire and cook at such a young age, Mother Shen's heart ached with guilt. Her precious pearl had suffered. Shen Mingzhu withdrew her smile and returned to her own courtyard. Mother Shen planted the sweet potato seedlings directly in the hot spring estate on the outskirts of the city. Mingzhu had said that the optimal temperature for planting sweet potatoes was around 1520 C. It was a little late to plant now, but since the hot spring estate had a higher temperature than other places and had arable land, one harvest was still possible. This time the sweet potato seedlings Mingzhu brought out were much fewer, not because she didn't want to bring more, but because she simply didn't have enough points. "Well, I don't want to move at all. Host, then go lie down on the bed. But I still have to go to the kitchen to make candied sweet potatoes, sweet potato congee, sweet potato glutinous rice cakes, sweet potato steamed ribs, sweet potato pancakes, roasted sweet potatoes, and so on." Host is so virtuous. Shen Mingzhu lay lazily on the bed, unaware that her inner voice had been heard by the 4th son of the Shen family, Shen Qingba. Originally planning to go out tonight to compose poetry and discuss scholarship with his classmates, upon hearing about this novel delicacy of sweet potatoes, he decided to stay home for dinner. Shen Changyuan returned at the perfect moment. Just as Shen Mingzhu placed the last roasted sweet potato on the table, he walked in. Seeing the dishes on the table, he asked with great delight, "What are these dishes today? I've never seen them before." Shen Mingzhu looked at Shen Changyuan with obvious displeasure. "Everyone complains about their fathers dragging them down, but in our family, it's the father who drags his daughter down." Without a word, he took away my sweet potatoes and seedlings to present as tribute. Shen Changyuan felt a bit awkward, but he had no choice. It was an imperial edict from Emperor Jingyuan. However, he couldn't reveal this to Mingzhu. He forced a smile and said, "Mingzhu, as ministers, we must first offer good things to the court, especially when they benefit the nation and the people. Isn't that right?" "Yes, father, you're right." Mother Shen pinched Father Shen and said with a smile, "Mingzhu, your father said you can pick whatever you like from his private treasury as an apology." "Really? Great. The Shen family is a marquis household, a centuries-old aristocratic family. There must be plenty of treasures. I'll pick several." Hearing his daughter's inner voice, Shen Changyuan smiled. "Yes, Mingzhu, go ahead and choose from father's treasury. That's more like it." Shen Mingzhu finally cheered up. The atmosphere at the table was quite pleasant, especially when everyone learned that this sweet potato feast was personally prepared by Shen Mingzhu. Shen Changyuan was filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to taste the flavor of this divine crop. Truly wonderful, soft, sweet, and suitable for both young and old. Indeed, it was a divine crop. Even Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba were very fond of it, especially when they heard about the yield of sweet potatoes. The shock in their eyes mirrored that of the entire court of civil and military officials the day before. After dinner, Shen Mingzhu returned directly to her courtyard. Tonight she wanted to sleep early, otherwise she simply couldn't get up in the morning. After Shen Mingzhu left, the whole family, under Shen Changyuan's direction, held an internal meeting about Shen Mingzhu's inner voice. At the same time, a message was conveyed. All of Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts were true and must not be leaked, even half a word. This was an imperial edict from Emperor Jingyuan. Violators would have their entire clan executed. Although they could not speak of Shen Mingzhu's inner voice, some subtle gestures and glances did give hints. Emperor Jingyuan's meaning was clear, not a single flaw must be exposed. We understand, father. Shen Changyuan looked at his two sons and nodded with satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, he fixed his gaze on them. Xiaoer seems different from the one we knew before. I want you to think carefully before you act. I don't want to see any fratricidal conflict among the Shen siblings. If he remembered correctly, the Shen family had actually split into 3 factions: the royalists, the crown prince's party, and the second prince's party. Truly an eye-opener. We understand, father. Both of you watch your hides. Yes, father. Shen Xinghong and Shen Qingba lowered their heads and replied. Mother Shen saw their demeanor and said, go back now. Think it over carefully. Yes, mother. Soon the two left the main courtyard. Sigh. Sons grow up and no longer listen to their mothers. Mother Shen sighed. All right, my lady, we still have Mingzhu. Seeing Shen Changyuan's expression, Mother Shen told him about the upcoming Little Ice Age this winter in Great Yan. His Majesty already knows. Xie Qinghuan said, that's good. So preparations could begin in advance. At that moment, Shen Changyuan was troubled. The national treasury was empty. The next day, Shen Mingzhu was still carried to the carriage by 2 maids. Shen Changyuan had grown accustomed to it. Father and daughter rode together in the carriage toward the palace. Mingzhu, we're here. Mingzhu, we're here. Sigh. Arrived so soon. Ever since I took this damned office, I can't even sleep in peace. Shen Mingzhu grumbled inwardly while obediently following Minister Shen out of the carriage. After exchanging a few pleasantries with several colleagues, they entered the palace for the morning court. Thanks to Shen Mingzhu's contribution, the previous day, all the civil and military officials now treated her with the reverence due to a national treasure. Soon they took their positions, and the court session began. Up front, some discussion was going on. Meanwhile, Shen Mingzhu was feeling rather bored. Guagua, which one is Prince and Yan Lingfeng? Let me see. Princeton, where did this little girl come from so bold as to make noise in the hall, and to dare call him by his name? Does she have a death wish? Princeton had been absent the day before due to family matters, and was unaware of Shen Mingzhu's peculiarity. Moreover, because of Shen Mingzhu's inner voice, the entire court had been busy all day yesterday. Since he was the emperor's own brother, no one would go out of their way to inform him. Therefore, he was utterly stunned. He couldn't speak. He felt as if he had seen his great-grandfather. Brother Emperor, save me. Princeton, take a deep breath. Think of a happy life. Finally, Princeton's breathing returned to normal. He looked at Emperor Jingyuan with shock, and the emperor nodded. Then a new voice came. So that pale and plump one up front is Princeton. Oh, so that's Minister Zhou's biological father. He doesn't look anything like Minister Zhou. Host in his youth, Princeton was also a jade-like tree, handsome and peerless. Now he's just aged and put on weight. Princeton, can't you talk properly? And who is Minister Zhou? Good news, he had gained a son. Bad news, he didn't know which Minister Zhou. Grand Secretary Su of the Hanlin Academy secretly laughed at Princeton's expression. Why do you think Princeton will acknowledge this extra son? Host, who knows? Princeton, who gave him a son? Someone tell him. Princeton Yan Lingfeng looked at Emperor Jingyuan, asking for an answer. Emperor Jingyuan sat serenely on the throne, ignoring him completely. Princeton suppressed his complicated feelings and listened attentively, ready to hear who his new son was. Minister Zhou was not qualified to attend court, but this morning he became the most dazzling person in the entire hall. He had made it. Who would have thought that one could gain a path through nepotism? Within a quarter of an hour of court, Princeton had acquired a son. Shen Mingzhu, hearing the dead silence in the hall, looked down at her clothes. I've been at court for 2 days now, and my official robe still isn't ready. The palace's efficiency is too poor. Bad review. Emperor Jingyuan. He had indeed forgotten about that. Shen Mingzhu was still wearing the clothes of Shen Qingba, the 4th son of the Shen family. The Shen family thought it would be inconvenient for Mingzhu to wear a RU skirt, so she wore men's clothing for ease and convenience. Emperor Jingyuan gave a look, and Wang Difu immediately ordered that Minister Shen's official robe be made and delivered to her residence today. It's so boring. Give me a melon. The last melon was too boring. All right, host. Then let's continue eating the melon of Prince and Yan Lingfeng. He actually has quite a lot of material. Fine. So this Princeton, he's a brother con. Brother con. The entire court, what kind of con is a brother con? Since childhood, he always went on about, brother, brother, hold me, carry me, I wet my pants. Princeton's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. What nonsense was this? That was all when he was a child. He was now a grandfather. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find the speaker. Unfortunately, he was at the very front, and Shen Mingzhu was at the back with many people in between, so he couldn't see her at all. Why is Princeton looking around at the front? He's being disrespectful to the ministers who are discussing state affairs. Just because he's the emperor's blood brother, he can't be so presumptuous. Princeton, who was being presumptuous here? He was furious. He felt he would be blown up into a ball of anger. Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, pulled him aside. Oh dear host, look, the second prince is pulling Princeton. Later Princeton becomes so foolish. He thought Emperor Jingyuan actually intended to make the second prince, Xian Wang, Yan Yunshuan, the next emperor. To fulfill his brother's wish, he even helped him successfully seize the throne. Unfortunately, in the end, he died a miserable death. Emperor Jingyuan Lingfeng died a miserable death. His eyes shifted instantly, then returned to normal. At this moment the entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yan Yunshuan. Shen Mingzhu, what nonsense are you spouting? He felt that Shen Mingzhu was going to get him killed. The third prince and fourth prince looked at him with gloating expressions. Oh my, the emperor sees your ambitious heart. What's wrong with this princein? Without his brother, did his IQ also drop? Host, you're so smart. Shin Changyuan came out directly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and knelt down again. Seeing her father kneel again, without getting up, Shen Mingzhu muttered to herself. Why is my father kneeling again? When we get back, I'll have mother make him some knee pads. Kneeling every day like this will ruin his knees. Shin Changyuan, thank you, my precious daughter. Host, don't worry. Your father is probably used to it. He's been kneeling for so many years. True. By the way, Guagua, how exactly did Princeton die so miserably? Alas, poor Princeton. After losing his brother, he was deceived by his nephew. When he finally discovered the truth and tried to set things right, he was suppressed for rebellion and executed by dismemberment with 5 horses. Princeton fainted on the spot. Princeton, what happened to Princeton? Why did he suddenly faint? Host, look at him, plump and pale. He's probably weak from standing too long. Alas, with his physical condition, he still wants to rebel. He's been a brothercon his whole life, always listening to his brother. Without his brother, naturally, he lost his direction. It's no wonder he failed. Yes, host. Princeton is a tragic figure. True. Looking at it this way, Emperor Jingyuan was still his lighthouse. Absolutely. Emperor Jingyuan's emotions were mixed at this moment. He was gratified by his brother's sincere loyalty, but also lamented his brother's fate. How dare his son treat his own uncle like this? Was he not afraid that future historians would condemn him with pen and ink? He stared fixedly at his second son, Yan Yunshuan, as if trying to see through him. Yan Yunshuan also stepped out and knelt in the hall. Why is this Yan Yunshuan kneeling? The entire court, what do you think? Their backs were drenched in sweat. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at Shen Mingzhu, who was unconcerned in the back, and waved his hand for them all to rise. Dare not speak up to defend themselves, they could only lower their heads, rise, and obediently return to their places. Guagua is so quiet. Has the morning audience ended? Just as Shen Mingzhu's thoughts echoed, discussions rose and fell around them, though the voices gradually grew quieter. Host, the grand court session has only just begun. Guagua, give me another scoop of gossip. I was just interrupted by Princeton. Tell me, an old man fainting right on the palace hall. People might think he's faking it for sympathy. The ministers of our great Yin dynasty need to exercise more. Otherwise, when the little ice age arrives and everyone falls ill at once, what then? No one is willing to risk their lives for the court anymore. When my husband wakes up, the sky must not fall. Host, you truly are a virtuous wife. That goes without saying. The ministers. It is our blessing to have you. Guagua, give me some gossip to wake me up. I am about to fall asleep. Host, do you see that mighty and imposing warrior over there? Guagua, which one? There are several generals in the front who all look like that. All the military officials in court stood tall and proud, exuding an air of confidence and superiority, as if declaring themselves the toughest in the room. The one with the thick beard, his face red like Guan Yu. Oh, I see him. General Pei Xian shuddered, feeling a sudden chill down his spine. At this moment, the gaze of all the civil and military officials in court was focused on him. He tried to recall the first half of his life and concluded that he was clean, without a single stain. He was just that pure. There was no scandal on him. Pei Xian wore an expression of pride and smugness. If you want to see him embarrassed, keep dreaming. Seeing his confident demeanor, a fellow military officer close to him quietly punched his arm. Nice one, old Pei. You're making us soldiers look good. Let's grab a drink after court. Pei Xian, no problem. Host, let me tell you that General Pei is just a stubborn ox. His wife has it so hard. Pei Xian's face turned red, and soon his entire neck flushed crimson. Shen Xiuzhuan was talking nonsense. He and his wife were deeply in love, sharing blissful nights together every evening. What was she babbling about? Unable to turn around to look at Shen Mingzhu, he kept glaring at Minister Shen Changyuan. His piercing glances shot back and forth. Shen Changyuan. Pei Xian. Shen Xiuzhuan was framing him. He was wrong beyond measure, more than doughy. A colleague beside him tapped his shoulder. Brother Pei, you don't beat your wife at home, do you? What nonsense. I never lay a hand on a woman. My wife is gentle and graceful. Our marriage is wonderful. Keep slandering me, and you'll face my fist. The civil officials nearby kept their distance. Always swinging fists, all brawn and no brains. Guagua, tell me quickly, did General Pei actually hit someone? Only the most despicable men resort to violence against women and children. Host, what are you thinking? General Pei Xian has at least served on the battlefield and holds the rank of general. How could he ever raise his fist against his own wife? Hearing this, Pei Xian immediately puffed out his chest like a triumphant rooster. That's right. Pei Xian would only ever swing his fists at the enemy. Then what really happened? Hee. The system let out a mischievous chuckle. Guagua, don't laugh like that, it's creeping me out. Host, don't be afraid. It's just that this scoop of gossip is a bit suggestive. All the officials in court suggestive. What kind of suggestive? Emperor Jingyuan curious. For a moment the noise in the hall grew quieter, everyone leaning in to hear Shen Mingzhu's revelations. It's just that General Pei loves his wife too much. In bed he's like a stubborn ox tossing her over and over like frying fish all night long until she fainted. And he thought he was so impressive. Shen Mingzhu. The civil officials, sure enough a brute. Those military officers didn't need to hear it or just look at their faces. Not gentle in the bedroom at all, as if he were still fighting a battle. Emperor Jingyuan, his general lacks knowledge of the arts of the bedchamber. After court, I shall send him several illustrated manuals on intimacy for him to study carefully. If he still needs guidance I will send someone to teach him. He is after all an enlightened emperor. At this moment Pei Xian's face turned even redder. Even that gossip girl knows about this. Shen Changyuan, this is the end. It's all over. How could his respectable daughter discuss such matters with that chatterbox? Fortunately His Majesty had already betrothed her to the crown prince. If the emperor were dissatisfied and wanted to annul the engagement his family would absolutely not agree. Thinking of the blank imperial edict still at home passed down from their ancestors. Perhaps this was the time to use it. Now the entire court knew their daughter's true nature. Would any censor impeach Mingzhu? He glanced toward the censorate seeing no one moving and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Shen Changyuan, please daughter stop talking. Keep going and your brothers won't be able to find wives. Can the Shun daughters still marry into good families? He was drenched in cold sweat. What should I do? Did Mrs. Pei not communicate with him? Host, how could she not communicate? But General Pei claimed that such roughness was his way of showing love. Mrs. Pei even suggested taking a concubine to share the burden, but General Pei refused, saying he was devoted only to Mrs. Pei. Oh, I can't tell if General Pei is affectionate or heartless. Pei Xian, of course it is affectionate. It is a sign of loyalty. Don't look at him being a general now, he is only this one woman. He would never frequent the pleasure districts like some other officers in the army. Host, let me tell you secretly General Pei has truly been faithful his whole life. He has only ever had Mrs. Pei. Hearing this Pei Xian puffed out his chest again. Why is that? Indeed why? All the officials in court were also curious. After all nowadays, any official usually keeps concubines and attendants. As a mighty general having only one woman meant either deep love or inability. Since General Pei could keep Mrs. Pei tossing like fried fish all night, it was certainly not the latter. Could General Pei be so pure and devoted, loving only his wife? Wouldn't this make all the ladies and wives of Shengjing envious? Pei Xian, my wife, is to be envied by all of Shengjing. He had promised he would love only her. Host, when General Pei and Mrs. Pei first pledged their love he swore, I seek but one heart to grow old together without parting. He promised Mrs. Pei he would have only her in this life, and he kept that promise. General Pei words are binding, actions are decisive. That was his motto. The ministers one can only wonder whether Mrs. Pei should feel happy or disappointed. What about now? Does Mrs. Pei regret it? Yes, Mrs. Pei deeply regrets it now. She never expected General Pei to actually follow through. Except during her pregnancy and after childbirth when intimacy was forbidden, General Pei would spend every night with Mrs. Pei. General Pei, our health is excellent. Just that impressive. I will never be as weak as you civil officials. We warriors are just this valiant. This is something you can never comprehend. Ha. Pei Xian, my wife isn't regretful at all, she enjoys it thoroughly as well. Don't spread rumors. Sigh. Host, you wouldn't believe it. General Pei toiled all night long, and Lady Pei couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. General Pei is truly formidable. All the court officials. Ahhh. Shen Changyuan coughed forcefully several times, hoping to silence his daughter's inner thoughts. Host, sometimes being too capable is also a burden. But just think, Lady Pei was a wife General Pei won over through tremendous hardship and effort, so naturally, he cherishes her deeply. You have no idea. Back then there were several young masters from distinguished families who came to court Lady Pei. Those young masters were refined and handsome, and they even sent her love poems. Poor General Pei, a rough and unlettered man who barely knew a few characters, had to force himself to speak elegantly and hire someone to ghostwrite his love poems. What happened next? Shen Mingzhu was extremely curious. All the civil and military officials also perked up their ears, eager to hear how Pei Xian managed to stand out from the crowd of suitors. System, you don't know this, but General Pei went home every day to study the 36 stratagems, constantly reflecting, pondering, and reviewing his rival's weaknesses. He even spent a fortune purchasing several seductive courtesans from Jiangnan to tempt those young masters away. All the court officials, what a cunning Pei Xian. Who would have thought he had such wiles? Pei Xian's face radiated pride. He was indeed this remarkable. He had pursued the woman he loved, married her, brought her into his home, raised children with her, and would walk through life hand in hand with her. Why did they take the bait? Host, do you even need to ask? Of course they did. Greed for wealth and lust, appetite and desire are human nature. Soon enough, 2 of those young masters succumbed to the allure of the beauties, and that sly General Pei personally brought Lady Pei to catch them in the act, letting her witness with her own eyes how unworthy her suitors were, thereby highlighting his own noble virtue. What a paysan, truly beyond appearances. So this is the kind of man you are. Ugly and looks wild in tactics. Scrambling and fighting for what you want. Guagua, what about the others? Didn't you only take care of two? As for the rest, one of them happened to encounter a girl falling into the water and performed a heroic rescue. Another, a coward who bullied the weak but feared the strong, was beaten up through intimidation and coercion. Yet another received a hefty sum of silver from Paysan's mother and was made to understand that better prospects existed elsewhere. In short, every single suitor eventually abandoned the unmarried Lady Pei. Emperor Jingyuan, his fine general indeed. Truly remarkable. Finally, there was one scholar who got along wonderfully with Lady Pei. They were just one step away from confessing their feelings, with plans for him to propose to the Zhou family once he passed the imperial examination. But when General Pei learned that this scholar had a childhood sweetheart back in his hometown, the moment the scholar passed the exam, General Pei dispatched a fast horse to bring the sweetheart all the way to the capital to enjoy a life of comfort. Good heavens! Killing without drawing a blade. Magnificent. Paysan felt deeply uncomfortable as all his past deeds were laid bare before the court. All is fair in love and war, especially when it comes to winning the woman of one's heart. What the court didn't know was that he had fallen in love with her at first sight, lost his heart at second, and if he could never marry her, his entire existence would be meaningless. Oh, I know, Guagua. That certain scholar standing at the back of the court, what a Paysan. So that's why his childhood sweetheart from home had suddenly come to the capital. How could a fragile young woman travel such a long distance alone? Well, mystery solved. Bitterness welled up in his heart. Those days were so beautiful, but in the end, he chose his sweetheart. Staring at Paysan ahead, he clenched his fists. System, fight. 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 Guagua, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking? Host, look beside you. That official with fair skin, rosy lips, and a gentle scholarly demeanor, whose eyes are turning red. He is that scholar from back, then now serving in court alongside us. Oh, well, let me see. I bet he still has no idea how he lost his bride. The former scholar, now Reader Wong of the Hanlin Academy. Thank you very much, compiler Shen. This humble one is now fully informed. Emperor Jingyuan, fully informed indeed. All the court officials, with your voice that loud and your reaction that obvious, we are all now fully informed. Paysan, this is slightly awkward. All is fair in love and war. Those who lack skill have no one to blame but themselves. Reader Wong with red-rimmed eyes, could the two of you please show some restraint? A man is grieving here. Grand Scholar Su Huayuan, what a pathetic display. What's done is done. Look to the future. Host, in stark contrast, look at that civil official standing right beside General Pei. Last night, he downed a huge bowl of potent tonic soup. Paysan glanced at the official beside him and sneered with contempt. Being silver-tongued is useless. A real man must never admit inadequacy in the bedroom. The official beside him flushed crimson with humiliation. It wasn't that he was inadequate. He'd just been exhausted lately and had a bowl of tonic soup. And now the entire court believed he was impotent. He desperately wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, I am capable. I am capable. I am very capable. Just then the fainted prince and re-entered the great hall. Guagua, Prince is awake. Why isn't he resting instead of coming back to court? Prince, and all because of you. You wicked girl. He still hadn't discovered which Lord Zhou was his son. There was no way he could simply go back to rest. Guagua, Prince and truly perseveres despite his afflictions, devoting himself wholeheartedly to Great Yin until his last breath. Prince, and that's quite enough. Stop picking on me alone. Before the sound of that gossip voice could be heard again, Prince stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has been unconscious for over 3 months now. Since he already has a crown princess, shouldn't the two be allowed to meet and get acquainted? Shen Mingzhu talking about exactly what should be avoided. Emperor Jingyuan listened to Prince's words and nodded. Indeed. After court is dismissed, Wang Difu take Mingzhu to the Eastern Palace to meet the Crown Prince. Yes, Your Majesty. Why did you hear that? After court, I'll finally get to see the beautiful, strong, tragic villain protagonist. Born to be Crown Prince, yet because heaven's favored daughter married the second prince, he was forced to step aside and became the beautiful, strong, tragic villain. Whoa, so tragic. Host, now that you're bound to the Crown Prince, aren't you going to do something about it? What can I do? He's lying in bed right now. Am I supposed to just go shake him awake? All the court officials, that won't be necessary. Please prioritize the Crown Prince's health. Host, have you forgotten? You can buy recovery pills from the system and feed them to him. 1 pill down and he'll be cured, instantly waking right up to give you a handsome fiancé. Guagua, I want to buy sweet potato seedlings to plant sweet potatoes and send food to my grandfather and brothers. Besides, the Crown Prince isn't in any danger. Whether he wakes sooner or later, he'll wake eventually. But the soldiers and commoners in the north are desperately waiting for food to save their lives. Which is more important? Instantly, all the civil and military officials fell silent. The bolder ones even cast a glance at Emperor Jingyuan's expression, but seeing no reaction, they lowered their heads once more. At this moment, Prince also ceased speaking. Compared to the Crown Prince, who was not in mortal danger, the lives of the common people across the realm weighed far heavier. Everyone understood this in their hearts, yet none would voice it aloud. During the Little Ice Age, temperatures would plummet, drastically freezing countless commoners and livestock to death, while harvests would sharply dwindle. Without sufficient grain, the great yin might be thrown into turmoil, and in the worst case the dynasty could be extinguished. The crux was that no one knew how long the Little Ice Age would persist. Now the ministers had all begun hoarding grain. Do not think their actions were concealed. In truth, each knew well what the others were doing. They simply refrained from speaking of it. For a moment, the entire grand hall was steeped in a heavy atmosphere. Emperor Jingyuan also felt the urgency of time. Minister Shen, how much silver can the Ministry of Revenue mobilize? Your Majesty, the national treasury is depleted. The Ministry of Revenue can spare only 660,000 taels of silver at most. What, just that? That's nowhere near enough. Before Emperor Jingyuan could speak, Shen Mingzhu's sharp voice rang out. Gossip, His Majesty is so poor. Emperor Jingyuan. He would not stoop to argue with a young lady. Host, what do you expect? During the summer flood season, the dikes in Jiangnan were breached. The Ministry of Revenue allocated a huge sum for repairs, but little did they know, vast amounts of silver were spent, yet it was still a shoddy project. Embezzled again. Bingo. You got it. At this moment, the official in charge of dike construction from the Ministry of Works was drenched in cold sweat. He was doomed. Emperor Jingyuan's sharp gaze shot over, and the directly responsible left vice minister of the Ministry of Works began trembling, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Gossip, why is that official up front shivering like that? Has he got Parkinson's? Host, he is the official in charge of this year's Jiangnan dike construction. Probably his guilty conscience has given him the disease. Come, Gossip, let's see what dirt he has. Wow. Host, he is filthy rich. 1 year as an honest prefect, 100,000 taels of snow-white silver. That saying fits him perfectly. All the civil and military officials thought, what on earth are you talking about? But they themselves were incorruptible. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the future of the great yin, toiling until death. Host, let me tell you that official with Parkinson's is named Xiao Xingjia, serving in the Ministry of Works. Over the years, whenever there was a construction project, he would stick his fingers in and skim off a layer. He is the richest man in the entire Ministry of Works. Wow, 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 so much gold. A dazzling sea of gold. We're rich. Shen Mingzhu's voice echoed through the silent grand hall, so crisp and melodious, lingering in everyone's ears. Xiao Xingjia fell to his knees with a thud in the hall. Your Majesty, your old servant is wronged. Gossip, what crime has he committed? Host, I don't know. Just now I was too busy staring at the gold. A whole room full of it, nearly blinding the system's eyes. A golden house. How greedy he must be. Xiao Xingjia tried to speak again, but Pei Xian stepped forward, clamped his mouth shut, and the imperial guards dragged him away. As he reached the entrance of the hall, Xiao Xingjia glared at Shen Mingzhu with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to hurl knives at her and gut her. It was all her fault. She never attended court properly, just gossiped all day long. Other ministers, just how rich is Vice Minister Xiao? Minister of Revenue Shen Chongyuan, is he richer than the silver in the national treasury? The treasury was empty, but his daughter would save the day. To be honest, even Emperor Jingyuan on the throne was curious how much silver a Vice Minister of Works could embezzle. Judging from Shen Mingzhu's squeals, it must be a fortune. Wow, host, so much gold. We're rich. A whole room full. Shen Mingzhu's heart leaped. She had to get the gold out of that golden house before the emperor discovered it. Yay, we're rich. Second brother, third brother, are they coming back soon? When they do, we'll send all this gold to the northern border to buy grain for the Xie family army, so the soldiers can eat their fill and have the strength to fight the barbarians straight to their lair. Emperor Jingyuan, thank you very much. Your heart is set on slaying the barbarians. Soon Imperial Guard Commander Qin Zhao led his men to the Xiao residence. The sudden raid on the Xiao mansion caused a huge stir. Before the court session ended, the entire Shengjing city knew of it, especially Shen Mingzhu's mother Xie Qinghuan, who was filled with anxiety. Her heart was tied to Shen Mingzhu, fearing that something might happen to her. Meanwhile, the very daughter she worried about was chatting enthusiastically with her gossip system. Gossip, what if I submit a memorial to let second brother and third brother return to the capital early for a reunion? I miss them. Host, maybe that's not a good idea. They are now commanding the northern garrison army. An early return might displease others. Who would be displeased? All the civil and military officials, we all agree. Host, go ahead and submit the memorial. Then we'll see whether Emperor Jingyuan approves it. He should approve it, right? After all, I am now the crown princess attending court on behalf of the crown prince. They only gave me a lowly 6th rank official position, and I didn't complain. Besides, my first memorial shouldn't be rejected outright, and I'm not making any excessive demands. I'll visit the crown prince in the Eastern Palace regularly. Host, you can try. Try it, I shall. All the civil and military officials waited for Shen Mingzhu to submit her memorial. Soon Shen Mingzhu straightened her robes and stepped forward. Your Majesty, your humble servant has a matter to report. Speak, Minister Shen. Your Majesty, the northern frontier is bitterly cold. Every autumn, the barbarians raid during the harvest season. Now that the autumn harvest is over, Counselor Shen Qingzhan and General Ning Yuan Shen Qinglan should return to the capital to prepare winter provisions. I humbly request your majesty to allow them to return early to learn the cultivation of sweet potatoes so that the sweet potatoes grown in my humble household can be donated to the Northern Garrison Army without delay. May the soldiers and commoners of the North soon enjoy a better life. Gossip, did I say that right? I feel like I'm acting out of selfishness. It should be fine, right? Host is the best. All the civil and military officials, Minister Shun was practically saying outright, let my second and third brothers come back to the capital. Our family sweet potatoes are for the Northern Garrison Army. Shen Chongyuan, standing in the front row, had an extremely thick skin. He knew Emperor Jingyuan would grant the request. Approved. Summon Shen Qinglan and Shen Qingzhan back to the capital immediately. La la la, wonderful gossip. I'll get to see my second and third brothers again. When they come back, I'll have them teach Shen Qingba a good lesson. Humph. All the ministers looked at Shen Chongyuan. It seems your fourth son has offended this little menace. At that moment, Shen Qingba, unaware that he had offended anyone, was consoling Shen Jiaojiao in her spring breeze courtyard. Jiaojiao, don't be angry. Seeing you cry like this breaks my fourth brother's heart. Shen Jiaojiao's face was full of grievance, a single crystalline teardrop clinging to her lashes poised to fall, exuding a pitiful charm. Fourth brother, have you all forgotten me now that you have Mingzhu as your sister? After all, she is your real sister. How could that be? Jiaojiao, you are the sister that eldest brother and I personally acknowledged. You hold a special place in our hearts. Don't compare yourself to Mingzhu. Just stay home and be the young lady of the Marquis estate. No one will dare bully you. Your brothers will protect you. Fourth brother, Jiaojiao. Shen Qingba looked at Shen Jiaojiao with great helplessness. Jiaojiao, don't worry too much. Even if you don't trust me and big brother isn't the Xian prince here. He truly loves you. He has already promised that once you enter the Xian prince's residence and bear a child, he will petition to make you his official consort. Shen Jiaojiao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Fourth brother, really? Shen Qingba, seeing Shen Jiaojiao finally happy, smiled and playfully tapped her nose like he used to when they were children. Are you happy now, eh? Shen Jiaojiao gave a coy smile. Fourth brother, I'm happy. I'm really happy. Shen Qingba and Shen Qinghong could guess some of Shen Jiaojiao's thoughts. With the return of the true pearl, she, the fake young lady, felt insecure and naturally wanted to cling to their former family bonds. She and Mingzhu were both betrothed at the same time. One to the crown prince as his future empress, the most honorable woman in the world, while she could only be a secondary consort, essentially a concubine. It naturally made her uncomfortable. But second prince, Yin Yunxuan's love for her was genuine. He had already given his word to him and big brother, and they believed he would keep his promise. For now, they could only let Jiaojiao suffer a little. He sighed. All right, pack up quickly. Fourth brother will take you to Mei Pavilion to buy some delicious pastries. Great. The siblings chatted and laughed as they left the residence. On the other side, in the Golden Throne Hall, Wang Difu quietly whispered a few words into Emperor Jingyuan's ear. Soon the emperor's face darkened. The imperial guards had returned empty-handed. He instinctively looked toward the petite figure by the door. Could it be that even the imperial guards couldn't find it, and his mind's voice was mistaken? But all the previous mind voices had been verified to be true. Emperor Jingyuan fell into deep thought. When will the court session end? My legs are aching. Who farted in front? Shen Mingzhu silently cursed the heavens. She moved closer to the door and finally breathed fresh air. General of Chariots and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou, not me. Not me. Not me. His face was full of denial. He no longer ate radishes now and was especially careful with his diet so that embarrassing incident would never happen again. At that moment, the melon-eating system suddenly became excited. Host, you've earned enough 1000 points. I'm going to upgrade. I'll have even more functions after the upgrade. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Thinking that the system would gain new functions, Shen Mingzhu made a prompt decision. Upgrade. It's finally upgrading. The system was thrilled. It would no longer be the lowest ranked system and would not suffer discrimination from other systems anymore. Guagua is going to stand tall too. Zizifi. Host, I'll be back. Wait for me. Hey. Hey. How unreliable. Not even saying how long it would take to return. Shen Mingzhu was very dissatisfied and simply leaned against the door frame. From then on, all the civil and military officials, including Emperor Jingyuan, could no longer hear Shen Mingzhu's mind voice. Court dismissed. Soon Shen Mingzhu returned to the Hanlin Academy in a carriage, feeling dejected. Inside the imperial study, the ministers were arguing heatedly. Your Majesty, we cannot let Minister Shen send the gold to the northern frontier. Our southwest army is also in dire straits. Your Majesty, rebuilding the dikes also requires a considerable amount of money. Minister of Revenue Shen Chongyuan, Your Majesty, the national treasury is empty. This sum should be returned to the treasury. Moreover, this money was originally embezzled by Vice Minister Xiao from the treasury's allocated funds, so it should be returned intact. Everyone, do you even hear what you're saying? Royal brother, who is my son? Prince An's abrupt words echoed in the imperial study. Royal brother, why don't you go to the Hanlin Academy and take a look? At such a critical moment, his own brother was actually thinking about his son. Grand Scholar Su Huayuan, Prince and you could go to the Hanlin Academy and invite Hanlin reader Zhou Qingxi for a cup of tea. Royal brother, I don't want to go to the Hanlin Academy. Just tell me directly. Su Huayuan, truly a brother-obsessed person. Royal brother, should I acknowledge this new son? Can we be sure he's really my son? Royal brother, what do you think I should do? Royal brother, I don't lack sons. If he's ugly, I won't take him. Emperor Jingyuan. Royal brother, even if the child is ugly, he's still your own. Royal brother, you want me to acknowledge him? The ministers looked at Emperor Jingyuan with sympathy. Royal brother, going to the Hanlin Academy to treat everyone to pastries and tea is nice. Besides, compiler Shen is there too. Thinking of that amazing mind voice, he was extremely curious. It could even upgrade. How impressive. Upon hearing this, Prince and immediately took his people to the Hanlin Academy. He wanted to be the first to see what the upgraded Guagua looked like. Su Huayuan also wanted to leave, but Emperor Jingyuan wouldn't allow it. Minister Shen, after you return to your residence, be sure to communicate well with the crown princess and try to find the location of the golden house. Shen Changyuan wiped his sweat. Yes. Ever since he learned about his daughter's special mind voice, he had been very busy. He had to follow the imperial decree. He kept it from his daughter. He had to raise money, arrange work in the Ministry of Revenue. Oh, the second and third sons were coming back. The household was about to become lively. He really wished he could grow 3 heads and 6 arms. At the Hanlin Academy, Prince and bought all kinds of pastries from Mei Pavilion and tea from Tianyai's, then led a grand procession to inspect the Academy's work. Yes, inspect the work. That was the excuse Prince and had given himself for coming to the Hanlin Academy. Zhou Qingxi looked at the plump man before him, then at himself. Was this his biological father? He sighed, inwardly thankful that he was tall and handsome, presumably taking after his mother. Soon the guard beside Prince and asked, which one is reader Zhou Qingxi? Zhou Qingxi, could it be that he's come to acknowledge kinship? Why is he asking for me as soon as he arrives? The Hanlin Academy officials, seeing Prince and's demeanor, all assumed he had come to acknowledge his son, and that the pastries and tea were to thank them for taking care of Zhou Qingxi all this time. But then the guard glanced at Zhou Qingxi and said, reader Zhou, please distribute the pastries and tea to everyone. This portion is specially prepared by our prince for compiler Shen Mingzhu. With that, he had someone lead the way to Shen Mingzhu's room. Seeing that a mere 6th-rank compiler had a private office and taking in everything inside, Prince and felt a twinge of envy. Compiler Shen, you really know how to live. Slacking off at court and decorating the Hanlin Academy like home. Ding! Upgrade complete. Hearing the notification in her mind, Shen Mingzhu was excited. Guagua, you're back from the upgrade. Host, I'm back. The melon-eating system was thrilled to have returned after the upgrade. Host, take a quick look. Do you like the new functions I've added? Prince N's eyes widened as he stared straight at Shen Mingzhu. She truly hadn't spoken. He had heard her mind voice. On the white interface, a new button had appeared in the system mall labeled Points Details. She tapped it and was stunned. The screen displayed Xie Qinghuan's inner shock points 99, Shen Changyuan's inner shock points 10, Shen Qinghong's shock points 66, Shen Qingba's inner shock mixed with a hint of disgust points 99. Emperor Jingyuan expressed shock, earning 9 points. Minister of Revenue Shen Changyuan expressed his desire to go to the Western Paradise, earning 99 points. Xie Qinghuan expressed deep concern, earning 99 points. To Shen Mingzhu's delight, after the melon-eating system upgraded, it gained a new system space, where time stood still. Items purchased from the system mall could be stored there as could objects from the real world. The initial system space was 100 square meters of growth-type space. If one felt it was too small, they could purchase more space using points. 1 point per square meter, which was quite affordable. Looking at the 8 points in the upper right corner, Shen Mingzhu felt she was back in action again. Guagua, are there any other new features? Host, please explore them yourself. Shen Mingzhu was somewhat dissatisfied. You little waste, can't you just tell me directly? Host, this system does not have that authority. You should research it yourself. Shen Mingzhu did not press further. She felt the upgraded system was more intelligent. Without further ado, she directly purchased a KFC family bucket along with a can cola. Wow, I've finally returned to a decent human life. Smelling the aroma wafting from the room, Prince and wanted to enter even more. Your Highness Prince, and please allow me to inform my young miss first. On either side of Shen Mingzhu's door stood a maid Xiaoyao, and on the other side stood Long Air, formerly of the Dragon Shadow Guards, now renamed Shun Weiming, symbolizing his duty to protect Mingzhu. Long Air could only comply. Prince N paused, slightly recalling Shen Mingzhu's miraculous nature, and nodded. After Prince N and Zhou Qingxi entered, Shen Mingzhu even invited them to share the KFC bucket and cola. Immediately, the KFC fried chicken and cola conquered Prince and Yen Lingfeng. Lord Shen, this is truly delicious. Which restaurant did you buy it from? I will go there in the future. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu smiled and said, Your Highness, our family's chef made it himself. Inner thoughts, I will never tell you I bought it from Guagua's mall. You won't be able to buy it there either. Huh. Prince N. Good heavens, this is too miraculous. One can even buy things at Guagua's place. He lowered his head, contemplating the possibility of buying fried chicken and cola from Shen Mingzhu. Looking at the two people before him, Shen Mingzhu took a sip of cola. Guagua, does Prince and not yet know that Zhou Qingxi is his son? Host Prince and is an obsessive brother lover. He certainly does not know. He will only realize it when Emperor Jingyuan tells him, given his level of intelligence. What? This Zhou Shidu is his son. No wonder academician Su told him to chat with Zhou Shidu. So that is how it is. Who said he did not know who his son was? The Zhou Shidu before him is exactly that. It is said he even ranked second in the imperial examination. Not bad. Truly worthy of my bloodline, his intelligence is indeed high. Rising from the mud, yet unstained, he worked his way all the way to the top 3 scholars. I should arrange a good position for him through my royal brother, so that no one can claim he was only valued because of his father. My son is already impressive on his own. Prince and Yin Lingfeng calculated carefully in his heart. He and Zhou Qingxi left Shen Mingzhu's room and headed to the top floor of Tianxiang Pavilion with his entourage. This was Prince Yin's property, with a private room always reserved on the top floor for him. He needed to have a talk with Zhou Qingxi, his convenient son. Zhou Qingxi was inwardly terrified. He had not yet decided whether to acknowledge his parentage. Watching the two walk away, Shen Mingzhu continued speaking to Guagua. Guagua, give me a melon to eat. Eating fried chicken dry is boring. Host, do you still remember how your eldest brother almost became a cuckold? Hearing this, the entire Hanlin Academy was stunned. What was going on? Immediately, everyone slowed their work, carefully listening to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. Is there more to the story? Yes. Wasn't the last story about her marrying Scholar Qian because she was pregnant? Do you know what Su Ruoxue is doing now? Shen Mingzhu ate a piece of chicken popcorn and smiled. What else could she be doing? She must be digging for wild vegetables. She thought the Qian family could rival the Marquis Manor. Host, you are so clever. Guagua admires you so much. Just wait, there will be more for you to admire. Alright, tell me quickly what she has been up to. Let me see what kind of happy life she ended up with, the kind of family she would rather marry into than remain unmarried. Host, let me tell you, Miss Su's plight is truly miserable. Host, Scholar Qian is not only a freeloader, but also a scoundrel. It turned out he had not only seduced Miss Su, but also other noble daughters. Ever since Su Ruoxue married into the Qian family, she not only had to be filial to her mother-in-law and personally serve her during illness, cleaning her excrement and urine for bidding help, but also had to wash clothes and cook herself. Poor Su Ruoxue, a daughter of a minister, had never used a traditional stove and nearly choked to death. The food she cooked was burnt, and as a result her mother-in-law pushed and beat her until she was bleeding. Shen Mingzhu, this is truly hard to judge. They chose this themselves. Guagua, what about Scholar Qian? In fact, the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law depends on the husband's attitude. If Scholar Qian had spoken up for Su Ruoxue, his mother probably would not have been so excessive. The officials of the Hanlin Academy, yes, what about Scholar Qian? Does he not care for his wife? Host, Scholar Qian is busy studying to prepare for next year's imperial examination. He does not meddle in domestic matters. Moreover, serving one's parents-in-law is the duty of a virtuous daughter-in-law. Sigh. Look at this. Instead of being the future mistress of the Marquis Manor, she insisted on going to the Qian family to clean excrement and wash clothes, only to be beaten until she bled. Tisk being love-brained is detrimental. Everyone being love-brained is detrimental. Since ancient times, the wisdom of parental arrangement and matchmakers' words has proven sound. Shen Mingzhu sighed inwardly. By the way, Guagua, does the Su mansion not know about this? Do they not support Su Ruoxue? After all, she was carefully nurtured since childhood. Sigh. The Su family cut ties with Su Ruoxue on the day she married. She is the disgrace of the Su family. Minister Su directly removed her name from the family genealogy and issued a strict order. The Su mansion has no such daughter. No wonder. Host, that Miss Su has been beaten again. Now even Scholar Qian beats her. Oh, what happened? When Miss Su married into the Qian family, she brought only one personal maid Farong. Last night Scholar Qian forced himself on her. When Su Ruoxue sought justice, she was beaten severely. Already bleeding, she subsequently suffered a miscarriage. One colleague quietly sent a servant to the Qian residence. This is too tragic. Too bloody. I don't want to hear it anymore. Alright, host, let me tell you a sweet story then. Good, I like that. The Hanlin colleagues also became curious. What did a sweet story look like? General Tian Shuizhou apparently learned something new somewhere and became surprisingly gentle in bed, leaving Madame Tian in ecstatic rapture. The crowd, just how ecstatic were they? Curiosity. I want to learn. Really. I never expected a military man like him to become so tender. Oh yes, the Tian couple is now extremely sweet. Madame Tian absolutely loves spending nights with General Tian now, and they've unlocked quite a few new positions together. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu's eyes lit up. If only she could watch videos. This useless system can't even do that. Guagua, tell me in detail. If only we could watch videos, just listening is so boring. The fellow Hanlin academicians nodded repeatedly. Just listening is really boring if only. Does anyone here have a good relationship with General Tian? We could exchange notes. His marital harmony with his wife was quite lacking before. Oh host, how should I put this? General Tian obtained a certain classic of ultimate bliss. Hee, you figure it out right. Guagua, I don't understand. This Guagua now has nothing but filthy thoughts. She's been completely corrupted. She took a huge bite of fried chicken leg, so delicious. Host, tell me whose gossip you want, and I'll spill it. She was currently in the Hanlin Academy, thinking of Su Huayuan beside her, who happened to be absent at the moment. Perfect target. Guagua, tell me about Grand Secretary Su Huayuan. He seems so elegant and refined, like a jade tree in the wind. Su Huayuan walked in and overheard Shen Mingzhu wanting to gossip about him. Moreover, every desk in the Hanlin Academy had a plate of pastries, and everyone's movements were deliberately slow, clearly eavesdropping. Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing Su Huayuan, everyone quickly busied themselves with work. Su Huayuan of coming-of-age years was the top scorer in the Jingyuan 16 examination, overflowing with talent, the youngest Zhuang Yuan during Emperor Jing Yuan's reign to date. Who would have guessed? Grand Secretary Su is quite impressive. Su Huayuan straightened his back, looking at the others with considerable pride. You flatter me. Host, let me tell you, not only is Su Huayuan brilliant and studies, his family background is excellent too. He's the legitimate son of the Duke Zhengong mansion, and also the companion student to Crown Prince Yan Beixian. Don't worry, he's on your side. Shen Mingzhu rolled her eyes inwardly after hearing this. Guagua, watch your language. I am the Crown Prince's appointed consort, destined by Emperor Jingyuan himself. The whole world belongs to the Emperor. Everyone is the sovereign subject, including you and the Crown Prince. The academicians who knew Editor Shun could be so eloquent. Su Huayuan well said. Unintentionally, Shen Mingzhu felt that Su Huayuan had been deliberately placed in the room beside hers as a form of care. Understanding the background, it all made sense now. Probably because the Crown Prince was in a coma, Su Huayuan was quite worried. Recalling she still needed to visit Crown Prince Yan Beixian today, she planned to invite Su Huayuan to accompany her. She believed he would be very willing to go along. Guagua, are you still there? Continue with Grand Secretary Su's gossip. I'm here, host. This Grand Secretary Su has been inseparable from the Crown Prince and Lord Lin since childhood. The three of them were like an iron triangle. When Lord Lin and the Crown Prince went to the border together, Su Huayuan navigated many matters in the court, almost resorting to selling himself. Selling himself. What happened? Hearing this, Su Huayuan shuddered. Such an embarrassing matter must never get out. He strode forward and knocked loudly on the door. Secretary Su, my lord, is currently working. Please do not disturb. Xiao Yao was somewhat displeased. She and Shun Weiming Long Air were still standing there, and he dared to knock, directly interrupting their enthusiasm for gossiping with their miss. I have business with Lord Shun. As expected, Shen Mingzhu inside stopped eating melon seeds, wiped her hands with a wet towel, and opened the door to come out. The academician's Secretary Su is indeed cunning. The moment they were about to gossip about him, he stopped it immediately. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Sensing their gazes, Shen Mingzhu looked back, and everyone immediately bowed their heads to work again. Secretary Su. Lord Shun, there are some documents that need reordering. Everyone has received their copy. This stack belongs to Editor Shun. Shen Mingzhu looked at the thick pile of documents in front of her, her face full of displeasure, but she forced herself to stay composed. Understood. After returning to her room, she tossed the documents aside. Guagua, so annoying. Why do I still have to work? I'm just here for show. Who can help me? Host Zhou Shidu, who accompanied Prince and is diligent and hardworking. You could consider asking him for help. In return, you tell him that Prince An left a jade pendant with him before departing, and the pendant is hidden in a secret compartment under the right side of his mother's bed before she passed away. As an exchange, he helps you with work, and you help him recognize his relatives. The academicians, oh my, they found the token. Zhou Shidu can go recognize his family now. But didn't he go out with Prince An? He should have already recognized his family by now, right? Commoner adoptive father versus royal biological father, which one to choose? Most people would choose their biological father, right? Besides, Prince An shares the same mother as Emperor Jingyuan, and Emperor Jingyuan dotes on this younger brother greatly. Guagua, this is worth considering. By the way, she should go visit the Crown Prince. After that, she'd rush back for lunch and then not miss her beauty sleep. Swish. Shen Mingzhu opened the door of her office and walked smilingly to Su Huayuan's office, knocking on the door. Grand Secretary Su. Lord Shen, what is it? Shen Mingzhu smiled innocently. Grand Secretary Su, I'm planning to visit the Crown Prince. Would you like to go together? I'm not very familiar with the Crown Prince's mansion. I heard you were formerly the Crown Prince's companion student. Could I trouble you to guide me there? She finished speaking and revealed a gentle smile. Agree to me. Agree to me. Agree to me. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner monologue, Su Huayuan smiled. Very well, Lord Shun. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, and then we shall go to the Crown Prince's mansion together. Thank you, Grand Secretary Su. You're truly a good person. Su Huayuan, I thank you too. Soon the two arrived at the Crown Prince's mansion. The mansion's steward, Madame Gui, who was also the Crown Prince's wet nurse, was quite familiar with Su Huayuan. Seeing the two, she smiled and bowed. Secretary Su, Lord Shun. Looking at the middle-aged woman before her, Shen Mingzhu slightly frowned. Su Huayuan greeted warmly. Madame Gui, how have you been recently? Well, thank you for your concern, Secretary Su. The group chatted as they walked toward the courtyard where Crown Prince Yin Beixin resided. Secretary Su Lord Shen the Crown Prince has been recuperating in Mashuan Courtyard ever since returning to the capital. Let's go in and take a look. Madame Gui, you may attend to your other duties. Su Huayuan asked the others to leave, saying he and Shen Mingzhu would enter together. In truth, he also had his own private motives, to see if Shen Mingzhu could find a way to awaken Crown Prince Yin Beixin quickly. Looking at the Crown Prince Yin Beixuan, who was somewhat thin due to his coma, yet still exceptionally handsome, Shen Mingzhu was quite satisfied. Oh, Guagua, the Crown Prince is so handsome. He's about 188 centimeters tall, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Though he's currently in a vegetative state, one can tell he's majestic and elegant. He truly deserves the description, as gentle as jade, as rare as a prince in the world. Truly the most beautiful, strong, and tragic. Great, very good. Guagua, I want to have his babies. Oh, we must nurture and support the Xie family army. When the capital falls into chaos, take the children to the northern frontier. If Crown Prince Yin Beixin wins, they will return to enjoy the realm. If he loses, they will lead troops back to purge the court, slay the treacherous, and continue to enjoy the realm. Shen Mingzhu felt delighted just thinking about it. Her future life would be so simple and unadorned. Watching Shen Mingzhu cover her mouth with a light laugh, Su Huayuan softly called out to her. Minister Shen. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Mingzhu coughed a few times, then smiled and nodded. The Crown Prince is in good health. He's quite well. Su Huayuan looked at her expression and said with a smile, indeed, the Crown Prince is wise and just a worthy ruler. It's a pity he can only lie here now. How wonderful it would be if he could wake up. Guagua, how many points for a recovery pill? Host, the system is upgrading and the mall is having a promotion. The original price of a recovery pill is 1,000 points, but now only 1,000 points. Such a great deal. Upon hearing that there was indeed a pill that could awaken the Crown Prince, Su Huayuan's eyes instantly lit up. He stared at Shen Mingzhu with burning anticipation, hoping she would quickly spend points to buy a recovery pill for the Crown Prince. Shen Mingzhu heard that the system mall was having a promotion and immediately opened the mall to browse. Limited time 90 off sale. Recovery pill, 1,000 points each. Beauty pill, 1,000 points each. Wind speed boots, 1,000 points each. Spirit spring water, 100 points per bottle. Fertility pill, 100 points per bottle. Moon shadow phoenix feather cloak, 1,000 points each. There were so many good things inside. Shen Mingzhu needed everything and wanted everything. Guagua, how long will the promotion last? Host, the promotion lasts until midnight tonight. After midnight it's over. There was still time. She needed to eat more melons to earn more points, so she could buy more things. Su Huayuan listened to Shen Mingzhu's internal conversation and was nearly kneeling to beg her to buy a pill for the Crown Prince. Doesn't she like the Crown Prince? Isn't she dying to have his babies? How can he not wake up? Seeing Shen Mingzhu's excited expression, he felt slightly relieved. Finally, he took a few more glances at the Crown Prince's handsome face. Drool. So handsome. A beautiful man. He'll be hers from now on. Under Su Huayuan's shocked gaze, Shen Mingzhu boldly stepped forward and touched the Crown Prince's face, then groped his abs several times through the clothes. Oh, he really has 8-pack abs. Guagua, this is a top-tier specimen. Host, mind your behavior. There are other people around. Su Huayuan felt a bit awkward. He didn't know whether he should stop her or not. Su Huayuan's inner monologue, Your Highness, I see nothing. At this moment, Crown Prince Yin Beixin was shocked and furious. He was just unconscious, not dead. Where did this lecture come from? What crown princess? What having babies? How audacious. Which noble lady is so uninhibited? And that Su Huayuan just standing there watching. What use is he? And what about the entire Crown Prince's residence? Are they all dead? He was being molested. Oh, he was about to be angered awake. After calming down a bit, he heard about the mall and buying things. He was very curious. What are they buying? Could there really be spirits in this world? He was so anxious. He wanted to wake up immediately and find out everything. But no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Soon Su Huayuan led Shen Mingzhu back to the Hanlin Academy. Seeing the two return, the Hanlin scholars all cast sidelong glances at them, their ears perked up, waiting to hear the gossip. They suddenly felt that eating melons while working seemed quite pleasant. At this moment, Zhou Qingxi also returned. As soon as he came back, he was warmly welcomed by all his colleagues. Zhou Qingxi thought they were being so enthusiastic because they knew he was the son of Princeton, but instead they all told him that the recognition jade was under the right side of his mother's bed and he should go find it. Zhou Qingxi. Reader Zhou, you must go home and check. Was it real or fake? I understand. He was still troubled by his recent meeting with Princeton. Sigh. Watching the instigator go back into the room and soon emerge with a stack of documents, handing them to him, Zhou Qingxi was very puzzled. Lord Zhou, please help. Zhou Qingxi's eyes were full of the question, why should he help? Lord Zhou, I can tell you a secret. Agree. At this moment, all the colleagues in the Hanlin Academy were staring at him. He closed his eyes and nodded. All right, compiler Shen, I'll do it. Don't worry. I knew it, Reader Zhou, you're such a good person. Another good person card was handed out by Shen Mingzhu. Then the two went to a secluded corner. Shen Mingzhu mysteriously said, "Reader Zhou, under the right side of your mother's bed is what you're looking for. Congratulations. Gaining a new father. Zhou Qingzi. Thank you, compiler Shen. No problem, no problem. It was just a small favor." After saying that, she happily returned to her own room, waiting for her mother to bring lunch. Thinking that her mother would come soon, Shen Mingzhu planned to buy a beauty pill for her. Ever since she was found 3 years ago, her mother had been very good to her, taking care of her in every way, giving her the preferential treatment and indulgence befitting the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's mansion. As for the recovery pill, she wanted to buy it for her maternal grandfather, old General Xie, who had been stationed in the northern frontier fighting bloody battles for years. He had many chronic ailments and hidden injuries. The pill could not only save his life, but also repair his internal wounds. Her second and third brothers were also very good to her, so she wanted to buy gifts for them too. She glanced at the points in the upper right corner of her system, 10090 points. She also wanted to buy cotton seeds, sweet potato seedlings, potatoes, and such. The points were still too few. Just as Shen Mingzhu was pondering how to maximize her points, her mother Xie Qinghuan arrived with a food box. Seeing Madame Shen, everyone rose to bow and greet her. Madame Shen was now a titled lady with rank. She smiled and greeted everyone. "I ask everyone to take good care of my Mingzhu." Hearing her mother's voice, Shen Mingzhu quickly got up and opened the door. "Mother," Madame Shen looked at her and scolded with a smile. "You're grown up now, still so hasty. You're a government official now. Be more composed." "I know, mother." Soon the mother and daughter entered the room to chat. Not hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Madame Shen smiled and nodded. She was terrified that Mingzhu's inner thoughts would bring disaster upon them. At noon, the entire household fell silent, as though Shen Mingzhu's inner voice had vanished. From within her room, laughter occasionally drifted out, making it clear that mother and daughter were enjoying a joyful conversation. "Mingzhu, focus on your work, and tonight your mother will stew a mountain ginseng chicken for you to nourish your health." "Mother." "All right, I'll be heading back now. If you need anything, just send Xiaoyao back to inform me." "I understand." The moment her mother departed, Shen Mingzhu collapsed onto her bed. "Sigh. Why is there no remote work in ancient times? If there were, I could work from home and spend every day cuddling with my beautiful mother." Su Huayuan. "Host, that's simply impossible. I'm just daydreaming." "Hey Guagua, why don't you share a juicy piece of gossip before I sleep?" "Host, someone has sent a beautiful woman to your father." "What? Who's so wicked? Did my father accept her?" The crowd, their flattery has backfired horribly. Which official is in for it now? "Host, your father is currently dining and drinking at the Tianxiang Pavilion." "Guagua, he's drinking during official hours." "Host, your father has an excellent tolerance for alcohol. A little drink now and then is harmless. It's not like he's completely intoxicated. How dare someone covet her father?" Shen Mingzhu was furious. She flung open the door and strode toward the Tianxiang Pavilion with Xiaoyao and her guards in tow. Su Huayuan watched Shen Mingzhu storm out of the Hanlin Academy and followed closely behind. He was merely concerned for his colleague after all. When he stepped outside, the rest of his colleagues from the Hanlin Academy filed out one after another. And so it was that Shen Mingzhu marched proudly at the front, followed by Su Huayuan and his personal attendant, with the Academy scholars trailing behind. The procession was quite conspicuous on the streets. The Tianxiang Pavilion was bustling with patrons today. When the attendant saw Shen Mingzhu enter, he greeted her enthusiastically. "Young master, will you be seated in the main hall, or are you meeting someone?" Shen Mingzhu smiled and replied, "Waiter, I have an appointment with Marquis Shinshan Yuan. Please lead me upstairs." "Very well." The delighted attendant led Shen Mingzhu upstairs. When they reached the private room, Xiaoyao handed him a small piece of silver. The attendant beamed with joy and hurried back downstairs. What a fortune! That silver would cover 2 months of his wages. "Humph. Let me see which impertinent fool dares send someone to my father." Shen Changyuan's expression shifted upon hearing the commotion. He knew trouble was brewing. His daughter had arrived. Su Qingshan also perked up at the ruckus, a plan forming in his mind. He hadn't expected her to find out so soon. That Guagua was indeed remarkable. "Father Mingzhu is here. Aren't you happy?" Shen Changyuan glanced at Su Qingshan and said with a chuckle, "Brother Su, forgive me. I didn't expect my daughter to turn up here at the Tianxiang Pavilion." "Minister Su." Shen Mingzhu bowed respectfully. Su Qingshan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Since you're here, it must be fate. Come Mingzhu, sit with us and share a meal." Eyeing the two beauties at the table, Shen Mingzhu promptly plopped herself down beside her father, shoving one of the women out of the way. "Oh, I must resolutely protect my daddy and not let him be tainted by these wicked women." Shen Changyuan's face flushed slightly red. What nonsense was this child talking about? Su Qingshan smiled knowingly, but said nothing. When Su Huayuan and his party arrived, the proprietor was even more delighted to see the entire cohort of Hanlin scholars. "Grand Scholar Su, are all the Academy scholars dining here today? Indeed, we'd appreciate a private room if you have one available." Seeming to recall something, Su Huayuan smiled and pulled the proprietor aside, whispering, "Manager Wang, please put us in the room right next to Marquis Shan's." Manager Wang's face lit up immediately. "Grand Scholar Su, we happen to have a room available." Please follow me upstairs. Excellent. With that he led the group upstairs. Once seated, Su Huayuan and his colleagues casually ordered a few dishes and sat in silence. Su Huayuan glanced at his companions, his eyes conveying a clear message. We'll discuss this later. Guagua, look into this. What does Su Qingshan want with my father? What's their connection? One is the Minister of Revenue, the other the Minister of Rights. One is a marquis, the other from the family of an imperial consort. They seem to have nothing in common. The Hanlin scholars chimed in silently. Exactly. Well said. Shen Changyuan sighed, inwardly realizing his daughter still had much to learn. The 6 ministries were interconnected. Though they occasionally clashed, they all served the great Yin dynasty. One never knew when they might need a favor from another ministry. And so there were no eternal enemies. With his granddaughter Jiao Jiao betrothed to second prince, Yin Yunshuan, Su Qingshan naturally had to plan ahead for his family's interests. Today was a banquet with ulterior motives. Host Minister Su is here to extend an olive branch to your father. After all, the two families will soon be connected by marriage. Thinking of Shen Jiao at home, Shen Mingzhu felt a surge of irritation. Between the court sessions and the gossip, she barely paid attention to the female lead Shen Jiao. Why has Shen Jiao caused any trouble these past 2 days? Host, no, not at all. She did visit Hugua Temple once and found a century-old wild ginseng in the hills behind it. This afternoon she'll save a beggar who will later become a formidable general, one of her most loyal supporters. Shen Mingzhu. Why you call that nothing? In just 2 short days she's managed to stir up all this. Su Qingshan had been displeased when second prince Yin Yunxian broke off his engagement with Shen Mingzhu and then sought Shen Jiao's hand instead. But upon hearing of Shen Jiao's fortune, much of his dissatisfaction dissipated. Shen Changyuan was equally astonished. A century-old wild ginseng he could overlook, but a future general. That was a pillar of the state. He hadn't expected this. Host, the beggar is still at Hugua Temple right now. Why should I slip away right now and head to Hugua Temple to snatch him first? Host, that's definitely an option. With that, Shen Mingzhu rose to her feet, ready to leave. Miss Shen, where are you off to in such a hurry? Oh, nothing. I just remembered I have some unfinished business at the Hanlin Academy. I should go attend to it. Now, no need to rush. Surely whatever business you have can wait until after you've eaten. Gazing at Su Qingshan's smiling face, Shen Mingzhu cursed him 100 times in her heart. After a moment's thought, she stepped out, summoned Shen Weiming, and whispered a few instructions before returning to the private room with a smile. Fine, if she couldn't go herself, she'd send Long Air instead. Let's see who could outmaneuver him. Meanwhile, Su Qingshan also dispatched his orders. In no time a stream of people were making their way toward Hugua Temple outside the city walls. A fierce competition for the beggar was about to unfold. Shen Changyuan sipped his wine with a knowing smile. By now the emperor should have received word as well. Let's see who will emerge victorious. Su Huayuan was growing anxious too. He had already sent his guards to the chancellor's mansion, urging the empress's family to join the hunt for the beggar. The Hanlin scholars spent the entire meal lost in thought. Good heavens! A century-old wild ginseng was that easy to find. And saving a beggar makes him a general. It all sounded like something out of a fairy tale. The scholars exchanged glances among themselves, then lowered their heads and picked up another bite with their chopsticks. Throughout the afternoon, Su Qingshan regaled the Shun father-daughter duo with tales of the past and amusing anecdotes, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. As the hour grew late, the three finally rose from the Tianxiang pavilion and took their leave. The moment she stepped out of Tianxiang restaurant, Shen Mingzhu tugged at her father's sleeve, coaxing him playfully. Father, I suddenly feel like going to Hugua Temple to offer incense and pray for our family's blessings. Why don't we make a trip together? Shen Changyuan looked at his daughter's expectant face and nodded with a smile, agreeing readily. All right, let's bring plenty of guards and hurry on our way. His suggestion was exactly what Shen Mingzhu wanted to hear. Delighted, she boarded the carriage, and they sped off toward the temple outside the city walls. A group of Hanlin scholars emerged from the tavern. Academician Su, shall we still go? Su Huayuan glanced at the crowd and said with a grave expression, all of you return to your duties at once. With that, he mounted his horse and, accompanied by his personal attendant and guards, galloped straight toward Hugua Temple. The remaining scholars stood in stunned silence, speechless at his blatant abandonment. Su Huayuan paid no heed to what his colleagues might think. He had but one desire, to lay eyes on the future warrior of renown at Hugua Temple. Throughout the afternoon, throngs of people streamed toward the city outskirts, causing the gate guards to wonder whether some fugitive had escaped and a pursuit was underway. At the foot of Hugua Temple's mountain, a filthy beggar in tattered rags knelt silently with a broken bowl in hand. Unlike other beggars, he never uttered a word of plea. He simply remained prostrate, motionless. Kind-hearted passers-by would occasionally toss a copper or two into his bowl, yet he never touched the coins. But should any neighboring beggar dare to snatch them, they would receive a sound thrashing. Just then, a lavishly dressed young man found himself inexplicably irritated by the beggar's demeanor, especially his air of detached aloofness. He had even tossed him silver, yet the wretch hadn't kowtowed in gratitude. Hey, you filthy beggar. I gave you silver. Why aren't you kowtowing on your knees? The beggar remained utterly unmoved. Hey, you filthy beggar. Are you deaf-mute, or just a block of wood? With that he kicked a stone at his feet, sending it flying straight into the beggar's body. Still the beggar showed no reaction whatsoever. Infuriating. Hey! Finally the young master ordered his servants to charge forward and beat the man until his face was swollen and bruised, collapsing to the ground. Ha! Damn beggar. You had it coming. The beggar lay motionless on the ground. Passing pedestrians shook their heads at the sight, yet no one stepped forward to help. Soon Emperor Jingyuan's men arrived on the scene. Several beggars were scattered about, and none could tell which one was the target. If uncertain, they would simply take them all. Hot on their heels came the retinues of the Su Lin and Shun households. Yet upon arrival all they found was a pool of blood. Search. Immediately the group fanned out across the mountain's base, scouring the area. Any beggar they encountered was seized without exception. What's going on? Are beggars not allowed at the foot of Hugua Temple? Isn't Hugua Temple known for its charity porridge? That's why these beggars would occasionally come to try their luck. Then what's happening today? Many onlookers murmured among themselves in confusion. Up on the mountain, Shun Jiaojiao's heart suddenly clenched with a sharp pang. Miss, what's the matter? Shall I fetch a physician? Shun Jiaojiao waved her hand dismissively, feeling as though something profoundly precious was slipping away from her grasp. No need, Xiao Tao. I just need to rest for a moment. Xiao Tao looked at her mistress with deep concern and whispered softly, Miss, you've suffered so much injustice. Injustice? What injustice? I was never truly the Marquis's daughter to begin with. I'm already deeply grateful that father and mother have allowed me to remain in the Marquis's household. Miss. Enough. Shun Jiaojiao patted Xiao Tao's hand with graceful composure, then retreated to the rear chamber to rest. The moment she left, many of the worshippers began to sigh with sympathy. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. That young lady Jiaojiao must have endured no small amount of hardship. Alas! Such is the cruelty of fate. Indeed, had she been a true daughter of the Marquis's household with her mastery of the 4 arts, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she surely would have been made a prince's consort. But now she can only settle for the position of a secondary consort. The second prince is a man of virtue. Word has it he argued fiercely before his majesty just to secure that secondary consort position for her. How devoted and righteous. To all of this Shen Jiaojiao merely smiled faintly and said not a single word. Elsewhere Shen Mingzhu arrived in a flurry only to find nothing whatsoever. Apparently someone else had already taken away the poor wretch in need of saving. It turned out that Qin Zhao, Lord Qin, the trusted aide of Emperor Jingyuan, had been the one to rescue the unfortunate soul. Very well then. Shen Chongyuan, seeing his daughter's crestfallen expression, chuckled softly. Now then, let us go offer our incense. Yes, father. Having claimed they came to worship. Even if the excuse had been improvised, they were committed to playing their roles to the fullest. Shen Mingzhu followed Shen Chongyuan up the mountain path. Her spirits lifted at the thought of the 100-year-old wild ginseng that had yet to be dug up. A century-old ginseng of that caliber would surely fetch a handsome sum. Indeed, the ginseng could save lives, and thus would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. Revived by the prospect, Shen Mingzhu quickened her pace, hurrying up the mountain with renewed vigor. Father, hurry. There's something important we need to attend to. All right. Mingzhu, knowing full well that his daughter was rushing to dig up that century-old ginseng, he too grew anxious, wishing he could sprout wings and fly straight up the mountain. Su Huayuan, trailing behind, overheard Shen Mingzhu's intention to dig up a century-old wild ginseng. He wanted to go too. In all his years, he had never personally excavated a century-old ginseng. He yearned to dig for it. Shen Mingzhu and Shen Chongyuan offered their incense at the temple and even made a generous donation of oil money. Then father and daughter proceeded to the rear mountain. Gazing at the dense lush forest before them, Shen Chongyuan asked tentatively, My daughter, must we truly venture into the rear mountain? This season there are plenty of wild beast snakes and insects about. Father, there's nothing to worry about. Trust me. She procured some snake repellent and prepared accordingly. In no time Shen Mingzhu had bound her trouser legs tightly, applied a bottle of repellent over her clothing, and looked up at her father. Father, tie your trouser legs too. That way no snakes or insects can crawl up from your feet. This is insect repellent, apply it right away, and then we set off. Eager to reach the century-old ginseng, she consulted the map that appeared before her eyes. Seeing the route, Shen Mingzhu was filled with joy. As she walked, she hummed a cheerful tune to herself, thinking of the ginseng she was about to harvest. A little ginseng picker wandering through the forest, climbing the hills, gathering the finest roots. Seeing his daughter in such high spirits, Shen Chongyuan felt his own mood lighten, and his steps quickened accordingly. As they drew closer to the location of the century-old ginseng, Shen Mingzhu grew increasingly cautious. Father, be careful. You be careful too, my girl. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A massive serpent as thick as an adult's arm appeared before them. Soon the guard stepped forward, ready to slay the serpent. Hiss, hiss. Sensing the threat to its life, the serpent slithered forward slowly, ready to kill these detestable humans. They must be coveting its treasure. Those who covet its treasure deserve death. Oh. At this moment Shen Mingzhu was speechless. Why had this never happened when Shun Jiaojiao dug up the century-old wild ginseng? Could it be that only Shun Jiaojiao could receive good fortune? She refused to believe it. Whoever slays the serpent shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, 2 bolts of cloth, and 10 dough of grain. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up as they looked at the serpent. Charge! Soon both sides were locked in fierce battle. Mingzhu, stay behind me, come to your father's side. At the critical moment, this old man was still reliable. Shen Mingzhu silently gave him a thumbs up in her heart. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades rang incessantly. Several surrounding trees had fallen. In the end, the Marquis's guards emerged victorious. Looking at the wounded guards, Shun Changyuan stepped forward and said, when we return, everyone shall be rewarded. Thank you, Marquis. Soon Shen Mingzhu stepped forward to search, and finally spotted the red fruit beneath a large tree. Father, look. Ginseng. Ha ha ha, my child is truly fortunate. Shen Changyuan stroked his beard and said with a chuckle. Soon Shen Mingzhu personally tied a red string around the century-old ginseng and began to dig it out carefully, afraid of breaking even a single hair-like root. Seeing the wild ginseng that resembled a baby, Shen Changyuan was overjoyed. After Su Huayuan ascended the mountain, he looked at the scene before him. Alas! I'm too late. Too late indeed. Minister Su, you've also come to Hugua Temple. Yes, I came to pay my respects. I didn't expect Compiler Shen to be so fortunate. Watching the serpent being carried away by the Marquis's guards, everyone was astounded. Then the group set off in a grand procession back to the Marquis's mansion. Father, sister, Jiao, come, let's go home together. Since they had met, they would naturally return together. Shen Mingzhu's clothes were now somewhat disheveled, even a bit bedraggled. Shen Jiao looked at her and asked in a low voice, Sister, what were you doing to end up like this? This is unbecoming of the Marquis's dignity. Before Shen Mingzhu could speak, Shen Changyuan stepped forward and said, Jiao, there's a reason for this. We must hurry back or the city gates will close. Shen Jiao looked at Shen Changyuan with a hurt expression. Shen Changyuan slapped his forehead and said, Quick, get on the carriage. We need to set off now. Guagua, that Shen Jiao really knows how to put on a show. She's as fake as Biluakan tea, so pretentious. Host, she's had heartache twice this afternoon. She's probably feeling anxious right now. Why was Shen Jiao anxious? Glancing at the wild ginseng in Shen Mingzhu's arms, then toward the direction of the imperial palace, Shen Changyuan and Su Huayuan exchanged a look, both remaining silent. Guagua, quick, show me some juicy gossip. Hearing that there was gossip to enjoy, Su Huayuan's eyes lit up. It wasn't a wasted trip. Host, the one who bullied the beggar this afternoon is the illegitimate son of Minister Su. He came today to meet his lover in secret, and since it was a sacred Buddhist site, he could only soothe her with words. Frustrated, he beat the beggar until his head was bleeding. What a shameless man. Su Huayuan, a shameless scoundrel. Shen Changyuan, why is it the Su family again? Minister Su, you must hold on. Host, that's not the gossip I wanted to reveal. What I want to say is that this illegitimate son of the Su family is not actually Minister Su's biological child. Surprised. Unexpected. Very surprised. Very unexpected. But for Minister Su, this is shocking. He's been cuckolded. Being the Minister of Rites, he'll probably be furious. It's indeed possible. The Minister of Rites is the official in charge of court ceremonies, sacrifices, banquets, academies, imperial examinations, and foreign affairs. Yet something like this happened in his own house. What a slap in the face. Moreover, Minister Su Qingshan values face above all else. He even cast out his own granddaughter without a care for her life to preserve his reputation. Alas. Guagua, what's the story? Spill the details. Host, to be precise, it's Minister Su's younger brother. What? That's explosive. Guagua, no way. No way. What exactly happened? Tell me everything. So on a dark and windy night, the old master of the Su family, the minister's father, tipsy with joy, ran into the sobbing concubine Wan. She had hoped the old master would right her wrongs, but instead he took her right then and there. The next morning, both knew an irreversible mistake had been made, so they kept their lips sealed. Later, the old lady had a deep talk with Minister Su, and afterwards he frequently stayed overnight in concubine Wan's courtyard. Before long, she became pregnant and eventually gave birth to the illegitimate son Su Mingli, the same wastrel who kicked the beggar this afternoon. That's astonishing. Guagua, does the old master know? Does Minister Su know? Host, the old master of the Su family passed away many years ago. How could concubine Wan let him know? He always assumed it was his son Minister Su's child. As for Minister Su, he knows even less. If he did, the Su household would be in chaos. Shen Mingzhu indeed. The father cuckolded his own son. Who could bear that? Shen Changyuan and Su Huayuan exchanged a glance, then silently turned to look out the window. Guagua, will Minister Su ever learn this secret in his lifetime? Host, Minister Su is about to learn it very soon. Wow, that fast. Shen Changyuan, as long as Mingzhu knows, it won't be a secret for long. Su Huayuan, how tragic. What should I do from now on? Su Mingli sat dejectedly on his horse, feeling as if he were dreaming. He was the son of the Minister of Rites, not the son of the deceased grandfather of the household. Right? He had to find his mother and ask for the truth. He refused to believe such nonsense. Shen Mingzhu, get out here. Su Mingli, have you lost your mind? Attacking a court official in the street. Do you have a death wish? I'll have you know I am the crown princess. Shut your mouth. Shen Weiming, if he doesn't shut up, slap his mouth directly. Yes, Officer Shen. Humph. Shen Mingzhu snorted lightly, sat in the carriage, picked up a pastry, and began to eat. Father Minister Su, try this date flour pastry. It's delicious. If it's good, eat more. Shen Changyuan looked at his daughter with affectionate indulgence. Her earlier revelation would surely soon reach Su Qingshan's ears. Where had it gone wrong? Concubine 1 was extremely panicked. Soon her panic became reality. Lady Su stormed into her courtyard with a bowl of medicine. My lady, you seductress, drink this. Only the dead could keep a secret. After a bowl of medicine was forced down Concubine 1 slowly stopped breathing. Lady Su looked at her corpse and said, you deserved it. Su Mingli never got to see his mother one last time. The Su family would never allow any scandal to break out. On this point, Minister Su and Lady Su were in complete agreement, united against the outside world. As for Su Mingli, after all, he was his own younger brother. Although Minister Su felt displeased, he still had Lady Su arrange an early betrothal for him, planning to separate him and let him seek his own livelihood after the wedding. He was already merciful for not killing him. At the Chongping Marquis Manor during the evening meal, the whole family sat together in neat order. Shen Changyuan was very happy today. He had gone out to dig ginseng with his daughter. My lady, you have no idea. When we saw that wild ginseng, a huge serpent suddenly appeared. I immediately shielded Mingzhu behind me and prepared to fight the serpent for 800 rounds. Blah blah blah. Shen Qinghong, his father sure can brag. Shen Qingba, understandable. Shen Zhaozhao watched her father's proud expression, clenched her fists until her nails dug into her palms, drawing faint traces of blood. The Marquis is truly formidable. Lady Shen applauded heartily, praising Shen Changyuan at the right moment, which made him very pleased. Turning to look at Shen Mingzhu, she smiled and said, our Mingzhu is also amazing. Shen Mingzhu smiled sweetly at her mother. Throughout the evening, Shen Mingzhu spoke very little, and even her inner voice was not active. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba exchanged a glance, both asking with their eyes what's going on. Word had it that the residence of Minister Su of the Ministry of Rights was in turmoil again. Watching the composed Shen Mingzhu, both silently ate their meal without speaking. After dinner, Shen Mingzhu hurried back to her courtyard. She was ready to do some serious shopping. Hee, I am a little fairy, la 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 la. Busy from morning to night, I never feel tired because I am a little fairy. Shen Qinghong, what the heck? Shen Qingba. Shen Mingzhu first added recovery pills X2, beauty pills, wind boots X2, and moon shadow phoenix feather cloak to her shopping cart. Suddenly she saw that the System Mall had just listed a pet cat. It was pure white, soft and fluffy, with a faint golden glow at the tips of its fur. The cat's appearance was super cute, melting Shen Mingzhu's heart. Rubbing her hands, she suddenly wanted to rue it. Seeing that the big cat would become extremely combat-ready and fiercely protective of its master when grown, she felt that as the female lead's foil, it was absolutely necessary to buy it. Then Shen Mingzhu also added it to the shopping cart. After browsing around, she saw strength pills, protective spirit, jade universal antidote pills, and so on, and added them all to the cart. Looking at the points in the upper right corner, she had 15600 points, and kept calculating how to buy things most cost-effectively. All evening Shen Mingzhu browsed the System Mall, when suddenly a bright idea struck her. Wawa, can I borrow some points? Host, no. Wawa, let's discuss it. Don't be so stingy. We are a generous system. You don't want other systems to look down on you, do you? The melon-eating system had finally escaped its millennium-long bottom ranking and was thrilled. Stung by Shen Mingzhu's remark, it immediately retorted. Host, what are you talking about? I am the most powerful system in the system world. Oh, what's a little loan of points? And if you buy a lot, there will be free gifts. Shen Mingzhu's eyes lit up. Oh my god. The System Mall was like a Tao Duo a pawn on e-commerce. But for her it was a good thing. Wow. System, you are amazing. I am so lucky to be bound to you. Of course the host is a lucky one. This system is just that awesome. After saying that, it flashed smugly. Then Guagua, lend me 0 points first. Host. A crackling sound echoed in Shen Mingzhu's mind. Host, can you even count how many zeros are behind that? Guagua, don't be stingy. It's not like I won't pay you back. At worst, from now on I'll eat melons every day, eat melons hard, and work hard to repay the points, okay? Melon eating system. It felt like it was about to smoke from anger. Shen Mingzhu aimed for the highest, get the middle, aim for the middle, get the lowest. The two sides still had to negotiate. Naturally, she had to ask for more first. Host, I really underestimated you. You really are asking for a huge amount. Guagua, don't say that. As the number one system, I, the host, must also be the first person to borrow points. That way I can match you better. Otherwise it would be embarrassing to tell others. The system was completely dizzy from Shen Mingzhu's words. This host of his seemed to be thinking for him everywhere, but somehow everything felt off. Host, you are borrowing too much. At least you need to remove 2 zeros. Shen Mingzhu thought 1,000 points already seemed quite a lot. It could buy a lot of things. Besides, she only had 15600 points now. Although in her heart, she felt it was enough, on the surface, she still showed reluctance. Wawa, that's too little. I can't buy many things. There are so many things I want up there. Just now she had seen that there was even the Queen Mother's peach of immortality, and she really wanted to taste it. Whoa. And she wanted to taste the spirit fruits and spirit rice from the cultivation world. Beauty nourishing pills, skin retention pills, she wanted them all. There were also beautiful magical robes and skirts, protective hairpins. All wonderful things. Ahhh, not enough points. What Lady Shen and the others in the adjacent courtyard heard was a cacophony of wailing and howling from Shen Mingzhu's heart. Not knowing what she was doing, they sent a maid to ask, but she said it was nothing. Finally Shen Qinghong stood up. Father, mother, fourth brother, I have a headache. I'll go back first. Shen Qingba then stood up as well. Father, mother, I'll go with eldest brother. Then you two rest early. They bowed and then left directly. After listening all evening to their father's heroic story of killing a snake and digging a century-old wild ginseng plus Shen Mingzhu's inner voice, they were somewhat exhausted. Shen Changyuan paid them no mind. He would tell his colleagues about the day's adventure tomorrow. Shen Mingzhu absolutely never expected that her father had such an adorable side. The next day before dawn, Shen Mingzhu began her court attendance routine again. Sleepily she got into the carriage and followed her father into the palace. Last night before midnight, Shen Mingzhu directly borrowed 1 points and bought a bunch of things. Pet cat buy, recovery pills, universal antidote pills, strength pills, skin retention pills, beauty nourishing pills. Buy. Protective spirit jade, protective hairpin, cultivators robe, spirit fruits, spirit rice, spirit meals. Buy. Queen Mother's immortal peach, celestial spirit wine, spirit spring. Buy. Wind boots, spirit artifact, red tasseled spear, spirit sword. Buy. Exhilarated, Shen Mingzhu shopped until 3 in the morning before falling asleep. This morning she simply couldn't wake up. As for Shen Changyuan, after parting with his sons last night, he remembered he still had to write a memorial, so he went straight to the study. Sure enough, today both father and daughter were dead tired but had to force themselves to attend court. Shen Changyuan was fine, he was used to it. Shen Mingzhu simply couldn't accept it. In her past life, she was a beast of burden. In this life, she was a marquis's daughter, yet she still had to get up early to work like a beast of burden. She refused to accept it. Recalling that she was attending the morning court in her husband's stead, she had spent lavishly last night on a bottle of recovery pills. Considering that the Crown Prince Yan Beichin was her fiancé, she decided to let him wake up early and come to court herself. Then she wouldn't have to attend court in his place. Shen Mingzhu's thoughts were very optimistic. As for reality, it was certainly harsh. Only she didn't know that yet. Minister Su, what a pleasure. Prime Minister Lin, good health to you. Oh, Minister Shun has arrived too. Haha, Minister Su, I've come, my friend. How was your household yesterday? Su Qingshan cursed Shen Changyuan inwardly to death, yet his face remained beaming. Not at all, everyone knows the situation in my household. Everything is fine. That's good to hear. Thinking of his daughter's inner thoughts, he had heard yesterday Shen Changyuan couldn't bear to attack Minister Su too much. The ministers began their pleasantries. The main topic was Shen Changyuan recounting his experience at the rear mountain of Hewu Temple. As for the giant serpent, the Marquis guards had carried it into the city with great pomp, and the commoners had seen it. In the evening they made snake soup for the guards. When the time was almost right, the ministers entered the palace and Shen Mingzhu was called down from the carriage. Mingzhu, be careful today, understand? I understand, father. Soon Shen Mingzhu found another spot to stand at the back. She was so sleepy. So sleepy, I'm so sleepy. Guagua, spill a piece of gossip to perk me up. Host, enjoy your gossip, I'm still waiting for you to repay the loan. Mom. I know. Just spill the gossip already. Loan? What kind of loan was that? The entire court was very curious. Could it be a new type of currency? But Compiler Shin was about to drop some gossip, and they all waited eagerly. Host, the dike built by Vice Minister Xiao Jingjia has collapsed, and now the people downstream in Jiangnan are displaced. Local officials are covering it up to protect their own achievements. Alas, how pitiful. The refugees almost reached the capital, but most were killed. Alas, how many more commoners must suffer because of this scourge. Indeed, when the emperor and ministers select unworthy officials, the people suffer. Look, there are still those hiding the truth. The dike has collapsed, so what can be done? Can it be left unattended forever? Alas, the entire court fell silent. No one dared to look up at Emperor Jingyuan's face. They had come happily to court only to be met with such a heavy topic. Guagua, maybe I could mention it to my father and have him find a way to inform Emperor Jingyuan. But wouldn't that antagonize the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Civil Personnel? Host, probably not. Your father is doing a good deed. Hopefully. I hope those two ministers are magnanimous people. Minister of Civil Personnel, my magnanimity is like the mighty river, endless and vast. Minister of Works, I am on good terms with Minister Shun. I won't hold this against him, but rather thank him. Imperial Censor Wang. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Speak. I report to your Majesty that the Jiangnan dike has burst. The magistrate of Jiangnan Huainan County for his own selfish interests has concealed the truth. The people are now displaced. I request your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Approved. The minister's this sly fellow. He beat us to it. Guagua, I remember Imperial Censor Wang is a fellow student of my father, very upright and incorruptible. It's remarkable that he knew about the Jiangnan situation in advance. He's a good candidate for a death remonstrance. Imperial Censor Wang, I don't want to die. By the way, Guagua, does Imperial Censor Wang have any gossip? He host Imperial Censor Wang is quite interesting. Are you sure you want to hear it? Go ahead, Uncle Wang is on good terms with my father. I'd like to hear some amusing stories about him. The entire court, this is worth hearing. Imperial Censor Wang, no. I don't want to hear it. Then Shen Mingzhu's inner voice came through. Host, when Imperial Censor Wang was 7, he still wet the bed. By then he was already attending school. After lunch the students would nap in the dormitory, and their families would pick them up in the evening. It turned out that during the nap Imperial Censor Wang wet the bed. To avoid being discovered, he swapped his bedding with a classmate's, leaving his own clean. The poor classmate, thinking he had wet the bed, cried in terror, insisting he didn't. Haha. Imperial Censor Wang, oh my. That was decades ago. Ancient history. His face flushed crimson as he saw some colleagues covering their mouths to stifle laughter. He felt utterly helpless. His reputation was completely ruined. Haha. A burst of laughter rang out. Imperial Censor Wang, who had just been striding proudly after reporting on the Jiangnan magistrate, now hung his head low, feeling his backbone bend. Host, do you know who that framed little boy was? Who? It was none other than Prince and Yin Lingfeng. At that time he disliked the palace and wanted to go out and play. After much persuasion, he got permission from his brother, the idle Emperor Jingyuan, and the Empress Dowager. But only a few days after leaving he returned and never went back to that school. He never again asked to leave the palace. When people asked, he said nothing and forbade anyone from investigating. He even declared that if anyone dared to leave the palace he would not live. Prince and Yin Lingfeng glared at Imperial Censor Wang, wishing he could bore 2 holes through him. So that was how he could have wet the bed. So that's it. Imperial Censor Wang had done him a great favor. To treat him like that. Did he have any idea how much that one incident had affected him? Even now in the middle of the night he still recalled that humiliating afternoon. All the children stared at him and he felt utterly ashamed. He was going to beat Imperial Censor Wang to a pulp. Seeing Prince N's expression, Imperial Censor Wang said quietly, Your Highness, beating an Imperial Censor will result in impeachment by the entire censorate, and will be recorded in the historical annals for posterity. Prince Ahhh, he would definitely find a chance to teach Imperial Censor Wang a lesson. Prince and brother punish him. Emperor Jingyuan also recalled his younger brother at that time throwing tantrums to leave the palace and refusing to attend the imperial study. Back then when he stopped going to school outside the palace, the emperor had been puzzled. He asked but got no answer. He thought his brother had changed. Now it turned out he had lost his face and pride. It was quite amusing to think his brother had such an embarrassing story. Emperor Jingyuan gave Prince N a reassuring look, then turned to the ministers and continued the court session. Haha. Imperial Censor Wang was so mischievous. He even drew a turtle in class, infuriating the teacher into giving him a severe hand slapping. I never imagined that the seemingly rigid Imperial Censor Wang had such a lively side. Yes, host. Young Imperial Censor Wang was so lively, a completely different person from now. Indeed, no one expected that the usually stern and dull Imperial Censor Wang had once been so lively and mischievous. Wah, then how did the current Imperial Censor Wang become like this? Sigh. It's a long story. Upon hearing that Shen Mingzhu was about to reveal his scandal, Censor Wang Qianhe immediately knelt down in the center of the great hall. Your Majesty. All eyes turned to him. He organized his words, thinking, better you than me. Your Majesty. His Majesty Emperor Jingyuan raised a questioning eyebrow. Censor Wang glanced at Su Qingshan and lowered his head, saying, I wish to impeach Minister Su Qingshan. As the Minister of Rights, his household is in turmoil. Last night. Blah blah blah. Su Qingshan was so furious he nearly fell backward. That old bastard is setting me up. Shen Mingzhu was slightly shocked inwardly. Guagua, this Censor Wang is quite something. How does he know such private matters? Did he hide under Minister Su's bed? Host, that's the duty of a censor. They always have ways to obtain information. Yeah. Indeed. Minister Su, you will be docked half a year's salary. Go back and properly manage your household. Your servant obeys the decree and thanks your Majesty for your boundless grace. Guagua, Minister Su is so unlucky. Sigh. Shen Mingzhu lamented for a moment, then prepared to dig into Censor Wang's gossip. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Censor Wang knelt again in the great hall. Emperor Jingyuan frowned slightly. The chariot general beside him stepped forward and directly pulled Censor Wang back. All the officials finally peace. Now we can enjoy the gossip in peace. As for Censor Wang, who still struggled to survive, everyone silently ignored him. Guagua, Censor Wang is impeaching so many people today. He's really diligent. Not bad. Every day besides going to work, he just goes home to accompany his wife. He's a decent person with upright conduct. Isn't he father's former classmate? Father's character is also upright and noble. Hearing his daughter praise him, Shen Changyuan raised his head, proudly beaming with pride. By the way, Guagua, go on. We haven't finished Censor Wang's gossip. Shen Mingzhu, oblivious to the atmosphere in the court, eagerly continued gossiping with the gossip system. So that's how it is. Censor Wang is also a loyal and devoted good man. A good man. As soon as Shen Mingzhu said this, everyone in the great hall became anxious. What is it, eh? Censor Wang hung his head. You just know it yourself, don't say it out loud. No wonder Censor Wang became a censor. Back then it was surveillance censor Chu He of the censorate, who helped him planting a small flame in Censor Wang's heart. Now that small flame has ignited the entire court of Great Yin. No wonder he loves to impeach this minister and that minister. So what exactly is the reason? All the civil and military officials were extremely anxious. Your Majesty. Censor Wang's voice trembled as he struggled to get to the center of the great hall, but was firmly held back, unable to break free. I must impeach you. What's going on? I seem to hear Uncle Censor Wang's voice. Shen Mingzhu leaned over to the colleague beside her and whispered. That colleague had an awkward expression and looked at her with a complicated gaze. Editor Shun, His Majesty and the other ministers are discussing state affairs. It's normal to hear Censor Wang's voice. Is that so? Yes. Aren't censors supposed to supervise officials? Now they also participate in court discussions. Today's debate is really intense. This Censor Wang is a devoted lover. He and his wife are a one and only couple. He never took a concubine or a chambermaid. He's an excellent man. That's right, but his heart is bitter. Oh what? Let me hear. When I was a boy I rode a bamboo horse playing around the bed with green plums. Censor Wang's wife is his childhood sweetheart. Shen Mingzhu was confused. Guagua, isn't this great? Childhood sweethearts all the way to now, and Censor Wang is successful in his career. How wonderful. Sigh. Host, you don't know. They have been treating each other with respect, but they don't have any children. What's the matter? Can Lady Wang not conceive? If so, I happened to buy a fertility pill in the mall last night. I can sell one to Censor Wang. I guarantee he'll have a son. And the son will be guaranteed to be intelligent and clever. It's just that Lady Wang is a bit older now, considered an advanced maternal age. Just need to be more careful. All the officials gasped in amazement. A pill that guarantees a son, and guarantees the child to be clever. They want it. Everyone stared at Shen Mingzhu with burning eyes. As if afraid she would notice, the ministers shifted their target and stared intensely at Shen Changyuan. Minister Shen Changyuan is Shen Mingzhu's biological father. They must have a good relationship, right? Could they ask for a fertility pill? Shen Changyuan was very helpless. Don't you all already have sons? You still want more? Are you so obsessed with having sons? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so angry. I'm so furious. What's wrong? What happened? Emperor Jingyuan also looked worriedly at Shen Mingzhu in the back, signaling the minister beside him to take care of her. Lady Wang's parents are too cruel. How could they treat her like this? Oh my god. Are they even human? Yes, Lady Wang's parents abused her since childhood, often beating and scolding her, not giving her food. When she grew a bit older, they made her work like a beast of burden for her younger siblings, and eventually even sold her, trying to make Lady Wang's younger sister marry Censor Wang. How despicable. How can there be such vicious parents in the world? Wait, Guagua. Lady Wang's background is so tragic. Censor Wang, as her neighbor brother, treats her so well. Shouldn't he be her light? Why doesn't he give her a child? Now she doesn't even go out for social engagements, staying at home all day. What's going on? It sounds really strange. Host, you've asked the right person. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep from boredom. Censor Wang's eyes were bloodshot, trying to stop Shen Mingzhu, who was lowering her head, not knowing what she was doing. Actually, Shen Mingzhu was just a bit tired and wanted to find a place to lean or sit. Standing for so long during court sessions was really exhausting. Moreover, Shen Mingzhu stood at the back near the door. It would certainly be cold in winter. Guagua, when it gets cold, should I be allowed to wear a fur cloak to court? Otherwise it will definitely be very cold. Host, you'll have a hand warmer by then. I don't care. Today I'll make Crown Prince Yin Beichen wake up, and then I won't come to court anymore. It's such torture. Will the Crown Prince wake up today? Really? Emperor Jingyuan was very happy inside. During this time, Empress Lin had been worried sick over Crown Prince Yin Beichen's coma, suffering from insomnia night after night. He was extremely distressed. Guagua, go on. Host, it's because your thoughts are too jumpy. Even Guagua got led astray by you. This Crown Princess is an Aquarius and air sign. Please understand. Alright, Guagua loves the host the most. Guagua will continue. As Censor Wang passed the county exam, provincial exam, and palace exam, more and more people saw his potential. Censor Wang was handsome, and many wealthy merchants and officials' daughters in Qingzhou County were smitten, wanting to marry him. But Censor Wang refused them all, saying he already had a sweetheart. They certainly wouldn't give up just because of his words. When many wealthy merchants and officials learned that Censor Wang's beloved was just a village girl, and an unwelcome one at that, many of them began to hatch wicked schemes. Upon hearing this, all the ministers suddenly understood. Many looked at Censor Wang with sympathy. He met the person he most wanted to protect at the youngest age. Alas! Censor Wang must have felt utterly helpless back then. Indeed, host. You are remarkably astute. However, Madame Wang's plight was far more dire than you might imagine. Upon hearing of Censor Wang's success in the imperial examinations, Madame Wang's parents were initially overjoyed. Soon after, numerous carriages began arriving in their hometown of Taohua village. Eventually, Madame Wang's parents accepted 100 taels of silver from an official and personally traveled to the Wang residence to annul the engagement between Censor Wang and Madame Wang. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parental decree and matchmakers' words. Madame Wang did resist, but to no avail. Instead, she was met with even more vicious beatings and was locked away, denied food and water. Censor Wang's parents, knowing their son's true intentions, initially refused to accept the annulment. However, Madame Wang's parents were resolute. They went so far as to curse and scold at the Wang family's doorstep every day. Unable to bear the harassment, Censor Wang's parents eventually consented to the breakup. And so the engagement between Censor Wang and Madame Wang was callously severed. Shen Mingzhu nodded in understanding. Gua, how did they end up meeting again? Alas, those ill-fated lovers reunited at a slave market. This was difficult to comprehend. Gua, if I recall correctly, slaves cannot serve as the principal wife of an official, can they? Indeed, host. Everyone looked at Censor Wang in utter disbelief. Censor Wang glanced at the crowd, his eyes bloodshot, and whispered, "What are you staring at? My wife long ago had her slave status erased. Moreover, she was maliciously sold into servitude. She was a victim." Yes, we understand, Lord Wang. At this moment, no one dared to provoke Censor Wang. This Censor Wang should be dealt with. Yes, host. Speaking of which, Madame Wang's suffering was immense. Instigated by those schemers, she was sold directly into a brothel. When she refused to entertain clients, she was beaten nearly to death. The madam of the brothel, aware of her connection to Censor Wang, did not beat her to death. Seeing her stubborn spirit, she assigned Madame Wang menial tasks such as serving tea and water. Yet Madame Wang's food and drink in the brothel were far better than what she had with Wang Kai. As her injuries healed, she gradually regained her beauty. To avoid arousing the madam's suspicion, she deliberately daubed her face with yellow powder every day, praying that Censor Wang would return from the capital to rescue her soon. What about Censor Wang? Host, passing the examinations was only the first step. One must wait for an official appointment. As a scholar from a humble family, Censor Wang had no wealth to bribe officials or expedite the process, so he could only wait. Gua, I detect a contradiction in your words. Didn't you say that Censor Wang was a classmate of my father? My father is the legitimate son of the Chongping Marquis Manor. How could he be classmates with a humble scholar like Censor Wang? Prejudice in people's hearts is like a massive mountain. Host, how can you harbor such thoughts? Your father is from the nobility, while Censor Wang comes from a humble background. Does that mean they cannot be classmates? Shen Mingzhu huffed in annoyance. Gua, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely pointing out an inconsistency. My father has always resided in the capital, while Censor Wang's family is from Qingzhou. During their studies, one would have attended an academy in the capital and the other in Qingzhou. The two places are separated by thousands of li. How could they possibly have been classmates? The entire court began to ponder. Had the Marquis of Chongping once studied in Qingzhou? Had any great scholar ever traveled to Qingzhou? Everyone turned their gazes sharply toward the two of them. However, neither wished to explain. Host, strictly speaking, your father can be considered Censor Wang's senior fellow student. How about that? Surprised, weren't you? When asked before, they claimed to be classmates. Indeed, they did travel and study together for a period and spent considerable time learning side by side. Oh, I see. So that was how it was. Very well, let me continue with Madame Wang's story. She was constantly hiding, yet in the brothel, she was harassed by a drunken rogue. He dragged her into a room. Terrified, she grabbed a wine jug from the table and smashed it over his head, rendering him unconscious immediately. Madame Wang in fear fled on the spot. Consider this a young woman with no household registration, no official travel permit, and not a single coin to her name. How was she to survive? Go outside and observe the beggars in the capital. Even they have claimed territories. Gua, what happened to Madame Wang then? Was she forced to become a beggar? Working for others would hardly be an option, and no one would dare hire her. The crucial issue is that she could not return home. Alas! When one is cursed with misfortune, even drinking cold water can choke one. Gua, what else did Madame Wang encounter? Someone kindly offered her a steamed bun, which turned out to be drugged. She was knocked unconscious. Truly there is no such thing as a free lunch. And then Madame Wang was sold to the household of a depraved official under the guise of a maid, though she was essentially nothing more than a plaything for his amusement. Hearing this, many ministers recalled a missing girl's case from over a decade ago. It was rumored that the bones of numerous young women had been found at the bottom of the lakes and wells in that official's residence. Could it have been that very residence? Good heavens! Madame Wang's suffering was truly unbearable. Now everyone looked at Censor Wang with even greater sympathy. What a good man. Shen Xiaozuan spoke truly. Gua, Madame Wang wouldn't have been. Censor Wang turned his bloodshot eyes toward the back. Unfortunately, Shen Mingzhu could not see this. She was entirely absorbed in gossiping within the system, with no time to observe the scene in the grand hall. Shen Mingzhu's father had tried desperately to signal her, but his daughter ignored him completely. The only time their eyes met, she simply smiled foolishly at him. He was beside himself with anxiety. In just this afternoon, the entire court had been thoroughly scrutinized. Host, what are you thinking? Madame Wang is still a virgin. Then what has Censor Wang been doing all these years of marriage? He hasn't even taken a concubine or a maid. Can he really endure it? Is he a ninja turtle? Host, please refrain from such remarks. A minister who had been severely criticized by Censor Wang chuckled and teased. Censor Wang, are you a ninja turtle? Perhaps you are incapable. After court dismisses today, I shall gift you a tiger whip. Censor Wang ignored him. If he provoked him further, Censor Wang would impeach him again next time. Alas, in short, when Censor Wang next saw Lady Wang, she was in the slave market. By then Censor Wang had already been appointed to the Hanlin Academy. Though merely a minor official, he performed his duties admirably. By the way, Guagua, did Censor Wang ever return to his hometown to seek Lady Wang after entering the Hanlin Academy? Yes. Everyone wants to know whether Censor Wang looked for his childhood sweetheart after his rise. Host, Censor Wang is a man of noble character. How could he not have gone? He even prepared betrothal gifts to marry Lady Wang, but when he returned, he was utterly dumbfounded. The engagement had been called off. The entire court of civil and military officials could not help but shed sympathetic tears for Censor Wang. What a cruel twist of fate. Guagua, please continue. Upon hearing this, Censor Wang went straight to Lady Wang's home. Her parents were utterly shameless, directly suggesting that Lady Wang's younger sister could marry in her place either as wife or concubine. Later he learned that Lady Wang had been sold into a brothel, and the rage nearly made him faint. He rushed to the town's brothel to redeem her, but when he arrived, she had already fled. The madam was smooth-tongued, twisting the truth to claim she had not mistreated Lady Wang, and that her absence from the brothel was merely an accident. From then on, Censor Wang embarked on a journey to find Lady Wang. Emperor Jingyuan remarked, he is a man of deep loyalty and love. Guagua, what a moving and tragic love story. Censor Wang eventually reunited with Lady Wang. That is a blessing. Alas, host, Lady Wang had been sold several times and harshly treated. Although she was eventually brought into the household by Censor Wang, who cared for her meticulously, she always felt unworthy of him. Even after Censor Wang punished the villains, Lady Wang could never find peace. The one who helped Censor Wang during that time was supervising Censor Chuhi. This was also why, after serving several years in the Hanlin Academy, Censor Wang chose to become a censor rather than entering the 6 ministries. Because it was Lord Chuhi who had impeached and brought down all the corrupt officials and wealthy merchants. Thus, Censor Wang is now extremely enthusiastic about impeaching others. He cannot tolerate any misstep among the officials of Great Yen. Shen Mingzhu. Guagua, we are good officials, right? See, Censor Wang hasn't impeached me. Host, you are certainly a good official. The laziest good official of all. The entire court of officials couldn't help but laugh at Shen Mingzhu's last remark. The previously heavy atmosphere in the hall instantly lightened. Alas, may Lady Wang untie the knot in her heart and grow old together with Censor Wang. Life passes in the blink of an eye. Do not dwell on the past forever. Embrace the present and the future. All the officials nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the truth. Guagua, after talking so long, I'm hungry. I can't eat in the hall, and my stomach can't take it anymore. Host, why don't you sneak a bite? Look, the minister in front of you has taken out a pastry from his sleeve and is secretly eating it. Let me see. The ministers also whispered and craned their necks to look around. Which esteemed official is so indiscreet as to eat pastries in the hall? If anyone finds him disagreeable, they can impeach him later. Someone, he was choking. Who can save him? Give him some water. It was him. Oh dear. Zhou Haolin, the left vice minister of war, is choking. Someone should slap him on the back to dislodge the pastry. Jian Wenxiu, the right vice minister of war, happened to be beside him and promptly gave him a hard slap on the back. A piece of pastry flew out. Zhou Haolin's face was bright red, clearly severely choked. The surrounding officials looked at him with amusement. How bold. Doesn't he know that during court sessions there's a compiler Shun who can spill gossip at any moment? How dare he sneak a pastry? Zhou Haolin looked at his superior minister, Yi Tianming of the Ministry of War, with shame. Minister Yi glared at him fiercely, then turned back and stood upright, without a word, though he was secretly observing the surroundings. Seeing no one came forward to expose him, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if this incident from the Ministry of War were exposed, it would disgrace him as the minister. Guagua, everyone saw it, and no one did anything. Does that mean I can also bring pastries to court from now on? Emperor Jingyuan's expression changed. If all ministers brought pastries and ate during court, what would that look like? Immediately, an observant official stepped forward to impeach Zhou Haolin, the left vice minister of war. In the end, Emperor Jingyuan fined him 1 month's salary. Let this be a warning. Zhou Haolin, I obey your majesty's decree. The entire court covered their mouths to laugh except for the Ministry of War. Because Minister Yi Tianming's face was ashen, they dared not laugh. Shen Changyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt his back was drenched. Censor Wang stood motionless, lost in thought. Guagua, I feel terrifyingly strong right now, like I could kill an ox with 1 punch. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed in everyone's ears in the hall. Everyone turned to secretly glance at Shen Mingzhu. Guagua, why are all the ministers looking back? What's behind me? Should I also look back? After saying this, she pretended to look behind her. Host, what are you looking back for? Guagua, you don't understand. When everyone looks back, there must be something amazing. Even if we don't know what it is, we have to fit in. Only then can we better integrate into this big group. The officials of the court were somewhat embarrassed. The system, unconcerned with such trivialities, spoke with enthusiasm. Host, how about that? Isn't the strength pill amazing? Now you're incredibly strong. You could even pass the military top scholar exam. Guagua, a girl shouldn't be fighting and killing. She should be ladylike, dignified, or else she'll be laughed at. Everyone. Compiler Shun is truly well-mannered. Strength pill. What? Is it a pill that increases one's strength? If soldiers could obtain strength pills, wouldn't they be invincible? Shen Changyuan couldn't help but glance toward her. Their eyes met. Shen Mingzhu gave her father a sweet smile using hand gestures and mouthing that she was fine and he need not worry. Shen Changyuan turned away speechless. Soon court was dismissed. General of Chariot and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou deliberately brushed past her, then slowly leaned toward her, as if to fall. But Shen Mingzhu, quick as lightning, shoved him 3 meters away. Bang! General Tian Shuizhou crashed heavily to the ground. The blood rushing to his mouth, he swallowed back with difficulty. Everyone stared in disbelief. Shen Mingzhu stood frozen. Kay, where was her father now? Dad, come quickly. Your little darling seems to have caused trouble. Shen Changyuan, who hadn't gone far, heard Shen Mingzhu's call and ran all the way back. Mingzhu, what's wrong? Dad, I accidentally pushed General Tian. I really didn't mean to. Valiant General Pei Xian stared at Shen Mingzhu, his eyes gleaming. He helped General Tian and said with a smile, it's nothing, Compiler Shen need not worry. He'll be fine after arrest. Shen Changyuan, are you sure? Tian Shuizhou, Minister Shen, it's nothing. That's good. Shen Changyuan exchanged a few pleasantries, then instructed Shen Mingzhu, go to the Hanlin Academy and do your duty. Think less, see less, and say less. Actually, just go to the Hanlin Academy and take a nap. I'll come find you after I'm done. I understand, Dad. Before leaving, Shen Changyuan gave her head a firm poke. Stay put in the Hanlin Academy. Oh, I know. By the way, Dad, are we still going to see the Crown Prince today? Shen Changyuan slapped his forehead. Yesterday, Shen Mingzhu said she wanted to give the Crown Prince Yan Baichen a recovery pill, which would wake him up. After thinking for a moment, he said, you go to the Hanlin Academy first. I'll come find you, and we'll go to the Crown Prince's residence together. Stay put and don't cause trouble. I know, Dad. What trouble could I cause? Alas, haven't you seen? Now Censor Wang is hanging his head like a dejected big dog that had its bones stolen. General Tian is walking with support. As for Zhou Haolin, the left vice minister of war, he had already scurried off. Grand Secretary Su Huiyuan, however, cheerfully approached and said with a smile, Compiler Shen, shall we return to the Hanlin Academy together? Sure, Grand Secretary Su. They had already reached the palace gate. Shen Mingzhu agilely boarded the carriage. Su Huiyuan, moving slowly behind, was directly lifted up by Shen Mingzhu. Shen Mingzhu. Why am I this strong? Startled, she quickly set Su Huiyuan down. Grand Secretary Su, sorry, I've been growing, and my strength has increased a bit. Please don't mind my apologies. Su Huiyuan waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Soon everything that happened to Shen Mingzhu was reported to Emperor Jingyuan. What do you think, my ministers? Everyone's eyes turned to Shen Changyuan. Your Majesty, my daughter is young and ignorant. Last night she was in her room by herself. Neither my wife nor I knew what she was buying. We only knew she wanted to purchase a recovery pill for the Crown Prince. I never expected she would also. A grown daughter should avoid her father, and a grown son should avoid his mother. Shen Mingzhu had already come of age. They could not be by her side every moment. Longhair only knew that Shen Mingzhu wanted to buy something from the mall, but no one knew what. Moreover, since Emperor Jingyuan had already gifted Longhair to Shen Mingzhu as an emperor, he could not keep sending his men to contact Longhair. It was said that Longhair had changed his name to Shen Weiming and was doing quite well. Looking at the minister kneeling below, Emperor Jingyuan said slowly, "Do you bring seats for the ministers? How cold the floor is for them to kneel on." Fortunately, this time in the imperial study, all the ministers sat on stools. Shen Changyuan had just sat down when Emperor Jingyuan's gaze fell on him. These past 2 days, Shen Changyuan felt as if everyone had stared holes through him, especially Emperor Jingyuan, after learning about the strength pill. Great Yin was about to enter a mini ice age, and the entire dynasty was preparing for it. Now in every prefecture, county, and village of Great Yin, besides storing grain, the people were mobilized to gather wild vegetables in the mountains, dry them, and bring home anything edible that could be preserved long term. Shen Mingzhu knew nothing of all this. Today she exchanged all her points for sweet potato seedlings and potato seedlings. Cartload after cartload of seedlings were planted on the Chongping Marquis estate, cared for by specialized personnel. After finishing these tasks, Shen Mingzhu closed her eyes and dozed off in the Hanlin Academy. She waited until after lunch, but Shen Changyuan still hadn't come. Shen Mingzhu's mother visited, and after hearing what Shen Mingzhu said, smiled and said, "Mingzhu, I understand. I'll visit Lady Wang at Censor Wang's residence and try to untie the knot in her heart. Mother, I knew you were the best." Shen Mingzhu lingered affectionately with Lady Shen for a while before reluctantly leaving the Hanlin Academy. Guagua, what is my father doing? Why hasn't he come to find me yet? Host, state affairs are very busy now. Your father, as the Minister of Revenue, oversees the national treasury. He has to deal with dam repairs, provisions, military supplies, and advanced reserves of winter grain. All of these require silver, and the treasury is empty. Minister Shun is helpless, besieged on all sides. Guagua hasn't the gold hidden by Vice Minister Xiao been found yet. That's right, those Imperial Guards will never imagine that the gold vault is hidden in the Xiao family ancestral hall, with the switch being the ancestral tablets. Haha. Exactly, now the ancestral rights and laws are paramount. As long as there is a single descendant of the Xiao family, they will never let the Imperial Guards touch their ancestral hall and tablets. Who would have thought? The gold vault is hidden right beneath the Xiao family ancestors, guarded by the entire lineage. This Xiao Jingjia is truly a talent. Haha. Cough cough. Grand Secretary Su Huayuan in the next room couldn't help but cough a few times. Guagua, what's wrong with Grand Secretary Su next door? Oh host, it's nothing. He just choked on his tea. Oh, a grown man like him should be more careful. Su Huayuan glanced at the room, smiled, took another sip of tea, set the cup on the table, and continued burying himself in his official documents. Shen Mingzhu was truly sleepy. She waited all morning, then drowsily fell asleep on her own. When she opened her eyes again, she heard the system scream. Oh, host, Emperor Jingyuan's Imperial Guards found the gold vault. The gold has been completely emptied. Oh, gold. Whoa. That was the military funds I reserved for the Xie family army. Host, what do we do? Well, let's make a cold dish. My heart is stone cold. Hearing the wailing from next door, the entire Hamlin Academy fell silent. Guagua, the Xie family army is loyal to the nation. This winter they will have their supplies embezzled by court officials. What do we do? Host, we can plant more sweet potatoes and support them more. Besides, Lady Shun has already sent a letter to your maternal grandmother's Wu family in Jiangnan, and they have donated a batch of grain to the northern regions. That's good. Once my sweet potatoes are successfully cultivated, everything will be fine. At this moment, everything happening to Shen Mingzhu was instantly recorded in a memorial placed before Emperor Jingyuan. Emperor Jingyuan nodded. After a moment's thought, he looked at Shen Changyuan and said, Minister Shen, I'll send someone to escort you to the Crown Prince's residence. Coordinate with the Crown Princess. Yes, Your Majesty. It was evident that Emperor Jingyuan was deeply satisfied with Shen Mingzhu, his future Crown Princess. He now addressed her directly by that title. In doing so, he signaled to the entire Great Yin dynasty that Shen Mingzhu would one day hold the supreme position of Queen Mother. The Crown Princess had been officially chosen. Unfortunately, some people failed to grasp the significance. After Shen Changyuan departed, Emperor Jingyuan inquired about the whereabouts of Shen Qingzhan and Shen Qinglan, ordering them to hasten their return to the capital at full speed. It was clear that Shen Mingzhu felt a closer bond with these two older brothers. Shen Mingzhu spent the entire afternoon in a gloomy mood, secretly purchasing 2 small cakes from the system mall and devouring them. Eating something sweet always lifts one's spirits when feeling down. Sure enough, not long after Shen Changyuan arrived at the Hanlin Academy carrying a jewelry box. Minister Shun. The attendees rose one by one to pay their respects. Shen Changyuan nodded and proceeded directly to Shen Mingzhu's quarters. Mingzhu, father is here. Upon entering and seeing Shen Mingzhu, he said happily, Mingzhu, look. This is the 7-tailed phoenix hairpin specially commissioned by His Majesty from the Imperial Household Department for you. Do you like it? Upon seeing the phoenix hairpin, Shen Mingzhu was genuinely delighted. After all, it was her first time seeing it. The Empress Dowager wore a 9-tailed phoenix hairpin, the most prestigious of all. Next came the Crown Princess, who wore the 7-tailed version, followed by the rest, in descending order. Father, it is truly beautiful. Indeed. I am glad my daughter likes it. How have you been settling in at the Hanlin Academy these past 2 days? Your official robe has been sent back to the residence. You will be able to wear it tomorrow. Father, I am quite comfortable here. My colleagues are very friendly and always willing to help one another. You need not worry. That is good. That is very good. Shen Mingzhu poured her father a cup of Dahong Pao tea, smiling as she said, Father, please have some tea. Very well. My Mingzhu is such a good girl. After sharing tea and a few pastries, the father and daughter made their way together to the Crown Prince's mansion. At the Crown Prince's mansion, Madame Gui had already been waiting at the entrance. Even Wang Difu, the chief eunuch of Emperor Jingyuan, and Bai Ji, the head maid of the Empress, had arrived at the residence. They were waiting in the Crown Prince Yin Beichen's courtyard, which made the entire Crown Prince's mansion unusually lively that day. When Shen Changyuan and Shen Mingzhu arrived, Madame Gui warmly stepped forward to greet them. Lord Shen, Miss Shen. Shen Changyuan nodded, and Madame Gui led the two toward the main courtyard of the Crown Prince. Sigh. No matter how many times I see him, he remains this handsome. The Sleeping Beauty is about to wake up. Host, how can the Crown Prince be a Sleeping Beauty? At the very least, he should be a Prince Charming. If I say he is a Sleeping Beauty, then he is a Sleeping Beauty. The melon-eating system fell silent. The host is heaven, the host is earth, whatever the host says is correct. Gazing at Crown Prince Yin Beichen, who remained in his usual comatose state, Shen Mingzhu asked the system in her heart. Gua, should I simply place the recovery pill directly into Crown Prince Yin Beichen's mouth later? Host, yes. The recovery pill melts upon contact with the mouth and helps the user's body restore itself to its original state. For instance, the crown prince's old war injuries and chronic ailments will be fully healed. Hearing the system's words, Shen Mingzhu suddenly said, "Gua, then I will find an opportunity to administer it to him later." Shen Chongyuan, overhearing her words, saw his eyes light up. He coughed a few times and moved to the window to gaze at the scenery outside. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Mingzhu took out the recovery pill and slipped it directly into Crown Prince Yan Beichen's mouth. Eat it. Wake up quickly, sleeping beauty. Host the Crown Prince will not wake up immediately. Depending on his physical condition, it will take 1 or 2 days at the fastest or 2 to 3 days at the slowest. Rest assured. Very well. She glanced around twice, then said to Shen Chongyuan, "Father, let us go home. Go home. I want to give the beauty pill to my beautiful mother, he." Shen Chongyuan looked at Shen Mingzhu and smiled affectionately. Very well. Father and daughter left the Crown Prince's mansion and returned directly to the Marquis Manor. Hardly had the two departed when Wang Difu, the chief eunuch of the side courtyard, along with the head maid Bai Ji, and when Rushu, the president of the Imperial Medical Bureau, arrived with a group of imperial physicians to take Crown Prince Yan Beichen's pulse. After taking his pulse, the physicians discussed the matter for a while. When Rushu stepped forward and said, "Chief eunuch Wang Anti Bai Ji, the Crown Prince's pulse is indeed stronger than before. The hidden injuries and chronic ailments within his body are gradually recovering. I believe the Crown Prince will awaken within a few days." Wang Difu nodded. Very good. Bai Ji was also overjoyed within her heart. The Empress could finally sleep in peace. For these past days, Bai Ji had watched Empress Lin with a heavy heart. How could one sleep soundly when one's only child's life and death remained unknown? It was wonderful. News of Crown Prince Yan Beichen's imminent awakening spread through the palace, causing quite a stir in both the outer court and the inner quarters. In the Ikuan Palace, Consort Su was so furious that she smashed the teacup in her hand. "Your Majesty, please calm yourself." After speaking, she glanced toward the Empress's sleeping quarters. "Qingsu, tell me, how is it that Lin Wanru's fortune is so exceptionally good? Your Majesty, you have both a son and a daughter, and your father serves as the Minister of Personnel among the 6 ministries. Your elder brother is the Grand General of the Northwest. You are no inferior to anyone." Consort Su seethed with resentment. She had always believed this to be true before. It was only after hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts that she began to harbor doubts. Was it truly so? By the way, where is Yun Xian? Has he not yet dealt with that fool Shen Mingzhu? Isn't she hopelessly in love with Yun Xian? Your Majesty, the second prince has also been exceedingly busy lately. I shall send word to him immediately. Please do not worry. Do it as soon as possible. You must resolve matters with Shen Mingzhu before the Crown Prince awakens. She wanted to see for herself how could the face of the rightful Crown Prince be spared if his future Crown Princess, who supposedly cherished him above all others, continued to throw herself at his younger brother day and night. Meanwhile, General of the Chariot and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou, whose arm had been fractured by a single push from Shen Mingzhu after court had dismissed, was now fuming in anger at his residence. "Master, it is all well now. It is merely a bone fracture. On the battlefield before you endured injuries far more severe than this countless times. Tian Shuizhou, do you think I am angry merely because I fractured my own bone?" He felt it was utterly humiliating. Such a large man, a practitioner of martial arts, being dismissed 3 meters away in a single push due to underestimating the enemy. How was he to face his peers? To make matters worse, he had already been the subject of endless mockery from his colleagues after releasing an unpleasant odor in the Grand Hall. Now, having been pushed out in full view of everyone, he felt deeply depressed. Yet he could not voice these feelings to his wife. He still had his dignity to uphold. Furthermore, he shared a profound connection with Shen Mingzhu's maternal grandfather. "Wife, I understand. Rest assured, I am unharmed." "That is good." Madame Tian smiled sweetly, her demeanor gentle as water. "Let us turn our attention elsewhere." Soon Shen Mingzhu and her father returned to the Marquis Manor. Upon entering, they saw Madame Shen busily attending to matters within the residence, with people constantly coming and going. "Mother, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Shen Mingzhu, Madame Shen's face immediately blossomed with a smile. "Mingzhu is back." Shen Chongyuan said, "Can you not see me, a living person?" Then Shen Mingzhu called out, "Mother, I'm back." Then Mother Shen took Shen Mingzhu's hand and said, "Your official robes have been sent from the palace. I had Xiao Yao place them in your room. Also, I've received word that your second and third brothers will be returning soon." Shen Mingzhu exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful." Internally, she thought, "Guagua, my second and third brothers are coming back. This is fantastic." The system replied, "Post as long as you're happy." Hearing the joy in Shen Mingzhu's heart, Mother Shen's smile grew even brighter. The family of 3 happily walked toward the main hall. Mother Shen said, "Mingzhu, I had Jinlu Pavilion make several winter garments tailored to your measurements. Shinfang Tower has also released new items recently, and I've bought them all for you. Later, go see if you like them." Shen Mingzhu replied, "Mother, you're so good to me. I love them." She felt extremely happy, truly wonderful to be surrounded by such deep maternal love. Soon the 2 brothers, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba, also arrived at the main hall. The 2 had agreed to spend more time getting close to their sister during this period. Shen Mingzhu felt that the second and third brothers were better than the other two, which perplexed them. They had always treated Mingzhu and Jiao Jiao equally, so why did she harbor such resentment and differentiate among the four of them? Where did she get so much discontent, and why did she treat the four of them differently? The eldest brother said, "Little sister, look at the jewelry I bought you. This is a new product from Jinfeng Pavilion." Shen Mingzhu replied, "Eldest brother, mother already bought me the new items from Jinfeng Pavilion." Shen Qinghong was speechless. Seeing this, Shen Qingba immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sister, this is a painting by the esteemed master Wu Daozi. Fourth brother specially bought it for you." Shen Mingzhu looked Shen Qingba up and down, unable to resist complaining in her heart. A fool is a fool who knows who swindled him this time. Poor mother works hard to earn silver, and that fool is the most wasteful. One day an inkstone, the next a rare ancient book, then a famous painting. He never thinks about how he keeps encountering so many rare books and masterpieces. It's simply someone deliberately setting him up. Good heavens, how can anyone be so stupid? When we go out, never tell anyone he's my fourth brother. What a shame. Shen Qingba was furious. He kindly gave her a famous painting, yet she called him a fool. She truly doesn't know what's good for her. She is not as obedient and sensible as little sister Jiao Jiao. However, seeing his father glaring at him, he suppressed his anger and said with a forced smile, "What? Don't you like it, sister? Famous paintings are very valuable. I know you lived in the countryside before and may not know Wu Daozi." Speaking of Wu Daozi, Shen Qingba chattered on endlessly. Shen Mingzhu, seeing this, picked at her ear. Famous painting indeed. The ink hasn't even dried. Father Shen stepped forward and touched the painting, and a streak of ink appeared on his hand. Shen Qingba choked on his words. Then he picked up his precious painting, unable to believe his eyes. "I bought this with great effort." With that, he rushed out of the marquis's mansion holding the painting. Outrageous. Hey! Shen Qinghong tried to stop his fourth brother, but failed. Shen Mingzhu thought, "Oh, he's such a hothead. He went anyway, but it's useless. The shopkeeper won't admit it. The system said, host, some people won't turn back even when they hit a wall." Shen Mingzhu thought, "Well, forget about him. In a moment, I'll give father and mother tea brewed with spiritual spring water and give mother a beauty pill. My beautiful mother will look even more radiant." Originally, Shen Qinghong was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he immediately sat down. Father Shen asked, "Qinghong, aren't you busy?" Shen Qinghong replied, "Father, not busy. I haven't spent time with mother, father, and sister Mingzhu for a long time. Since Mingzhu now has an official position, it's a good chance to exchange ideas with her, so I can better handle things when I enter officialdom." Shen Mingzhu thought, "Gua, listen. My eldest brother is really ambitious." The system replied, "Host, it's because you're so capable." She chuckled. Remembering that Shen Qinghong would later side with Shen Jiao, she decided to wait until he left before brewing tea for her parents. However, Shen Qinghong seemed glued to his chair with no intention of leaving. He even started a conversation with her. Their conversation lasted until dinner time. They never got to drink the spiritual spring tea, but news arrived that Shen Qingba had been arrested for picking a quarrel. Shen Mingzhu sighed. "Alas, my foolish brother has kicked an iron plate. He even dared to cause trouble without checking who owns the shop." The system said, "Host, it's owned by second prince, Yan Yunxian. He's the secret boss." Shen Mingzhu thought, "Haha, fourth brother got fooled again. The money went into the pockets of Yan Yunxian and Shen Jiao. I'm so embarrassed for him that he'd want to crawl into a crack in the ground." Shen Qinghong's expression changed repeatedly. Hearing that the shop's secret owner was the second prince, Shen Changyuan said, "I'll go to the yamen personally to see. Little for has a fiery temper and is straightforward. I'm afraid he'll suffer." Mother Shen nodded, also feeling worried. Thinking of Shen Jiao, she sighed softly. She had said earlier to send her away, but they didn't listen. Now something has happened, hasn't it? She didn't believe the shopkeeper was unaware of the relationship between Shen Jiao of Chongping Marquis's mansion and second prince, Yan Yunxian. To dare brazenly send him to the yamen showed they didn't take them seriously at all. She didn't know when her foolish son would wake up. After dinner was set, Shen Changyuan returned with a bruised and swollen-faced Shen Qingba. Shen Qingba was extremely embarrassed, too ashamed to even look at Shen Mingzhu. He said hastily, "Father, mother, eldest brother Mingzhu, I'll just go back to my Qingba courtyard and eat something." With that, he ran off. "Hey, that child." Soon Shen Qingba disappeared from their sight. Shen Changyuan looked at the three of them and said, "Let's eat. No one else will come." After dinner, Shen Qinghong also left, intending to visit his fourth brother and ask about the details. The events of today made them need to re-evaluate their relationship with Shen Jiao. Seeing them leave, Shen Mingzhu brewed a pot of tea for her parents and took out a pill. She said, "Father, mother, please try the tea I brewed myself." Then she handed a jade bottle to Mother Shen and said, "Mother, this is a beauty pill I specially prepared for you. Try it, the effect is excellent." Shen Mingzhu thought, after mother takes the beauty pill and drinks the spiritual spring water, she'll be gorgeous. She'll charm father to death, haha. Mother Shen blushed. Mother Shen said, "Alright, I'll definitely take it." "Thank you, Mingzhu." Shen Mingzhu insisted, "Mother, you must take it." "Yes, I know." With that, under Shen Mingzhu's gaze, Mother Shen put the beauty pill into her mouth and then drank a cup of tea. Seeing this, Shen Mingzhu smiled and bid farewell to her parents, returning to her own courtyard. Father Shen then sent spiritual spring water to the palace first. He knew Emperor Jingyuan had left people in the Marquis's mansion, so this time he didn't hide it and directly had it sent to the palace. How it would be distributed was up to Emperor Jingyuan himself. Then he sent a small cup of spiritual spring tea to the old lady in Shokong courtyard, and also sent a cup each to his 2 sons in Qinghong and Qingba courtyards. Only after watching them drink did he return to his own main courtyard. Shen's mother felt a slight sting in her abdomen, sensing a warm current flowing through her body. A faint odor gradually deepened, slowly turning into a stench. Someone prepare water. Father Shen smelled an indescribable odor as soon as he entered the courtyard. He covered his nose and shouted towards the inside. Madam, Marquis, come back later. Let me handle this. Oh, all right. Father Shen went directly to the side courtyard, planning to return after a while. He had not yet tasted the tea brewed with spirit spring water. He longed to drink it. Afterwards, some of Madame Shen's maidservants muttered inwardly, "What is wrong with the lady tonight? Could it be?" They dared not think further. They could only silently carry water into the house again and again. The impurities in her body were expelled, making her feel completely refreshed. Especially since Madame Shen had taken a beauty pill, her skin felt much more bouncy and elastic. The minor ailments lingering from childbirth seemed to be completely cured. How miraculous! In the side courtyard, Shen Changyuan sat there constantly observing the movements of the other 3 courtyards. Everyone had water prepared, but none were as exaggerated as Madame Shen's. Marquis, a soft, coquettish voice came. Shen Changyuan looked up and saw it was his concubine Chao Lin. Chao Lin came from a brothel, but was a virgin courtesan, charming and attractive with a graceful figure. He had once inadvertently saved her and later encountered her again while drinking and listening to music with colleagues. After some interactions, she eventually followed him into the mansion. Madame Shen did not blame her, as she was tactful. The condition for her to enter the mansion was a bowl of saffron. At that time he already had 4 sons, and originally intended to dissuade her, but she directly picked up the bowl and drank it all. Later she was taken into the Marquis's mansion. Over the years, Madame Shen managed the household well, and she behaved herself. Occasionally he would stay overnight. She served him well, and he did not mistreat her. Lin, why are you here? Chao Lin glanced timidly at Shen Changyuan. Marquis, it seems I haven't seen you for a while. I miss you so much. Saying this, she quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and rested her head on Shen Changyuan's leg. Shen Changyuan stroked her jet black hair and sighed softly. Lin, I've been too busy lately. I'll come see you after this busy period. Be good and listen. Chao Lin suddenly wrapped her arms around Shen Changyuan's waist. Marquis, her soft voice reached his ears. On a normal day, when a beauty threw herself into his arms, he would consider going back to her orchid courtyard, but tonight, he definitely would not leave. Be good. His voice involuntarily carried a hint of authority. Hearing the displeasure in Shen Changyuan's tone, Chao Lin felt a bit annoyed. She had dressed up carefully tonight to come, and besides, she would never bear children because of her entry into the mansion. Couldn't he spare even a little warmth for her? Master, be good. Having said that, Chao Lin stood up and left, looking back every few steps. Marquis, remember that Liner is always thinking of you. Shen Changyuan. Shen Mingzhu, watching all this, laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Marquis, Liner is always thinking of you. Marquis, Mayor is always thinking of you. Marquis, can you split yourself in 2, 1 for each of us? Haha. Host, be serious. Your father only has 2 concubines, which is already good. Besides, Song Mei was originally the wife of an old friend taken in reluctantly. If that old friend returns one day, Song Mei will die of illness. Why, it seems there's more to the story. Of course. Host, do you want to hear it? No, I want to sleep. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. After bathing early, Shen Mingzhu happily went to meet the Sandman. Little did she know at this moment in Shokong courtyard, old Madame Shen Wangshi went to the latrine again and again. The stool was black, greasy, and extremely smelly. Traitor quickly called the mansion physician. She felt that her eldest son was dissatisfied with her and had given her a laxative, but she did not believe it, nor could she say it, so she could only call the physician to treat her. Shen Changyuan, I am more wrong than Do-E. After half an hour, the old madam felt completely relaxed. The old ailment of her legs feeling cold in cold or rainy weather seemed to have disappeared. Old madam, your body is fine. Your pulse is strong, much better than before. Having said that, the mansion physician Dr. Wang still asked, May I ask, old madam, which divine doctor's precious pills or herbs have you consumed recently to achieve such an effect? Old Madam Wang waved her hand. Seeing that she did not want to discuss it, Dr. Wang withdrew. Divine doctors always have their temperaments. It seemed to be a reclusive divine doctor. Meanwhile, at the Cunning Palace in the Imperial Palace, tonight Emperor Jingyuan suddenly came to see Empress Lin Wanru, and they each had a cup of tea. Empress Lin did not think much of it. However, soon her whole body began to slowly excrete black mud. Emperor Jingyuan, on the other hand, was more straightforward. He kept going to the latrine. Perhaps because Emperor Jingyuan took a longevity pill every day, his stool was not only smelly, but also carried a pungent odor that lingered in the room for a long time. Your Majesty, shall we summon the imperial physician? Summon physician 1. Yes. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu quickly summoned Wen Rushu, the deputy director of the Imperial Medical Institute. By this time Empress Lin had already bathed and reapplied makeup. The odor in Cunning Palace had not yet dissipated. As soon as Wen Rushu entered he frowned. Fortunately, after taking their pulses, both the Emperor and Empress were healthy. Especially Emperor Jingyuan, whose originally declining pulse showed faint signs of revival, like withered trees meeting spring. He told Emperor Jingyuan the results of his diagnosis. Emperor Jingyuan nodded and waved him away. Looking at the Empress, whose complexion had become rosy and radiant again, Emperor Jingyuan's heart was filled with joy. Good. Very good. Excellent. He could finally rest assured. The Crown Prince would have someone to protect him from now on. Heaven knows how terrified he was when he learned that his most beloved son was a beautiful, strong, and tragic figure. Initially, he had directly ordered the secret execution of second Prince Yin Yunshuan, but he found himself unable to issue the order. Later, he thought of demoting him to a commoner to completely eliminate his possibility of inheriting the throne, but still he could not issue the order. Finally, he decided to confine him to the prince's mansion, yet he still could not issue the order. His heart was filled with fear, but he dared not tell anyone. However, after hearing Shen Mingzhu's thoughts and her mention of restoration pill and spirit spring tea, he finally felt a sense of reality. Perhaps she was the key and opportunity to save Chener. He must protect them, mother and son. As for the two brothers, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba, they were fine. After a nice bath, they were all right. The only difference was that Shen Qingba's black and blue face had returned to normal, but he had to stay in his room afraid that the servants might find it strange. Everything else was fine. At that moment, Shen's father, mother, and eldest brother sat together around the table. Enough. You already know everything. Shen's mother looked at her eldest son and rebuked him gently. Qinghong, stay away from Jiao Jiao from now on. I will select an auspicious day soon to marry her into the second prince's mansion. All of you behave yourselves. Mother, fourth brother, and I understand. They did not know why either, but upon seeing Shen Jiao Jiao, they felt an instinctive urge to protect her at all costs. Sigh. Shen Qinghong decided to have a proper talk with his fourth brother the next day to see if he shared the same feeling. That night was destined to be an extraordinary one. Emperor Jingyuan revealed his years of deep affection and careful planning to Empress Lin. From now on, let Chener carefully hold on to Miss Shen. Tomorrow, have the Directorate of Astronomy select an auspicious day for second Miss Shen to enter Prince Xian's mansion. This will also fulfill Prince Xian's heartfelt desire. What about noble Lady Li? Empress Lin still harbored some concerns, for it was rumored that Chener was about to awaken. Rest assured, we will simply say it is a double celebration. Prince Chen awakens and Prince Xian takes a bride. Both are joyful occasions. Very well. Empress Lin had originally wished to stay out of this matter. However, through the reports received over the past few days, she learned that Yin Yunxian and Shen Jiaojiao were the children of destiny, posing a threat to her Beichin. She had considered preparing for a rainy day and eliminating them in their cradle, but all her attempts had failed. That was why she had lost sleep night after night. But tonight they had finally seen a turning point. Shen Mingzhu was still somewhat excited during today's court session, for it was her first time wearing official robes. The rank 5 civil official uniform was embroidered with an egret symbolizing auspiciousness and purity. Guagua, do I look handsome in these robes? Host, you look both dashing and formidable. Truly the #1 figure in the Daiyin dynasty. Ha ha ha. Naturally. I am the first woman in Yin to hold an official post in court. My name will be recorded in history. Rarely today was Shen Mingzhu not carried into the carriage. Seeing her daughter's excited little face, Shen's mother's heart melted. She was still just a child. Soon the palace gates opened and Shen's father entered the grand hall together with Shen Mingzhu. Today, General of Chariots and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou attended court with his bandaged arm. In ancient times there were no gauze bandages, clean white hemp cloth was used instead. Seeing General Tian's appearance, many ministers could not help but suppress their laughter. Guagua, General Tian is too dedicated, isn't he? He insists on attending court, even while injured. He won't even take a single day off. For that small salary, he really risks his life. Host, what are you thinking? Do you think he earns the same pitiful wages as you once did? As a second-rank Grand General, his annual salary is 400 guan plus rewards of 500 guan, additionally 1 cow, 1 sheep, 3 pigs, 4 tails of gold, 5 tails of silver, 5 bolts of silk, and 20 caddies of incense. This amount exceeds the annual consumption of an ordinary commoner family, which is only 20 guan at the lowest. Otherwise, how do you think General Tian could afford to buy grain and medicine for the northern regions? The reference is based on the salary of a second-rank general in the Song dynasty. Dear readers, please do not dwell on the details. Guagua, are you joking with me? Didn't the national treasury only have 660,000 taels of silver? It truly is empty. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Changyuan coughed heavily several times. At this moment, Emperor Jingyuan was already seated high upon the dragon throne, and Wang Difu's shrill voice had already announced the commencement of court. Host, do not worry. The national treasury is now full again. The Shao family has been executed or exiled, and all their wealth has been confiscated into the treasury. Just think of those rooms filled with gold. Indeed. During difficult times, kill a few corrupt officials to replenish the treasury. Gua which ministers are still relatively wealthy. All the ministers were on edge, fearing they might be named next. It was simply the Reaper himself. Corrupt officials. Could Emperor Jingyuan spare them? For some reason, everyone felt that today Emperor Jingyuan looked considerably younger. Emperor Jingyuan listened carefully, scanning the senior ministers in the hall. That deathly gaze, they had all felt it. Host, you truly asked the right person. There really is a fat sheep among us. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Everyone perked up their ears, and immediately the hall fell silent. Gua, why is there no response? Did everyone discover I ate a red bean cake? I don't know, host. Soon the ministers began discussing again. Who is it? Who is it? Shen Changyuan scratched his head and ears in anxiety. The silver in the treasury was far from enough. According to historical records, a small ice age generally lasts 30 to 80 years, recurring every 400 or 500 years. Records indicate that at the end of a certain dynasty, it lasted into the early years of the new dynasty, spanning over 50 years. During this period, the national average temperature dropped sharply, and the severe cold brought tremendous hardship to the common people. Emperor Jingyuan was also secretly startled. The small ice age would certainly occur during Crown Prince Yan Beichen's reign. Was it because the national treasury was empty and the people suffered unbearably that uprisings broke out across the land? The second prince had meddled from behind the scenes, gradually bringing the Dayan dynasty under his control. Looking at Yan Yunshuan, who sat silently in the lower ranks, Emperor Jingyuan's eyes grew dark and inscrutable. Gua, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me. Ding ding ding. Of course it is the money bag of our destiny child, the second prince, Yan Yunshuan's family. The Chai family, who are also the father-in-law of Princess Changle. No one enters the door without being of the same family. System exactly so. Marquis Zhongyong Chai, he immediately knelt in the grand hall. Before he could even speak, he was gagged by the imperial guards and dragged out. The relatives of Marquis Zhongyong's mansion trembled in fear. Their lives were over. Shen Mingzhu, who was just dragged out. The second prince's face turned ashen and he knelt straight in the grand hall. Emperor Jingyuan looked at him and said calmly, Prince Xian, considering your diligence, hard work, and selfless dedication, in 10 days you shall take second Miss Shun into your mansion. You are deeply in love, and I will grant your wish. Yan Yunshuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He now wished to emulate Yi Huang and Nu Ying and marry a Miss Shun, but he knew he could never accomplish it. Looking at Shen Mingzhu behind the hall with cake crumbs still on her mouth, he felt an overwhelming bitterness within. Why couldn't he wait just a little longer? Gua, quickly tell me how wealthy the Chai family is. Haha, you would never guess. The Chai family owns a gold mine, an iron mine, 10,000 acres of fertile land, 100 manor estates, and countless shops covering all aspects of the common people's daily needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Gasp. The entire court collectively drew a cold breath. This is too wealthy. In everyday life, no one would have suspected it. The Chai family's heir never paid for his own meals and drinks when going out with friends, claiming his family kept strict control over his finances. Good heavens. It truly proved the saying, the richer one is the more stingy they become. First, General Tian ate radishes at home, who later the Marquis Zhongyong's heir dined, drank, and entertained himself without spending a penny. This world had finally gone mad into something unrecognizable, truly unexpected. Seeing Emperor Jingyuan's grim face, all the ministers dared not even breathe loudly, fearing they might incur the emperor's displeasure. Yan Yunshuan's eyes finally closed. Wow, a gold mine, iron mine. Amazing. The Chai family is so audacious, daring to claim gold and iron mines as their own. They really aren't afraid of losing their heads. Let me see. Wow. Princess Changle and her consort are truly in love. They have such a great relationship. Shen Mingzhu recalled a classic quote, true love can conquer all. At this moment, Shen Mingzhu was unaware that she had already topped the death list of Yan Yunshuan, ranking first. Emperor Jingyuan watched all this and spoke in a deep voice. Yunshuan, you are to take a concubine. I'll grant you 5 days off to prepare properly and rest. Father. Emperor Jingyuan raised his hand, and Yan Yunshian immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Host consort Li has fainted in anger. All the ministers. Everyone looked up at Emperor Jingyuan seated at the highest position, and seeing him as immovable as a mountain, they all lowered their heads. Minister Su, who heard the inner thoughts, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His daughter was already so old yet too impatient. As long as Yunshian is still here, there is still hope. But this time they really suffered heavy losses. As an official for many years, he discovered a key issue: Emperor Jingyuan actually did not punish Yan Yunshian. Why? If it were according to Emperor Jingyuan's temperament, the lightest punishment would be house arrest for the second prince. He quietly observed Emperor Jingyuan again and found nothing unusual. This planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Shen Mingzhu ate a few more pastries and finally wasn't so hungry. Gua, is the concubine okay? What could happen? The Empress has already taken the imperial physician to Ikoan Palace. It's just that her heart was seized by fire, nothing serious. Oh, Princess Changle and the consort are truly in love. Princess Changle has already left the princess mansion and is preparing to kneel outside the palace gate to cry out for justice for the Chai family. This princess is really something. When something happens, she ignores everything and really goes for it. I don't know if she's brave or just brainless. He-ho, say whatever you want. All the court officials. Emperor Jingyuan remained as immovable as a mountain. The officials continued to submit memorials. Prince, in hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, felt anxious and wanted to go out to sea. As if thinking of something, he directly fainted. Immediately someone supported him and led him away. Soon Prince and rushed to the palace gate and happened to see Princess Changle kneeling there with passers-by whispering among themselves. Uncle, please help Changle, boo-hoo. Changle's consort's family has been framed by villains. How could someone as good as Chai Lang commit a crime? Since our marriage, he has always been with me in the princess mansion. We lived in harmony, only caring about our own little life, not involved in any affairs, boo-hoo. Princess Changle was deliberate. Although she didn't know what the Chai family had done, she immediately characterized it as a frame-up. Even if the Chai family truly committed a crime, it had nothing to do with her consort. Such a good husband must not be stained with the slightest dust. Changle, this is not the time for your nonsense. Guards, take her into the palace. After saying that, he directly ordered the two young eunuchs beside him. They exchanged glances. After all, she was Consort Li's beloved daughter. What are you waiting for? Quickly, send her to Ikoan Palace. Consort Li has fainted, so let the princess go and comfort her. Yes, yes. The two eunuchs hurriedly supported her and escorted her into the palace. Looking at her stern uncle, Changle felt she didn't recognize him anymore. What had happened to her uncle to be so stern? In her memory, he had always been kind and amiable, smiling every day like a Methriya Buddha, living carefree under the protection of her father. Today, she instinctively sensed danger. But her mother had fainted. Was this out of worry? Soon the group went to Ikoan Palace. Since it was the inner palace prince and wanted to see the situation, did the mother and daughter know the truth? So he sent someone to ask Empress Lin for permission, and someone accompanied him to Ikoan Palace. Empress Lin had probably already guessed the situation. Seeing Prince An's expression, she nodded at him. Prince An gave her a look that said exactly that, and Empress Lin smiled. This time, even if Su Bauer acted coquettishly to plead for mercy, it would be useless. Looking at Changle with tears streaming down her face, Empress Lin scolded her. Changle, you should be virtuous and restrained, acting with propriety. Look at yourself. Where's the dignity of a princess of the realm? Mother, I'm heartbroken. My consort's family has been wronged. The Imperial Guards have gone. Don't you know? When have the Imperial Guards ever wronged anyone in their investigations? There's a limit to being unreasonable. Wah. Yes, mother. Princess Changle wiped her tears, her eyes still wet, looking very aggrieved. She looked at the Empress, then at Consort Li, then at Prince An, and lowered her head, continuing to shed pearl-like tears. Wow. Prince An is indeed the Emperor's own brother. He went to the harem to witness the drama. All the court officials. Prince An has something he doesn't know whether to say. Prince An, he knows nothing. Guagua, Prince An is too proactive, isn't he? These days I always feel he's been much more active. Host, of course. Prince An recently acknowledged his son and plans to hold a recognition banquet in a few days, then officially record him in the royal genealogy. He has already informed Emperor Jingyuan about it. Oops. With a thunderous crash in the sky, Lord Zhou transformed into a royal relative. Following that, his status in the Hanlin Academy also rose. Thinking that he had asked Zhou Qingzi to help with work. Sigh. It would probably fall through. Suddenly, Minister of Personnel Gu Ci stepped forward and proposed to move next year's imperial examination up to 2 months later. Approved. Guagua, why did Minister Gu suddenly propose to move up the examination? And Emperor Jingyuan agreed. Host, this is a good thing. Next year's climate will be even colder, and poor students might not even be able to reach the capital. Moreover, selecting more talents can only benefit Great Yin. Didn't the Emperor also agree? Shen Mingzhu frowned. But Guagua, I feel something is off. What's off? Do you think Emperor Jingyuan and the others know that Great Yin is about to enter a mini ice age? Host, that's not strange. The Great Yin dynasty has an imperial astronomical bureau which observes celestial phenomena, calculates solar terms, and formulates the calendar. It's not surprising they predicted it. There are always wise people in this world. Shen Mingzhu nodded. No wonder she recently felt a tense atmosphere pervading the capital. Guagua, doesn't that mean my eldest brother Shen Qinghong can enter officialdom ahead of time? Well, according to the development, your eldest brother did quite well this time, passing as the 5th-ranked second-class Jinshi. Not bad at all. For that, your parents even held a celebration banquet for him. Oh my, he's really getting cocky. Thinking of Shen Qinghong's arrogant demeanor annoyed her. However, he had been pretty nice to her these past few days. As long as he doesn't provoke her. Guagua, what is Shun Jiaojiao doing? Host, in a moment of carelessness, Shun Jiaojiao has saved another noble. Upon hearing this, Yan Yunxian instantly shed his decadent aura. Jiaojiao is truly amazing. She is indeed the person he married despite his father's objections. Host, do not be careless. This time, Shun Jiaojiao saved someone from the divine Dr. Valley. All renowned physicians in the world hail from this valley, which demonstrates its immense status. Members of the divine Dr. Valley are treated with favor in any nation. Hiss. So it was someone from the divine Dr. Valley. The second miss of Minister Shen's household is truly fortunate. She has actually tied herself to the divine Dr. Valley. What is so impressive about that? Guagua, have you forgotten that my second sister-in-law is the youngest disciple of the divine Dr. Valley's master? She is the junior sister to all those physicians. What do we have to fear? Hiss. All the civil and military officials looked at Shen Changyuan with envy. Shen Changyuan listened to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts with delight. Oh my, the second son has grown up. He even found a wife on his own. I thought he only cared about leading troops in a battle. I didn't expect that among his 4 sons he is the most accomplished. Host, do not get ahead of yourself yet. The person Shen Jiaojiao saved this time is the second disciple of the divine Dr. Valley's master. He is also senior brother Zhou Chuan, the second senior brother of your second sister-in-law by Wanru. He fell in love with Shun Jiaojiao at first sight, but knowing her heart belongs to another, he became her confidant and a loyal guardian. He is a deeply affectionate male second lead. Is that not the second prince's rival? What rival? They are united against external threats, jointly targeting you, the true daughter. There is no conflict between them. His status in the divine Dr. Valley is second only to the master and the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother is devoted to studying medicine, so most affairs of the valley are handled by Zhou Chuan. This is also one of the reasons for Prince Xian's support. Listening to this, everyone felt that the conflict between the Crown Prince's faction and Prince Xian's faction seemed irreconcilable. However, they had long understood this. So all of them kept their eyes on their noses and remained silent. Guagua, who is more powerful, second sister-in-law, or Zhou Chuan? Zhou Chuan has been managing the affairs of the divine Dr. Valley for a long time, and has considerable prestige. By Wanru as the master's youngest and most favored disciple, is also deeply loved. The disciples of the valley are well aware of this, so in the end the two formed their own teams to strive for their respective ideals. Besides, think about it. In such a harsh environment in the northern region, why is the mortality rate lower than in the Northwest Army or Jinan Army? This is all because of second sister-in-law by Wanru. Guagua are second brother and second sister-in-law together now. Yes, they are. This time when your second brother Shin Qinglan returned, she came with him. It counts as visiting her parents, and they are preparing to choose an auspicious date for the wedding. In another year their child will be sent back from the northern region to be cared for by your beautiful mother. All the civil and military officials. Good heavens, that is truly fast. That's wonderful. Guagua will soon see second brother, second sister-in-law, and third brother. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I want to prepare a meeting gift for second sister-in-law. Guagua, what do you think I should prepare? By the way, the location of the iron and gold mines discovered by the Chai family is near the border of the northern region. How about I tell her the location? Host, your idea is very dangerous. Why do you want to grab everything for your own family? Guagua, I am the crown princess. Husband and wife are one. Whatever I bring home will eventually go into the crown prince's pocket. It won't flow outward. All the civil and military officials, it can be calculated like that. But Guagua is a system and doesn't understand it all. The northern region is the last pure land of Great Yin. It is the safest place. It is the retreat route for me and the crown prince. If the crown prince cannot win, we still have a place to go. Shen Changyuan wiped his sweat again. One second he felt he was in heaven, and the next he felt he was in hell. Not wanting to delve further into this topic, Shen Mingzhu asked Guagua some more questions about her future second sister-in-law by Wanru. Host, your second sister-in-law went out to travel and later by chance joined the military camp as a military doctor. Later, when your second brother was injured, he dragged his wounded body to chop down two people to save a mother and daughter. Only then did Bai Wanru slowly notice your second brother. Through repeated interactions, the two developed feelings for each other, and it became a celebrated romance in the army. After hearing this, Shen Changyuan smiled with great gratification. However, Shen Mingzhu did not feel happy upon listening. Instead, she furrowed her brows. A military doctor who stays in the wounded camp all the time. I guess her family won't agree to their marriage so easily. Guagua, will second brother's marriage to second sister-in-law not be smooth? Hee, host, you are so smart. Huh. All the ministers turned to look at Shen Changyuan. Wouldn't they be dissatisfied with such a good daughter-in-law? If you don't want her, I will. Many ministers began to stir, especially the military officers who thought she was a daughter-in-law chosen by heaven. Shen Changyuan also furrowed his brows, but he soon figured it out. In this dynasty, men and women do not sit together after the age of 7. Although Bai Wanru is a military doctor, she is also a woman who has had close contact with men outside her family. Noble families would not marry such a woman as their legitimate wife. Obviously, Bai Wanru would not give up her career. From Shen Mingzhu's words, it can be seen that she will later form her own military medical team and send the child back to the Marquis Manor. She has always fought side by side with the second young master. Speak. Sigh. It all started because your grandmother's second uncle, second aunt, eldest brother, fourth brother, and others did not approve of your second sister-in-law. They felt that a female doctor was not worthy of marrying your second brother as a legitimate wife, even though she is the disciple of the divine Dr. Valley's master. Your second brother was very insistent. In the end, your grandmother, old Madame Wang, spoke up if he marries her, and she must resign from her position as a military doctor and stay at home to serve her husband and raise children. A certain minister, the old madam, speaks reasonably. Another minister, it is a pity that Dr. Bai's medical skills will go to waste. Another minister, this world is too harsh on women. Looking at Emperor Jingyuan at the upper seat, Emperor Jingyuan governs the world with filial piety, and now this matter has caused a stir. Guagua, the Marquis Manor, is so conservative. Second sister-in-law is so good, and second brother likes her so much. They are true lovers. Why do they want to stop them? It's so frustrating. Yes, host, they truly are true lovers. In the end, your second brother died tragically. She wanted to take revenge and then commit suicide out of love, but she was poisoned and died full of regret, passing away while embracing your second brother's tombstone. It is both tragic and touching. Some emotional ministers wiped their eyes. Such a good person did not meet with a good end. Emperor Jingyuan's expression grew even darker, because he once again saw his beloved son, Crown Prince Yin Baichen, failing. Guagua, I have decided. After returning home, I will give mother a heads up and ask her to help second brother and second sister-in-law. In this life, I must ensure they grow old together and live happily. Host, I believe you can do it. Shen Changyuan nodded with gratification. After the court session, he also needed to have a preliminary talk with his mother and others. Such a good daughter-in-law must be married off early. By the way, he should also let Madam prepare in advance. When they return, they can directly calculate the date for the wedding. Not a moment can be wasted. Shen Changyuan's eyes darted back and forth as he plotted how to persuade his stern mother back home. Beside him, the ministers contemplated the Shen family's 4 sons, carefully weighing whether to form a marriage alliance with the Marquis Manor. Marriage alliances carry risks. One must proceed with caution. Host, the imperial examination has been advanced. Does this mean Zhao Doran's daughter's scum husband is coming? Guagua, stop screaming. If he's coming to the capital for the examination, then he's coming. Lord Zhao is father's right-hand man. Keep a closer eye on him. His daughter Zhao Shui'er is quite fine. Prevent her from being deceived heart and body only to meet the same fate as Counselor Su's granddaughter. Su Qingshan, you speak ill of others, yet why do you always bring up my family? So irritating. But he remained silent, hanging his head with a gloomy expression, making it obvious to anyone that he was furious. Zhao Guangming, I feel as though the road ahead is full of light. That day after court dismissed, Shen Mingzhu went straight to the Hanlin Academy for roll call and then returned home directly. The Hanlin academicians, Shen the compiler, isn't even pretending anymore. He just leaves. Honestly, everyone was overthinking it. Shen Mingzhu simply couldn't wait to tell her mother the good news about her second brother. The moment she stepped into the Marquis Manor, Mother Shen heard several screams. Guagua, how did I gain so many points? It all started when Shen Mingzhu, having returned to the Marquis Manor, decided to use her points to buy sweet potato and potato vines along with chili seedlings for planting. She also planned to buy a batch of cotton to make winter quilts in advance. When she checked her points in the upper right corner, she found she had over 2 million. Such sudden wealth naturally stirred her excitement. She opened the screen and saw Emperor Jingyuan is inwardly furious. Points 999. Second Prince Yin Yinxian wants to die. Points 9,999. Su Qingshan is filled with shame and indignation. Points 999. Donating a golden house to the state treasury of the great Yin dynasty and punishing the corrupt Xiao family. Points 520000. Donating a gold mine and an iron mine to the great Yin dynasty and punishing the Changle Marquis Chai family. Points 152000. Ding ding ding. Suddenly losing the golden house, gold mine, and iron mine didn't seem so bad. Shen Mingzhu disregarded everything else and went directly to the courtyard near the west corner gate of the Marquis Manor. She purchased a batch of unevenly dyed cotton and hemp cloth, along with cotton, receiving 200 sacks of fabric scraps as a bonus. When Mother Shen saw Shen Mingzhu return to the mansion, she was just about to go greet her, but watched her head straight for the west courtyard. She had intended to ask if she needed any help, but was met with a cold shoulder instead. Mother Shen smiled. Why are you here in this desolate courtyard, Mingzhu? Do you need something? Mother will help you. Shen Mingzhu had the servants dismissed and pulled her mother into the courtyard. Seeing the courtyard piled high with fabrics and sacks, she said nothing. Looking at her mother, who trusted her completely, Shen Mingzhu frowned and fabricated an excuse. Mother, I must confess. After a vivid dream yesterday, I encountered a strange fortune. I dare not tell anyone, fearing they would burn me as a monster. Mother Shen held Shen Mingzhu's hand. Mingzhu, rest assured. You will always be my daughter. What monster? My Mingzhu is clearly a little fairy. Hee. Mother is the best. Afterwards, Shen Mingzhu explained to her mother that these fabrics and cotton were gifts from her strange encounter. Cotton could be used for quilts, padded jackets, pants, and shoes. Since cotton had never appeared in the great Yin dynasty, nobles and officials typically wore fur and leather during the winter, relying on heated brick beds and charcoal braziers to survive the cold. Hearing of such a divine material, Mother Shen happily opened a sack. Feeling the soft cotton, it was truly warm. Mingzhu, what do you intend? Mother, you decide how to handle it. The rest should be transported to the northern lands. Starting this year, the common people and soldiers in the north will have it even harder. Mother Shen thought for a moment before saying, Mingzhu, such a divine item should naturally be presented to your majesty. Under the vast heavens, every inch of land belongs to the king. Shen Mingzhu sighed. That was the one downside of feudal society. Even after 3 years, she, a modern woman, still hadn't fully adjusted. However, seeing her mother's expression, she smiled and said, Mother, you decide. Try to send as much as possible to the north. I am somewhat worried about my maternal grandfather's region. Mother Shen patted Shen Mingzhu's hand. Mingzhu, your filial piety towards your grandfather and his family is known. Rest assured, Mother will handle it properly. Seeing the desolate courtyard in the northwest corner filled to the brim with cotton and fabrics by Shen Mingzhu, Mother Shen thought for 3 seconds and then sent a message to the palace. Shen Mingzhu returned directly to her own courtyard. Gua Gua, when is the next discount on good items? Host, you already have over 2 million points. Don't be so stingy. What do you know? These points aren't enough for my expenses. I need to ensure my family's safety and also look after my grandfather Xie's village in the north. I can't ignore the Wu family in Jiangnan either. There are also many Shen clan relatives. Father is the current head of the family, I can't just abandon them. And the crown prince. I am now the crown princess. If the crown prince and I truly love each other, I must consider the future. Just tell me, are these points enough? Besides, who knows if the female lead Shen Jiaojiao has any trump cards? Second prince, Yin Yunxian, and that cockroach who won't die. He wasn't even touched by Emperor Jinyuan. Who knows why he's being kept around? Host Gua Gua doesn't quite understand, but Gua Gua thinks host is always right. Shen Mingzhu was very satisfied with the system's tactfulness. After a while, the melon-eating system suddenly spoke. Host, the next system discount will be on the 1st of next month. The 1st of every month is the system mall's discount day. You can purchase whatever you wish on that day. Okay, thank you, Gua Gua. You're welcome, host. It's what Gua Gua should do. As long as host is happy. Shen Mingzhu lay on her noble chair, having bought a box of fresh Fizixio lychees, eating with great delight. After finishing, the maid Xiaoyao brought a basin of water. After washing her hands, Shen Mingzhu went straight to bed. Xiaoyao, take these lychees to the main courtyard for mother. As if thinking of something, she bought another unopened box. Xiaoyao, seeing the 2 boxes of lychees, lowered her head and left the courtyard directly. When Mother Shen's message reached the palace, Emperor Jinyuan was holding a small court session to prepare for the upcoming imperial examination. As for the concubines in the rear palace, concubine Li and Princess Changel, he left them entirely to Empress Lin. The Chai family could not be spared. The entire Hongyong Marquis Manor would be executed, and the remaining members would be exiled to the northern gold mine to dig for gold, making their final contribution to the great Yin dynasty. Since they liked it so much, let them dig their fill. Miss? Shen Mingzhu was sleeping soundly when Xiaoyao burst in, calling her. Xiaoyao, I'm sleepy. Let's talk after I wake up. Xiaoyao looked at the eldest young master and the 4th young master, shaking her head. Shen Qinghong waved his hand and said, forget it, let her sleep. Let's go sit in mother's courtyard for a while. But when they arrived at mother's courtyard, no one was there. They only saw 2 boxes of Fizixio lychees. The 2 exchanged a glance. Where did these lychees come from? They were so fresh. Shen Qingbao didn't care about that. He picked one up and ate it. Big brother, so sweet. Shen Qinghong, seeing his younger brother's behavior, scolded, mind your manners. This was clearly meant for Mother Xie. How could he eat it directly? Big brother, it's obviously already opened. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know if I eat one. Alright, stop being cheeky. Have some tea. Oh. After the 2 brothers talked, they both noticed that their attitude towards Shen Jiaojiao was strange. So they thought of getting closer to their biological sister, Shen Mingzhu, to see if they could learn the reason from her inner thoughts. Furthermore, they wanted to talk with Mother Xie to explain that their attitude towards Shen Mingzhu was sometimes beyond their control. It wasn't their true intention, and they hoped Mother would put in a good word for them in front of Mingzhu. But Mingzhu was catching up on sleep, and Mother was nowhere to be seen. Soon it would be time for lunch. Let's go to the dining hall. Alright. Shen Qingbao agreed, glancing reluctantly at the 2 boxes of lychees before striding after Shen Qinghong to the dining hall, at the western side gate of the Marquis' residence. At this moment, the chief steward Wang Difu was leading a squad of imperial guards moving cotton onto horse-drawn carts at the Marquis' residence. They left half of the cloth and a courtyard of cotton for the mansion, taking away the rest. The cloth Shen Mingzhu purchased was of the gray, black, and green shades typical of the 1960s and 70s in the Long Kingdom. Dull colors, ordinary craftsmanship, stained with other dyes, or unevenly colored. Emperor Jinyuan took these cloths to silence others. If the northern regions had them, other places should at least see a glimpse. Cotton was too important. He had done his utmost. He could only hope Shen Mingzhu had cotton seeds so they could cultivate more. Although Emperor Jingyuan had taken nearly all the cotton, it was a drop in the bucket for the great Yin dynasty. The grand procession entered the imperial palace. Seeing Wang Difu's grin stretching from ear to ear, the ministers understood. The harvest was substantial. Glancing at the time the emperor ended today's council. The ministers left the palace one after another while Emperor Jingyuan went directly to the imperial household department to inspect the cotton. The soft white cotton. Emperor Jingyuan plunged his hand in feeling the warmth. Difu, try it too. It's really warm. Wang Difu smiled and thrust his hand into the sack filled with cotton. It was indeed warm. Your Majesty, it's so warm. It feels like we wouldn't be cold even without a brazier. Indeed. But it was too little. Not nearly enough to distribute. Difu, you must protect the crown princess. Wang Difu replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Imperial Noble Consort Li and Princess Changel are insisting on seeing you. Emperor Jingyuan frowned. Not seeing them. The good mood from seeing the cotton was ruined. The Chai family's ambition was like a wolf's. How could they be easily forgiven? And the second prince, he was bold. The emperor hadn't even sought trouble with them yet. By the way, Difu, there's still no good news from Chen. Your Majesty, the crown prince is blessed by heaven. A good man will be protected. He will wake soon. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at the chief of the imperial household department, gave a few instructions, then set out for Cunning Palace. He needed to inform the empress that he would not see consort Li and Princess Changel. He had many important matters to attend to. The empress should handle all affairs in the harem, resorting to thunderous measures if necessary. In the capital at the Chongping Marquis' residence. Before lunch, Mother Shen sent a plate of lychees to the old madam and the second branch each. The rest she kept for her two sons and herself. After lunch, hearing her two sons' words, Mother Shen's face turned heavy. Then you two should stay away from Jiao Jiao from now on. Fortunately, she will be married off in a few days. Today take the servants and decorate the mansion. Seeing her off properly will be our task done. At this moment, Shen Jiao was hastily making her wedding dress. She didn't know why the Astronomical Bureau had chosen such a rushed date. Her wedding dress wasn't even embroidered yet, nor did she know how much dowry her mother had prepared for her. If it was too little, would the Prince Xian and consort Li look down on her? After all, she wasn't the true daughter of the Marquis' household. Hiss! The needle pricked her finger, instantly staining the wedding dress red. Miss, it's nothing. In 2 days, she would marry her brother Yunxian. At the thought, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. None of the Shen family knew that ever since she could remember, she would periodically have a dream, and the events in the dream would soon come true in reality. It was as if a celestial being guided her, quite miraculous. Relying on these dreams, she lived smoothly in the capital, and even met the great love of her life, the second prince, Yin Yunxuan, her brother Yunxian. And when she was 12, she dreamed that she was not the true daughter of the Marquis' household. The real one was someone else, and she would soon be brought back. Of course, she wasn't worried because everyone would stand behind her to help deal with the true daughter, Shen Mingzhu. Those who helped Shen Mingzhu would all meet a miserable end. The more they helped, the worse they died. Until after the two girls' coming-of-age ceremonies, everything seemed to change. Especially Shen Mingzhu. She was not reviled by everyone, but instead became an official. This made her a bit panicked. Moreover, in her dreams, she married brother Yunxian as his legitimate wife. Even though Mother Xie Qinghuan was unwilling, she still prepared a generous dowry for her, and she married brother Yunxian in grand style. Now, looking at her pricked finger, she felt it was not a good omen. At Prince Xian's mansion. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Yin Yunxian smashed everything he could in the room. Your Highness. Get out. Your Highness, in 2 days the secondary consort Shen will enter the mansion. Right, Jiao Jiao was going to marry him. Zhao Hai, prepare well. Clean up the Fengfei courtyard, and ensure Jiao Jiao lives comfortably. Yes, Your Highness. Thinking of how Shen Jiao had saved Zhou Hanchuan of the miracle Dr. Valley, his expression softened slightly. After calming down, he summoned his advisors to the study. In just a few days he had suffered heavy losses and had to think about the path ahead. Shen Mingzhu's inner voice was like a big funnel. She could say anything. The key was that it was completely illogical. Ooh, she said whatever she saw. She was like a time bomb. Soon Prince Xian's mansion was all red and festive. Along with the mansion's joyous event, the crown prince, Yin Beichen, also woke up. He really woke up. Yes, Empress, the crown prince has woken. He is on his way to the palace now. Good, good, good. Baiji, go brew some ginseng soup to nourish Chen. Also prepare some of the crown prince's favorite dishes for dinner. Yes, Your Majesty. Baiji, seeing Empress Lin so happy, felt happy too. The crown prince waking up is good, waking up is good. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Jingyuan also went to Empress Lin's Cunning Palace, where they awaited the joyous reunion with their beloved son together. The crown prince has arrived. Accompanied by a shrill-voiced crown prince, Yin Beichen strode into Cunning Palace. Your son pays respects to father and mother. Chen, rise quickly. You have just awakened, you must take good care of your health. Yin Beichen noticed that Empress Lin had even grown gray hairs at her temples and could not help but say, Mother, your son has caused you worry. My son is awake, that's all that matters, that's all that matters. Mother and son shared deep affection. After exchanging a few more words, Crown Prince Yin Beichen straightened up and knelt before Emperor Jinyuan. Father, I beg you to withdraw my engagement to Miss Shen of the Marquis Mansion. The entire Shenjing knows that Miss Shen's heart belongs to second brother, and she is his betrothed. How can I marry Miss Shen? How will the court officials and the people of Great Yin view me? Emperor Jinyuan and Empress Lin immediately shook their heads and waved their hands upon hearing this. Shen'er, this must not be. Yin Beichen frowned deeply. Father, Shen'er, Miss Shen is the heaven-ordained crown princess, a perfect match for you. In the future, I grant you a lifetime of only one spouse. Get along well with the crown princess. She is a wonderful person. Your mother and I are both very fond of her. He looked at his eldest son and continued, the entire court is also very fond of Miss Shen. If I were not the emperor of Great Yin, she would not even be available for you. Yin Beichen. Father is seriously ill after waking up. Shen Mingzhu was not someone he had never met. She was a woman of crude understanding and unrestrained behavior, without any trace of the noble ladies of the capital. He sighed. Suddenly he felt a sense of melancholy. Must he so young bear all of this? Before he could finish his thoughts, Empress Lin from the head seat smiled and said, Chen, and now that you are awake, I will have the Imperial Observatory select an auspicious day to settle the matter between you and Miss Shen. Rest assured you will thank me in the future. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Emperor Jinyuan and smiled mysteriously. At this moment, the crown princess-to-be, Shen Mingzhu, woke up and took out her purchased pet Meow. Pet Meow, a large tiger with inherent white tiger bloodline, resembling a small white cat with a faint pinkish hue at the tips of its fur, very beautiful. One of the favorite spirit pets of the celestial maidens in the immortal realm. Skills 1. Spit fireballs. Whoever angers me, I'll keep spitting. 2. Command all beasts. As the descendant of the king of beasts, whoever disobeys will be devoured raw. 3. Can change size, still as a pet, fierce as a tiger, traveling 1,000 miles a day, unrivaled. 4. Ida Meow, and the most beautiful in the world, and no human or beast shall refute that. Reading the description, Shen Mingzhu was very satisfied. Why is this the pet I bought? So powerful it only listens to me, right? Host, just bite your finger and make a contract with the Meow. Following Guagua's instructions, Shen Mingzhu bit her finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and placed it on Meow's forehead. Soon a golden light flashed, and a connection formed in Shen Mingzhu's mind with Meow. Because Meow was beautiful, Shen Mingzhu discussed with it and named it. Shen Piaoyang nicknamed Meow, enjoying the same treatment as Shen Mingzhu. Shen Mingzhu also specially assigned 4 maids to attend to it, calling it Master Meow. The personal maid was Lian Xiao, who had been her own personal maid, steady and reliable. Ho, it would do. You must meow. You are now my precious pet, the Master Meow of the Marquis Mansion. The maid's humans are worse than cats. Seeing that it was already lunchtime, Shen Mingzhu cheerfully carried Master Meow to the dining hall. Seeing Shen Xinghong and Shen Qingba already waiting there, she greeted them. Elder brother, fourth brother. Looking at the kitten in Shen Mingzhu's arms, Shen Qingba smiled happily. Mingzhu has gotten a pet. So adorable, and its fur has a faint pink hue. I've never seen anything like it. It's truly beautiful. Shen Mingzhu, having slept well and in good spirits, replied with a smile. Yes, our Shueqiu is the most beautiful. By the way, elder brother and fourth brother, Shueqiu's full name is Shen Piaoyang. From now on, her treatment in the mansion will be the same as mine. Since Shen Jiaojiao is getting married in 2 days, her allowance can be given to Shen Piaoyang in the future. Arda Meow is very formidable. The 2 brothers looked at the cat lying lazily in Shen Mingzhu's arms, examining it again and again, but still couldn't see anything special. In any case, if their little sister said it was formidable, then it was formidable. They didn't want to provoke her anymore. Shen Xinghong watched Shen Mingzhu playing with the cat and asked curiously, little sister, what can the Meow do? Can you tell us? Can it spit fire? Does that count? Before Shen Xinghong could speak, Shen Qingba directly said, it counts. Little sister, have it spit one out for us to see. Shen Mingzhu. The Meow, how about you spit a small fireball? The Meow glanced sideways at Shen Qingba. For some reason, Shen Qingba could actually see a trace of disdain in its eyes. Roar. A small fireball instantly shot out from the Meow's mouth, and a chair not far from Shen Mingzhu caught fire. Oh no. Put out the fire. Shen Xinghong poured a pot of tea, but it didn't extinguish the flames. Instead, it made the fire even fiercer. Little sister quickly put out the fire. Shen Mingzhu patted the Meow's little belly. Be good. Quickly put it away. This is our own home. If it's burned, we'll have to spend money to buy new things. We can't be wasteful. Roar. The fire slowly died down. You must meow from now on, got it? You are an adorable little kitty. What do you mean you are a little kitty? Mingzhu, is this a tiger? Shen Xinghong asked tentatively. Elder brother, it's the Meow. A white the Meow, and it loves beauty the most. From now on, call it Shen Piaoyang. When you see it, it will be in a better mood. It is very, very well behaved. Shen Xinghong. Another living ancestor has arrived at home. He felt that ever since Shen Mingzhu was brought back, his status in the family had been getting lower and lower. Seeing that Shen's father and mother hadn't arrived, yet Shen Mingzhu looked at Peony. Peony, go see why mother hasn't come yet. Yes, miss. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Have you all been waiting impatiently? Gazing at the scorched stool beside her, Xie Qinghuan furrowed her brows. What happened? Shen Qinghong replied, Mother, it's nothing serious. We can discuss it later, let's eat first. Shen Qingba and Shen Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Xie Qinghuan looked at her 3 children, then noticed the additional little white cat on the table, and said with a smile, You've gotten a pet. Mother, I got it. Its name is Shun Piaoyang, nicknamed Meow. From now on it's the feline master of the mansion. Lian Xiao is in charge of its personal care, and it will receive a monthly allowance just like the rest of us. Seeing her mother's expression unchanged, Shen Mingzhu thought, Mother, you should quickly say that once Shen Jiaojiao gets married, her allowance will go to Shen Piaoyang. That way you can build a better relationship with it faster. The Meow is very formidable and can protect you. Shen Mingzhu's mother's eyes lit up and a radiant smile spread across her face. Since the Meow is your pet, we'll just give it Jiaojiao's allowance. Remember to have your maid collect it every month. If the Meow ever needs anything, send Lian Xiao to find me. Mother, you're the best. Shen Piaoyang meow meow meow. This cat is very happy. It's now a cat with a monthly allowance. Seeing the Meow flick its tail, Shen Mingzhu smiled with delight. Mother, let's start eating. I'm starving. All right. Shen Mingzhu even made sure to give the Meow a little bit of every dish, especially the meat, generously adding more portions. After lunch, Shen Mingzhu carried the Meow back to her own Mingzhu courtyard, while Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba followed their mother to the main courtyard. Sitting at the table with the lychees, the mother and her sons began to chat while eating. When their mother learned that the Meow could breathe fire, she was extremely astonished. From now on, feed the Meow whatever it wants. Great Yin is about to become busy, so you all should be more cautious. We understand, Mother. Shen Mingzhu's mother gave them a few more worried instructions before letting them leave. That afternoon, Shen Mingzhu skipped work entirely, taking the Meow on a tour all around Shengjing City. She bought whatever caught the Meow's fancy. When she saw how much the Meow loved catnip, she waved her hand and bought 2 cartloads of it to bring back to the mansion. Meow meow meow. The Meow loved it. Inhaling the scent of the catnip, the Meow stretched out luxuriously, longing to roll around directly in the mountain of catnip. It had only been with its master for a day, so it couldn't be too indulgent. Seeing the longing look into Meow's eyes, Shen Mingzhu bought a few more bags of pastries and returned to the Marquis's residence with her entourage. After returning, she allocated the room next to hers to Shun Piaoyang, there to Meow, covering the bed and floor with a thick layer of catnip, so it could play to its heart's content. Back in her own room, Shen Mingzhu immediately flopped onto the bed to rest. In the other room, the Meow, nestled in a mountain of catnip, purred contentedly, even growing bigger in its bliss, and rolling on the floor utterly carefree. This owner is great. No need to do anything, just spit the occasional fireball, and life is pure enjoyment. Wonderful. Marvelous. It loved this life. And so that wonderful day came to an end. Shen Mingzhu closed and opened her eyes, and it was already time for the next day's morning court. Today was a special day. The second prince, Xian Wang Yan Yunshuan, was taking a break from his marital leave, and the crown prince Yan Beichen had awakened and come to attend court. The crown prince's faction stood tall and proud, their spirits high. The crown prince had finally awakened. The heavy burden on their hearts had finally been lifted. To awaken is good, to awaken is great. Guagua, that's the crown prince, Yan Beichen, my fiancé. All I can see is his back, nothing else. Crown prince, Yan Beichen, how dare you? The assembled civil and military officials covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. Guagua, what's wrong with him? No one else is speaking. Does he have some kind of after effect? If he's sick, I don't want him. Yan Beichen was enraged by her disdain, his face turning red. He spun around, glaring fiercely at Shen Mingzhu. Shut up. Guagua, he does have a handsome cold face and his features are well defined. One could say he's quite good looking. Perhaps due to his long-held high position and his studies in the art of emperorship, his gaze was as cold and deep as an abyss, carrying a dominant, inviolable air of lofty condescension. Why is the daughter of the Shun family in court, and wearing official robes, and speaking so recklessly? No, she never even opened her mouth. So can he hear her thoughts? He turned back, meeting her innocent eyes, a hint of barely perceptible scrutiny in his gaze. Finally, Yan Beichen fell silent. This might be why his father insisted he marry her. Seeing that the crown prince Yan Beichen had accepted the situation, Emperor Jingyuan directly instructed the chief eunuch, Wang Difu, to announce the start of court. Court is now in session. Guagua, quickly check for me if Crown Prince Yan Beichen is a womanizer. I don't want to share a husband with anyone else. Toothbrushes and men are absolutely non-shareable. The assembled civil and military officials looked at Crown Prince Yan Beichen with sympathetic expressions. Yan Beichen wanted to make her shut up, to stop her from thinking such things in her heart, when suddenly his face flushed crimson as he saw an ancestor figure. After dispelling the thought, he slowly returned to normal. He couldn't do anything about Shen Mingzhu, couldn't harbor ill intentions towards her or stop her thoughts. However, Shin Chongyuan, as the Minister of Revenue, stood in the front row not far from him. His gaze was fixed on him, shooting daggers with intense fury. Shin Chongyuan, this official is already used to it. The Crown Prince must look out for himself. Host, don't worry, Crown Prince Yan Beichen is still a guaranteed virgin. Hearing this, the entire court fell silent. How could that be possible? When princes reach a certain age, they are provided with instructional maids. The crown prince was long past that age, so how could he still be one? The assembled civil and military officials looked at Emperor Jingyuan. Emperor Jingyuan, I have nothing else to do, do I? It's not like I'm under the crown prince's bed every day. What's going on? Post, it's a long story. For her only son, Empress Lin meticulously arranged an instructional made for Crown Prince Yin Beichen. However, Yin Beichen was obsessed with martial arts. Upon hearing that breaking his virginity could affect his martial arts progress, he simply had the maid state she had already instructed him and then assigned her to a post in the Crown Prince's mansion, and that was that. The assembled civil and military officials. Well, it was only because he wanted to improve his martial arts that he wasn't rejected by the Crown Princess for being a womanizer. At this moment, Yin Beichen clenched his fists, his deep eyes blazing with raging fire. He was striving to maintain his composure, but that Miss Shen kept exposing his private matters, and he truly couldn't take it anymore. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and placed in the center of the hall for all the civil and military officials to admire. It was utterly humiliating. Host, let me tell you something interesting. What is it? Tell me quickly. Host, regarding Yan Yunshuan, the second prince, Xian Wang, who prides himself on a one life, one love. With Shun Jiaojiao, he not only has an instructional maid, but also 2 beautiful maidservants attending to him closely in his courtyard. A few days ago, he also acquired 2 voluptuous Yangzhou courtesans, and recently his maternal cousin has even moved into his mansion. The assembled officials. As long as I don't give them a title, I only have you alone. Shen Mingzhu, what a fine one life, one love indeed. What does Shun Jiaojiao know about these things? Host, second prince, Yan Yunxian, is playing the role of a deeply devoted lover to Shun Jiaojiao. How could she possibly know? Tisk tsk. This is what men call true love. The promise was sincere at the moment it was made, but feelings change in an instant. But after 2 days, the two would be completely locked together. Host Guagua doesn't know what true love is, but Guagua will forever be loyal to the host, never betraying. Guagua, you're amazing. Don't trust men's promises. Don't trust men's sincerity. Promises and sincerity are only true at the moment they are spoken. As time passes, they scatter with the wind. Crown Prince Yin Beichen listened to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, watched his father, and the entire court remained calm about all this, and then he became strangely calm as well. But when he turned to look at Shen Mingzhu behind him, he revealed a meaningful smile. Look, the Crown Prince is smiling at me. He must be captivated by my peerless beauty. Host, everyone loves you, flowers bloom at your sight, and even cars get flat tires when they see you. She is a peerless beauty, the only female official of the great Yin dynasty, the most formidable. Shen Chongyuan's lips twitched. Crown Prince Yin Beichen looked at him and sneered twice. Loved by all, flowers bloom at her sight. Indeed, whoever dares to harbor ill intent will directly meet the grand ancestor emperor. Won't that cause a flat tire? By the way, Guagua, I gave the Crown Prince Yin Beichen a recovery pill to wake him early. Shouldn't Emperor Jingyuan reward me? Starting tomorrow, do I no longer have to attend court in place of my husband? Host, probably yes, but you still need to check in at the Hanlin Academy every day. Guagua, going to the Hanlin Academy is easy. Then I'll just have my family take me there. After hearing this, Emperor Jingyuan smiled. Then Wang Difu stepped forward and his sharp voice rang out. Shen Mingzhu, the Hanlin Academy compiler, stepped forward to receive the imperial decree. Shen Mingzhu was still considering asking her mother today how many fields and manors the family owned, planning to plant them all with cold-resistant grain seeds and long-lasting high-yield vegetables like cabbage and radishes. In any case, vegetables and grain must have a source. She sometimes sighed that although this was a feudal dynasty, she was born into a powerful family, standing at the top of the class hierarchy. Otherwise, when natural disasters truly came, it would be miserable. By imperial decree, Minister Shun has performed excellently in the Hanlin Academy and contributed seeds of cotton, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. As a reward, she is granted the privilege to attend court permanently. Let this be obeyed. Your servant thanks His Majesty for his immense grace. What is Emperor Jingyuan doing? Still need to attend court. I really don't want to get up early. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's lips curled slightly, suddenly feeling that she was actually quite cute. Host, attending court is fine. Actually, it's good to hear the major affairs of the great Yin dynasty first thing every day, especially regarding your northern territories. Isn't that great? True father never talks about these things in front of us, as if they're classified. Right. Many people simultaneously looked at Shen Chongyuan. Shen Chongyuan straightened his body. These were all state affairs, many of them classified. How could he mention them in front of his family? Walls have ears. By the way, Guagua, help me check whether the Crown Prince has attracted any bad romantic entanglements. I don't want to deal with mistresses numbered 3, 4, 5, 6 after marrying him. The entire court simultaneously looked at Crown Prince Yin Beichen. Yin Beichen, thinking this Crown Prince is devoted to the people, diligently practices martial arts, and is of noble character. Those serving around me are all pages and guards. The only one in the mansion with whom I have much contact is my wet nurse, old Madame Gouet. Being pure and proud, I have no bad romantic entanglements. Host, many people covet your Crown Prince. What? The Crown Prince thought, how is that possible? Host Empress Lin originally wanted to choose either her niece Lin Yusin or her niece Zhou Zihan to be Crown Prince Yin Beichen's consort. But you came out of nowhere like a surprise obstacle. Both of them admire the Crown Prince and are secretly preparing to become his side consort at home. Also, the Crown Prince's wet nurse, old Madame Gui, has a daughter Wang Meihua who plans to find an opportunity to become the Crown Prince's concubine. And there's also the teaching palace maid Xiaolan whom the Crown Prince placed in the mansion to serve. She's preparing to become his bed servant. Also, host, in the future the Crown Prince will fall off a cliff during the succession struggle, lose his memory, be saved by a fishing girl, and bring her into the Crown Prince's mansion. She wants to become a concubine. The entire court, the Crown Prince, is truly blessed with romantic fortune. Emperor Jingyuan thought, my precious Crown Prince has such great charm. Shen Shangyuan thought, damn man. Alright Guagua, why does the Crown Prince have so many bad romantic entanglements? And these are only the ones we can name. What about those who want to curry favor? So annoying. Guagua, what if we just make him impotent? Otherwise, thinking about him touching me with hands that have touched so many women. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Shen Shangyuan's face changed drastically, and he knelt directly in the center of the hall. The other civil and military officials also knelt down. Shen Mingzhu, not understanding why, hurriedly knelt down along with the crowd. Other princes thought, sister-in-law the Crown Princess, you are truly a great person. Sister-in-law Crown Princess, it's Crown Prince brother's fortune to marry you. Sister-in-law Crown Princess, from now on you are our real sister-in-law, we only recognize you. Sister-in-law Crown Princess, we need you. Great Yin needs you. Host, after you give birth to a little royal grandson, you can buy the impotence pill from the system mall and give it to the Crown Prince. When you want to have a child someday, you can take a conception pill. Solve it once and for all. The Crown Prince thought, what do you take me for? A breeding pig. You conceive when you want and make me impotent when you don't. Yin Beichen was about to explode with anger. The anger he had barely suppressed was now on the verge of explosion, and even his voice trembled slightly. Shen Mingzhu. Shen Mingzhu heard her name again and hurried forward. Your servant is here. She then knelt there with her head lowered, saying nothing. Do you have anything to say? In response to the Crown Prince, your servant has nothing to say. What are your views and thoughts about me? Your servant holds only admiration for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is your servant's sky, your servant's earth, your servant's eternal sovereign. Your servant and the entire Shen family will forever be loyal to the great Yin dynasty until the last moment of our lives. After saying this, she recited several famous ancient verses with deep feeling. A silkworm spins its silk until death, a candle sheds its tears until they dry. Since ancient times, who can avoid death? Let me leave a loyal heart to illuminate history. I will devote myself utterly until my death. These are the lifelong beliefs of our Shen family toward the Crown Prince, His Majesty, and the great Yin dynasty. If he hadn't just heard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, he would have been moved to tears. Such a loyal minister. If he didn't promote her, he would be unworthy of the ancestors of the great Yin dynasty. Crown Prince Yin Beichen looked deeply at Shen Mingzhu kneeling on the ground. Her answers were watertight and made one feel like a spring breeze. Truly an eye-opener. This person. In the art of acting, if she claims to be second, no one dares to claim first. If Crown Prince Yin Beichen observed carefully, he could see that Shen Mingzhu's lips, which had just sworn eternal loyalty to the Crown Prince, His Majesty, and the great Yin dynasty, were slightly upturned, and there was a faint smile on her face. Enough, Crown Prince. Minister Shen is your consort. What are you doing? Father, I understand. After saying this, Emperor Jingyuan had the ministers rise and continued the morning court. Guagua, what is wrong with the Crown Prince? I am the Crown Princess, and we are husband and wife. A husband is the pillar of the family, and a wife is equal to her husband, jointly supporting the family. The Crown Prince just made me kneel in the hall. After we marry, I'll make him kneel before me and sing conquer every day. Emperor Jingyuan thought the Crown Princess is very ambitious. The entire court thought, we want to see the Crown Prince kneel and sing conquer. We really do. Shen Shangyuan thought, my daughter has made something of herself. The Crown Prince sneered, keep dreaming. He then cast a chilling gaze over the assembled ministers, sending a shiver down their spines. The Crown Prince was a cold, ruthless machine. Host is the best. Host is the most awesome. Gagwa waves the banner for the host. The Crown Prince thought, this Gagwa is an idiot. Blind praise. How can I, the Crown Prince of great Yin, the future ruler, be conquered by some mere woman? After speaking for so long, Shen Mingzhu was tired. She took a sip of hot water from her thermos, feeling much more comfortable. She glanced at the ministers beside her and quickly tucked her thermos into her sleeve. The wide sleeves of ancient official robes were truly convenient, capable of holding anything. She had bought this the previous night at the system mall. She had also bought one for Mother Shen, making them a matching set for mother and daughter. Thinking of Mother Shen's happy expression when she received the gift, Shen Mingzhu's mood was delightful. God would check who Crown Prince Yin Beichen will end up with. Host, have you forgotten? Crown Prince Yin Beichen will later go blind and become crippled. Emperor Jingyuan wanted him to have a son to be named Crown Prince, but in the end he was sabotaged into leaving no heir. Host, you don't even need to give him infertility drugs. He will be ruined by others himself. What a time saver. Crown Prince Yin-A thought, nonsense. I am in robust health. I could father 18 children in one breath. How could I ever be cut off from descendants? A beautiful, strong, and tragic figure. No wonder he's going to turn dark. Shen Mingzhu's inner voice screamed repeatedly. Host, danger, danger, danger. The big villain shows signs of premature darkening. Will the Crown Prince perform a darkening transformation right here in the hall? My goodness. I'm near the door, let's move back a bit, so we don't get caught in the crossfire. Shen Mingzhu thought, what the hell? I should have just let him suffer. If I hadn't saved him, I'd be lying in bed comfortably right now. Crown Prince Yin-A thought, heaven, why won't you send a lightning bolt to strike her dead? Can't she wish anything good for me? He turned his head to look at Shen Mingzhu again. Gagwa, who is Yin-A looking at now? Host, he seems to be looking at you. Why is he looking at me? Why isn't he looking at Minister Su Qingshan? Su Qingshan is the maternal grandfather of the male lead Yin Yunshuan and will be one of the male lead's most trusted generals. He should be the first to be eliminated if the villain darkens. Minister of Rights Su Qingshan quickly shuffled several steps away from the Crown Prince's direction. Su Qingshan thought, can you just shut up? I've had enough. Our Su family has already endured too much. Yin-A watched Su Qingshan's reaction, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. Good heavens. I am the darkening villain. Second brother Yin Yunxian is the male lead. Then what am I? The short-lived wife of the big villain. He glanced at Shen Mingzhu again and let out a cold smile. Such a naive little cutie, full of wild thoughts. Crown Prince Yin-A gave Minister Su Qingshan a thumbs up. Su Qingshan wiped the cold sweat from his temple and offered an awkward smile to the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this old subject is loyal to you, to your majesty, and to Great Yin. I have no second heart. Currently the Great Yin dynasty has 5 princes. The first Prince Yin-A is the son of the principal Empress Lin and has been crowned Crown Prince. The second Prince Yin Yunshuan holds the title of Prince Xian and is the son of Consort Li Su Baoder. The third Prince Yin Yunshan is the son of Consort Shu. The fourth Prince Yin Yunrui is the son of Consort Hui. The fifth Prince Yin Yunzhou is the son of Consort Da. The 5 princes are of similar age, usually getting along well, as brothers displaying mutual affection. They are all sons of the dragon. It is only natural for them to want to advance further, but one must consider whether they can seize this position from him. From Shen Mingzhu's inner monologue just now, it seems the second brother eventually ascends to the highest position. Today marks his first court session since waking up. His second brother, Yin Yunshuan, is absent, having requested leave to get married. He is marrying second Miss Shen Jiaojiao of the Chongping Marquis Manor. He glanced at Shen Changyuan, who was standing not far away with his head bowed, lost in thought. God, what do you think I can bring Miao to court with me in the future? I feel a sense of security only when I hold it. If anyone tries to harm me, I'll let Miao deal with them. If something like today had happened, there would have been no need to panic. Host, theoretically that is possible. As long as the host desires it, it can be done. That's good, that's good. Tonight I need to check it out and buy some life-preserving talismans or something. Host, have you forgotten? You already bought a body-protecting spirit jade, a body-protecting hairpin, and a cultivator's robe at the system mall. Using just one of them is sufficient. No one here can harm you. Ha ha ha, Gagwa, I knew I was the most awesome. The assembled ministers and officials thought, we want those things, but don't have them. Can they at least let us take a look? We just want to see what the body-protecting spirit jade, body-protecting hairpin, and cultivator's robe look like. Taking advantage of the minister's distraction, Shen Mingzhu directly hung a body-protecting spirit jade around her neck. Oh my goodness, I finally feel secure. Yin-A thought, can such treasures really exist in this world? Emperor Jingyuan also looked at Shen Mingzhu with intense interest. Hadn't she previously claimed to serve him selflessly until death? Weren't she supposed to be utterly loyal to him? Emperor Jingyuan thought, what a little liar. Shen Changyuan observed the interaction between the Crown Prince and Emperor Jingyuan, then turned and winked repeatedly at Shen Mingzhu behind him. God, what does my father's? I have a spasm. Host, rest assured your father is in robust health. He will live until the end of the story. He'll outlive you. Gagwa, how can you say such hurtful things? All right, host. Don't you have so many treasures? You'll be fine. Hearing the conversation between Shen Mingzhu and Gagwa, the ministers covered their mouths, struggling to suppress their laughter. Shen Changyuan glared fiercely at his rebellious daughter. This ungrateful little girl, this leaky cotton-padded jacket. She doesn't even think of her father despite having so many good things. For the past few days, his own father, the Marquis of Chongping Manor and Minister of Revenue of Great Yin, had knelt on the palace steps countless times on her behalf. She never thinks of her father. No, I should bring Miao to court as well. Yesterday when I returned home, my wife told me it was a magical little pet, a certain cat master. I'll go check it out after court today and build a good relationship in advance. Shen Piao thought, I am the most stunning pet cub in the Marquis Manor. Guagua, why are all the court officials covering their mouths and laughing? What are they laughing at? Host, I didn't notice either. Maybe the Crown Prince told them a joke. Alright, even the ice face can tell jokes. You might as well say the sun rises from the west. Host, Guagua really doesn't know. Shen Mingzhu pondered for a moment, then decided not to press the system further. She pulled out some pastries from her sleeve and ate a few more. Alas, attending court is so tiring. After eating and drinking her fill, she silently sighed again. The nearby ministers watched with envy. Shen Mingzhu took out a piece of cake and handed it to him, signaling him to have some. A certain minister to accept or not. If he accepted, would he have to eat the cake right in the great hall? Just then the hall returned to normal, and the ministers eagerly debated various state affairs. Observing the minister beside her, Shen Mingzhu couldn't help but ask the system. Guagua, which minister is this next to me? I haven't seen him before. What kind of look is he giving me? Shen Mingzhu felt quite exasperated. It seemed the minister beside her changed every day. At that moment, the four princes glanced back, then turned to continue discussing matters. A certain minister, host, the minister next to you, is called Lin Yuhui. He has taken over the position of the former vice minister of works, Xiao Xingjie. He is Grand Chancellor Lin's grandson, Empress Lin's nephew, Crown Prince Yin Beichen's cousin, and now he's your cousin too. Shen Mingzhu. Guagua, look at him just now. He didn't even dare to take a piece of cake. And this is my cousin. My cousin from my uncle's family has already fought several battles against the Hu people in the northern frontier. He's chopped off no less than 100 heads, if not 80. Alas, Guagua, why is the gap between people so vast? Some toil and fight on the battlefield, yet can't even earn the rank of a 5th grade general. Others do nothing and are already 4th grade vice ministers. Lin Yuhui was caught between explaining himself and staying silent, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Guagua, Minister Lin Yuhui's face is so red. What's wrong with him? Is he sick? Host, he's fine. He's perfectly well. As the only grandson of Grand Chancellor Lin and the legitimate eldest grandson, he's been very well cared for. Wow, Guagua, is Grand Chancellor Lin grooming his grandson to be his successor? What about his son? Lin Yuhui is too young. All the court officials indeed. Alas, it's a long story. Guagua, don't be mysterious. Cut it short and tell me quickly. All the court officials, tell us quickly, we want to hear. At the front, the white-haired Grand Chancellor Lin, who had been standing straight-backed, somehow slumped slightly, exuding a tinge of dejection. Host, Grand Chancellor Lin's son Lin Yuheng, who is also the Empress's elder brother, recently became infatuated with Mainyang, the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower. He now spends every day indulging in pleasure with her, ignoring everything else, only accompanying her in eating, drinking, and merrymaking, utterly delighted. Grand Chancellor Lin doesn't stop him. How could he not? He did. He beat him, scolded him, tried every method of discipline, but Lin Yuheng still goes his own way, acting as if as long as he isn't beaten to death he'll carry on as before. That's stubborn. So Grand Chancellor Lin just gave up. He was so outrageous that Grand Chancellor Lin wanted to beat him to death, but his old wife stopped him. Grand Chancellor Lin and his wife were a young couple deeply in love. He couldn't bear to kill their only son, and his wife naturally couldn't bear it either. She could only protect him with her life, and now she's ill in the mansion. Now Lin Yuheng and that courtesan are staying in a remote courtyard of the Lin residence. With no other choice, they had to let the grandson take over. Fortunately, this grandson Lin Yuhui is ambitious. He has already passed the imperial examinations and entered officialdom. With Grand Chancellor Lin's guidance, it should be fine. Oh my. What's going on with the Crown Prince's maternal family? His uncle is such a liability. Host, now he's your uncle too. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, he's about to be your uncle too. After hearing this, Shen Mingzhu looked at Lin Yuhui beside her with a pitying expression. She thought to herself, no wonder he's standing behind me so close. Some people probably resent him. He might even be getting ostracized. Guagua, what's going on with that Lin Yuheng? Did he just let himself go in middle age? Host, no. Lin Yuheng has been afflicted with a goo worm. A goo worm? Grand Chancellor Lin was shocked. He had previously suspected that his son was poisoned or bewitched, but he had summoned folk doctors and imperial physicians, and none found any sign of poisoning. So it was a goo worm. Who could be so vicious? A goo worm infestation is even more difficult than poisoning. The southern borderlands are skilled in goo arts. Could it be that Nanjiang spies had infiltrated the capital of Great Yin without their knowledge? He shuffled backward, trying to hear Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. He knew that his son would not just indulge in pleasure and defy his parents. Lin Yuhui was even more shocked. So his father had been afflicted with a goo worm. He had always wondered why the father who once loved him, cared for his mother, and respected his grandparents had suddenly changed. So that was it. He looked at Shen Mingzhu with burning eyes, hoping she would say more about his father's condition. At that moment, Emperor Jinyuan and Crown Prince Yin Beichen also frowned deeply, their hearts heavy. Guagua, goo worm. That imperial uncle is really unlucky. Alas, Lin Yuheng didn't want this either. He sensed something was wrong with himself, so he acted out in this outrageous manner. He knew Grand Chancellor Lin's temper. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, he would be confined and watched over so that he wouldn't do anything wrong. As for the monthly agony of the goo worm, gnawing, he silently endured. Grand Chancellor Lin's eyes reddened. Foolish child, why didn't he tell them the truth? They could have faced it together as a family. What was the point of silently bearing all this, letting his parents and loved ones misunderstand him? Guagua, why didn't Lin Yuheng tell Grand Chancellor Lin the truth? Besides, his sister is the empress of the current dynasty. Surely, if he had honestly informed her of his condition, Emperor Jingyuan would have helped search for renowned physicians far and wide. Host, you're thinking too simply. The first time Lin Yuheng's goo worm activated, he searched far and wide for famous doctors, and even secretly consulted imperial physicians, but none could find the problem. At first he thought he was just overworked and his body was failing. So in the second month, he drastically reduced his official duties, went to bed early and rose early, and even exercised a bit. But when the time came, the pain was still unbearable, even worse than the first time. This time he consulted doctors and imperial physicians again, but they still found nothing. Having spent many years in the officialdom, he knew someone would come for him. To be precise, this was a conspiracy targeting him, and he had to be vigilant. Wow, that's such a quick reaction. Host, think about it. The crown prince was in a coma. Empress Lin in the harem was worried about her son. Consort Li was at the height of favor, and then his own body started failing. In the court, only the aging Grand Chancellor Lin was holding things together. If he were to collapse at this moment, what do you think the consequences would be? Crown Prince Yin-Bei fell silent. Not a sound could be heard throughout the grand hall. The moment Shen Mingzhu's inner voice rang out, a student of Prime Minister Shen immediately stepped forward to present his memorial. Host, the court session will not conclude so quickly. We must wait a while. By the way, God will continue with the matter of Marquis Lin. Who actually placed the goo worm on him? Was it that famous courtesan? Everyone in the grand hall wanted to know who had cursed Marquis Lin. Prime Minister Lin, who is it? Who has harmed my son? Host, use that clever mind of yours. Aside from Marquis Lin, who stands to gain the most? Gagwa has the layout against Crown Prince Yin-Bei already begun to eliminate people. Upon hearing this, the system nearly manifested physically to wag its tail. Host, I always knew you were the smartest and most capable. Lin Yuheng is the Crown Prince's biological uncle and the Empress's elder brother. Removing him is equivalent to severing one of the Crown Prince's arms. Although young Master Lin is capable, he remains too young. The old foxes in the bureaucracy still afford him a measure of respect for now. But once Lin Yuheng, his father, passes away and Madame Lin follows shortly after in grief, Prime Minister Lin will be devastated, his health declining rapidly. With the Empress also heartbroken over losing two dear ones, all matters in the inner palace will fall to Consort Li. Young Master Lin, striving to uphold the Lin family's honor and the Crown Prince's status, will bear the burden alone. Poor young Master Lin, shouldering everything before even reaching 20. By the way, host, originally Crown Prince Yin-Bei would not have awakened so early, nor would Shun Jiaojiao have married Prince Xian Yin Yunshuan so soon. By the time the Crown Prince woke, Marquis Lin would already be gone. The entire court fell silent, especially Prime Minister Lin, a single tear falling unexpectedly onto his official boots. Watching his maternal grandfather's state, Crown Prince Yin-Bei could not bear it and quietly stepped forward to tug at his sleeve. If he could awaken early, perhaps his uncle could also find the cause of the illness and be cured. After the court session, he would spend a fortune seeking experts proficient in goo arts to treat his uncle. Now the minds of the officials were all in turmoil. Su Qingshan was anxious inside. Why did this keep getting linked to his daughter, his grandson, and the second prince? Back then it was known throughout Shengjing that this Lord Shen harbored feelings for Yinxian. Now it seemed if he couldn't have her, he intended to destroy her. No, this would not do. He could not let the Su family's hopes be destroyed. He silently prayed in his heart that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with anyone in his family. He feared Prime Minister Lin might challenge him to a duel right there in the hall. As if recalling something, he quickly moved farther away from the Prime Minister. Gagwa was the goo placed by the second prince's faction. Host, you guessed wrong this time. However, it does have a slight connection to him. Gagwa, you've become wicked. You love leaving things half said and keeping us in suspense now. The officials nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that was exactly the case. Hearing only half the story made them itch with anxiety, their hearts restless. Host, let me tell you. This was a wedding gift sent by one of Shun Jiaojiao's admirers to her, and the second prince, Yin Yunxian. The officials, Gagwa, this is truly hard to comment on. Do Shun Jiaojiao and the second prince know about this? Host, they do not know yet. This hasn't happened yet. They will only find out after the wedding. Gagwa, good heavens, what kind of new pervert is this? Gifting someone a life as a wedding present. Host, what are you saying? What life? Clearly he gifted a obedient dog. Waiting for the goo worm to slowly erode Marquis Lin's mind, he will become a puppet. A particularly obedient puppet. Prime Minister Lin could not catch his breath and fainted. Prime Minister Lin. Summon the imperial physicians. Summon them quickly. Lin Yuhui's eyes turned red with rage. Hearing that someone wanted his father to serve as a dog for Shen Jiaojiao and the second prince, Yin Yunshuan, tears flowed uncontrollably. He wanted to kill that person. Such vicious thoughts were simply unforgivable. This was not merely an insult, but a killing blow to the spirit. No wonder Prime Minister Lin fainted from anger. Gagwa, how exactly did Marquis Lin offend that person to deserve such revenge? It's simply murderous and detestable. Host, actually this matter is also connected to you. Gagwa, how am I involved? Aside from Empress Lin, I haven't spoken to anyone in the Lin family. Sigh. This matter traces back a few months ago. Your discord with Shen Jiaojiao was known throughout Shengjing. However, everyone also knew that Shen Jiaojiao was not the biological daughter of the Shen family, though no one would say it openly. One night Marquis Lin, that is Lin Yuheng, went with colleagues to a brothel to enjoy dancing, girls relax, drink, and chat. When the conversation turned to the Marquis manor, Lin Yuheng casually remarked that one should let trees be trees and flowers be flowers. All things in the world should find their proper place. He meant that Shen Jiaojiao should return everything she obtained from the Marquis manor to you. Unfortunately, that person overheard this. So the subsequent events are known to everyone. Gagwa, just because Marquis Lin said those few sentences? Yes, host. Who asked Shen Jiaojiao to be his savior? Shen Mingzhu. Gagwa, didn't Shen Jiaojiao save the second senior brother of Divine Dr. Valley, Zhou Haichuan? Could it be? Oh, host, where are your thoughts going? Divine Dr. Valley's mission is healing and saving lives. They do not study gu arts. That person is a man of the Jiang who commonly referred to as nameless. He is free-spirited and untrammeled, loving to travel. While wandering in the southern borders, he unintentionally saved a noble from that region. As a token of gratitude, that noble gifted him a precious gu worm, the very one he used on Marquis Lin. Hiss. Gagwa, when did Shen Jiaojiao save that person? Why does she save people every day? Host, on the day you and your father Marquis Shen went to protect the nation temple. Besides the giant snake, you unearthed 100-year-old ginseng. Emperor Jingyuan captured the fierce general. Shen Jiaojiao, as the daughter of destiny, encountered Nameless again at Protect the Nation temple. Then she learned everything he had done for her, and that he was leaving Shengjing for another journey. Before leaving the capital, Nameless left behind a rattle drum to control the gu worm. That drum is the wedding gift Nameless gave to Shen Jiaojiao. Emperor Jingyuan's eyes widened. This involved him too. He awkwardly touched his nose. Minister Su Qingshan firmly etched the 4 words, Shen Jiaojiao is the daughter of destiny, into his heart. Upon returning home, he would tell the second prince, Yin Yunshuan, to treat Shen Jiaojiao, his concubine, well. Shen Mingzhu felt quite embarrassed as well. Gagwa, Marquis Lin suffered this fate only because he spoke on my behalf. How should we help him? After all, he is the crown prince's uncle. He might even become the uncle of my future children. Crown Prince Yin Baichen, what do you mean might even become? Isn't she the crown princess? Wouldn't her children be my children? Marquis Lin is definitely the uncle of her children. This woman, if she dares to cheat on him, he would strangle her. Crown Prince Yin Baichen had never experienced such a crushing defeat. He was as handsome as Pan and possessed extraordinary literary talent, and as the future ruler of Great Yin, he was the most desired bachelor among all the noble ladies of Shengjing. A fox-like eye curved upward, alluring and bewitching. Shen Mingzhu, just you wait. Didn't you want me to kneel and sing of my submission? Don't find yourself kneeling and singing praises instead. But now the most pressing matter was still about the uncle. Just at this agonizing moment of anxiety, the system's voice arrived appropriately. Host, this is a problem that would be incredibly difficult for others to overcome, but for you, the most powerful host, it is super simple. After Lord Lin woke up, he could not wait to enter the main hall again. He wanted to continue the court session. Perhaps he could find a way to save Heng from within. Crown Princess Shen Mingzhu's thoughts. Indeed, the moment he entered, he heard Shen Mingzhu's inner voice. She could indeed save his Heng. Your Majesty. Lord Lin could no longer control himself. Tears streamed down his aged face. Emperor Jingyuan, seeing all this, understood everything. Defu quickly helped Lord Lin rise. Wang Difu, as the emperor's most trusted attendant, naturally understood the imperial will best. While helping Lord Lin up, he quietly whispered something to him. Then Lord Lin continued to stand in his original position for the court session. Guagua, why is Lord Lin weeping with old tears? Sigh. Who knows? He is getting old. When the wind blows, sand gets in his eyes, and his tears flow uncontrollably. Host, look, he has already recovered. All the civil and military officials sat in silence like chickens. While they had received too much news early in the morning and were busy processing it. Many ministers were already analyzing how the court would shift if Imperial Uncle Lin suddenly died. They dared not think it. Shen Mingzhu stretched her neck to look forward, and only when she saw that Lord Lin was indeed fine did she stand straight again and lower her head. Guagua, tell me first how I can help Imperial Uncle Lin. All the civil and military officials, yes. That is the key matter. How exactly should we treat Imperial Uncle Lin? Can we completely remove the gu worm and save him? Host, there are 2 methods to save Imperial Uncle Lin. The first is to make an incision on his wrist. Use spiritual spring water to lure the gu worm out and subdue or kill it in the instant it surfaces. The second is to give Imperial Uncle Lin a universal detoxification pill. The gu worm itself is a venomous parasite within the body, and 1 pill can easily resolve it. Lin Qinghue, I beg the Crown Princess to save my father. Lord Lin, as long as he can be saved, that is all that matters. Crown Prince, spiritual spring water. Universal detoxification pill. I really want to see. I like it so much. Emperor Jingyuan, my son, is about to kneel and sing of submission. Shen Chongyuan, my precious pearl, has done it again. All the civil and military officials our great Yin dynasty will surely unify the Tianyuan continent and become a hegemon. Looking forward to it. Guagua, the universal detoxification pill, was a wedding gift I gave to my second brother and sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is the junior disciple of the divine Dr. Valley, and she will surely love it. Moreover, when my second brother returns to the northern lands, he will be secretly targeted by barbarian spies and poisoned severely. This universal detoxification pill will come in handy just then. I do not want my brave and skilled second brother to end up frail and sickly, unable to fulfill his wish of storming the barbarian royal court, destroying them completely, so they can never threaten the people of Great Yin again, and allowing the northern border people to truly live in peace and prosperity. Xinchang Yuan, what touching sibling love. The ministers also fell silent. It was not right to ask her to sacrifice her own second brother, nor to let Great Yin lose a valiant general, especially since he was loyal to the throne and devoted to the country. The ministers all turned to look at Emperor Jingyuan on the highest seat. Emperor Jingyuan, why are you all looking at me? Isn't there still the first method? Guagua then find an opportunity to deliver a small bottle of spiritual spring water to the Lin residents. Host, you are truly kind. However, host, although the goo worm will be lured by the spiritual spring water, once it drinks the water, it will immediately evolve into a goo king. If it cannot be killed, Imperial Uncle Lin will suffer unbearable agony, a fate worse than death. Guagua, Great Yin has so many capable people. If we still fail this way, then the old Lin family can only accept their bad fortune. Yin Beichen. Shen Changyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was already accustomed to it. He would no longer kneel at every little thing. He glanced at Lord Lin, and Yin Beichen, not far away, then lowered his head. The method has been given to you. The final result depends on your real-time actions. Host, you have already done well by sending a small bottle of spiritual spring water. That is truly precious. Actually, you only needed to give Imperial Uncle Lin a few drops, not so much. Guagua, don't worry, the bottle is not large, and there is not much inside. I knew host was the smartest, achieving the greatest contribution with the smallest sacrifice. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, truly a great genius. The other three princes present envied the Crown Prince. By the way, host, I have good news for you. Prince Yin Lingfeng is going to hold a recognition banquet. He specifically invited you, and the time is set after the second Prince Yin Yunxuan's concubine ceremony. Oh, so Lord Zhou has finally seen better days and risen to become the father of a royal grandson. Indeed, Lord Zhou is now riding high on success. Think about the last time he was so triumphant. It was when Emperor Jingyuan named him second-place scholar, and he paraded through the streets. Su Huayuan Grand Scholar Su, that kid Zhou Qingxi, has also made something of himself. His official career will surely be even smoother from now on. Guagua, do the other children of Prince and have no objections? Host, of course they have no objections. After all, Lord Zhou is indeed the biological father. They will only secretly cause trouble behind closed doors. It is known that several of them are already preparing to stir up trouble at Prince N's recognition banquet. TSK. Another big melon. No wonder. Guagua, are Prince N's children all right? Hee. Host, you would never guess. One of Prince N's sons is not biologically his. The fool himself does not know yet, and is still plotting behind the scenes against the legitimate son. TSK. All the civil and military officials dared not even breathe. Prince N, oh heavens, why is my head feeling so green? He quickly looked up at Emperor Jingyuan. Brother, save me. Hearing the inner voice, Emperor Jingyuan was also furious beyond measure. Who dared to taint the royal bloodline? This was a crime punishable by 9 generations. Shen Changyuan, daughter, say less. It felt as though Prince N was about to faint again. Prince N, who is it? Who is it? I will kill them. Wailing. So embarrassing. In middle age, a carefree prince had become the laughingstock of the entire Xingjing nobility. He could not bear to think that before the day was out, all of Xingjing would know he had been cuckolded. What face did he have to meet anyone? He glared at Emperor Jingyuan with his puppy dog eyes, vowing that his brother would right this wrong. He was so pitiful. He had gained a son, yet lost a son. Guagua, why do I feel like the Prince of N is about to shatter? Host, the Prince of N has likely found his son, and is overcome with excitement. But this time the Prince of N truly shattered. Soon someone stepped forward to help him away. It must be said that Emperor Jingyuan still deeply cherished this younger brother. Now a touch of sympathy had been added to his feelings. Guagua, quick check which of the Prince of N's sons is the fake one. Host, it's the son who loves playing blindfolded tag with his concubines. The entire court was stunned. Blindfolded tag with concubines. Truly outrageous. Emperor Jingyuan furrowed his brows lightly from his throne. How absurd. He extended a hand, and the chief eunuch Wang Difu immediately stepped forward to receive the directive. As an emperor, he had the responsibility to ensure the purity of the royal bloodline. He would never allow anyone to confuse the lineage. Guagua, that fake knows how to play. Imagine if you were being at a high-end club ordering 18 handsome male companions, broad shoulders, slim waists, long legs, who constantly address you as my queen. You play blindfolded with them and whoever you catch. The joy of a queen is unimaginable. Glancing at the crown prince at the forefront, she thought it wouldn't be bad if he knelt and sang conquer for her. Host, you can do it too. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Changyuan immediately began coughing uncontrollably. Daughter, why do you think of such things? Crown Prince Yin Beichen, hearing her inner thoughts, turned and glared at her fiercely. She dares to imagine such things. He wanted to see who had the courage. If they didn't want their heads, he would see how he dealt with her in the future. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the teachings for women. He would make her recite them until she knew them by heart. Guagua, the way Crown Prince Yin Beichen looked at me just now seemed like he wanted to eat me alive. Host, you misread it. The Crown Prince kept looking back during the morning audience. He must have been captivated by your breathtaking beauty. A day apart feels like 3 years. This young master suddenly has a fiancé. Oh, of course, he wants to look at her more. Besides, host, you are so excellent. If you were to run away, he would surely cry himself faint. Hee Guagua, if you can talk more. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, what nonsense is she spouting? The minister beside the Crown Prince smiled and whispered to him. Crown Prince, your marriage to the Crown Princess was blessed by His Majesty. Rest assured, no one can tear you apart. Crown Prince. The surrounding ministers smiled knowingly. The Crown Prince was embarrassed. Clenching his fists, Yin Beichen calmed himself and turned to offer Shen Mingzhu a gentle smile. Guagua, the Crown Prince smiled at me. Host, the Crown Prince must have realized your worth and is trying to charm you. Sigh. Who would have thought the wise and mighty Crown Prince was such a person? Emperor Jingyuan watched his son, usually so dignified and grave, look defeated, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. After the court session, Shen Mingzhu prepared to head to the Hanlin Academy as usual. At that moment, Crown Prince Yin Beichen walked over quickly. Lord Shun, Your Highness the Crown Prince. All the ministers' gazes turned toward them. Seeing this, Yin Beichen scanned the crowd. The ministers immediately lowered their heads and hurried away. Lord Shen currently serves in the Hanlin Academy. I wish to invite you to join me for lunch at Tianxiang Tower. Would you do me the honor? Looking into Yin Beichen's deep eyes so close that she could even see his long, thick eyelashes, and facing such a flawlessly modeled face, Shen Mingzhu nodded. I would be honored. Yin Beichen's charming fox-like eyes curved into a slight smile. Very well. Private room number 1 at Tianxiang Tower at noon. I await your arrival. Shen Mingzhu smiled gently, her heart blooming with joy. Host, the Crown Prince is charming you again. Do not be tempted by his looks. Guagua, don't worry. My inner self is incredibly strong. Ooh, I will surely hold onto my original heart. Host, I knew you were the best. The entire court, we heard everything. Emperor Jingyuan, go son, go. Returning to the Hanlin Academy, Shen Mingzhu instructed Xiaoyao to go back to the manor and inform Mother Shun that she did not need to send her lunch as she had plans. Grand Academician Su Huiyuan had remained in the Hanlin Academy, hoping to discover more inner thoughts, but unfortunately, there had been no movement from Shen Mingzhu since her return. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study, Minister Shen Changyuan replied, this subject is present. I permit you to bring your cat companion to court tomorrow. Shen Changyuan, what does His Majesty mean? He is merely being asked to bring the cat to court tomorrow. Why make such a difficult request of himself? The cat companion is quite arrogant. The baby is bitter inside, but dares not speak out. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject will do his utmost to bring the cat companion to court. Minister Lin looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Shen Changyuan kept his head lowered and did not see Minister Lin's expression. Emperor Jingyuan's demeanor clearly indicated that Lin Xiang should speak to Shen Changyuan himself. Crown Prince Yin Beichen patted Minister Lin's arm, signaling him not to rush. There was still him. In truth, Emperor Jingyuan had a clear idea of the situation. According to Crown Princess Shen Mingzhu's usual style, she would likely send the spiritual spring water to Prime Minister Lin's residence soon. Therefore, he did not mention it. At the Chongping Marquis Manor, Mother Shen heard Xiaoyao's report and laughed heartily. It is good that the Crown Prince has awakened. The two should have more opportunities to interact. The Crown Prince will surely discover Mingzhu's virtues. The customs of Great Yin were relatively open. Engaged young men and women would privately go shopping, boat riding, and spring outings together. Therefore, upon hearing that the Crown Prince was so proactive, Mother Shun felt greatly relieved. She also gave Xiaoyao 100 taels of silver for Shen Mingzhu to spend freely on whatever she wished. As the time to dismiss court approached, Shen Mingzhu could not help but ask the system. Guagua, is it time for lunch yet? Host, it is almost time. Crown Prince Yin Beichen is already waiting for you at Tianxiang Tower. He shows quite a bit of respect for you. His attitude is actually quite good. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu felt comfortable, and her impression of Crown Prince Yin Beichen unconsciously improved further. Soon colleagues from the Hanlin Academy left in small groups, chatting as they went. Shen Mingzhu, escorted by Xiaoyao and Shen Weiming, headed to Tianxiang Tower. Tianxiang Tower was exceptionally busy today, packed with patrons. Host, the second senior brother of the divine Dr. Valley Zhou Hanchuan, is also here. Did he have an appointment, or is he alone? Host, it was the fake young Miss Shen Jiaojiao who invited him. She asked him to attend her wedding with the second prince, Yin Yunxuan, the day after tomorrow. Shen Mingzhu nodded, thinking that the second senior brother of the divine Dr. Valley attending their wedding would certainly add luster to the event. Guagua, this seems like something Shen Jiaojiao would do. Host the fake young Miss Shen Jiao is currently playing the victim to Zhou Hanchuan, subtly complaining about the marquis manor and hinting that your beautiful mother favors you. She prepared very little for her dowry. Gua, that's impossible, right? Although second prince Yan Yinxian is marrying her as a concubine, the ceremony is as grand as that for a principal wife known throughout Xinjiang. As the mistress of the marquis manor, mother would not dig her own grave in such a matter. Host, you are very clever. The issue is that your beautiful mother did not give her a single penny of her own dowry, for which she is deeply resentful. The dowry of the beautiful mother belongs to her private property. Even father has no right to interfere. Shen Jiao as an adopted daughter dares to covet it. How much face does she have? Host, don't be angry. The main reason is that the Xie family's magnificent dowry procession was so sensational back then. Plus, the fake heiress Shen Jiao had entered Madame Shen's private treasury and seen those gold, silver jewels and rare antiques. Shen Mingzhu seeing it doesn't mean she can own it. If seeing something meant you could own it, could she own the entire universe? Host, regardless of how you look at it, Shen Jiao is still the second miss of the marquis manor registered under Madame Shen. So she feels she has a share of Madame Shen's dowry, which is why she is so resentful. Resentment is useless. If she had stayed in her proper place back then and left the marquis manor, she wouldn't even have this share of the dowry now. As if thinking of something, she called Shen Weiming and whispered a few words to him, then took Xiao Yao upstairs. Crown Prince Yin Beichen already knew she had arrived when her inner voice sounded. But he waited for a long time without seeing her and had already walked out of room Tianyi. He spotted Shen Mingzhu staring straight at a private box, guessing that Shen Jiao and the second disciple of divine Dr. Valley, Zhou Hanchuan, were inside. Seeing Yin Beichen, Shen Mingzhu offered a slight bow. Crown Prince Yin Beichen showed a faint smile. Miss Shen, please come in. Shen Mingzhu followed the Crown Prince Yin Beichen into the private box with a smile. But as soon as she sat down and Yin Beichen poured her a cup of tea, the system spoke up. Host, let me tell you, today at noon's Iamenlu was simply packed with officials truly unmatched. Oh, tell me more. Host, you and the Crown Prince are in room Tianyi. Next door in room No. 2 is Princeton. Room No. 3 has Minister Lin and young Master Lin. Room No. 4 has Minister of Personnel Gu Ci and Minister of War Zhou Wenwu. Downstairs in room Dizzy No. 1 is Grand Secretary of the Hanlin Academy, Su Huayuan, and his colleagues. Room No. 2 has Minister of Justice Yi Tianming and his deputy ministers. In short, hundreds of officials gathered, quite lively. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, it seems the backbone ministers of Great Yin also love lively gatherings. Civil and military officials, how does she know this? Who else is there that this melon-eating system doesn't know about? Everyone in the private boxes exchanged glances, then calmly picked up their teacups and drank. Melon system, doesn't Princeton go home to handle family matters? Why does he still have the mood to come to Tianxiang Tower to eat? The key point is that he's right next door to them. Host, did you forget? Princeton has business with his older brother. Emperor Jingyuan will help handle everything. He only needs to enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. Shen Mingzhu, good heavens, who doesn't have an older brother? Once her second and third brothers return, she will also be the happy, beloved darling of the marquis manor. Crown Prince Yin Beichen looked at Shen Mingzhu sitting quietly and obediently there. She appeared dignified and elegant with no flaws to be found. Thinking of her inner voice, a trace of smile appeared on his noble face. Miss Shen, please feel at ease. Father Emperor has already granted our marriage. Let us communicate more and get to know each other better. Crown Prince, I usually behave this way as well. You need not worry about it. Yin Beichen, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Melon system, the dishes haven't arrived yet. I'm so bored. Give me some gossip. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, here it comes. In an instant, the officials in other private boxes also stopped talking and listened quietly. Host, the Ying monster is about to strike. The drama of father and son competing for one woman is about to begin. Shen Mingzhu's eyes instantly lit up. Crown Prince Yin Beichen also widened his eyes. This was lunchtime, and the entire Tianxiang Tower was packed with people. Which family would dare to cause a scene here without regard for their reputation? He wanted to see for himself. Who was it? Before he could speak again, commotion rose from outside. Ying Duke Iu. Ying just twisted my ankle. The young master helped me up. I can't live anymore. Ding dong. Melon system, the big show is on. I really want to go out and see. After saying that, she glanced at Crown Prince Yin Beichen and smiled gently. Defeating you is as easy as pie. Why won't you marry me? If you refuse to wed me, then don't come provoking me. Boo-hoo-hoo, your grace the Duke, you must seek justice for Yenner. Yenner has only you now. Guagua Lu Ruyan is so formidable no matter which arena she's in. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, the Protector Duke's twilight reputation, is about to be ruined. The heir Gongsun Yao is about to be in trouble. The moment Shen Mingzhu's inner voice fell, the Protector Duke's heavy slap landed on the heir Gongsun Yao's face. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Gongsun Yao stared at his father as if he didn't recognize him. When had his father become so indiscriminate, making such a direct judgment? Shouldn't he have listened to his side of the story before deciding? How could he treat him like this in front of everyone? He was the heir after all. How would the official families of the entire Xinjiang view him from now on? Father, your son is innocent. It was Miss Liu who said she was alone and helpless, and your son pitied her and helped her. She also said she had never tasted the dishes of Tianxiang Tower, and she begged me, so I brought her here today to try them. Gongsun Yuan's eyes bulged with rage. Nonsense. He then patted Lu Ruiyan on the back, his gaze tender as he comforted her before turning to fix Gongsun Yao with an icy stare. Yenner has a black chicken beauty soup with her daily meal, a signature dish of Tianxiang Tower. How could she have never tasted its cuisine? Besides, Yenner is so gentle and beautiful, her clothes and jewelry are of considerable value. How can she be called pitiful? How can she be alone? Clearly you harbor ill intentions, and now you still quibble. Utterly preposterous. The onlookers studied Lu Ruiyan's attire. Though her accessories were few, the butterfly hairpin adorned with flowing tassels and gold was quite splendid, and her dress was made of fine shoe brocade. Clearly she had dressed with care. The crowd cast disdainful glances at Gongsun Yao. Indeed, he had taken a fancy to the girl, but dared not admit it. Guagua, I'm afraid this unlucky heir Gongsun Yao's position is about to be lost, isn't it? Host, you're so clever. This noon feast is a trap. Crown Prince Yin Beichen's eyes narrowed like a fox's, scanning the assembled ministers. Immediately, Minister of Personnel Gu Xi stepped forward and helped the heir Gongsun Yao to his feet. Looking at Gongsun Yuan, he said, Protector Duke, let's talk things over properly. Come, let's have a drink together at noon. Seeing that the Protector Duke was about to let it go, Lu Ruiyan immediately began to sob, tears streaming down her face like pearls. Your Grace, Yenner is afraid. The heir will not let Yenner go. Boo-hoo-hoo. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The Empress of Whimpers has arrived, whimpering to topple the heir from his position. Gongsun Yao, as a notorious rake in Xinjiang, had a rather mediocre reputation for idling about and causing trouble. It took all his courage to do a good deed. But he ran into the Whimper Empress, our Empress Ruiyan. Protector Duke Gongsun Yuan was about to scold Gongsun Yao further, but his gaze met Yin Beichen's. Just as he was about to bow, Yin Beichen stopped him with a wave. At this moment, Gongsun Yao's expression was wooden, his eyes darting left and right. Finally, 2 academicians from the Hanlin Academy dragged him away. Lu Ruiyan was deeply dissatisfied. If she had provoked a few more words, the Protector Duke and his son would surely have become bitter enemies. She hadn't even falsely accused Gongsun Yao of trying to force himself on her. Just like that, she watched as several ministers pulled the Protector Duke Gongsun Yuan away, and he reluctantly said over his shoulder, Yenner, I'll send someone to accompany you back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Now the empty private room doorway left only her alone. Miss Liu, care to have a chat? You are. Shen Zhaojiao removed her veil, revealing a sweet smile. Second, Miss Shen. When Shen Zhaojiao left the private room, she had spotted Shen Mingzhu in the crowd, so she covered her face with a veil. Guagua, tell me the story of the Protector Duke. I see his hair is white. Could it be a case of a tree of pear blossoms overwhelming a crabapple in his twilight years? Grand Scholar Su Huayuan, a tree of pear blossoms overwhelming a crabapple. Superb, superb. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, who was sipping tea, was obviously startled. Guagua, what's wrong with the Crown Prince? Choking on tea. Can he be relied upon in the future? Host, don't worry about the future. At worst, after we have a child, we dump him and find a better one. Yin Beichen slammed his teacup down with a bang, his gaze fixed on her like ink that wouldn't dissolve, as cold as the abyss. This woman. How could she harbor such treasonous thoughts? Guagua, you're right. When the time comes, you'll take me, and I'll take the child, and the child will take the Crown Prince's treasury, and we'll leave together. Thump. Prince and Yin Lingfeng from the next room was laughing fit to burst. This Miss Shun is absolutely a genius. She takes the child takes the Crown Prince's treasury, and then they all leave together. Crown Prince, since you're so capable, don't forget my private treasury. There are even more treasures in the private treasury. Shen Changyuan was fortunate not to be here today, or hearing her inner thoughts would have given him another cold sweat. The ministers in other private rooms were also secretly chuckling. Host Heir Gongsun Yao is complaining. Grand Scholar Su is about to confuse him into a stupor. Shen Mingzhu, what's going on? How is Grand Scholar Su deceiving the poor heir's young heart? Gongsun Yao's eyes were brimming with tears. He stared at Su Huayuan with puppy dog eyes. You tricked me. Wah wah wah. This time he was truly heartbroken. He thought he had found a kindred spirit, but instead he fell into another big pit. Cough, cough. Crown Prince Yin Beichen cleared his throat and spoke. Miss Shen, what do you think about the incident between the Protector Duke and his son at noon? Your Highness, this is a family matter of the Protector Duke's mansion. I am hardly in a position to comment. Guagua, even heroes have a weakness for beauties. The old Duke, encountering true love in his twilight years, would naturally level all obstacles for her. I'm afraid Lu Ruiyan will be pregnant soon. Protector Duke Gongsun Yuan will marry her as his second wife, and the Protector Duke's mansion will surely become a nest of trouble. Yes, host. This is a classic case of, if I can't marry you, I'll marry your father and become your stepmother, who told you to reject me in the first place. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Yin Beichen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Mingzhu. What kind of twisted logic was that? Shen Mingzhu furrowed her brows. Your Highness, is something troubling you? I am perfectly fine. It's just that I find it odd that Miss Lu, being so young, would prefer a promising young man like the heir Gongsun, Yao, yet she has set her heart on the Duke. You've got some discernment. It's just that heir Gongsun, Yao, didn't fancy her, otherwise there would be no follow-up. Gongsun Yao, one act of kindness brought a lifetime of infamy. Guagua, does the protector Duke really love Lu Ruyan that much? Host, you must believe in the charm of the Empress Ruyan. A woman who acts spoiled is a woman with a lucky fate. Guagua, do you think Crown Prince Yen Beichen also enjoys it when ladies act coquettishly towards him? Host, the Crown Prince does not like coquettish ladies. He likes you. Huh. Host, look. Crown Prince Yen Beichen's pupils dilate as soon as he sees you. Research shows that when a man truly falls in love deep within his heart, his pupils enlarge. Conversely, they constrict when he is nervous or angry. Therefore, the Crown Prince has definitely fallen in love with you. He is simply unaware of it himself. Listening to the system, the look in Crown Prince Yen Beichen's eyes towards her grew deeper and more complex. How can one be this narcissistic? The ministers in the private room thought, I really want to peek into the number 1 Tian private room to see the Crown Prince. Purely out of concern for the future sovereign. Princeton, watch me. Soon the door to the private room was knocked upon. Princeton entered carrying a plate of pastries, looking at the two with a grin. Crown Prince Miss Shen, these are the new pastries from the delicious pavilion. Do give them a try. Having said that, he kept staring fixedly at Crown Prince Yen Beichen's eyes. Yen Beichen. Uncle Princeton, that's enough. Seeing fire beginning to ignite in the Crown Prince's eyes, Princeton chuckled and left. Ministers, is it true? Princeton, it's true. Everyone, the Crown Princess's charm is boundless. Guagua, why did I feel that Princeton's gaze just now was a bit off? He kept staring at the Crown Prince. Is there something shady between them, uncle and nephew? Host, there is no shady business between them. It is simply that the Crown Prince's love for you is unbearable to hide. Guagua, don't say that, you'll make me blush. Having said that, she looked at Yen Beichen with clear eyes and offered a faint smile. Crown Prince Yen Beichen, I don't see any shyness at all. Guagua, the Crown Prince is peeking at me. Host, you are so beautiful. The Crown Prince is captivated by you. Crown Prince, I truly have 100 mouths and cannot explain myself. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and smiled, calling the waiter of Tianxiang Tower to bring their food quickly. Delicious food would surely gag her into silence. Soon a table full of delicacies was set before them. Shen Mingzhu looked at Crown Prince Yen Beichen with a bright smile and spoke softly. Crown Prince Gij, let us begin our meal. In that instant, a numbing sensation like an electric current shot straight to the crown of his head. Shen Mingzhu, don't call me that randomly. Shen Mingzhu blinked her innocent big eyes and smiled charmingly. Crown Prince Gij, we will be husband and wife in the future. If you dislike me calling you Crown Prince Gij, shall I call you Chin Gij from now on? Seeing her innocent appearance, Yen Beichen gritted his back teeth. Ha ha ha, Guagua, look. The Crown Prince's ear tips are all red. He is so pure. The ministers, oh my. The Crown Prince is blushing. They covered their mouths, giggling. Yen Beichen quickly covered his ears, then dropped his hand and said, let us eat quickly. Host, you are so bad. You know full well that Crown Prince Yen Beichen is a virgin who cannot withstand such teasing, yet you called him that. Aren't you afraid he might suddenly turn into a werewolf? Shen Mingzhu was speechless. Guagua, look around. The entire Tianxiang Tower is filled with private rooms containing all the civil and military officials of the court. Is the Crown Prince living too comfortably? Host, you are so bad, Guagua likes it so much. Yen Beichen took a deep breath. He never expected you to be this kind of Shen Mingzhu. Number 1D private room Grand Secretary Su Huiyuan held a small notebook, his right hand gripping a brush, continuously taking notes. Colleagues from the Hamlin Academy, a role model for us all. Learned. Eat more. If there is anything you like, just come back anytime. Put it on the Crown Prince Manners account. Yen Beichen looked at Shen Mingzhu, who was eating in small bites, and said with a smile. Host, the standard equipment of a successful man, always paying for the woman he loves. His Highness the Crown Prince waved his hand generously. I will cover your meals for the rest of your life. Princeton in the next private room burst out laughing. Fortunately, there were no other people in the private room. A piece of braised pork that Yen Beichen had just picked up with his chopsticks fell. To be precise, his body stiffened slightly. However, his reaction was quick, and he immediately picked the meat back up. Miss Shin, forgive me. I just woke up and my body may need some time to adjust. It's fine. Guagua, what's going on with that recovery pill? Could there still be sequelae? Host, you are overthinking it. Products from the system are always premium. Crown Prince Yen Beichen took the recovery pill. Not only were his chronic illnesses cured, but his internal energy also increased by a layer. I think he was just excited by your beauty. Guagua, don't say that, you're making me embarrassed. Host, you are already very beautiful. After drinking the spiritual spring water, your skin is like congealed fat, and you are as beautiful as a fairy. It is really a waste for Yen Beichen to get you. Yen Beichen, I thank you all. Military officers, what? The recovery pill has such effects. Not only can it cure chronic illnesses within the body, but it can also enhance internal energy. It is simply the dream pill of all military officers. I want it so much. I want it so much. Some quick-witted military officers immediately began to build rapport with the Marquis of Chongping's mansion or General Xia. The meal passed in such a joyful atmosphere. To summarize this afternoon, all civil and military officials of the court learned that the Crown Prince was head over heels in love with the Crown Princess, having even covered her meals for the rest of her life. Upon parting, Yan Beichen narrowed his unfathomable fox-like eyes. This Crown Princess of the Shen family is excellent. Ooh, I am very satisfied. I am glad Shen Gij likes her. Mingzhu is also satisfied with Shen Gij. Having said that, she shyly entered the Hanlin Academy. The colleagues from the Hanlin Academy stared with their eyes wide open. Good heavens! Shen Darren's inner thoughts are indeed well-deserved. Look, the Crown Prince's eyeballs were about to stick to the Crown Princess. That affectionate gaze brimming with love was about to overflow. Host, you are amazing. Gua Gua is crazy for you, wild for you, banging his head against the wall for you. Haha, Gua Gua, keep a low profile. We are people who value discretion. Host, you have no idea. You have nearly made the Crown Prince lose his soul. He is still standing at the entrance of the Hanlin Academy. Like an orchid in a jade tree, peerlessly handsome, the Crown Prince is mad with love, envied by all. Yan Beichen's sword-like brows furrowed tightly. He glanced at the Hanlin Academy, then boarded his carriage and sped back to his Crown Prince manor. He feared that if he waited even 1 second longer, he would rush in and shake Shen Mingzhu's head to see what was inside. Thinking of the numbing sensation at noon, his rationality immediately returned. He was thinking of the entire Great Yan. His father had already told him about the current crisis facing the Great Yan dynasty. He tightly pressed his slightly reddened thin lips and summoned his advisors into his study. He could not sit idle and wait for disaster. He must be proactive. Plan 1, win Shen Mingzhu's heart, make her useful to him, and extract more divine items to save Great Yan from its impending crisis. Plan 2, kneel and sing praises to him. Plan 3, give birth to a baby for him, becoming the new ruler of Great Yan. Plan 4, make her obey him, completely be mad for him, wild for him, and bang her head against the wall for him. That entire afternoon, after discussing major matters with his advisors, Yan Beichen wrote down 100 plans targeting Shen Mingzhu. He would definitely succeed. Gu Xi, the Minister of Personnel, and Zhou Wenwu, the Minister of War, had spent the entire afternoon persuading the Duke of Hu. My Lord Duke, please remember this son is your own flesh and blood. You know his temperament well, don't you? The Duke of Hu also felt that the noon scandal had tarnished his family's reputation. His blood had boiled with anger then, and he truly wanted to beat the boy to death. Yenner was after all his own woman. Ministers Gu and Zhou, I understand. Rest assured. What? You're taking Damiao to court tomorrow? Shen Mingzhu asked, looking at her father with great surprise. Shen Chongyuan maintained a composed and profound demeanor, as if he were eager to let the cat master broaden its horizons. Yes, Mingzhu. I feel a special bond with the cat master. Tomorrow I plan to take it to court, so it can also feel the majestic aura of our great Yin dynasty. Shen Qinghong, he hasn't even entered official service yet. Shen Qingbao, a man, is inferior to a cat. Shen Mingzhu looked at her mother, then at her father, and nodded. Father, take good care of the cat master tomorrow. It is very formidable. When it gets angry, it loses its temper. All right. Shen Chongyuan was extremely delighted. The task assigned by His Majesty had finally been completed. It was not in vain that he had bought a cartload of catnip for the cat master in the afternoon to build their rapport. That evening, Lady Shen specially prepared a basket lined with soft bedding and thick catnip. This was the cat master's exclusive cradle for the next day. That night, everyone in Shengjing slept soundly, especially the Crown Prince Yan Beichen, who imagined his betrothed Shen Mingzhu's two-faced nature. A smile curved his lips as he peacefully dreamed of reuniting with her. At the palace gate, Shen Chongyuan greeted his colleagues while holding a basket. Good morning, Minister Zhou. This is Shun Piapiao from the Marquis Manor style Damiao, known as the Cat Master. Right. Look how beautiful it is. Truly beautiful, worthy of the name Shun Piapiao. It looks like a naturally adorable pet. Exactly. Minister Gu, you're right. It is indeed my daughter's precious pet, dearly cherished. Oh, young Minister Shun has excellent taste. Truly beautiful. What a lovely name. Shen Chongyuan carried the cat master around in a circle so everyone could get acquainted, then called Shen Mingzhu down. The two of them and the cat proceeded to court together. As soon as court began, Emperor Jingyuan spotted the exquisite cat master. Looking at the snow-white kitten with a hint of pink, its cuteness was truly heart-melting. Emperor Jingyuan seemed quite fond of it, and had Wang Difu invite the cat forward for several inspections, heaping praise upon it, before letting it return to Shen Chongyuan's side. Why did my father bring the cat master to court? Host, is it because your father lacks a sense of security and wants the cat master to protect him, but is too embarrassed to say so directly? My father is a marquis and still serves as the Minister of Revenue. Don't let his gentle appearance fool you. He knows a thing or two about martial arts, and isn't as weak as he seems. Host, you don't understand. You have a protective spiritual jade, but your father doesn't. With the cat master accompanying him, he can go anywhere with peace of mind. Fine then. Shen Chongyuan felt quite helpless. He who was so delicate, he was actually quite capable. Xinghuan also believed she was very formidable. A daughter turned into a treasured treasure. In a moment's distraction, the cat master woke up, found things boring, and slipped away to play on its own. In the inner palace within Ikuan Palace. Today was the day the second prince, Yin Yunshuan, took a side consort. Although she was a side consort, her name was inscribed in the royal jade register. Thanks to Shun Jiaojiao's good fortune and Yin Yunshuan's favor concubine, Li placed considerable importance on the occasion. She had been preparing since early morning. After the morning meal, Empress Lin bestowed gifts, showing great respect. Word having spread, consort Shu, consort Da, and Pin Hui all personally came to Ikuan Palace to present their congratulatory offerings. Congratulations, senior sister concubine Li. Wishing you joy and celebration. A person's spirits soar on occasions of joy. Concubine Li radiated brilliance today, exceedingly pleased. Seeing that the sisters of the inner palace had come to present gifts with such courtesy, the smile on her face deepened. At least they know how to behave properly. Concubine Li Su Baoer cradled her Persian cat, a trace of triumph revealing itself. Oh, where did this little kitten come from? How adorable. Consort Da's eyes lit up upon seeing the cat master, clearly fond of it. Is this a new pet raised by senior sister concubine Li? It is so beautiful, even pinkish. Pin Hui gazed at the cat master with burning eyes filled with affection and astonishment. Consort Shu stepped forward and spoke gently. Anything in Ikuan Palace must belong to senior sister concubine Li, correct? Su Baoer looked at the suddenly appeared cat master and liked it from the bottom of her heart. After being spoken to by the three, her eyes immediately sparkled. Any pet that enters my Ikuan Palace is undoubtedly mine. It must be a surprise specially sent to me by Xiner. Concubine Li Su Baoer thought it over. Empress Lin never kept pets. Among the entire inner palace aside from herself, Su Baoer was the most powerful. Any pet entering Ikuan Palace naturally belonged to her. Meow meow, oh how it knows how to purr. Let us turn our attention elsewhere. In the golden hall, Shen Changyuan suddenly realized the cat master was missing. Panicked, he scurried about like a restless monkey, looking east and west, then turning around again. However, there was no trace of the cat master anywhere. Shen Changyuan, cat master, where are you? Shen Mingzhu had slept late the previous night and was now dozing off. Suddenly the system shouted loudly. Host, host. Oh my, oh my. The cat master is wreaking havoc in the inner palace, paying no mind to the imperial guards. It is truly formidable. Shen Changyuan was so anxious he nearly jumped up. The cat master must not come to any harm. Shen Mingzhu, however, was completely unbothered. She asked leisurely, Gua Gua, who provoked the cat master? It is usually very well behaved. Host, the cat master is angry. It slapped all the koi fish in concubine Li's entire pond to death. Concubine Li wants to beat the cat master to death. The system's deafening voice echoed, and all the ministers fell silent. Oh. Host, the cat master flew into a rage and burned away concubine Li's hair completely. Minister Su Qingshan closed his eyes once more. Instantly the entire hall became eerily quiet. Host, the cat master unleashed its fury, scorching two imperial guards until they were bald and flinging them onto the rockery. Crown Prince Yin Beichen's expression grew complex. Looking at Shen Mingzhu's sleepily dazed appearance, he found her surprisingly lovely and attractive. Host, the cat master set fire to the precious beast garden in a rage. The birds and beasts within were terrified, shivering, and daring not to move a muscle. Gua Gua, stop screeching. Your voice is disturbing me. I only want to know what will happen to my father now. Host, what do you mean what will happen to your father? Just let it be, I suppose. Shen Changyuan, daughter, that is your pet. Shen Mingzhu, it was you who brought it here to broaden its horizons. Emperor Jingyu and Minister Shen. Gua Gua, I can't carry this black pot. It was my father who brought the cat master to the court. Emperor Jingyuan should hold him responsible, right? After all, the entire court saw my father carrying the cat master here. All civil and military officials, we all saw it. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, I can testify for the Crown Princess. Shen Changyuan, I brought the cat master to court by imperial decree. Emperor Jingyuan Difu. Soon Chief Steward Wang Difu wiped his sweat and hurriedly ran to the rear palace. Host, don't worry. Once the cat master is angered, it's their misfortune. Shen Mingzhu, I'm not worried about the palace consorts. I'm worried that the cat master will cause a disaster that's hard to resolve. Cat master, meow meow meow. I am here, who dares to defy me? Come and fight. A large fireball flew over, and the acacia tree, symbolizing the love between Consort Li and Emperor Jingyuan, burst into flames. Put out the fire. Consort Li, with her scorched hair, screamed hysterically. That was the love between her and His Majesty. They had pledged their love under that acacia tree. Every year when the acacia blossomed, the emperor would accompany her to admire the flowers and brew tea, a special delight. Now it's gone. Nothing is left. When Wang Difu arrived, he saw Consort Li crying while the cat master wandered around Ikuan Palace nonchalantly and finally simply left. Oh my dear cat master, come back quickly. Young Master Shan is calling you home for dinner. Meow meow. Mingzhu is calling me for dinner. After a busy morning, it was hungry too. It turned around and vanished. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and find it. If you can't find the cat master, watch your heads. In an instant, the entire Ikuan palace was filled with young eunuchs brought by Chief Steward Wang Difu, searching everywhere for the cat master. Consort Li, who am I? Where am I? Wasn't Chief Steward Wang Difu sent by His Majesty to help her deal with that kitty? What did she just hear? Consort Hui, Consort Da, and the distant Consort Shu were all stunned. Wasn't Chief Steward Wang Difu here to help catch that cat? Soon Consort Shu came to her senses and stepped forward with a smile. Chief Steward Wang, the cat master, must have left. Look at what Ikuan Palace has become. The affairs of the rear palace naturally couldn't escape the queen's eyes. The moment Wang Difu arrived, Empress Lin also came with her people. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Lin looked at Wang Difu's appearance, then at Ikuan Palace still emitting black smoke, and instantly understood. You go attend to your duties, while handle the matters of the rear palace. Consort Shu pursed her lips slightly and smiled. Indeed, no one can enjoy the emperor's favor forever. The considerate her needed to frequently bring soup to His Majesty. What happened today was quite mystical. So there really are precious treasures and divine beasts in this world. Doesn't that mean there are many more wonders, rare beasts, and hidden masters they don't know about? At the same moment, everyone began to calculate their own interests. Host, the cat master has returned from battle. Back. Look ahead, who is that? All the civil and military officials saw a white shadow flash by. The cat master rolled a few times in the basket, then leisurely walked over to Shen Mingzhu. Meow meow. Food. Hungry. Why is Chief Steward Wang Difu tricking me? Wang Difu, this Chief Steward can't help it. Is it easy for him? He had to calm the cat master first. He had already ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare a meal for the cat master, but in a blink the cat master disappeared. Host Wang Difu is Emperor Jingyuan's chief steward, a favored confidant enjoying imperial favor for over 20 years, even more powerful than the favored consorts in the rear palace. Everyone gives him some face. What did he cheat the cat about? Just now the cat master told me that Chief Steward Wang said I called the cat master home for dinner. I'm in court. Where can I get food for it? Even when I'm hungry, I can only gnaw on pastries. Emperor Jingyuan waved his hand, and soon heard Shen Mingzhu's inner voice again. Host, then just give the cat master some pastries. It's super easy to coax. After hearing this, Emperor Jingyuan waved his hand again. Soon Shen Mingzhu picked up the cat master and fed it red bean cake, date flour pastry, and other treats. Then she smoothed its fur, and the cat master squinted its eyes in comfort. Finally, she whispered a few words to it, and it obediently ran to the front basket to rest. Host, see, isn't the cat master easy to coax? Yes, it's so well behaved. Crown Prince Yin Baichen, yes, it's so well behaved. If only someone else were this well behaved. At this moment, Crown Prince Yin Baichen seemed to have forgotten that the cat master had just set fire to the rear palace, battled Consort Li, and returned victorious. Host, the cat master is very well behaved, but Consort Li of the rear palace is in a terrible state. Consort Li, I will find that cat and make it accompany my hair and burial. Empress Lin, quickly finish handling matters and return to your own palace to rest. In this palace, one's own cunning palace is the most comfortable. Empress Lin acted swiftly and decisively, comforting Consort Li with a few words. The consorts from other palaces also returned to their own. Senior Palace Maid Baiji led the Internal Affairs Bureau to clean Ikuan Palace, and Consort Li temporarily moved to Yaohua Palace. Yaohua Palace was originally the residence of a favored consort of the late emperor, but after she committed a crime and was deposed, it became an abandoned palace. Move her where? Nanny. Consort Li was gnashing her teeth in anger, but couldn't vent. She had barely managed to calm her daughter Princess Changle, and today was her son Yin Yunshuan's auspicious day. It was really not a good time to have a conflict with the empress. Although she was favored, she knew that Empress Lin held great weight in Emperor Jingyuan's heart. Lately everything had been going wrong, so she would swallow this anger for now. What would happen to Consort Li? Host, Ikuan Palace was messed up by the cat master and is uninhabitable. Consort Li can only go to Yaohua Palace. Most importantly, today is the auspicious day of second prince Yin Yunxian and the fake daughter Xin Jiaojiao. Originally, after much cajoling, Emperor Jingyuan agreed to let her leave the palace in the evening to attend the ceremony. Now her hair is burned off and everything is gone. Wow. Host, Consort Li is so vicious. After everyone left, she has been whipping the palace maids to vent her anger. The poor maids are suffering so much. How can Consort Li be so wicked? After thinking about today's date, Shen Mingzhu suddenly chuckled wryly. This scene was caught by Crown Prince Yin Baichen, who turned his head. Yin Baichen, what is my little cutie going to do now? Host, you can teach her a lesson. Why isn't this a bit too much? After all, she is also a consort, the most honorable woman in the rear palace besides the empress. Host, punishing evil and promoting good is our consistent principle. The palace maids will be beaten to death by her. Alright then, I'll call the cat master. At that moment, the cat master, as if hearing Shen Mingzhu's call, ran directly over. Shen Mingzhu briefly communicated with the cat master, then took something unknown and gave it to the cat master. Then the cat master disappeared, Ha ha ha, misfortune talisman for consort Li may she encounter misfortune in everything. Upon hearing this Minister of Rights, Su Qingshan looked at Shen Changyuan beside him fuming with anger. This is too much. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he stomped on him. Up. Shen Changyuan let out a light cry. Host Minister of Rights, Su Qingshan stomped on your father when he wasn't paying attention. Shen Changyuan, Minister Su, you're finished. In an instant, Su Qingshan caught the Crown Prince Yin Beichen's deathly gaze, sending a shiver of dread down his spine. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, Minister Su has grown bold, daring to bully my future father-in-law right under my nose. Does he take me for a mere decoration? Guagua Minister Su is ruthless. His granddaughter once doted upon was nearly beaten to death, yet he showed no mercy. Now he strictly forbids his juniors from leaving the estate without cause. Host Minister Su fears another scandal surrounding the Su residence. Alas, his efforts have backfired. Su Qingshan thought that sparing his granddaughter's life was already an act of leniency. His strict discipline over the younger generation is for their own good. Guagua, tell me more. Host, the lilies in the Su residence are blooming quite vibrantly. Shen Mingzhu stared blankly, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. Guagua, young ladies in ancient times truly know how to play. Many ministers were confused by the implications, but some grasped the meaning instantly. Cough cough. It was utterly disgraceful. There are always words left unsaid. There is always one person who remains the cinnabar mole on the heart. Recalling those words and that foolishness, tears fall, leaving only one question: how are you now? Host, you sang beautifully. The entire court was surprised. Who knew Miss Shen possessed such talent? Shen Changyuan thought, another hidden gem of my daughter discovered. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, add one more rule to the plan. Henceforth the Crown Princess may only sing for me. Cool night colors missing you until rivers flow, turn to spring mud to nurture me. Faint years brush against a lover's sleeves, of fragments of fragrance flow with the water. Host, wonderful. You sang so beautifully, you are the top vocalist in the entire capital. Guagua, keep a low profile. I offer these two songs if love is forgotten, and cool to the ladies of the Su residence, wishing them good fortune. The courtiers exchanged knowing glances. Shen Mingzhu declared, I am not a hermaphrodite, I respect the diversity of love. Minister Su Qingshan felt dizzy, as if his life force was draining away. The Su residence was doomed. Guagua, what's wrong with Minister Su? Is my father taking revenge for that stomping incident? Shen Changyuan protested, am I such a person? Shen Mingzhu replied, yes you are. Crown Prince Yin Beichen mused, this is becoming increasingly entertaining. Host, no. Your father has been well behaved today. Since the return of the Meow Master, he has been tending to it constantly. By the way, Guagua, which young lady of the Su residence is involved? Oi. The courtiers leaned in eagerly. Which one? Tell us. Host, it is the second miss. She even bit her personal maid's lip until it bled. Some ministers understood immediately. The single sentence conveyed too much information. Minister Su Qingshan could no longer withstand the shock and collapsed heavily. Princeton called out, Minister Su, what is wrong with you? He patted Su Qingshan's face twice and urgently shouted, someone, fetch the imperial physician quickly. Minister Su Qingshan thought despairingly, I have lost all face. Guagua, the young ladies of the Su family are truly formidable. Thank goodness my eldest brother did not marry into their family, or the Shen clan would be finished. Host, do not worry. With you in the Shen family, we will not fall so easily. Guagua, thank you. Host, Guagua will always support you. Emperor Jingyuan declared, even I support the Crown Princess. Crown Prince Yin Beichen stated, I will forever be your backing. Guagua, check quickly, is this the only same-sex romance in the Su residence? The courtiers murmured among themselves, lilies in bloom, also known as the affection of mirror grinding. There is more. Good heavens. Minister Su will likely remain unconscious for some time. The young ladies of the Su residence thought, sitting safely at home, melons fall from the sky. Whose head would this melon crush? Please do not call out my name. Many ministers wore complex expressions. They had only heard of male homosexuality before, but now, considering their own strictness toward their children, perhaps they should relax the rules slightly and allow them some freedom. One minister panicked inwardly, my world is collapsing. My son is engaged to the third miss of the Su residence. Host, actually there is another pair in the Su residence, but they are not young ladies of the Su family. The courtiers speculated, if not the young ladies, then are they the wives of the Su residence? Today's gossip is truly explosive. Minister Su had two sons. The eldest, Su Huijin, had been stationed at the border for years and married Yinla, the second daughter of the Xianping Marquis Manor, who remained in the capital to care for her parents and children. The younger son, Su Huili, had married Su Xunshuan, the daughter of the Jiangnan Salt Transport Commissioner. Both daughters-in-law came from excellent families and were renowned noble ladies. Their reputations had spread far across the capital for years, inspiring envy in everyone regarding Su's two sons. What more could a man ask for in a wife? However, any sympathy for the Su residents was far outweighed by their inner excitement. Hearing about real-life Lily romances was a first for them, and their curiosity was palpable. Guagua, who is it? Host, do not be impatient. The story is long and somewhat complicated, it must be told slowly. Guagua, hurry up. Summarize it briefly and do not keep us in suspense. The courtiers urged, how long is the story? How complex is the plot? Speak quickly. We want to hear. Host, this matter is actually connected to the Su family. Second Madame Su of the Su family was once a renowned talented beauty in Jiangnan with countless admirers. She captivated not only young masters and wealthy merchants, but also female fans. After the marriage alliance between the Su and Su families, all other suitors, both male and female, gave up their hopes. Although they harbored affection, they genuinely wished Miss Su a happy life. Among them was a zither player who fell deeply in love with Miss Su. When Miss Su married into the capital, the zither player followed her. However, after marriage, Miss Su rarely went out. The zither player missed her dearly, but lacking power or status, could not enter the Su residence to see her beloved. Finally, 3 years later, the Su residence recruited a zither player to teach the young ladies. This was her opportunity. She passed through 5 trials and defeated 6 generals, successfully beating out other candidates to stay at the Su residence and teach the young ladies. Since the second madam gave birth to a young miss, their natural interactions increased. Being from the same region of Jiangnan, they had even more topics in common. Gradually, they grew close and eventually fell in love. Guagua, did Su Huili not notice? Host, although Su Huili felt his wife's interactions with the zither player were overly intimate, he dismissed it since they were both women using the excuse of the daughter learning zither art. He paid no further attention. Moreover, after they became involved, Su Shenzhan gifted her husband 4 top-tier Yangzhou courtesans, completely captivating him. He had no mind for anything else, only feeling that his wife was incredibly thoughtful. The courtiers thought, second young master Su, having a brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you lack one. Crown Prince Yin Beichen sneered, idiot. Every official in the court was eager to see when second master Su would discover his wife's secret. Guagua, Madame Su is playing the role of a calculating wife. Host, don't you think second master Su Huili is a total fool? Shen Mingzhu nodded repeatedly, deeply moved. Indeed, second master Su is a fool. But Madame Su and the zither player truly love each other. It's genuine love. Sadly, Minister Su Qingshu was not present. Had he been there, he might have fainted. Host, let me tell you a secret. The zither player even secured some kind of insurance to stay at the Su residence. The officials were bewildered. What insurance? Emperor Jingyuan remarked. This zither player is truly desperate for love. Shen Changyuan asked, is this not over yet? Crown Prince Yin Beichen urged, Your Highness, please continue. Guagua, what else did the zither player do? Host, the zither player also had a romantic entanglement with second master Su Huili. Wow. No wonder second master Su felt so at ease leaving his wife alone with the zither player. Now it all makes sense. But he never imagined that they were the true lovers, and he was merely an accident. Ha ha. A burst of laughter drifted into everyone's ears. The entire court was stunned. The zither player was truly ruthless. With such determination, one could achieve anything. Although this gossip was shocking, it served as a wake-up call for all the officials. From now on, they must guard not only against men, but also against women. Regardless of gender, everyone must protect themselves. Soon Chief Eunuch Wang Difu returned visibly distressed to see the little cat lying in the basket. Seeing this, Emperor Jingyuan softly said, Difu, you have worked hard. This servant is weary, not at all. I would gladly give my life for your majesty without regret. He then whispered a description of concubine Li's miserable state. Emperor Jingyuan waved his hand. It's fine. Let them behave themselves and know what should and should not be said. Yes. Little did Shen Mingzhu know that thanks to her inner thoughts after the court session, both the outer court and inner palace conducted thorough inspections in their respective residences. They feared some scandal might surface at home. They certainly did not want to be humiliated before all of Xinjiang. Meanwhile, Shen Mingzhu was in high spirits. Host, stop laughing. Think about what dowry gifts you will prepare for Shen Jiaojiao. Why do I really need to prepare anything? Concubine, Marin should prepare them for me. All the treasures in my storeroom will not be given to her. Host, be careful. Shen Jiaojiao and Lu Ruyan, the true love of the Duke of Hugua, have become close confidants. Do not underestimate them. What? They only had one meal together and already conspired. The most pitiful one should be the heir Gong's son Yao, right? Recalling yesterday's incident at Tianshang Tower, all the officials frowned. Minister of War Zhou Wenwu and Minister of Personnel Gu Xi had already admonished the Duke of Hugua, had they not? Host, you are so clever. After hearing those whispered words, the Duke's heart has melted. He no longer has room in his heart for his son. Instead, he wants to create a precious youngest son. Sigh. Guagua, lust is a sword above one's head. The Duke refuses to believe it, but he will surely regret it someday. All the officials nodded in agreement. Emperor Jingyuan thought, I should keep a closer eye on the Duke's mansion and make sure the heir Gong's son Yao is protected. Having followed the founding emperor to conquer the realm, he did not wish to see the family decline. By the way, Guagua, can I go home as soon as court is dismissed? Yes, host. You may leave with your father. Today the Marquis Manor is marrying off a daughter and you and your father have worked diligently, without complaint. Alas. Unfortunately, there is no overtime pay. Capitalists are always like this. Emperor Jingyuan wondered, what is a capitalist? Crown Prince Yin Baichen asked, what is overtime pay? He only knew one thing, a good-for-nothing. Remembering today's wedding at the Marquis Manor, Emperor Jingyuan immediately dismissed court. The moment court was dismissed, Shen Mingzhu hurried to Shen Changyuan and scooped the little cat from the basket into her arms. Father, let us hurry home with the cat. I would like to rest for a while. Very well. The father and daughter turned and left together. Crown Prince Yin Baichen muttered, am I such an invisible man that you do not even notice me? Watching Shen Mingzhu's retreating figure, the Crown Prince followed closely behind. Host, the Crown Prince cannot leave your side for even a moment. What do you think the Crown Prince is ill? What illness? He suffers from a disease of, without me nothing works. Host, only you could come up with that. The senior officials nearby overheard this and covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Some bold ministers even dared to glance at Crown Prince Yin Baichen only to receive a lethal glare that nearly made them kneel. I am sentenced to lifelong loneliness for love. I will not let go, nor will I resist. Guagua, I have decided. If Crown Prince Yin Baichen provokes me, I will confine him within walls and sentence him to lifelong loneliness. Shen Mingzhu sang a line, and then spoke the rest. To Crown Prince Yin Baichen's ears, it was almost enough to make him explode with rage. This Miss Shen is far too reckless. He must win her heart first, then ruthlessly punish her. Make her draw her own prison and sentence herself to lifelong loneliness with only himself able to save her. Shen Changyuan carried the basket, feeling his legs tremble, especially knowing the Crown Prince was right behind them. Father, what is wrong? Why are you shaking? Do you have chronic leg pain? Nothing. It will pass in a couple of days. Oh, Shen Mingzhu gave her father another look, then happily boarded the carriage with the cat in her arms. But the moment she sat down, Crown Prince Yin Baichen also stepped into the carriage. Shen Changyuan regarded this as a major crisis. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Yin Baichen waved his hand. Minister Shen, no need for such formalities. Then he looked at Shen Mingzhu. Miss Shen, you do not mind sharing the carriage, do you? Shen Mingzhu stroked the cat and offered a sweet smile. I do not mind. The cat opened its eyes, glanced at Crown Prince Yin Baichen, then closed them again, finding a comfortable position in Shen Mingzhu's arms to continue pretending to sleep. Host, look at those longing eyes of the Crown Prince. He is subtly trying to seduce you. Guagua, I can only say he has excellent taste. Host, today is the second prince's wedding. Do you think he is dying of regret right now? Guagua, I do not know whether he regrets it to death, but I know I do not regret it. That scumbag. If he were given to me, I would think he was dirty. Shen Changyuan stole a glance at the Crown Prince. Fortunately, he did not appear angry. Host, why not use the body fragrance pill from the mall last time? The Crown Prince will surely be enchanted into a fool by you. Crown Prince, you are the fool. Guagua, the fragrance pill. I haven't decided whether to use it myself or gift it to someone. The Crown Prince was taken aback. Such a precious pill, and she was considering giving it away. Did she truly understand how invaluable the fragrance pill was? Whether married or unmarried, every lady and madam would covet it desperately. Yin Baichen sat beside Shen Mingzhu, catching the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. It was pleasant and soothing. He mused inwardly, she already smells naturally lovely. She truly has no need for the fragrance pill. Sitting nearby, Shen Changyuan overheard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts and was deeply shaken. He resolved to have his wife, Xie Qinghuan, speak with their daughter properly. Their daughter's thinking was far too naive. Yet spotting the protective spirit jade hanging around her neck, he was relieved she at least knew to protect herself. The carriage ambled slowly toward the Crown Prince's residence, for they must first deliver Yin Baichen home before returning to their own. The luxurious carriage of the Crown Prince's residence followed behind, while his personal guards Chongfeng and Chongqing exchanged bewildered glances. Chongfeng, do you think His Highness is quite fond of Lady Shen? Probably so. I haven't seen the Crown Prince smile that happily in ages. Chongfeng added, but Lady Shen was so taken with Prince Xian before. That doesn't matter. As long as His Highness is happy, that's all that counts. Fair enough. Lady Shen, see you this evening. Arriving at the Crown Prince's residence, Yin Baichen smiled at Shen Mingzhu before descending the carriage. See you tonight, Chingij. A violent fit of coughing erupted from Shen Changyuan at the sound of that affectionate address. He nearly coughed up a lung. Good heavens. Terrifying. His daughter was truly brave. Their marquis household had produced a heroine. Crown Prince Yin Baichen shot Shen Changyuan a glare before stepping down from the carriage. Once Yin Baichen had gone, Shen Mingzhu turned to her father. Father, are you all right? I'm fine. How did things go with the Crown Prince? Quite well. Shen Mingzhu replied with an unsuspecting smile. Good. Upon returning to the residence, greeted by red silk adorning the halls, Shen Mingzhu carried her cat straight back to Mingzhu courtyard. Lian Xiao hurried forward as Shen Mingzhu entered. Miss, you're back. Shall I prepare breakfast? No need. I'll rest first. Don't disturb me until I wake. Yes, Miss Lianxiao replied. Upon learning of their return, Shen Mingzhu's mother was promptly pulled aside by her husband for a private conversation. After their discussion, they summoned the two brothers, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba, for a talk. Meanwhile, Shen Jiaojiao sat frozen before her bronze mirror, admiring her own ethereal beauty, radiant as a celestial maiden, enchanting beyond compare. Yet the peach-red wedding gown she wore somehow struck her as terribly ugly. If only it were pure crimson, it would be perfect. She lowered her gaze to conceal the regret in her eyes. It was enough just to marry Yunxuangij. Besides, Yunxuangij was a man of great ambition. As long as she eventually secured the position of principal consort, all would be well. Second Miss, you are truly beautiful. Chunlan gazed at her mistress in the mirror and offered an earnest compliment. Shun Jiaojiao smiled without replying, instead asking, "Who has come to offer me wedding gifts?" Second Miss, the old madam, the madam, and the second branch have all visited. As for the Marquis and the eldest Miss, they await their return from court. Recalling the prophetic dream, she had a wave of sweetness swelled in her heart. Even up to the eve of her wedding, Shen Mingzhu had never once set foot in Qingfeng courtyard. Though she was displeased, Shen Mingzhu's gesture of goodwill had at least arrived in spirit, leaving her with little room to complain. Regardless, after today, she would belong to the imperial family, no longer connected to the Shen household. Second Miss. The second prince has come in person to escort the bride. The people of the capital all envy you. Shen Jiaojiao smiled sweetly and lifted the red bridal veil over her head. Host, the female lead and male lead are getting married. Get up and stir up some trouble. Guagua, you've turned wicked. Host, you're the vicious, supporting female character. You're natural adversaries. Besides, you're marrying the great villain himself. Do you honestly think you two can coexist peacefully? Absolutely not. Then there you have it. Shen Mingzhu, you've said both the nice words and the harsh ones. Crown Prince, Yin Beichen, I'm the great villain and you're the vicious supporting lady. His second brother was the male lead and the fake noble daughter Shen Jiaojiao was the female lead. Was this some kind of joke? He refused to believe it. His crown princess, blessed with a divine artifact, couldn't possibly be a supporting character. She was clearly his destined heroine. In the end, it was Shen Qinghong who carried Shen Jiaojiao on his back for the wedding departure. Unnoticed by the crowd, a stink pill was tossed onto Shen Jiaojiao's person. As for second prince, Yan Yunxuan, recalling all the humiliating spectacle she had endured because of him, she directly sent him a misfortune charm, dooming him like his mother the consort to a month of wretched luck. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, what a crafty little fox. At this moment in Yaohua Palace, Consort Li was walking along when out of nowhere a pebble tripped her. She crashed headfirst onto the stone floor, blood gushing from her brow, risking permanent disfigurement. To make matters worse, the Imperial Infirmary had just run out of Yuhuan ointment. Already furious at being unable to attend her son's wedding, Consort Li now spat out a mouthful of blood in sheer rage. Princess Changle, terrified, stayed by her mother's side. Her mother was the only one she could rely on now. As for her brother, Yan Yunxian, in her heart he mattered far less than their mother. What's that smell? Who farted? It stinks. Seated in the bridal sedan, Shen Jiaojiao was brimming with joy and paid no attention to the whispers around her. With the call of "lift the sedan," she embarked upon her brand new life. Yan Yunxuan, mounted on a tall horse clad in resplendent red wedding robes, wedded his one true love on this very day. Everything seemed so beautiful. Let's go. Off to the Prince Xian's residence for the wedding feast. Yin Beichen approached Shen Mingzhu with a smile and invited, "Lady Shen, we meet again. Care to join me?" "With pleasure, Qinggij." The sound of that address sent goosebumps crawling across Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba's skin. The two exchanged a glance. What was going on? Were those two really that close? Crown Prince Yin Beichen cast a sidelong glance at them, then walked off with Shen Mingzhu smiling. Shen Qinghong tapped Shen Qingba on the head with his fan. "What are you staring at? Keep up." Their little sister had been snatched away by a big bad wolf. "Host, the Crown Prince is so clingy with you." "Guagua, what can I say? I'm just that likable." Crown Prince Yin Beichen pressed his lips into a subtle smile, keeping pace beside Shen Mingzhu as they chatted all the way to Prince Xian's residence. Upon entering Prince Xian's residence, Shen Mingzhu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Guagua, look at all this red silk hanging about. When you marry your true love, you really go all out. I wonder how grand the second prince's ceremony will be when he takes a principal consort." "Host, what are you thinking? Would the fake noble daughter Shen Jiaojiao ever allow Prince Xian to marry a principal consort?" "Oh right, I forgot. She's still waiting to bear a son and get promoted to the top position herself." "Host, that's quite difficult. Once a name is inscribed on the Royal Jade Registry, do you think it's so easy to change?" Crown Prince Yin Beichen, indeed. If the Jade Registry could be altered so casually, everything would descend into chaos. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba felt a flicker of shock, recalling how confidently Prince Xian had proclaimed his intentions back then. Could it be that he knew everything all along? As a prince, how could he possibly not know? Then what did it all mean? The two dared not dwell any deeper. Host, look to your right at a 45-degree angle. The beautiful young lady in the purple robes is Yuchan, the Qin master of the Su residence. While purple really has charm. Instantly the ministers who could hear her thoughts turned to look at Yuchan, the Qin master in purple robes. Shen Mingzhu propped her chin with her fingers, her eyes scanning the nearby Qin master Yuchan like a radar. Su Shunzhan noticed this and frowned slightly in displeasure. Host, be careful. Second Madam Su Shunzhan of the Su family is displeased. Oh, such a treasure can't even look a few more times. Is this true love? At this moment many ministers hurriedly withdrew their gazes. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Yuchan, the Qin master, was quite renowned in Shengjing. Previously they had wanted to hire her to teach their daughters the Qin, but she had been unwilling. Now they dared not think further. Not having taught her was lucky. Fortunate. At some point the ministers had gathered around Shen Mingzhu, warmly greeting the Shen father and sons. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba were momentarily flattered. So they were talented and popular after all. Shen Shangyuan said, "Brat, it's all because of your sister's good fortune. Sister is mighty and domineering. In the future I will raise the banner for my sister." Crown Prince Yen Beichen looked at the enthusiastic ministers, his cold gaze sweeping around. These people really. Can they stay away from him and the Crown Princess? Host, good news. Good news. The second prince has a child, adding joy to joy. Double happiness. Wah, who is it? A beautiful maid, a distant cousin, or that teaching palace maid who got the second prince's first time? At this time the ministers ignored Crown Prince Yen Beichen's glance and directly stopped around Shen Mingzhu to quietly eat melon, watch the drama. Endless joy. However, Yen Beichen was also very interested. His expectant gaze fell on Shen Mingzhu, and from a distance it looked like he was gazing at her affectionately. All the noble ladies of Shengjing, the Crown Prince has been captivated by Miss Shen in just 2 days since waking. Smack. That was the sound of hearts breaking. Host, since there's nothing to do anyway, you can guess. A certain minister, I guess it's the beautiful maid who attends to the second prince closely. Another minister, this old man guesses it's the distant cousin staying at the second prince's residence. A certain minister, why can't it be the teaching palace maid who got the second prince's first time? Don't forget she was the second prince's first teacher. Oh. After a few ministers murmured in low voices, they all looked at Shen Mingzhu expectantly. Why, I think it might be the teaching palace maid Xingyu. Didn't they say men all have that kind of complex? Cough. Coughs rose one after another. Crown Prince Yen Beichen, what complex? A high-ranking minister stroked his beard. The Crown Prince is a virgin, he knows nothing. Shin Changyuan, my precious daughter, why do you say everything? You know everything. Can this be said out loud? Alas, the old father worries himself sick. Many ministers coughed, which caught Shen Mingzhu's attention. Ding, not telling you. Wah, I found you've become bad. Also, has the cold come early this year? Recently I've noticed that all the civil and military officials cough from time to time. Are they all catching colds? Host, no. They are all very strong enough to kill an ox with one punch. After hearing this, Shen Mingzhu looked around. Without looking, she didn't know. With a look, she was shocked. All the civil and military officials surrounded her, and the Crown Prince as the center, arranged according to official rank. Closest to them were Prime Minister Lin, and the 6 ministers further out were second-rank General Tian and others, and even further were the Chief Justice of the Grand Court and the Vice Ministers of the 6 ministries. Why are all the civil and military officials surrounding me and the Crown Prince? Do they want to curry favor with the Crown Prince? Host, the Crown Prince is the future ruler of Great Yen, and he is both civil and martial. Everyone certainly wants to build a good relationship in advance. But these are all unrelated to you. They are relationships the Crown Prince must handle. Indeed. The Crown Prince enjoys the offerings of the world, so he naturally must shoulder his responsibilities. Handling relationships with ministers, and selecting excellent ones to do practical things for the people, is what he should do. Hearing her thoughts, the ministers present nodded repeatedly. Prime Minister Lin, standing beside the Crown Prince, stroked his white beard and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she is a kind-hearted, righteous, good girl. A perfect match for the Crown Prince. The second prince is a man without fortune. Mistaking a fisheye for a pearl, he missed the true bright pearl. In the future, his intestines will be green with regret. Looking at Prime Minister Lin beside her, Shen Mingzhu thought secretly. Guagua, Prime Minister Lin is also unfortunate. He clearly deserves a place in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, yet he ends up with a bitter old age. He has devoted his life to the country and the people. Find an opportunity to send him the spiritual spring water. Host, you are so kind. Prime Minister Lin felt a warmth in his heart. The Crown Princess is truly a lovely little fairy. A perfect match for his precious grandson. Guagua, stop sighing. Quickly tell me what exactly is going on with the second prince. On his wedding day, receiving such news, I don't think Shen Jiao will let it go. Shen Jiao, who had already been sent to the bridal chamber, you know me quite well. Daring to seduce the second prince, you simply don't want to live. Host, speaking of it, the second prince is quite cautious. After each favor, he makes his confidants watch them drink the contraceptive soup. This child was left from the last time he was drunk. At that time, Shen Jiao had something to do, and he left in a hurry, so she got pregnant. It's been a month already. Who is the child's mother? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Who? Who? Who exactly? Host: the child's mother is Qingyu, the teaching palace maid who stayed at the second prince's residence. A young man in fine clothes with a spirited horse living up to his youth and knowing the way. When the second prince realized he loved Shen Jiaojiao and swore to marry her at any cost that night, he was excited thinking of his naive first time, so he went to Qingyu's courtyard. The wine did not intoxicate him, he intoxicated himself. The moonlight that night was extremely beautiful, so Qingyu naturally kept him. Why you are talented, but men. Indeed they are pig trotters. Crown Prince Yin Beichen stared at Shen Mingzhu with wide eyes. What pig trotters? He is not a pig trotter. Ministers: the pig trotter refers to the second prince. The second prince is a pig trotter. Shen Mingzhu noticed that Yin Beichen's face beside her was turning increasingly gloomy, radiating cold air. She unconsciously looked at the Qin master Yuchan and second Madame Su Shunzhan of the Su family. She saw Yuchan say something, and second Madame Su blushed and smiled shyly. Tsk tisk, so sweet. Obviously second young master Su beside them is superfluous. Su Shunzhan noticed Shen Mingzhu looking at them again and couldn't help paying more attention to their side. What Shen Mingzhu didn't expect was that Su Shunzhan actually brought the Qin master Yuchan over to their side. Look quickly. The new way of showing affection in high society: my jewelry is the color of your dress. All the ministers in the hall looked at the two in unison. Indeed it was true. The wives and young ladies who could hear thoughts secretly recalled it's true. It's true. Every time second Madame Su was with the Qin master Yuchan, her jewelry matched the color of her dress. Why hadn't they noticed before? It was indeed a new way of showing affection. After second Madame Su and Yuchan paid their respects to the crown prince and others, they looked at Shen Mingzhu gently. Miss Shen, I am the second madam of the Su family. This is my friend Yuchan, she is a Qin master. Wow. First friend, then sister, and finally little treasure. Host, you said it so well. If you can talk more. That's just how it is. Usually they call me Sister Chan, later they call me little darling, but in front of everyone I become a friend again. Yuchan looked at Su Shunzhan with some grievance. Look. That aggrieved little gaze is truly pitiable. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, how can you tell? The ladies present, we see it. We see it. Full of affection, aggrieved like a big dog longing for a caress. It feels like if second Madame Su gives her a look, she would happily wag her tail. Shen Mingzhu looked at second Madame Su with a brilliant smile. Hello second Madame Su. Hello music master Yuchan. Crown Prince Yin Beichen nodded slightly, his gaze constantly following Shen Mingzhu, watching her closely. Music master Yuchan looked at the crown prince's protective gaze, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. She gently tugged at the corner of Su Xunshuan's clothes, and soon the two took their leave. Seeing the tacit understanding between the two, everyone present revealed meaningful smiles. Minister Su probably still not awake. Host, the bridal chamber is now filled with fragrance. Do you want to go see? Why isn't it not yet time for the wedding night pranks? Host, the maids accompanying the bride all vomited. My heavens, isn't the room filled with fragrance? Why are they vomiting? Crown Prince Yin Beichen had an expression of seeing through without saying, as if everyone was drunk, but he alone was sober. He gave Shen Mingzhu a deep look, his triumphant little eyes seemed to say, come beg me, I'll take you there. Host, look at the crown prince's lingering gaze full of affection as he looks at you, give him a response soon. The aggrieved crown prince is online seeking comfort. Be normal, obsessing over everything will only harm you. Many people secretly smiled. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Yin Beichen smiling like a flower. Brother Chen, let's go see Sister Jiaojiao. It's her first wedding, she must be nervous. The crown prince said, alright, if you want to go I'll accompany you. At this moment Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba also spoke up. Let's go together. Master Shun, we were having a pleasant chat, let's go together. Alright. We also go together to congratulate the second prince and second Miss Shun. Alright, let's go together. Thus Crown Prince Yin Beichen and Shen Mingzhu led the way, followed by a group of ministers, ladies and young misses. Why isn't the procession a bit too grand? Host, the second prince taking a concubine is a joyful matter. Look, isn't he marrying her with the rights of a principal wife? True love can withstand everyone's scrutiny, let's go see together. But, no way. Then bring me a nose plug or a scented handkerchief or something. Everyone. As the group approached the bridal chamber, why did they smell a foul odor? What's this smell? Crown Prince Yin Beichen furrowed his brows involuntarily. He finally understood why Shen Mingzhu wanted a nose plug and scented handkerchief. Seeing her action of lightly covering her nose with the handkerchief, he instantly understood. She really doesn't care whether others live or die, only cares about herself. Sister Mingzhu, your handkerchief is so beautiful, can you let Brother Chen see it? Shen Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. Oh host, the crown prince has discovered it. Everyone following was stunned. What did he discover? Shen Mingzhu gave him a deep look and said with a smile, Brother Chen likes it, I'll give you one, just don't lose it, or I'll be sad. See how considerate I am, isn't the crown prince completely charmed by me? Host is mighty, handling the crown prince with great dominance. Keep a low profile. Crown Prince Yin Beichen's mouth twitched, but he still smiled, and took a new handkerchief. Thank you, Sister Mingzhu, you are truly kind. Shen Mingzhu noticed everyone looking at them strangely and touched her own nose. Why is everyone looking at me? Was giving the crown prince a handkerchief too forward? I remember that items like handkerchiefs and sachets cannot be given casually. Host the whole great, Yin knows you are the crown princess. The crown prince asked you for a handkerchief probably to remember you by it to look at it during nights, when he can't see you to ease his longing. Really, truer than real gold. The crown prince's expression changed slightly. I just wanted to cover my nose, I really couldn't stand it. As soon as they entered the courtyard, one young lady couldn't bear it. Yuck, what's that smell? Who fell into a pit? The elaborately decorated Jiyue courtyard couldn't withstand everyone's disgust. The maidservants were taken aback at the sight of the arrivals. They had already lit the strongest incense, and the fragrance mixed with the stench spread throughout the courtyard. Shun Jiaojiao, the source of the fragrance, felt nothing at all. Seeing so many people come to see her, she straightened her back, displayed her best manners, determined to leave a wonderful impression on everyone. Guagua, my heavens. Shen Jiaojiao has become famous in Shengjing. Host, absolutely. Look at the expressions of those ladies and misses and the ministers standing far away. Shen Mingzhu curled her lips. They're hiding far away now. I remember previously many talented young men in Shengjing favored Shen Jiaojiao. Why are they all hiding at the back, now not coming forward? At the back, a group of young gentlemen pushed each other, none daring to come forward. Even the young ladies who usually were friendly with Shen Jiaojiao directly hid away. Their relationship was only a little bit good. Soon the second prince, Yin Yunxian, received the news and smilingly led his men toward Jiyue courtyard. He wanted all of Xingjing to envy him for marrying his true love. At Jiyue courtyard, Yin Yunxian. What's going on? What's wrong with Jiyue courtyard? Who did this? Jiao. Yin Yunxian rushed into the bridal chamber recklessly, and upon seeing Shun Jiaojiao unharmed, he relaxed. But soon he smelled the stench filling the air. Jiaojiao, brother Yunxuan Jiaojiao has finally married you. Seeing Shun Jiaojiao smile and her approaching closer, he directly turned and ran. Yes, you saw it right. He just ran. Guagua, look. They say husband and wife are birds in the same forest flying separately in times of disaster. They haven't even become true husband and wife, yet he left her without a word and ran away. Host, the smell is unbearable. Shen Jiaojiao is basically a walking perfume dispenser. It is only natural that the second prince cannot accept his fragrant true love turning into a stinking concubine. He ran away. Do not have such high expectations of him, after all his taste has always been questionable. The ministers accompanying them listened to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts and secretly sighed. The crown princess truly had a strong heart. Even amidst such a foul odor, she remained composed and chatted freely with Guagua in her mind. Guagua, look at Lu Ruyan. She dragged the Duke of Hugua and ran away. What a plastic friendship. Shen Mingzhu thought. She thinks she can cause trouble like this. I'm starting to doubt your capabilities. Host, look quickly. Miss Su and Miss Zhao, Shen Jiaojiao's closest girlfriends, are vomiting right now. Crown Prince Yin Beichen's gaze swept the area like a radar. Seeing the pale complexions of the crowd, he waved a handkerchief in front of his nose, feeling much more comfortable. You guys can't resist everything, and now you know what's what. Shen Mingzhu observed the scene, wondering how long it would take for the savior to arrive, given that Shun Jiaojiao was the daughter of destiny. Make way, make way. Divine Physician Zhou from the Divine Physician Valley has arrived. Bingo. He's here. Shen Mingzhu's eyes darted around. She also wanted to see whether the pills from the system or Divine Physician Zhou were more effective. The physician from the Divine Physician Valley had come to attend Shen Jiaojiao's wedding, which should have brought the ceremony to a new climax. However, due to the incident with the stinky pill, Zhou Hanchuan rushed in to save the day. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Hanchuan, dressed in flowing white robes and carrying a medicine box, arrived in a hurry. This gave the usually ethereal man a touch of worldly warmth. Upon entering, he only frowned slightly at the smell. After a pause of no more than 3 seconds, he followed a servant into the room. Shortly after, the second prince, Yin Yunxuan, also arrived. Perhaps feeling that he had lost his composure earlier this time, he held an exquisite small incense burner and entered the room with a concerned expression. Jiaojiao, brother Yunxian. Shen Mingzhu and Yin Beichen also walked in slowly. As soon as they entered, they heard the couple's tender whispers. Soon the room was packed. Some came to see the bride, some to see Divine Physician Zhou, some to listen to gossip, and some just to watch the drama. Young Master Zhou. Shun Jiaojiao saw Zhou Hanchuan enter and thought he was there to enhance her glory. Seeing Yin Yunxian behind him, she was about to stand up, but Yin Yunxian stopped her. Considering Shun Jiaojiao's odor, everyone pretended not to notice the subtle interactions between the two. After entering, Zhou Hanchuan first extinguished the previous incense, and then lit the incense he had blended himself. Divine Physician Zhou, what is wrong with Jiaojiao? Shen Jiaojiao. Zhou Hanchuan glanced at Shun Jiaojiao and smiled reassuringly. It is nothing. It will not harm her health. Guagua's second sister's senior brother really knows his stuff. Host, of course. Otherwise, how could he be the senior brother? However, I'm afraid he will be disappointed. The smell will not completely disappear for another month. That's good, that's good. Watching Zhou Hanchuan alternate between acupuncture and various treatments, the smell did not dissipate at all. The second prince, Yin Yunshuan, was overwhelmed by the odor, feeling as though his lungs were about to explode. Host looked quickly. The second prince's face is red and his neck is swollen with veins bulging on his forehead. He's about to explode. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu quickly moved away from him. Crown Prince Yin Beichen wanted to tease her. What's wrong? What do you think? Can't you see the second prince is about to explode? I'm sure he'll run away again in a moment. Guagua, he has no sense of responsibility at all. Today is their wedding night, and I think the possibility of the second prince stepping into this courtyard tonight is zero. Crown Prince, I am definitely a responsible man. Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts were clearly heard by everyone. Crown Prince Yin Beichen raised an eyebrow and looked at the second prince, Yin Yunxian. As expected, the moment Shen Mingzhu finished speaking, the second prince, Yin Yunxian, offered a brief bow to the crowd. Brother Emperor, distinguished ministers, it is about time. Please follow me to the front courtyard for the banquet. Reeling from the smell here, no one wanted to stay any longer. If it were not for eldest Miss Shen saying there was drama to be had, they would not have followed. After all, the further away they were, the less clearly they could hear the inner thoughts. Everyone nodded and lined up orderly to go to the front courtyard for the banquet. Host Princess Changle is here. True to form, Princess Changle arrived at Jiyue courtyard, led by her maids. Before she even got close, she covered her nose and angrily scolded. Who fell into the cesspool? Why does it smell so bad? How is the second prince's mansion managed? Don't you know what day it is today? No one dared to respond. Fortunately, they encountered everyone heading to the front courtyard for the banquet. Second brother, the servants in the mansion need to be managed properly. Yin Yunxian was in a bad mood, waved his hand, and signaled her to shut up. He did not want to listen. Guagua, doesn't Princess Changle have a deep affection for Prince Consort Chai? Why does she look so rosy and healthy? She doesn't look like someone suffering from a broken heart. Host, as a princess, what she lacks most is men wanting to become consorts. Checking them out in advance is not excessive, is it? She is keeping a male favorite. Shen Mingzhu's high-pitched voice exploded in everyone's ears like a speaker. Guagua, she really does not wrong herself, as she knows how to enjoy life. I thought she was staying in Ikuan Palace to heal her emotional wounds, but she is actually enjoying life. Host Consort Li suffered a major defeat today. Unable to come herself, she forced Princess Changle to come on her behalf to support her son. Princess Changle did not want to come at all. Consort Li forced her. Otherwise, she would already be hiding under the covers with her little brother chatting about life. Cough, cough, cough. Crown Prince Yin Beichen coughed a few times, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. Guagua, this Princess Changle is impressive. Such speed. Quick, see who she has taken in. Shin Qinghong's sister is so fierce. Shin Qingba's sister, take it easy, you, I'm a little scared. Shin Chongyuan, you two cowards, is that all you've got? The minister's Crown Princess, keep talking, tell us more, we love listening. Yin Beichen, when will the Crown Princess only talk to me? I want to hear it under the covers. Thinking about his own thoughts, Crown Prince Yin Beichen's entire ears turned red. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Beichen coughed lightly a few more times. Shen Mingzhu frowned slightly, a trace of confusion appearing in her beautiful eyes. Guagua, check on the Crown Prince first. Why is he coughing constantly? His physical condition is poor. How can I bear children for him? This useless man took the recovery pill, yet his body is still so weak. If necessary, I will buy him a strong tonic next month. The ministers secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Pass it on, His Highness, the Crown Prince is physically weak. Crown Prince Yin Beichen stumbled and almost lost his balance. When was he weak? He really wanted to pick up the little girl beside him right now and loudly tell her he is strong. He does not rest for a whole night, and if she does not believe him, she can come and test him. The arrogant Crown Prince versus the fairy-like Crown Princess. The decisive battle on their wedding night. The peak showdown. Who will be the ultimate winner? Find out in the following chapters. Host, according to detection, Crown Prince Yin Beichen is in excellent physical condition, and his martial arts and internal energy have reached a new level. That cough just now was probably caused by Shun Jiaojiao's foul smell. Indeed, the Jiyue courtyard now resembles a natural cesspool. No one can stand going there. Thinking about how Shun Jiaojiao has enjoyed prosperity for 15 years, yet on her wedding day, she made such a fool of herself without even knowing it. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Thinking of today's events, the second prince directly ordered the steward to start the banquet. Delicacies were served one after another, and Shen Mingzhu's face lit up with delight. While eating, she said to Guagua, Guagua, quickly check who has Princess Changle taken in. With delicious food, but no gossip, how can that be enjoyable? Host, Princess Changle has completely let herself go. Oh, how has the savage princess who divorced her husband let herself go? The ministers urged, speak quickly, we'd love to hear. Shen Qingba looked around at the crowd, opened his mouth, but then swallowed his words. All right. He felt that his younger sister had also let herself go, and she flew so high that they had no string in their hands. They couldn't catch her even if they tried. Host, the Imperial Guard who was sent flying onto the rockery by the Cat Master this morning is one of Princess Changle's admirers. This imperial guard is the child of a distant relative of General of Chariots and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou, barely connected. His name is Tian Dachui. He is strong and highly skilled in martial arts, wielding a meteor hammer with great finesse, and is quite renowned among the imperial guards. Oh, what else? Host another one is Zhao Feiyu, the deputy commander of the imperial guard Jinwei, who directly answers to Emperor Jinyuan. Zhao Feiyu is very fond of Princess Chang'e. The two are now deeply in love, often entwined together until dawn. Cough, cough, cough. This time it was Shen Qinghong who coughed violently. Mingzhu, don't overthink, just enjoy the feast. Elder brother, I've been enjoying the feast all along. Cough. You are a young lady of a noble family. In front of the crown prince, behave properly. Shen Mingzhu thought, Guagua, is my elder brother ill? I'm quietly enjoying the food, where am I being improper? Truly a lewd person sees lewdness. No wonder he almost became a cuckold. I think he has an affinity with the color green. Look, he keeps picking green dishes to eat. He must really like it. Shen Qinghong stared at Shen Mingzhu with wide eyes. He had kindly reminded her, yet she stabbed his heart. Seeing Shen Qinghong staring at her, Shen Mingzhu gave him a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling and shining with charm. Anyone would see her as a noble young lady. The crown prince noticed this and laughed inwardly. Brother Shen, you still don't understand your own sister. Shen Qinghong's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he lowered his head to eat, but refused to touch any green dish from then on. He declared that his most hated color was green. He would be irreconcilable with green. Guagua, since I was interrupted, continue. Did Princess Chang'e only find two? Not exactly. There's another one. This person is quite familiar to you. My Crown Prince Yin Beichen became interested. Who? I know him. Host, you don't know him, but you've certainly heard of him. Guagua, I won't guess, just tell me quickly. Alright, host, Princess Chang'e's third admirer is someone she just got together with. He is the elder brother of second Madame Su and the son of the Jiangnan Salt Inspector Su Kaming. Su Kaming, who adores the princess, gave her 2 salt certificates. The two have been burning like dry wood and fire these days. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's thoughts, Yin Beichen's face darkened. Unexpectedly, Chang'e is quite resourceful. In such a short time she has gathered such talents. Guagua, Princess Chang'e really knows how to pick people. Using the Imperial Guard as vanguard, the palace guards for protection, and salt certificates for money. She's really something. What were the Chai family's gold and iron mines all prepared for her? Host, Princess Chang'e is no delicate white flower. She's quite formidable. Sigh. Consort Li's son and daughter are both not easy to deal with. Shen Changyuan thought, my precious daughter, that's enough. Why are you even commenting on them? Look, host. The musician Yuechan is peeling shrimp for second Madame Su. Wow, that's so romantic. If only someone would peel shrimp for me. Guagua, I remember a famous star said that when eating shrimp a man must peel them for you. Do you think if I asked the crown prince to peel shrimp for me he would do it? Host, I bet 10 points that the crown prince would be more than willing to serve you. Why, Host, His Highness the crown prince is quite infatuated with you. All evening, he has been following you like a knight protecting his queen. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Yin Beichen beside her, preparing to find an excuse to ask him to peel shrimp. To her surprise, she saw the crown prince take a plate of large shrimp in front of himself, carefully peel them, and place the shrimp meat in front of her. Eat. With me here, the crown princess doesn't need to peel shrimp herself. Hiss. The crown prince is doting on the crown princess too much. He actually peeled shrimp for her himself. A certain lady sighed. My husband has never even picked a piece of vegetable for me in his life. Alas, when comparing people one dies, when comparing goods one throws them away. Guagua, the crown prince is so gentle. He's well versed in male virtue. Crown Prince Yin Beichen thought, what male virtue? I've only heard of female virtue. The crown princess is young. In the future, he would teach her properly that in the great Yin dynasty there is only female virtue, not male virtue. Host, I told you so. His Highness likes you very, very much. Hee. A slight blush crept onto Shen Mingzhu's face, without her noticing, making her look somewhat shy. There was a moment of silence in the air. Seeing this, the crown prince's smile deepened. What a lovely young lady. Host, second Madame Su has been staring at you just now. What? Is she envious of me? Seeing Guagua not responding, Shen Mingzhu immediately asked in a shrill voice. Guagua, she isn't taking a fancy to me, is she? I'm so beautiful and talented, yet she wants to be a cougar. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, and the crown prince is sitting right beside me. The moment Crown Prince Yin Beichen heard her thoughts, he immediately looked at second Madame Su and the musician Yuechan, his eyes cold and deep, dark and unfathomable, displaying the dignity and bearing of a superior to the fullest. Trying to steal from him. They're simply courting death. No, host, don't forget she has a lover. Oh, that's good. Don't reply in such a breathless way. You startled me with your suddenness. My little heart can't take scares. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's thoughts, Crown Prince Yin Beichen curled his lips into a smile. How adorable. At that moment in the Su residence, Minister Su Qingshan gradually regained his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately grabbed the maid attending to him and asked, what time is it? The maid was delighted to see her master awake. She bowed and smiled, saying, Master, it is already dusk. Su Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been unconscious for long. He then heard the maid happily continue, "Master, rest assured. The second prince's wedding is grand, and all the civil and military officials have attended." Su Qingshan asked, "Has the second madam also gone?" The maid replied, "Naturally. The second madam, young master, and the zither player Yu-chan have all gone. The second madam even planned to have zither player Yu-chan perform." Su Qingshan was speechless. He felt he would have been better off staying unconscious. Quick. Go and bring Huai the second madam, and zither player Yu-chan back immediately. Hurry. Master. The second prince's wedding. Su Qingshan's veins throbbed with anger. Go now or I shall sell you into servitude. Seeing this, the maid quickly said, "Yes, master." She then hurriedly ran out. How terrifying. Master's state of mind was unpredictable. The Shishang manor was the second prince's maternal family. If they left the wedding banquet, how could they face the second prince and noble consort? Su Qingshan, you all fail to understand. This old man is bitter, yet he cannot voice it. He could only silently endure the sorrow. Meanwhile, Shen Mingzhu, the very person he was worrying about, was comfortably eating shrimp peeled by Crown Prince Yan while non-stop snacking. Host, look over there. That is Gongsun Yao, the heir to the protector of the state duke. Oh God, what Gongsun Yao looks rather simple. He appears easy to deceive. Crown Prince Yan glanced at Gongsun Yao, the heir to the protector of the state not far away, smiled, and continued serving food to Shen Mingzhu. Host, excellent eyesight. One of his concubines, Lu Xuanduan, is pregnant. Unfortunately, this child is destined not to be born. She plans to use this child to frame the heiress. Poor heiress. With a lecherous father-in-law, a weak and frivolous husband, and an upcoming master manipulator mother-in-law, her broken life is truly heartbreaking. Gongsun Yao's pupils contracted. His breathing became rapid, his face turned pale, and he pointed at Shen Mingzhu, nearly choking on his breath. He had seen his great-great-grandmother. Su Haiyuan, the university scholar nearby, quickly stepped forward to pat his back, saying, "Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Look at you. We have been talking all afternoon, yet you remain so unstable." Scholar Su, enough. Just sit calmly. The crown prince is still here. Gongsun Yao broken. Could he be more broken? His life had nearly been lost. Furthermore, what did Miss Shen mean by that? Judging by her demeanor rather than having the crown prince personally serve her, he felt he was experiencing an illusion, a hallucination of life and death. Although Gongsun Yao was the heir to the protector of the state, in reality, he was simple-minded, soft-hearted, and frivolous. Without relying on his status as the legitimate eldest son, his position as heir would be unstable. God, what did the Gongsun family dig up the ancestral tomb of the old Lu family in a past life? Why does everyone keep falling for a Lu family girl? God, what don't you think the Lu family ancestors once swore that even if only a fragile Lu woman remained, she would resolutely eliminate every member of the Gongsun family, leaving none alive? The crown prince raised his eyebrows. This required further investigation. Gongsun Yao's face lost all color. Was it true? All the ministers in the hall, what kind of grudge is this? All the ladies and young miss in the hall, could the Lu family really succeed in their revenge? Could a fragile woman really do it? Host, there is actually no deep enmity between the Lu and Gongsun families. It is simply that they are all love-struck. The legacy founded by the Gongsun ancestors is destined to fall into the hands of the Lu sisters. Gongsun Yao glared darkly at Lu Ruyan from afar. He would never allow it. The Gongsun family's estate was all his. God, well, what about that Lu Xuanduan? Why doesn't she give birth to this child? As a concubine in the mansion, having a child secures her status. Host, Lu Xuanduan is not actually pregnant. She took a fake pregnancy pill which made her pulse resemble that of a pregnant woman. However, the deception would eventually be exposed. Framing the heiress was the choice that maximized her benefits. Wouldn't a vicious heiress despised by the young master be easier to handle than a virtuous one? God, where she is so vicious. Gongsun Yao. The stinger of a wasp is nothing compared to the venomous heart of a woman. Many ministers looked at Gongsun Yao with sympathy. He now understood that he must protect his wife. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Gongsun Yao and followed his gaze to Lu Ruyan nearby. This wedding banquet, she had come as the prospective bride of the protector of the state duke. Gongsun Yuan, the protector of the state, ultimately could not resist the allure of beauty. He still wished to marry Lu Ruyan. Gongsun Yuan, I have only a few years left to live. Is it wrong to want to enjoy myself a bit more? Gongsun Yao, father, how foolish. Gongsun Yuan, unfilial son, be quiet. Yan Beichen glanced at Shen Mingzhu's leisurely demeanor beside him, and the smile on his lips deepened involuntarily. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Yan Beichen beside her and smiled gently. God, what His Highness the Crown Prince is so gentle. The shrimp he peeled are bouncy and smooth, and the dishes he serves are well balanced with meat and vegetables, quite nutritious. He has learned his male virtues well. Host, he is your future husband. Isn't it his duty to take good care of you? Besides, he is thoroughly enjoying doing these things. Look at his fox-like eyes full of affection, they are about to melt into water. Crown Prince Yan Beichen's expression instantly reverted to his usual dignified and cold demeanor. Like an untouchable flower on a high mountain. What nonsense. Host Gongsun Yao, the heir to the protector of the state, has been watching you the entire time. Gawa, why is he looking at me? Host, your charm is limitless. You are beautiful, so looking at you is pleasing to the eye. Oh. Host, look at the crown prince's possessive demeanor, as if afraid someone will snatch you away. Hearing the system's shrill scream, Shen Mingzhu glanced at Yan Beichen beside her. Yan Beichen coughed softly, his ears turning slightly warm, a hint of excitement in his heart. Miss Mingzhu, do you have any requests? This humble one can assist you. Shen Mingzhu shook her head. After a 3-second silence, her inner voice sounded again. Gawa, the crown prince is not as desperate as you say. Host, please maintain a proper attitude. Gawa speaks only the truth. Gawa is always right. No objections accepted. Shen Mingzhu, that stinky Gawa is being arrogant again. Alright, our Gawa speaks the truth. I know the crown prince is handsome, broad-shouldered, and long-legged, skilled in martial arts, and deeply in love with this beauty of mine, unable to extricate himself right. The host speaks quite truly. The host is indeed clever. Crown Prince Yan Beichen, alright, you two have said everything. Did I say anything? Silence is the banquet of tonight. The crown prince smiled with his brows somewhat helpless. He picked up another piece of dompa pork for Shen Mingzhu. Eat more. Oh. Shen Mingzhu flashed him a sweet smile. Everyone in the hall, please pretend we don't exist. Halfway through the banquet, someone from the Su mansion arrived requesting the second young master, Su, the second young Madam Su, and the lute player Yuechan to return to the mansion immediately. Oh. Host Minister Su has awakened. He has discovered the love between second Madam Su, Su Shunzhan, and the lute player Yuechan. He is going to separate the lovebirds. Guawa, mind your wording. Second young Master Su and second Madam Su are married. Whether for second young Master Su or second Madam Su, the lute player Yuechan is a third party. Woo. Love that is not accepted by the world is destined to wither and fade. Crown Prince Yan Beichen, the little girl has a righteous view of things, worthy of being his own crown princess. All the civil and military officials look the crown prince's tsundere expression. Shen Chongyuan Minister Su has awakened. Being abruptly summoned back to the mansion, second young master Su highly disapproved. Steward Zhao, we are attending the wedding of the second prince. Today the crown prince, Princess Changle, and all the civil and military officials are present. As the maternal family of the second prince leaving midway would be improper. When the banquet ends, we will naturally return. Go back and tell father, he will understand. Steward Zhao revealed an expression of as expected. Then he took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Second young master, please bring the second madam and the others and return to the mansion with this old servant immediately. Seeing his father's personal jade pendant, his expression changed. All right. After saying this, he briefly took his leave and left with the others. Tonight the Su mansion was destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment in the Xian prince's mansion, the bright moon courtyard, maids and servants bustled in and out, busy as could be. Zhou Hanchuan looked grim. He was actually unable to detoxify the poison. This successfully stirred his research desire. Princess Changle fell in love at first sight upon seeing the divine physician, Zhou Hanchuan. When she heard he was also the second senior brother of the divine physician Valley, she liked him even more. Suppressing her disgust, she chatted for a while with the second prince, Yin Yunxian, in the bright moon courtyard, recounting what had happened in the palace. Changle, is mother safe? Changle glanced at the room and nodded. Mother is fine, but she will need a period of quiet. Father will need others to look after him. I understand. Let mother take care of herself. I will go to the palace to see her soon. A host, Princess Changle has fallen in love at first sight with Zhou Hanchuan of the divine physician Valley. All the officials. Why isn't Princess Changle too loving? Does she fall in love with everyone she sees? She has already collected 3 suitors. Can she handle another one? Host, you don't understand. There are only tired oxen, but no worn-out land. Understand. Don't understand. Then the host should interact more with the crown prince, and gradually you'll understand. Keep it up, I have faith in you. The crown prince Yan Beichen's face instantly flushed bright red. How could this guagua say such things? He is a proper gentleman. Cough, cough, cough. Prime Minister Lin and Shen Chongyuan exchanged a glance and smiled awkwardly. Children. What children say is innocent. Many unmarried young ladies present also had flushed faces. What's going on? So embarrassing. Some engaged ladies would secretly cast a glance at their fiancés and smile shyly. Seeing everyone's expressions, Shen Mingzhu was somewhat confused, but she respected it. After the wedding banquet concluded, Crown Prince Yan Beichen personally accompanied Shen Mingzhu back to her residence. At the front gate of the Marquis's residence, Crown Prince Yan Beichen was the first to alight from the carriage and personally helped Shen Mingzhu down. Seeing Shen Mingzhu's flushed cheeks, Yan Beichen deliberately pulled her, causing her entire body to fall into his embrace. With the warm and fragrant beauty in his arms, his heart rippled with delight. He took the opportunity to carry her down from the carriage, even spinning around several times. Seeing this, Shen Chongyuan, Shen Qinghong, and Shen Qingba behind them lowered their heads. The crown prince loved her too much. Shen Chongyuan, just as I thought. Shen Qinghong, crown prince, don't love her too much. Shen Qingba, my cabbage has just grown well, and now it's about to be rooted away. Shen Mingzhu had never expected that Crown Prince Yin Beichen would pull such a stun. Her heart was now pounding thump, thump, thump. Oh. Host, the Crown Prince is seducing you. Oh, what a sly old fox. The big bad wolf can't help but want to eat the little white rabbit. Hearing Guagua's voice, Yin Beichen immediately smiled and set her down. Shen Mingzhu bit her lip and cast a shy glance at Yin Beichen. Guagua, discard the dirty thoughts in your mind. This was an accident. Host, this was a premeditated accident by Crown Prince Yin Beichen. He did it on purpose. Quick look, he's still smiling. Oh dear, having held his beloved girl, he probably won't be willing to wash his hands or change clothes tonight. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, the hug was a bit short, but it felt wonderful. He liked it very much. In the future, he must have more contact and interaction with his crown princess. The more he looked, the more he liked her, the more beautiful she seemed. His crown princess had cast a spell on him. It had bewitched his mind. When she looked up again, she saw Crown Prince Yin Beichen standing before her. Go inside, see you at the morning court tomorrow. See you tomorrow? After Shen Shangyuan and his two sons paid their respects, Crown Prince Yin Beichen watched Shen Mingzhu enter the mansion before boarding his carriage and returning to his own residence. Oh, host, the Crown Prince is probably too excited to sleep tonight. Guagua, that's enough. Why do you seem more excited than I am? Host, you don't understand. Guagua, the CPI ship is as sweet as honey. I'm a rural system. I love watching this. Shen Shangyuan looked at Shen Mingzhu with a complex expression, finally saying, Mingzhu, rest early. There is morning court tomorrow. Yes, father. At the Crown Prince's residence, the moonlight was like water, and tonight was exceptionally beautiful. Crown Prince Yin Beichen sat at the table thinking of the recent embrace and smiled softly. He really is. After washing up quickly, he lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, so he got up and practiced a set of swordplay in the courtyard. Host, the Crown Prince cannot sleep. He is practicing his sword. Guagua, watching everything will only harm you. Go rest soon. Host, I will teach you a lesson on the art of controlling a husband, also known as the dog training collection. Then the system showed Shen Mingzhu various videos of the classic Dayu training a dog and Diaochan's coquetry. Host, how is it? Have you learned? Shen Mingzhu. Guagua, wash up and sleep. I'm tired. Host, you must learn, then you will become a master of hexagonal charm, with unlimited appeal, standing invincible. Yawning, Shen Mingzhu had been busy all day, her yawns coming one after another. Her eyelids grew heavy and she swiftly lay down on her golden Nanmu bed to keep company with the god of dreams. At the Xian Prince's mansion in the bright moon courtyard, the guests had departed and the wedding night was short. Shen Jiaojiao sat excitedly on the bridal bed. When she saw second prince, Yin Yinxian, enter, her gaze seemed to hold a pool of spring water, her red lips curving upward in a flirtatious, captivating smile. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yin Yinxian had no romantic thoughts at all. Jiao, I apologize, but I have an urgent official matter to attend to. You go to sleep first. With that, he rose with a whoosh, ready to leave. His urgent demeanor left Shen Jiaojiao utterly bewildered. Yinchuan, we are now husband and wife. If you leave me alone on our wedding night, how will I ever stand in this household? What will everyone think of me? Yinchuan, do you not love me anymore? The unique fragrance of the stinky ball wafted over like an invisible net, instantly ensnaring him. Ever since Jiao had stepped into the mansion, he had been plagued by constant misfortunes. From tripping over stones to choking on water just moments ago, he had even thrown out his back in the courtyard. How should he put it? He and Yinchuan had never been this unlucky in his entire life. Jiao, I truly have matters to attend to. Besides, you are the sole mistress of the Xian mansion. Who would dare disrespect you? With that, he prepared to head to the study for the night. Seeing that Yin Yinxian was really leaving, Shen Jiaojiao threw aside the bridal veil, rushed over, and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, refusing to let go. Yinchuan, don't leave me. I've finally married the man I love. I'm so happy, so blessed. Yin Yinxian inhaled her scent, looking down at her delicate fingers, his gaze dark and unreadable. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken her right then and there. But he couldn't bear it any longer. Soon a servant came to urge him. Seizing the opportunity, second prince Yin Yinxian quickly fled the bridal chamber, dashing out of the bright moon courtyard as if escaping a ferocious beast. Watching his disappearing figure, Shen Jiaojiao angrily pounded the bright red wedding quilt several times. Something was very wrong with Yinxian. Had a seductive vixen appeared in the mansion, she would not let her get away with this. The next day before dawn, Shen Mingzhu was again preparing to attend court with Shen Shangyuan. As she just stepped out of the courtyard, she found a little shadow following behind her. Damao, why are you following me? Go back and get some proper sleep. Meow meow, this cat is going to court. What court? Do you have any idea what you did yesterday? Get back inside now, or I'll withhold your catnip. Meow, you bully. Shen Mingzhu waved her fist. Stay put at home. I'll call you if anything comes up. With that, she left without a backward glance. Guagua, I hate getting up early for court every day, but my cat master actually enjoys it. Some people just don't know how to enjoy life. Host, the cat master likes you and just wants to play with you. I'm attending court to discuss national affairs. I don't have time to play. Guagua thought the host's thick skin is impenetrable. Shen Mingzhu retorted, say that to my face if you dare. Today's court officials were exceptionally enthusiastic. Shen Changyuan warmly exchanged pleasantries with everyone, while Shen Mingzhu remained resting in the carriage. After Crown Prince Yin Beichen arrived, he precisely located the Shen family's carriage. Not far away, Shen Changyuan was chatting warmly with the crowd. Clearly Shen Mingzhu hadn't even gotten out of the carriage. Host, the Crown Prince is here. The Crown Prince is here. Your fiancé is striding elegantly towards you. Shen Mingzhu sobered up a bit and communicated helplessly with her system. So what if he's here? I'm really sleepy, and I'll have to attend court soon. I'm attending on behalf of my husband. The Crown Prince can already attend court himself now, so can I finally retire? Crown Prince Yin Beichen thought in your dreams. The court officials thought Crown Princess the morning court of the great Yin dynasty cannot be without you. Host, that's not allowed. Why? Because you are the first female official in history, a symbolic figure. Shen Mingzhu thought. Nonsense. The system fell silent, feeling guilty. Crown Prince Yin Beichen boarded the carriage with practiced ease. Seeing Shen Mingzhu resting, he quietly placed a red sandalwood box beside her. Your Highness. Feel free to do as you wish, Mingzhu. What is this? Yin Beichen replied. This is my personal jade pendant. With this you can enter the Crown Prince's mansion and my properties as if I were there myself. It will be convenient. Shen Mingzhu was puzzled. What does the Crown Prince mean? Host, he's handing over his financial power, isn't he? From now on you'll share everything with the Crown Prince's mansion and his properties. The court officials thought they aren't even married yet. And he's already offering to share everything. If he's sharing his properties now, he'll be sharing the empire in the future. Crown Prince, don't be so infatuated. The Crown Prince thought, what do you all know? You can't catch a wolf without risking a child. I'm just strategizing. You wouldn't understand. While the Crown Prince seems quite sincere. Of course, he's already yours, let alone his properties. As the saying goes, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. That saying applies perfectly to you and the Crown Prince. Shen Mingzhu giggled. Hearing her thoughts, Crown Prince Yin Beichen smiled wryly. The girl was certainly ambitious, young and full of dreams. Maybe I should give him a gift in return. Sure, host, what do you have in mind? The court officials outside were extremely envious. The Crown Prince was truly blessed receiving a return gift so early in the morning. I could give him a small vial of spiritual spring water or a body-strengthening pill. Shen Mingzhu seemed to have woken up completely. Oh, the little ice age is very cold. Besides food and crops, we need warm clothing. We gave out cotton before, but I just thought of using animal feathers to make clothes. For example, chicken feathers, duck feathers, goose feathers, wool, and so on. Aren't modern down jackets and cashmere sweaters made exactly that way? Their warmth is 100,000 times better than cattail fluff. Crown Prince Yin Beichen's eyes immediately lit up. This was a matter of great benefit to the nation and its people. The ministers outside were inwardly thrilled. Great. Finally, there was another way to combat the natural disaster. Host, you're so wonderful. The Crown Prince and the others would be so moved if they knew. Yin Beichen looked at the girl before him, and this time he smiled sincerely. Although his fiancée could be a bit unconventional at times, she had truly made outstanding contributions to the country and its people. By all accounts, she deserved to be protected. Your Highness, when I lived in the countryside, I noticed that during winter villagers would collect chicken, duck, and goose feathers, wash them, and sew them into their clothes. It kept them wonderfully warm. Crown Prince Yin Beichen deliberately feigned surprise. Is that so? Yes, truly. The two of them communicated without restraint inside the carriage, discussing the details at length. Shen Mingzhu spoke at great length, while Yin Beichen took notes with his brush, recording every word. Finally, Shen Mingzhu produced a small vial of spirit spring water. Your Highness the Crown Prince, thank you for the jade pendant. This is my gift in return. The Crown Prince accepted it with utmost care. What is this? Shen Mingzhu smiled and said, this was given to me by an old man I once rescued in the mountains. It is a miraculous spring water. Drinking it strengthens the body, nourishes beauty, and holds an irresistible allure for all manner of flora and fauna. After a moment's thought, she added, if someone is afflicted with a goo curse, this water can be used to lure the goo worm out, allowing it to be slain. I observed that Minister Lin's forehead bears a shadow of misfortune and calamity looms over his household. This item can resolve his urgent crisis. The Crown Prince Yin Beichen regarded her with amusement. Since when did Sister Mingzhu learn the art of physiognomy? When you have a moment, perhaps you could read my fortune as well. Shen Mingzhu let out a few light coughs and smiled. The old man I rescued in the mountains back in the village was a reclusive master. I picked up a thing or two from him. Just a smattering, really. Sister Mingzhu is truly fortunate. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu immediately replied with a hint of pride, of course. I've been lucky since the day I was born. What can I say, it's innate. The Crown Prince thought to himself, give her an inch, and she takes a mile. But he wouldn't quibble with a young lady. Then let me thank Sister Mingzhu in advance on behalf of my maternal grandfather and uncle. Think nothing of it. I get the feeling the Crown Prince doesn't quite believe what I said. Host, no worries. With Guagua by your side, you're the greatest oracle of all. No one can rival you. Haha, Guagua, you're amazing. Of course. I'm the most well-informed Guagua around. Top-notch, always by your side in critical moments, never letting you down. Yay. Yin Beichen overheard her inner thoughts, and the corners of his lips curved into a handsome smile. Time spent with Shen Mingzhu flew by, and before he knew it, it was time for the morning court session. Yin Beichen descended from the carriage first, then gently helped the light-footed Shen Mingzhu down. Wang Xiaohai, the adopted son of Chief Steward Wang Difu, witnessed the scene, but kept his eyes lowered and smiled as though he had seen nothing. When his fingers inadvertently brushed against Shen Mingzhu's soft, delicate hand, Yin Beichen withdrew his hand, as though scalded, feeling his heart skip a beat. After seeing Shen Mingzhu safely off the carriage, he quickly excused himself and hurried ahead to find his maternal grandfather. Seeing this, Shen Changyuan rushed over to his daughter's side. "Mingzhu, how did your conversation with the crown prince go?" "Father, it went quite well. Don't worry. When your daughter is on the job, one person counts for two. I knew my Mingzhu was the best," Shen Changyuan said with a hearty chuckle. His little cotton-padded jacket might let in a draft sometimes, but it kept him warm when it truly mattered. Not bad at all. Soon enough, Shen Mingzhu resumed her daily routine of slacking off at work. "Host, I've got an interesting piece of news for you." Shen Mingzhu, who had been feeling bored, immediately perked up. "I was just looking for something to pass the time. Spill it." Last night, Prince Xian married Shen Jiaojiao in a grand ceremony. In the evening, the second prince grew disgusted that Shen Jiaojiao was no longer his sweet, fragrant Jiaojiao sister and went to the study to sleep alone. In the middle of the night, the window blew open, and when he got up to close it, he slipped and fell, twisting his ankle. His arm accidentally knocked against the desk, and the inkstone on top tumbled down and struck him on the head. Blood streamed down his face, scaring the maids and guards on night duty half to death and breaking the hearts of the concubines in the household. Then Shen Jiaojiao, disturbed by the second prince's strange behavior, spent the entire night investigating and discovered that Qingyu is pregnant. A concubine bearing a child before the wife has produced a legitimate heir is a grave taboo. The Xian prince's mansion is currently staging a three-way drama. Wow, what a pity we can't watch it live. Host, I can narrate it vividly for you. I guarantee you'll feel like you're right there in the thick of it. All the civil and military officials glanced up at Emperor Jingyuan, uncertain of his stance. According to custom, the second prince would today bring his consort Shen Jiaojiao into the palace to pay their respects. But instead they were still making a scene at the mansion. Some ministers turned their gaze towards Shen Changyuan. After all, she was the nominal second daughter of the Shen family. Shen Changyuan thought to himself, "This is none of my business. I know nothing. All I want right now is to share His Majesty's burdens." The assembled officials thought, "What a sly old fox. Host after Prince Xian's wedding, Prince and will be hosting his recognition banquet. Prince N has prepared meticulously. It's going to be quite grand. He clearly places great importance on it. He traded away a good-for-nothing son and gained a top scholar in return. Prince N certainly came out ahead." Prince N thought, "Thanks a lot. You really know how to count." Emperor Jingyuan thought, "Brother, bear with it. She's family." Prince N pouted, visibly displeased. His brother wouldn't even flex his authority to help him settle the score. Oh, Guagua, at yesterday's banquet, second young master Su left with his wife and the Qin musician Yu Chan midway to return to the Su residence. What happened after they got back? Host, as expected, Minister Su crushed the young couple's romance. Second young master Su was so enraged he spat blood. Now second young Madam Su Shunzhan has been confined to the courtyard, and the Qin musician Yu Chan has been locked in the woodshed. The Su residents then conducted a full investigation, and even the second Miss Su and her maidservant didn't escape. It was a complete rout. Shen Mingzhu was speechless. Minister Su is truly formidable. Old, but still going strong, his might undiminished from his prime. The assembled officials thought, Minister Su called in sick today. He must have known that if he came to court he'd be so furious he'd pass out on the spot. So he simply took the day off. Yes, that must be it. A certain minister lamented silently, "My heart aches, but I can't voice it." He had gone to break off his son's engagement, but the cancellation had been refused. Third Miss Su was going to marry his son after all. Woe is me. What is he supposed to do? What was his family supposed to do? He felt like his entire clan was headed for exile. Arg. He didn't want this. Host, don't go on. Minister Su toiled his whole life to secure his position as Minister of Personnel, and now these unfilial children have ruined his reputation in his twilight years. A lovesick eldest granddaughter, a sapphic second granddaughter, a third granddaughter who barely escaped being jilted, and a precious grandson who could wipe out the entire clan in a game of 9 familial exterminations. The old minister's heart is truly heavy. Su Qingshan thought, "Your Highness the Crown Princess, you've finally spoken a single sensible word. Our family has already been talked to pieces by you." He still had no idea how to rebuild the Su family's reputation. Host, I've discovered a collector with a peculiar fetish. I'm dying of laughter. So this is the kind of person you are. The system's laughter was like a demonic melody, sending a shiver through every official in the court, each fearing they'd be called out next. The Crown Prince thought, "Who is it? I'd like to see for myself." Guagua, who is it? Host, you'll never guess who this one is. Who? Host, it's Zhao Feiyu, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. He actually has a fondness for handkerchiefs used by women, and the older and more worn the better. The scent of them intoxicates him. Oh, So the reason he fell at Princess Changle's feet was because of this. The assembled officials wondered, who is it? Emperor Jingyuan thought. Changle, oh Changle, you have disappointed me greatly. The Crown Prince thought. If you just finish your sentences without those dramatic pauses, we could still be friends. Guagua, does Vice Commander Zhao favor Princess Changle because of her handkerchief, and has he fallen under her spell? As Vice Commander of the Jinwu Guard, he must be well aware that Princess Changle has other men besides him. The entire court of officials thought what a brilliant question. Indeed, everyone was curious. Why exactly did the Vice Commander of the Jinwu Guard entangle himself with Princess Changle? He should be fully aware of the court's political situation. System, host, haven't you heard of the saying love does not need to last forever, it only needs to have existed at one time? Cough cough cough. Shen Mingzhu, how avant-garde. System. Host, do not forget that the Jinwu Guard answers directly to Emperor Jingyuan. As Vice Commander Zhao Feiyu knows his place well, he is loyal only to His Majesty. Moreover, he has a legitimate wife and they treat each other with respect. Their relationship has always been harmonious. System. Guagua, does Princess Changle know of his thoughts? System, of course she does not. Shen Mingzhu. System, he is playing this princess so effortlessly, seducing her without any commitment. If Princess Changle were to find out, she would surely explode with rage on the spot. Emperor Jingyuan's expression darkened as he thought about their relationship. On one hand, he felt his subordinate had not betrayed him. On the other, he felt humiliated that someone had taken advantage of his daughter. After all, Changle was his daughter. He was quite fond of her. System. Host, this is like the old saying, Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai. A willing beat and a willing suffer. Besides, Zhao made it clear from the start that he had a wife and children and could never marry her, yet Princess Changle agreed to it anyway. Emperor Jingyuan, I want to beat this daughter of mine to death. She really is starving, daring to eat anything. The officials were utterly shocked. So this is the real Princess Changle. Shen Changyuan, my dear daughter, please keep your mouth shut. He was desperately anxious. Lin Qinghui stood beside Shen Mingzhu, his heart alternating between soaring tension and plummeting dread, as if caught between ice and fire. Prime Minister Lin, young people must gain more experience. Crown Prince, just another ordinary day for my Crown Princess. His own young cousin was still too immature. System. By the way, host, you should be careful lately. Vice Commander Zhao is quite interested in you. I fear he might try to steal your handkerchief for his collection. Shen Mingzhu felt a shiver run down her spine. No way. She respected everyone's peculiar preferences, but she certainly did not want her handkerchief ending up in Vice Commander Zhao's collection. Crown Prince Yan Beishuan's dark eyes grew murky and unreadable, his handsome face tightening into a sharp, chilling expression. He dares. Guagua, this preference is rather perverted. After all, a handkerchief is a woman's private item. If discovered, her reputation would be ruined. In severe cases, her hair might be shaved off to become a nun, or she might even be forced to end her life with a white silk cord to preserve her honor. Host, you are right. However, so far Zhao Feiyu has never shown his collected handkerchiefs to anyone. He keeps them secret, indulging in his private fascination. Guagua, has he collected many? System, of course, host. As Vice Commander of the Jinwu Guard, obtaining a single handkerchief would be child's play for him. Just look around. Every minister within your sight, their female relatives' handkerchiefs have all been collected by Vice Commander Zhao. The entire court of officials felt a wave of nausea. How outrageous. Simply shameless. Emperor Jingyuan closed his eyes tightly. Vice Commander Zhao had always been diligent and loyal. How could he have such a bizarre hobby? How was he to explain this to the ministers? Some ministers could barely contain themselves and wanted to step forward to impeach him, but were held back by their colleagues. Wait, Your Majesty will make his own judgment. Oomph. How unfair to him. System, Guagua, this hobby is truly despicable. Please keep a close watch for me. Not a single one of my personal items will be lost. System. Host, rest assured. Meow Master will keep an eye on things. Anyone who dares to approach will be sent away with a fireball. System, Meow Master is still so cute and adorable. I'll reward him properly when we return. Although I cannot bring him to court, I can take him to the Hanlin Academy for duty. My colleagues will surely adore him. Host, absolutely. Su Huayuan, wonderful. We wholeheartedly welcome him. Colleagues of the Hanlin Academy, we must welcome him. Not a single person dared to refuse. System, haha. This humble official is simply this popular, and even my pet is equally beloved. Shen Mingzhu's hearty laughter drifted into every attendee's ears. Clearly she was in excellent spirits. At this moment, she had already forgotten Meow Master's formidable combat power. No one dared to dislike him. Meow Master, who dares to dislike me? This cat will reward them with a fireball to warm them up. Yesterday some ministers had already learned of concubine Li's miserable fate and remained deeply unsettled. She hadn't even attended her own son's wedding. How miserable. And now her daughter was in this state as well. Truly pitiful. Emperor Jingyuan offered no comfort or compensation. Absolutely wretched. System. Host, let me tell you a joke. System, sure. Once upon a time, a man named Zhang San left home to serve in the military for 8 years. Upon his return, he found he had children of both sexes and his wife was still pregnant. The whole family celebrated joyfully, haha. System, Guagua, what kind of terrible joke is that? The entire court of officials a joke. This joke was anything but funny. Xinchang Yuan, listen to this. What nonsense is this? If a man leaves home for 8 years, how could his wife become pregnant and give birth? It was blatantly clear that his wife had been unfaithful, cheating on him with another man. Such a woman who violated moral codes deserved to be drowned in a pig cage. System, host, I am merely stating the facts. This actually happened in Zhang family village just outside Shengjing city. Shen Mingzhu. System, by the way, host, I have something else interesting to tell you. It concerns you. System, what does it have to do with me? I've been diligently attending court sessions these days and haven't done anything noteworthy. Host, more precisely, it concerns Crown Prince Yin Beixian. Look to your right. You will see the newly appointed Junior Minister Lin standing beside you. What about Junior Minister Lin? Is he just young and inexperienced, and now people are gossiping about him again? Lin Qinghue Jr. Shen, what are you saying about me? I have always practiced self-discipline and strived for progress. Crown Prince, what's wrong with my cousin Qinghui? Has he been schemed against? Prime Minister Lin. Could it be that matter? Emperor Jingyuan, what has happened to Qinghui? Before Shen Mingzhu could continue, a chill ran up Lin Qinghui's arm, raising goosebumps. System. Nothing serious, host. Someone has simply latched onto him. System, Guagua, tell me quickly, what is it? System, the Lin family, as the Empress's maternal clan, is currently facing a tai sui misfortune this year. First the son gets into trouble, then the grandson. Prime Minister Lin is already advanced in age. Can he not enjoy some peace and quiet after a lifetime of hard work? Prime Minister Lin, these unfilial descendants are worse than Junior Minister Shun. She is truly considerate. No wonder she is fit to marry the Crown Prince. She is so filial and virtuous. The Crown Prince frowned deeply. What exactly was the matter? Host, don't be fooled by young Master Lin's restrained and courteous demeanor. He's actually keeping a mistress in a golden house. Premier Lin immediately started coughing violently. Guagua, look at Premier Lin at his advanced age and unwell, yet he still comes to court to pave the way for his descendants. Such a heartfelt fatherly love. Premier Lin, hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, was so moved, he nearly shed tears. He had already planned to retire, but then his son got into trouble, and his grandson Lin Qinghui was still young. Of course, he couldn't resign from office. Lin Qinghui's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly. They had found out. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Lin Qinghui, raised an eyebrow, and gave him a gentle smile. Young Master Lin looks unwell, probably from running between home and outside every day, exhausted. Host, young Master Lin has no choice. That woman claims she's pregnant. How could Lin Qinghui not be nervous? A certain minister covered his mouth and chuckled. How disgraceful. Having a mistress before marrying a proper wife, having a concubine son before a legitimate one. No, not a concubine son, but an illegitimate son. Look at all the noble ladies in the capital. Which respectable family would marry their daughter to him? Yin Beiqian's expression also turned sour. He turned and glared fiercely at Lin Qinghui several times. Host, look at the Crown Prince's fierce glare. Young Master Lin has offended him. Yin Beiqian glanced at Shen Mingzhu, then gave her a warm smile. Host, look, the Crown Prince smiled at you. Why you're so observant? All the court officials, is that the point? We want to hear the story of the Golden House mistress. Emperor Jingyuan, the story of keeping a mistress can be elaborated. Qinghui doesn't seem like someone who would lose his sense of propriety. Where is she kept? Host, where else? Lotus Lane. The lotus leaves stretch to the sky in an endless green. The lotus flowers are especially red in the sun. On that day when the lotus bloomed, young Master Lin met the love of his life. You know, there are really too many love-brain people. Is there any medicine to cure them? Host, no medicine. It all depends on their own tribulation. If they overcome it all, is well. If not, they're doomed forever. Lin Qinghui, there's no need to put it so frighteningly. They just like each other. It really is a romantic beginning, but I wonder what the ending will be. The ending is certainly tragic. According to the original plot, young Master Lin's father and grandmother pass away one after another, then his grandfather's health rapidly declines. Empress Lin withdraws to the sidelines in the harem. Crown Prince Yin Beiqian falls into a coma, and he has to struggle alone. If he had married a wife of equal social standing, would he have had to bear all the difficulties alone? A marriage of equal social status not only concerns personal happiness, but also profoundly affects the family's reputation and interests. Lin Qinghui stepped back twice and fell directly to the ground. What's wrong with him? Probably low blood sugar. He came to court without breakfast this morning. Shen Mingzhu, being very kind, bought a gene of Snickers from the system mall, took one out, unwrapped it, and handed it to Lin Qinghui. Minister Lin, replenish your energy. Lin Qinghui didn't see what it was. Shen Mingzhu directly stuffed the Snickers into his mouth. Instantly a rich sweetness spread in his mouth. So fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. Lin Qinghui looked up at her. Eat quickly, we're in court. Lin Qinghui nodded, quickly lowered his head, finished the Snickers rapidly, and stood up straight. Seeing that Lin Qinghui was fine, Shen Mingzhu felt relieved. After all, he was Crown Prince Yin Beiqian's cousin. As the Crown Princess, she was quite friendly to his family. At this moment, she didn't notice that Crown Prince Yin Beiqian had come to her side. What did you give him? Crown Prince. Brother, your highness. Yin Beichen raised an eyebrow and smiled. She could be nervous too. He reached out his hand, clearly wanting to try it. Seeing this, Shen Mingzhu took 2 Snickers and gave them to him. This is a special candy that can quickly replenish energy. Yin Beichen tore open one and put it in his mouth. Sweet but not greasy, fragrant and delicious. After eating it, he indeed felt very comfortable with a faint sense of fullness. It's much better than sugar. Seeing that Yin Beichen liked it, Shen Mingzhu gave him 6 more. Yin Beichen smiled. Thank you, Sister Mingzhu. Shen Mingzhu smiled shyly. This was the Golden Throne Hall with so many ministers. Oh, wasn't the crown prince being a bit too bold? All the court officials, just pretend we're not here. Emperor Jingyuan saw this and smiled. No one knows a son better than his father. He saw nothing. Shen Changyuan, you have good things, but don't let your father taste them first. This leaky little cotton-padded jacket really makes him both angry and loving. Guagua, now tell me about Lin Xinghui's matter. Host, actually this story is very simple. It's a beautiful love story between a herbalist girl and a prime minister's mansion young master. Really? Host, you're so smart. There must be all kinds of stories mixed in between. For example, this herbalist girl was specifically chosen based on the character and temperament of Premier Lin's eldest grandson. For example, Premier Lin will go to the door to break up the couple, and they will resist to the death with all kinds of struggles in between. It's truly soul-stirring and leaves a lasting impression. Guagua, where are we? At the point where Premier Lin discovers the herbalist girl Zhang Yingying and goes to break them up. Premier Lin's face turned cold as if thinking of something unpleasant. He clenched his fists, very angry. Lin Xinghui's eyes widened in shock. Grandfather went to see Yingying. How could he not know? Ever since they confessed their feelings to each other, Yingying had always been gentle and considerate, never asking for anything. Grandfather. Host, it's so interesting. Do you know? Premier Lin actually took 10 taels of silver to tell Zhang Yingying to leave his grandson, but she refused without hesitation. She told Premier Lin that she and Lin Xinghui were true love and that he had defiled their love. Lin Xinghui, I knew Yingying truly loved him. Haha, the love brain doesn't think Zhang Yingying truly loves him, does he? Premier Lin only gave her 10 taels of silver, that's too little. Lin Xinghui is the legitimate eldest grandson. Is he only worth 10 taels? Later, Zhang Yingying scolded Premier Lin as a miser and gave him the nickname, Lin the Miser. All the court officials indeed quite stingy. What was he thinking? Sending someone off with just 10 taels. All the court officials immediately looked at Premier Lin. Premier Lin was so angry that his white beard twitched, clearly furious. Lin Xinghui, what did he hear? He must be hallucinating. Haha, if Premier Lin found out, he'd probably be furious. Being called a miser by a scheming herbalist girl. Premier Lin, he even thinks 10 taels is too much for her. You should know, in the current Great Yin dynasty, the annual living expenses for an ordinary family are 2 to 5 taels of silver. Giving 10 taels is equivalent to 2 or 3 years of expenses for Zhang Yingying's family. He even thinks it's too much. If he could, he wouldn't give a single coin. Especially knowing that the Great Yin is about to face a mini ice age, every coin of the premier's mansion must be spent wisely. Zhang Yingying had no intention of taking the 10 taels of silver offered by Prime Minister Lin. When Lin Xinghui came to visit her, she even pretended to hang herself, which deeply distressed the love-stricken fool. When he asked why, she claimed that the neighbors around Lotus Lane accused and bullied her for being a mistress, and she could no longer bear such gossip, pressing Lin Xinghui to give her a proper status. Oh dear, the lovesick fool was racking his brain all night, wondering how on earth he was going to broach this matter with his family. Lin Xinghui's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, just like an artist's palette. Guagua, all the wild vegetables on the mountain have been dug up by Lin Xinghui. Haha, host, you're absolutely right. He's even more foolish than Wang Baochuan. Wang Baochuan endured 18 long years in a cold kiln and at least became empress for 18 days, but our Lin Baochuan here has bitten off more than he can chew. Has he ever stopped to think? How could a girl suddenly appear matching him perfectly in every way except her background? Does that really seem plausible? That's why he's a lovesick fool. With a brain like his, I'm surprised Prime Minister Lin pushed him up to the position of Vice Minister of Works. Once Imperial Uncle's Lin's poison is cured, he should be sent away to gain some real experience. I really wonder what the Lin family has been cultivating in him all these years. He truly didn't inherit a single ounce of Prime Minister Lin's intelligence. As Lin Xinghui listened to Shen Mingzhu's words, he nearly collapsed. All the civil and military officials in the court thought young Master Lin indeed needs some proper tempering. He's still too green. But who exactly is Wang Baochuan? Why did she go digging wild vegetables for 18 years? And how did she end up being empress for only 18 days? The Crown Prince thought, what kind of story is this about Wang Baochuan digging wild vegetables? He was rather curious. The Crown Princess always had such peculiar tales to tell. Even Prime Minister Lin began to reconsider. Was it truly appropriate to push his grandson to such a lofty position so abruptly? Emperor Jingyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Crown Prince Yin Beichen and nodded in understanding. Host Lin Xinghui still has no idea that the gold and silver jewelry he bought for Zhang Yingying in Lotus Lane, the famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, and the valuable vases and porcelain displayed in the room, All of them have been sold off by Zhang Yingying. Everything in the house now is counterfeit. That woman has long prepared for a two-pronged strategy. She even has travel money ready in case she needs to make a quick getaway. Now think about it. Aren't Prime Minister Lin's 10 taels of silver incredibly stingy? Our Lin Baochuan spent a full 100 taels just to buy her 2 pearl flowers. Would Zhang Yingying really walk away with just 10 taels of silver? Anyone with a shred of sense knows what choice to make. Prime Minister Lin shut his eyes in fury. What a wasteful grandson. He decided then and there from now on Lin Xinghui's monthly allowance would be no more than 5 taels of silver. If he wanted to spend more, he would need explicit approval from the Prime Minister himself. Lin Xinghui asked in disbelief. Yingying sold everything that was in the house. No, he refused to believe it. Yingying was so innocent, so kind, so sincere. She loved him. She loved him for who he was. This wasn't the Yingying he knew. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, seeing his maternal grandfather so furious, discreetly slipped a Snickers bar under his sleeve. Grandfather, don't worry. We'll properly educate cousin Qinghui from now on. Oh, host Zhang Yingying has met with her master. Oh my, those lingering lovesick gazes they exchanged. Good heavens, and in the early morning too. They have no shame at all engaging in such indecent acts in broad daylight. Wow, another green-hatted fool has been born. Lin Xinghui's face flushed crimson, with rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He couldn't face anyone anymore. At today's morning court session, he had lost both his dignity and his face. Wah, sometimes I just can't wrap my head around it. Lin Xinghui enjoyed nearly 20 years of meticulous cultivation from the Lin family, and now he's throwing away his entire future for a woman, becoming a lovesick fool. It's an utter waste of everything the Lin family invested in him. He enjoyed luxuries others could only dream of, and yet in the end, he wants to pursue true love and marry a herb-gathering girl as his lawful wife. It's not that I look down on herb-gathering girls, but can Zhang Yingying truly bear the responsibility of being the matriarch of the Lin family? And he doesn't even stop to think about it. I really want to crack open his skull and see if it's all just water inside. Lin Xinghui stood beside Shen Mingzhu, swaying unsteadily. He was wrong. He was terribly wrong. The crown prince thought, I hope cousin Qinghui comes to his senses soon. Emperor Jingyuan shot a glance, and Wang Difu had his adopted son Wang Xiaohai escort Lin Xinghui to Empress Lin's palace in Cunning Palace. Why did Lin Xinghui leave? Host, he's feeling unwell and has excused himself from court. Can one just leave the court early? Host, the emperor approved it. Fine, let him go, let him go. The male version of Wang Baochuan. Host, you're really competing with pandas for bamboo shoots. You're even more vicious. You forgot you called Prime Minister Lin Stingy Lin. All the civil and military officials thought, no, not Stingy Lin. It's Tintail Lin. From that day on, Prime Minister Lin earned the nickname Tintail Lin. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard Zhao Feiyu led his men to Lotus Lane and caught Zhang Yingying and her master in bed together. Heaven knows how sour his expression was when he realized the man was an old acquaintance. Su Kaming. He truly was a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, keeping a woman in every place from princesses to herb-gathering girls. He'd devour anything that came his way. When lovers meet, their eyes burn with mutual hatred. What do you think you're doing? Su Kaming, upon seeing Zhao Feiyu, didn't grasp the severity of the situation, dismissing it as mere possessiveness between men. It wasn't until the two of them ruthlessly hauled him away that he realized something was seriously wrong. Hey, Commander Zhao, we're old acquaintances. I was just sleeping with a woman. What's the big deal? Zhao Feiyu looked at him with a face as cold as frost. Shut up. Take him away. Sensing something was off, Su Kaming quickly spoke up. I am the son of the Salt Inspector, and my sister is the second daughter-in-law of the Minister of Rights. Allow me to send word to my family. Zhao Feiyu gave him no chance and had him taken away directly. By the time Minister Su and Minister Su received the news, Su Kaming had already been beaten half to death, covered in blood. Zhang Yingying was scared out of her wits. She was just an ordinary woman who had been treated kindly by everyone since she started seeing Lin Xinghui, who cherished her like a precious jewel. Even young Master Su Kaming treated her well, indulging her in everything. She had come to Lin Xinghui's side to secure a better life for herself. She never imagined she would end up thrown into prison. One scare from the Imperial Guard, and she confessed everything. Lin Xinghui stood outside the door, silently listening to Zhang Yingying's schemes and calculations. In a place no one could see, a single tear silently traced its way down from the corner of his eye. He quickly wiped it away and hurried off. He had begged his Aunt Empress Lin for her token to come and hear the truth with his own ears. His heart was now in utter turmoil. He locked himself in his room to compose his thoughts. Upon stepping back out, he once again became that dashing and refined young Master Lin. Host, the Marquis Manor has been flooded with visiting cards over the past few days. Your stunningly beautiful mother is utterly overwhelmed. Guagua autumn is traditionally the season of harvest. Isn't it only natural for the capital to be bustling with banquets? Just from what I know, there are chrysanthemum viewing parties, crab appreciation gatherings, poetry banquets for scholars from across the empire, and literary meet and greets held every other day. With elder brother Shen Qinghong being a scholar and fourth brother Shen Qingba a student at White Deer Academy, plus the Chongping Marquis Manor's extensive social obligations, it is inevitable that invitations pile up. The officials in the imperial court could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it was true. Recently, their own families had also received a succession of visiting cards. Host, you are overthinking it. Most of the invitations are from families seeking to form marital ties with the Marquis Manor. Are my elder brothers that popular? Host, isn't it all because of you? Look at you now. You are the crown princess. You are kind and virtuous. Whichever young lady marries into the Marquis Manor in the future will become a trusted ally of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Many officials of low rank wish to send their daughters to serve beside your elder brothers. Why do you have to be so eager? Elder brother is still preparing for the imperial examinations. Do not let his seemingly carefree demeanor fool you. He takes this examination very seriously. He possesses genuine talent, and barring any mishaps he will surely succeed this time. The Crown Prince indeed. He knew Shen Qinghong, the eldest son of the Shen family, well. Among the nobility in the capital, he was quite promising and diligent in his studies. Shen Chongyuan, I hope to borrow your auspicious words, Lord Mingzhu. May my son pass the examination this time. Officials in the court, it seems the eldest son of Minister Shen will soon enter official service. Host, but your elder brother should also consider marrying soon. One bite from a snake makes one afraid of wells for 10 years. Do not let fear dictate your choices. Marrying a virtuous wife brings prosperity to 3 generations. By then someone will also be able to help your beautiful mother manage the manor's domestic affairs. That is true. Mother can start looking now. If elder brother passes the examination in 2 months, it will be a double celebration. How delightful. Shen Chongyuan thought about it, and the corners of his mouth nearly split to his ears. Just thinking about it brought him joy. The officials in the court look at how delighted Minister Shen is. Now who among them did not wish to associate with the Chongping Marquis Manor? They all thought of their own daughters. If only they could form a marital alliance, it would be perfect. At the Crown Prince's mansion, the Crown Princess had demanded a monogamous union for life. Although the Crown Prince had stubbornly refused on the surface, he had ultimately complied. For those entering the Crown Prince's mansion, hope was already lost. Then they could only aim for the Marquis Manor. Host. Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, is arguing with Shun Jiaojiao. Is it because of Qing Yui? Yes. Host, you are so smart. Guessed it right away. Shen Jiaojiao is so domineering. She directly forced a borafaciant red flower wine down Qing Yu's throat. Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, was furious, lost his temper at her, and nearly laid a hand on her. Shen Mingzhu. Emperor Jingyuan furrowed his brows slightly. They had only been married for a day, and they were already causing scenes. At that moment, in the Yaohua Palace, Consort Li had risen early to dress up. She had specifically had a wig made overnight, and was now waiting for Yan Yunxian to bring Shun Jiaojiao to pay their respects. However, she waited from left to right, yet the couple failed to appear. What is going on? Consort, your highness, the newlyweds are still in the honeymoon phase, surely still intimate. They are likely still on their way. Consort Li covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Good thing. No rush. Oh, Guagua, I didn't expect Second Prince to have the potential of a domestic abuser. Host Second Prince was truly enraged. After all, that was his first child. Even if he did not want the child, he should have been informed so he could make the decision himself rather than having the child forcibly aborted with a bowl of red flower wine. Shun Jiaojiao's actions placed Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, in such an awkward position. Guagua, listen to what you were saying. Shun Jiaojiao married Second Prince with a heart full of joy only to find no groom on their wedding night. Instead, she was suddenly told she had a child. Tell me, would she not be furious? I estimate Qing Yu will suffer greatly in the future. Shen Mingzhu furrowed her brows slightly and asked in a calm voice. Guagua, do you think their relationship will develop cracks? Host, what are you thinking? Second Prince, Yan Yunxian, and the fake heiress Shen Jiaojiao are a match made in heaven. No one can tear them apart. Once Second Prince calms down, Shen Jiaojiao can just act coquettish and say a few sweet words. They will recall their sweet past and reconcile immediately. Oh, that is good then. A match made in heaven. Lock them up tight, and do not let them harm anyone else. Shen Chongyuan. Jiaojiao was indeed too extreme. He glanced at Emperor Jingyuan seated in the high place. Seeing that the emperor's expression remained unchanged, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Host, let me quietly tell you some news. Because Shun Jiaojiao was dissatisfied with her dowry, she refuses to return to the Shun family for the 3-day visit. She will also spread rumors among the capital's nobility that your beautiful mother mistreated her, withheld her dowry, and only gave her worthless items. Upon hearing this, Shun Chongyuan's face darkened. If Shun Jiaojiao truly dared to refuse to return to the Marquis Manor during the 3-day visit, he would go back to discuss with his wife and others to remove Shen Jiaojiao from the family genealogy and publicly announce her true identity. If she shows no kindness, do not blame him for being ruthless. Hearing Mingzhu's inner thoughts, he realized Jiaojiao was not of the same heart as them. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. When the time comes, one must strike. Guagua Shen Jiaojiao is truly vicious. This time I must go back and discuss with father and mother to send her back to her biological parents' home. Shen Chongyuan, what a good idea. Let us do it. After court ends, he would immediately go and handle it. After much anticipation, Yin Yunxian finally brought Shun Zhaojiao into the palace. They first visited Empress Lin at the Kunming Palace before heading to the Yaohua Palace. Passing by the Yikuan Palace, they saw that it was still somewhat charred, and both of them furrowed their brows. Why had it burned so severely? And how was mother consort? Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law consort, Li's face immediately brightened with a smile. Mother. The two offered tea, and consort Li bestowed gifts upon them. Then she rubbed her nose several times, as she had a strong feeling that a foul odor was creeping toward her nostrils. At first she thought it was the smell of her own burnt hair, but the more she smelled it, the more wrong it seemed. With the help of the divine physician, Zhou Chuan, Shun Zhaojiao's body odor had faded significantly, and she had applied thick perfume believing she had masked it well. However, consort Li still detected it. Fortunately, she restrained herself and did not ask further. She mostly cared about the couple's relationship, encouraging them to work together and move forward. To be honest, because of Shun Zhaojiao's background, she actually did not like her. But unable to go against her son's stubborn determination to marry her, she had no choice but to swallow her displeasure and accept it. Fortunately, she had only sacrificed the position of a side consort. She could still select a wife of noble lineage for her Shinner. While mother and son shared a tender moment here, the grand hall remained eerily quiet. This was because Shen Mingzhu had just discovered a batch of low-priced aged grain in the system mall. With her abundant wealth, she had snapped it up and was now pondering in her mind where best to store the grain. Emperor Jingyuan, the 4 major granaries in the capital are the most suitable. Shenchongyuan, the manor, and the suburban estates both have granaries. Additionally, Lady Xia and the Marquis Manor own rice shops with dedicated warehouses for grain storage, all at the disposal of their beloved daughter. The Crown Prince Mansion's granaries and all affiliated warehouses are also available. Guagua, I bought 20,000 share of grain all at once. Isn't that too much? Host, it is not much at all. If each person consumes 1 gene of grain per day, 2 people would require 200 gene daily. That is 2000 share. Do you still think this is excessive? Moreover, this is ancient times. Commoners might not even finish 1 gene of grain per family per day. Of course, these melon-eating spectators did not share this with Shen Mingzhu. Guagua, calculating it this way, it indeed is not much. I will check and purchase more from my side. Host, bye-bye. Spending more points allows me to upgrade sooner. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingzhu quickly cleared the merchant's inventory in the mall. The merchant was overjoyed and specially gifted Shen Mingzhu 200 gene of various new rice, hoping she would return after enjoying the meal. Suddenly, all the ministers in the grand hall heard Guagua's excited and thrilled voice. Host, you have earned 1000 points and spent 1000 points. The system is upgrading. After the upgrade, more functions will be available. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Shen Mingzhu had already experienced the benefits of system upgrades. Once, she must upgrade. Upgrade. Upon hearing the command, the system was extremely excited. Her ranking would rise again. Yay. Other systems would surely envy her having upgraded twice within such a short period. Guagua will soon stand tall from now on. Upon hearing that Guagua could upgrade, everyone in the grand hall fell silent. They were too curious. What new functions would upgraded Guagua possess? Zizi. Upgrade complete. Hearing that the upgrade was complete, Shen Mingzhu prepared to check what new functions the system had added. Just as she was about to call out to Guagua, she heard its voice again. System bug detected. Repairing. Please wait patiently, host. System bug detected. Repairing. Please wait patiently, host. System bug detected. Repairing. Please wait patiently, host. Upon hearing that the system had a bug, Shen Mingzhu was so angry she nearly exploded. This useless Guagua actually had a bug, nearly getting her killed. Suppressing her temper, she patiently waited for the system to finish repairing. Crown Prince System 8 pigeons. What is that? The entire court was filled with question marks. Everyone thought it would take a long time, but unexpectedly within less than half an hour Guagua's voice came again. System repair complete. Host Guagua is back. The melon-eating system, having completed its upgrade and fixed its bugs, was very excited. Host Guagua is back, and I am even more powerful than before. Not hearing Shen Mingzhu's response, Guagua tentatively asked somewhat guiltily. Host, Guagua has upgraded. Do you want to check the new functions? Do you like them? The court ministers had not yet heard Shen Mingzhu's voice. Seeing her ignoring Guagua, some impatient ministers already turned to look at her. Was Shun Xiuzwan asleep? Why was she not speaking? They almost wanted to reply to Guagua on her behalf. Look how anxious Guagua was, but its voice sounded different from before. Shen Mingzhu looked at the white, translucent screen. Indeed, below the system mall, a new button had appeared labeled Daily Special Offers. However, Shen Mingzhu did not check it and instead spoke seriously. Guagua, what was the bug that was just fixed? Others did not know the meaning of bug, but Shen Mingzhu understood it clearly. As someone who had transmigrated into a novel, she clearly knew that the heavenly Tao laws of this novel must revolve around the male and female leads. She had come from another world and carried a melon-eating system. Although she had gotten along very well with Guagua these past few days and had purchased many treasures from the system mall, this useless system actually had a bug. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. She did not want to be burned as some mountain spirit or demon. The system was somewhat panicked, thinking that it could not possibly tell those people the truth, and if it insisted on speaking it would only end up dead. It immediately replied. Host, the system's bug was that previously Guagua ranked at the bottom in the system realm. Now after data updates, the information is more comprehensive than before. Guagua has become more powerful and our ranking has improved. Guagua can now enjoy better treatment in the system realm and serve you better. Really? Absolutely true. Shen Mingzhu did not believe it. How could a system bug be something like this? Bug means loophole or defect. Could it be? Guagua, are you hiding something from me? The entire court became tense as well. Could they have been discovered? Host, Guagua is heart to heart with you and has no secrets. If you do not believe Guagua is heartbroken. Oomph. Guagua, tell me, can everyone hear our conversation? I have read more than one novel. Host, what are you thinking? How could Guagua make such a huge mistake? Guagua is very powerful and will surely become #1 in the system realm one day. Oomph. Shen Chongyuan, my dear daughter, is truly smart. However, he felt both gratified and lost. Shen Mingzhu ignored the system and looked at Emperor Jingyuan above, communicating with the system in her heart again. Emperor Jingyuan is a tyrant through the ages, causing the Great Yin to incur heavenly punishment. The Great Yin dynasty entered a mini-ice age, leaving the people without adequate clothing or food, which led to various rebel uprisings that overthrew his rule. Host, what are you saying? Are you crazy? Shen Mingzhu ignored Guagua and stared straight at Emperor Jingyuan. Indeed, after Shen Mingzhu spoke these treasonous words, the entire court knelt down in unison. Host, acting this way will easily get your 9 generations exterminated. Didn't you say they couldn't hear? Why has the entire court knelt down? Especially my father. Does he have Parkinson's disease? He is shaking so badly. Shen Chongyuan, my life is over. I, Shen Chongyuan, have let down the ancestors of the Shen family. Whoa, truly tears with no outlet. This heartless cotton has ruined his entire clan. He would not dare to face his ancestors, even in death. Crown Prince, this girl is quite brave. I will protect my little crown princess. Emperor Jingyuan was so angered by Shen Mingzhu that his nose seemed crooked. He endured his veins bulging on his hands, wishing to exterminate Shen Mingzhu's 9 generations right then and there. Shen Mingzhu, I am the crown princess. My 9 generations also include the Yin royal clan of Great Yin. Tway tway tway. Third Prince, Yin Yunshen. Miss Shen really knows how to anger someone to death without paying a price. Fourth Prince, Yin Yunrui. Good heavens, what kind of crown princess is the eldest brother going to marry? Fifth Prince, Yin Yunzhou. Oh, my sister-in-law is truly beautiful and valiant. Who said she was a frivolous imp? Rumors are indeed unreliable. Shen Chongyuan, who will save their family. Shen Mingzhu knelt in the grand hall along with everyone else, still cursing in her heart. Guagua, you little useless thing, look. Because you lied, our Shen family's 9 generations are now like a match made for elimination. You will perish too. Host, don't worry. We have the Cat Master. When the time comes, you can have it summon the 100 beasts to escort the Shen family's 9 clans out of Shengjing. You just ride the Cat Master and make your escape. Guagua and the host definitely won't die. When we reach the Northern Territory, your maternal grandfather and the others will be there. We can be reunited as a family and live happily together. Shen Chongyuan, I really thank you 2 living ancestors. Emperor Jingyuan. Emperor Jingyuan wiped his face. Fine. Fine. What a brilliant plan. He was almost laughing from anger. They had even thought about how to flee and where to go. Guagua, my maternal grandfather, has always been loyal to the country. Do you think he might tie us up and send us back to the capital? I remember my grandfather was quite rigid and old-fashioned. Xia Yin, this leaky granddaughter of his. The wind, she leaks all the way to the Northern Territory. Host, it's possible. Isn't it common for people to sacrifice family for righteousness? How about we go to the deep mountains and old forests instead? With the Cat Master, we'll definitely live comfortably. Shen Mingzhu. She imagined it and couldn't help but shudder. The entire court of officials dared not even breathe. The crown prince, it all depends on this crown prince. Young fella, you must be admiring me. Yin Beixian looked up and spoke. Father Emperor, opening the imperial examination is a grace bestowed upon all scholars of Great Yin. This son wishes to host a poetry gathering at Tianxiang Tower on this occasion to make friends through poetry and understand the scholars in advance, so as to select the most outstanding officials for Great Yin. Shen Xiuzhuan is now in the Hanlin Academy. This son wishes to request that Father Emperor permit the 2 of us to jointly handle this matter. I hope Father Emperor will approve. Emperor Jingyuan looked at his son below and saw the earnest expression on his face. He could tell what he meant at a glance. Truly useless. You've only known each other for a few days, and he's already defending her. Will he really be easily manipulated by that little girl in the future? He glared fiercely at his eldest son. Don't you really want to kneel and sing conquest? Crown Prince, how could that be? Emperor Jingyuan, I think I see signs of it. Crown Prince Father Emperor, you're mistaken. Humph. Emperor Jingyuan waved his hand. Approved. Then he told everyone to rise. The ministers all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Good heavens. Shen Xiaozuan is formidable. In the future, no one should provoke young Master Shen. Shen Changyuan, I'm alive. Finally, no more annihilating my 9 clans. His precious eldest daughter truly loves him to death. Host C, I told you were overthinking it. After a moment's thought, Shen Mingzhu nodded. That's good. Gagwa, why do I suddenly feel like you're kind of useless? Host, how can you say that about Gagwa? Gagwa has been working very hard. Gagwa is the best system. Fine, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. We're the best of partners in the world. Gagwa and the host are the best partners in the world. Crown Prince. My native language is speechless. What Shen Mingzhu did not know was that the entire court of officials could still hear her inner thoughts. However, after the system repaired the bug, Yin Yunshuan, as the child of fortune, could no longer hear them. The system had repaired this major bug. Phew, that was close. Host Gagwa didn't mean it on purpose. Don't worry, Gagwa will always protect you. We're the best partners in the world. The crisis was averted. Thinking of the system upgrade, Shen Mingzhu's eyes immediately lit up. There was a new feature, daily special offers. She couldn't wait to open the screen to see today's specials. She couldn't waste any opportunity to fleece them all. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's laughter, the officials in the court all felt a shiver. They had no idea what she was up to next. Please don't scare them. Wow. Gagwa, today's special offer is actually spiritual fruits. I've heard that spiritual fruits are juicy and sweet. I've always wanted to try them. Shen Mingzhu took a look. 10 points each. Quite cheap. No wonder it was the daily special. The price was beautiful. Upon hearing about spiritual fruits, Emperor Jingyuan's eyes went straight. If Shen Xiaozuan presented a spiritual fruit to him, he would forgive her for her disrespectful and rebellious words in her thoughts just now. Shen Changyuan, little cotton-padded jacket scared him just now. He needs a spiritual fruit to comfort himself. No half a spiritual fruit. Official's spiritual fruit. We could just taste a small bite. He looked at Shen Changyuan ahead and really wanted to beat him out of envy. Crown Prince cough. I am Miss Shen's fiancé, her future husband, the biological father of their future child. Figure it out yourself. Shen Mingzhu had no idea of everyone's thoughts. At this moment, she was very angry. Gagwa, why is there a purchase limit? Host, if you buy so many, this small world simply cannot bear too many things that do not belong to this dynasty. Everything is bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Shen Mingzhu, this useless thing. Gagwa, haven't you already upgraded and enjoyed better treatment? Go apply for it. I'll finish these spiritual fruits in no time. Host Gagwa really cannot make an exception. Seeing that the system truly could not accommodate her, Shen Mingzhu could only drop the matter. Fine, I'll buy as many as I can. In the end, Shen Mingzhu spent 100 points to buy 10 spiritual fruits. The moment she finished purchasing, the price of the spiritual fruits immediately reverted to 100,000 points each. Shen Mingzhu, damn expensive. Looking at the red mouth-watering spiritual fruits in the system space, Shen Mingzhu couldn't wait to finish the court session and taste one. She often read cultivation novels which stated that spiritual fruits were one of the favorites of cultivators. Eating them could replenish spiritual power and strengthen the body. Host, after eating spiritual fruits, one can strengthen the body and beautify the skin. There are many benefits. If host can eat them often. Gagwa, that's enough. 100,000 points each, and you want me to eat them often. Can I even afford that? Host, you are the best. You can definitely afford them. Emperor Jingyuan, 1 point, can buy 100 sweet potato seedlings. 100,000 points can buy 10 million sweet potato seedlings, enough to plant 2,000 acres of land with sweet potatoes. That is indeed luxurious. Buying sweet potato seedlings is still more cost-effective. Shen Mingzhu rolled her eyes and continued to count ants in the grand hall. Crown Prince Yin Beixian casually glanced back and saw a small figure bowing its head, lost in thought. The corners of his lips rose slightly. He planned to send her to the Hanlin Academy after the court session ended. At the moment, he continued to stand in position for the morning audience. Shen Changyuan's thoughts drifted somewhere. Sigh. He had gained another hidden task that he must complete: go to his leaky little cotton-padded jacket and coax a spiritual fruit to present to Emperor Jingyuan. Otherwise, he was truly afraid his head would be separated from his body. There was one sentence he really wanted to say to his daughter: Shen Mingzhu, daughter, can you stop being leaky? Unfortunately, this sentence would never be spoken aloud. Note the ancient unit of measurement is dan. 1 dan equals 120 jin in modern terms. For the convenience of measurement, this book uses 1 dan equal to 100 jin. Host, I have good news. Your beautiful mother has transferred 2 shops under her name, a hot spring villa and a large house on Xingfu Street, to you. You are now a young miss with a car, a house, wealth, and beauty. Wow, my beautiful mother is so good. She is indeed my dear mother. Shen Changyuan, your father is also your dear father. Don't you know how much your father has borne for you? Crown Prince, quite easy to coax. The Crown Prince mansion is very wealthy. If you follow me, these are nothing. Guagua, which 2 shops did mother give me? Host, 1 grain shop and 1 tea shop, each with a very large warehouse. Wow. My beautiful mother is truly a timely rain. When the time comes I can directly put the rice and grain bought today into our own warehouse and plant sweet potatoes all over the villa. That's great. Host, you are awesome. Things are solved with ease when they reach you. Shen Mingzhu puffed out her chest and spoke confidently. That goes without saying. Your host, I am very formidable. The officials in the court. Yes. You are the most formidable. The ministers in the entire Golden Hall were almost scared to death by you. You are a living ancestor. With you and the Shen family, it is the blessing of the ancestors of the Shen family, smoking green. Host, I have another good news. Guagua, since you upgraded this time I find that good things keep happening. Speak quickly. Host, your second brother and third brother will return to the capital the day after tomorrow, and they brought you gifts. Your second brother prepared a white fox fur coat for you, pure white and flawless, without a single stray hair, and it is water and fireproof, very precious. Your third brother specially commissioned a master to craft a hidden weapon for you called the Rain of Pear Blossoms Needles. When danger arises you can activate it to kill all surrounding enemies and escape. Even your fiancé prepared the ginseng nourishing pills personally blended by the Valley Master of the Divine Dr. Valley for you. It is said that the ginseng is 10,000 years old, the only known 10,000-year ginseng under heaven, very precious. Guagua, my family treats me so well. The officials in the court, indeed very good. Shen Changyuan, Qinglan Qingzhan, what gifts did you bring for your father? Emperor Jingyuan, indeed they are the two elder brothers who dote on Shen Xiuzhuan, quite different from the two at home. These past few days hearing about the eldest and fourth sons of Minister Shen's family, as well as Shen Xiuzhuan, the comments were mostly complaints with considerable dissatisfaction in their words. Crown Prince, I cannot be outdone. Returning to the mansion, he immediately opened the treasury, picked a box of rare jewels to give to his future wife. Guagua, can I have the day after tomorrow off? If not, I'll take a leave of absence. Host, don't worry, you have the day off. That day happens to be the King's Mansion's recognition banquet. Sigh. Unknowingly, it's already time for Director Zhou's recognition banquet. After the day after tomorrow, the entire Shun capital will only know that Director Zhou is the son of the King and has become royalty. By the way, Guagua, if Director Zhou is recognized back into the King's Mansion, what about his adoptive father? Host, no need to worry about this. The King is still grateful to him for raising a top scholar son for him. The King's Mansion will be responsible for letting him enjoy his old age. He has also lived a wealthy life by relying on his son. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he will have good days ahead. This King is indeed quite decent. Hearing this, the King puffed out his round beer belly, looking very proud. He, the King of the Dayan dynasty, is just such a generous person. The officials in the court, having a son for over 20 years, suddenly recognized his ancestors and returned home. It is only right to provide for his old age. Moreover, he treated Director Zhou very well, funding his education and helping him pass the exams to become a top scholar, which is really not easy. The hardships in between probably only they themselves know. Guagua, we haven't dismissed court yet. Take a look and tell me any gossip. Hearing that there is gossip to eat the ears of all the officials in the court perked up immediately. Eating gossip is good, they like it. Host, whoever you want to hear about, Guagua will tell you. This time I can even choose. The officials in the court. Point once, point twice, if it's not an old man, it's a monkey. Pointing sheep, pointing at whoever becomes the fat sheep, it's not you, it's him, it's not her, it's you. The bodies of all the ministers in the Golden Hall tensed up. Amazing. This one even names names. Probably the happiest person is Emperor Jingyuan at the very top, who got pointed at. He was waiting to listen to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts with a look of expecting a good show. Guagua, that one who is the tallest, looking like a utility pole standing out like a crane among chickens in the hall, I saw him at a glance. The tall official closed his eyes, reciting silently in his heart, please don't be me. Please don't be me. Please don't be me. Oh, my host, you pointed right at a talent. Oh, really? Tell me quickly, I just love listening to stories about talents. Crown Prince, Yan Beixian smiled broadly, quietly listening to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. Host, the one you mentioned, is Yi Rongyi, the son of the Minister of Justice. You saw him right. He is much taller than ordinary people. Minister Yi and the others thought he grew tall because he ate well. Actually, he has a bit of hyperthyroidism and gigantism, meaning his thyroid hormone secretion is much higher than average. The main thing is excessive secretion of pituitary GH and growth hormone releasing hormone and abnormal regulation of the growth inhibitor pathway. But none of this is a big deal. Yi Tianming initially heard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts and thought his son Yi Rongyi would be in trouble. Hearing there was no big problem, he relaxed and continued listening. Guagua, get to the point. Host, don't rush. Things should be done one by one, meals eaten bite by bite, and stories told slowly to be more interesting. Alright then, try to keep it simple. The officials in the court, we can listen slowly. Host, don't just look at how tall Yi Rongyi is, a big tall guy, but actually he has a girlish heart. Yi Tianming's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape. Could Yi be wanting to be the daughter of the Yi family? Guagua's words aroused the curiosity of the entire hall, especially the King, who had lost a lot of face these past few days. He didn't expect that the son of Minister Yi had a girlish heart. Yi Rongyi likes pink handkerchiefs the most, dresses, and especially loves red and pink flowers. Of course, he also likes to go to cosmetic shops to buy pink rouge, etc. Moreover, at night, he likes to wear a pink dress, apply pink rouge, and have his own wife dress in men's clothes and press him underneath. Agwagwa, this is the ancient version of female alpha male, Omega. This young master Ye's wife is here. I want to teach her the song Conquered and have young master Yi learn well kneeling and singing in a pink dress at night. It must feel great. Just like this you are conquered, cutting off all retreat routes. My mood is solid, my decision is confused. Just like this you are conquered. After Shen Mingzhu finished being excited, she tried singing a few lines. Her voice, as if tuned by a million audio engineers, surrounded everyone's ears from all angles. Catchy. The crown prince had lines of black sweat on his head. Yi Tianming, does my Yi family still have a way out? My son is confused. Yi Rongyi knelt down directly. Oh my Guagua, why did that tall guy kneel down? Maybe his legs went soft. Yi Rongyi, I beg you stop talking. Your singing left me weak-kneed. I'm utterly prostrate. By the way, Guagua, hasn't there been a flower thief in the capital recently? The Dali Temple is so worried that their hair has turned white, yet they have no clues. Lord Xiao Yi loves wearing women's clothing so much. Let him be the bait to lure the snake out. Minister of the Dali Temple, wow. Great idea. Must adopt it. Host, your idea is brilliant. To be honest, that flower thief once saw Lord Xiao Yi wearing a pink dress, and his heart skipped a beat. I really want to know how devastated he would be if he knew he had a crush on a man. Without spending a single soldier, we can make the flower thief collapse. Lord Xiao Yi is truly a talent. Oh, really? Then we must recommend the minister of the Dali Temple to get to know Lord Xiao Yi. Everyone secretly looked toward Yi Rongyi. How stunning would Lord Xiao Yi look in a pink dress? Even the flower thief is smitten. I really want to see it. Yi Tianming, all of you get lost. He was so ashamed he wanted to die. The Yi family had produced such a son. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. As for Yi Rongyi, he had been kneeling with his head bowed ever since he heard Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts. He had never lifted his head. Shen Changyuan, this is nothing. Just a little hobby. It's fine. As long as you're alive, everything will be alright. Yi Rongyi, Minister Shen really knows how to comfort people. Shen Changyuan, I'm just being kind. You'll get used to it later. Guagua, is Lord Xiao Yi fair-skinned? Of course he's very fair. No wonder they say white covers 100 ugliness. Lord Xiao Yi can charm both men and women. Just as you said, he's a talent. Used properly, he can definitely conquer on all fronts. Yi Rongyi, I don't want to conquer on all fronts. I want you to shut up. Crown Prince, I think you can shut up now. Shen Mingzhu, I don't care what you think, I only care what I think. I think he can conquer on all fronts. Crown Prince, fine, let him conquer on all fronts. Yi Tianming, my son has caught a cold, he's not going anywhere. Yi Rongyi, father, I want to go. Emperor Jingyuan, young people so playful. At this moment, all the civil and military officials slowly moved toward Yi Rongyi. Some ministers even helped him up and took the opportunity to have a look at him. And indeed, he was quite fair and tender. Tian Shuezhou, truly fair, not at all like this dark and sturdy general. Though he's tall, he looks gentle and weak. No wonder he's the bottom one. Yi Tianming, that's enough, I'm still here. The most unrestrained was Prince, and who directly ran over and stood beside Yi Rongyi, lowering his head to look at him. Because of his status, Yi Rongyi couldn't glare at him and suddenly felt very aggrieved. When will the court session end? He wanted some peace. Guagua, what time is it? Why isn't the court over yet? Host, it's the Chun hour, 7 to 9 a.m. Wait a bit longer, it should be soon. Alright. By the way, Guagua, isn't the fake daughter Shin Jiaojiao supposed to return to her family? Host, tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, your second brother and third brother return to the capital. Great. Just before the second and third brothers return to the capital, this matter will have a result. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at Wang Difu beside him. Wang Difu understood and stepped forward to announce, those with matters to report present them. If there are none, the court is dismissed. None of the officials had any matters, so Shen Mingzhu soon left the court. Shen Mingzhu walked ahead, when suddenly Crown Prince Yen Beichen quickened his pace and caught up to her. Mingzhu, little sister. Your Highness, we are still in the palace. It would be best to address me as Shen Xiujuan or Little Shen. Yen Beichen's eyes smiled. All right, as you wish. Shen Mingzhu nodded. She glanced at him. You know what's good for you. Crown Prince Yen Beichen escorted Shen Mingzhu to the Hanlin Academy, then went to the Prime Minister's residence. He already knew the method to cure his uncle, so he was naturally eager to remove the goo poison. Long live the Crown Prince, 10,000 years. Seeing this, the Crown Prince quickly helped everyone up. We are all family, no need for formalities. Prime Minister Lin immediately led Yen Beichen to the study. After discussing, they decided that Crown Prince Yen Beichen would personally shoot and kill the goo worm. The Crown Prince was highly skilled in martial arts, and his internal energy had recently reached a new level. He was quite suitable. Having made the decision, the two went together to find Lin Yuheng. Seeing his father and the Crown Prince arrive, Lin Yuheng's expression was very grim. Recently, he felt he was losing control of himself, and he even had thoughts of ending his own life. After dismissing the servants, leaving only the three of them, Prime Minister Lin, with red-rimmed eyes, said that a cure had been found. Lin Yuheng. He didn't believe it. He had been disappointed too many times. Then the crown prince cut open his wrist. Uncle, bear with it. Don't move. We must kill the goo worm with one strike. Hearing Crown Prince Yin Beichen's voice, Lin Yuheng nodded. Knowing he had been infected with a goo worm, his heart was dead at that moment, but hearing there was a way to remove it, he felt joy. He hoped it could truly cure him. The crown prince took out spiritual spring water and dripped it onto Lin Yuheng's wrist. As soon as it dripped, the three saw a small bug wriggling quickly toward the wrist, bulging along the arm. It seemed to smell some divine nectar, looking extremely eager. The moment it emerged, Yin Beichen infused his true qi into the silver needle in his hand, quickly threw it, and shot the goo worm dead on the ground. Watching the goo worm twitch a few times and slowly die, the three finally felt the great weight lifted from their hearts. Hunger, wonderful. You're finally safe. You foolish child. Why couldn't you tell your father? You unfilial son. Just wait till I deal with you. Lin Yuheng smiled weakly and said, your son is unfilial and willing to accept any punishment from father. Seeing the two of them, Yin Beichen was also very pleased. Grandfather, uncle, this matter has been resolved, but let's keep it secret from the outside for now. This time will be good for uncle to recuperate. That martial artist named Wuming. I've already sent people to arrest him. When Prime Minister Lin mentioned Wuming, his face turned cold as ice. They would not let such a vicious person go. Yin Beichen nodded. As if thinking of something, he had someone brew a pot of tea and added 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Grandfather, let everyone in the family have a cup of tea. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Prime Minister Lin did not stand on ceremony with Yin Beichen and nodded. All right. At this moment, in the imperial study, Emperor Jingyuan looked at the people below, searching for his good son. Difu, where is the crown prince? Your Majesty, the crown prince has left the palace with Shun Xiuzhuan. That brat. Your Majesty, the crown prince also has important affairs to attend to. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at the officials below and nodded, saying no more. One knows one's own child best. Meanwhile, Shen Mingzhu returned to her room in the Hanlin Academy, had a light breakfast, and then wrote out the sheet music for the song Conquest, secretly sending it to the residence of Yi, the Minister of Justice, via her guard Shen Weiming. Yi Tianming, the person, is still in the imperial study, yet someone has already broken into the house. Shen Changyuan looked up at the sky. The weather was beautiful today, or it was indeed a fine day. Madame Qin, the wife of the younger Yi, received it, as if it were a priceless treasure. A true talent. A talent indeed. We can put it to use tonight. Yi Romi, let's put it to use then. Yi Tianming, the sky is falling. Shen Mingzhu busied herself at the Hanlin Academy. Seeing that the time was right, she prepared to return to the mansion. Wah, let's go back to the mansion and get the property deeds from my beautiful mother. Wah, let's go back to the mansion and get the property deeds from my beautiful mother. Understood, host. Seeing that Shen Mingzhu was leaving and no one was stopping her, she strode out boldly. Her colleagues in the Hanlin Academy whispered among themselves. She's just leaving like that. Yes, she's just leaving like that. Are you envious? Of course I'm envious. I want to leave with compiler Shen. Her colleague looked at the speaker with an expression that said, keep dreaming. Host, Madam Shen Wang, your grandmother has summoned your mother, your second aunt, your eldest brother, and your fourth brother to the Shokong courtyard. Shen Mingzhu suddenly perked up. What's wrong? Do they know that second brother and third brother are returning home and are discussing the welcome banquet? They are discussing the arrangements for Shun Jiaojiao's return visit tomorrow. Shen Mingzhu instantly lost her enthusiasm. Her grandmother was quite nice to this fake granddaughter and was very proactive about it. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Madam Shen's lips curled up while Madam Wang acted as if facing a formidable enemy. She had deliberately chosen this time to discuss matters with her family, never expecting this granddaughter to be off duty at the Hanlin Academy and actually return to the mansion. Worse still, she had come straight to her Shokong courtyard. Madam Wang sat in the senior rosewood armchair at the head, her expression grave. Grandmother, Mingzhu is here. Sit down and listen. Your second sister returns to her natal home tomorrow. Since she married into the Prince Xian's mansion, a high-ranking union, she is discussing matters with your mother, your aunts, and your brothers. Oh, grandmother, I thought you knew second brother and third brother were returning home. With both grandsons coming back at once, you called everyone together to prepare a welcome banquet. Upon hearing this, Madam Wang's face immediately lit up with a smile. Naturally, the return of Qingzhan and Qinglan is a great joy for our Marquis Manor and must be celebrated properly. Our Marquis Manor has hardly enjoyed a family reunion in years. We must make a grand affair of it. Guagua, did grandmother eat stinky tofu again? Host, Madam Wang no longer eats stinky tofu. She has taken to flattering others instead. Look how much she enjoys sucking up to Shen Jiaojiao. Madam Wang's face flushed red upon hearing this. Mingzhu, you. Be quiet. Be quiet. After being silenced several times, she finally gave up, picked up a cup of tea from the table, took a large gulp, pursed her lips, and fell silent. It was too stifling. Guagua, what is grandmother muttering about? Host, she feels you have made her lose face and wants you to shut up. I suppose her age is catching up with her, making her speech unclear. True. As people age, their health tends to decline. Madam Wang, my health is robust. As long as you do not anger me, I can live to be 99. With Shen Mingzhu present, whatever she wanted to say or do would certainly not come to pass. She glanced at Madam Shen. See sure you are now the mistress of the house. Handle it as you see fit, but do not bring shame upon the marquis manor. Yes, mother. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba had even less say in the matter. They felt a keen sense of crisis now. Their sisters seemed to favor the second and third brothers more. After leaving the Shokong courtyard, Madame Shen led Shen Mingzhu to the main courtyard and handed her a small box, saying with a smile, Mingzhu, these are 2 shops, a hot spring estate, and a mansion that I have transferred into your name. Try managing them for now, and come to me whenever you have questions. The staff at the shops and the estate are all veterans from our manor, loyal servants whom I trust. I have already instructed them to obey your orders from now on. Shen Mingzhu held the small box and looked at Xie Qinghuan. Thank you, mother. Be good. In the future, think before you act and avoid being rash. Yes, mother. Guagua, my beautiful mother is so gentle. I like her so much. Host, she is your own mother. How could she not be? A mother who will stand by you till the bitter end. Xie Qinghuan, hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, smiled even more broadly. Her Mingzhu was her sweet little padded jacket. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Shen Mingzhu left, commotion erupted from Madame Wang's Shokong courtyard. Aunt. Madame Wang glanced at her second daughter-in-law. Can't you strive for more? After all these years, you have only given Changshan one son. Look at your eldest brother and sister-in-law, and then look at yourself. Madame Wang kept her head lowered. She also wished to bear more sons, but Shen Changshan disliked her, rarely spending the night in her courtyard throughout the year. We of the Wang clan are of noble birth. How could we produce such an useless daughter? This concubine acknowledges her fault. Get out. Madame Wang departed, quickly glanced back at the Shokong courtyard, pursed her lips, and left. Well, let's go. Take Master Miao and inspect my new shops. All right, Miao. The king is patrolling his domain. Shen Mingzhu, carrying Master Miao, set out with Xiaoyao, Shen Weiming, and Uncle Zhong. Sister Mingzhu, are you going out? I will accompany you. Shen Mingzhu said, Eldest brother, the special imperial examination is approaching. Shouldn't you be studying more? Shen Qinghong replied, I have been reading for a long time. It is good to go out for a stroll and relax. Very well, let us go together. Sister Mingzhu, include me as well. Fourth brother, do you not have plans to admire the flowers and compose poetry with your friends? Sister Mingzhu, I am free today. It is rare for us siblings to stroll the streets together. Tell me if you see anything you like. I will buy it for you. Very well, thank you, fourth brother. And so Shen Mingzhu, carrying Master Miao, accompanied by Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba, headed to the East Street. This was the most bustling street in Xinjiang, filled with shops and people. Shen Mingzhu's newly acquired grain shop was located at the easternmost end of East Street. Watching the patrons coming and going at the Xie family grain shop, with the clerks bustling about enthusiastically, Shen Mingzhu nodded in satisfaction. Oh, I am so sorry. Suddenly a madam fell to the ground before them. Madam, are you alright? Please rise quickly. Shen Qinghong spoke softly. When the person looked up, Shen Qinghong was stunned. Why was this his former fiancée Su Ruoxue? And how had she come to look like this? Shen Mingzhu also frowned. Guagua, what a coincidence. The first time out with my eldest brother, and I see his ex-fiancée. I never imagined Su Ruoxue's life has become so wretched. Look at the look in my eldest brother's eyes. His heart must be aching for her, right? Shen Qinghong, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely stunned. Shen Qingba, good heavens. Is this possible? It is truly a fate woven from sin. Guagua, did Su Ruoxue see my eldest brother and deliberately come to stage a scene and frame us? Shen Qinghong. They had only decided to accompany their younger sister out on a whim. How could Su Ruoxue have known? Guagua, does she want to rekindle things with my eldest brother? Shen Qinghong's eyes widened in shock, and he took several steps back. Don't scare me. Host Su Ruoxue has indeed recognized your eldest brother. She has been living a life worse than death these past days, and she regrets it deeply. She doesn't want to marry your eldest brother again, as she simply wishes to speak with you all. Look behind you. Shen Mingzhu. The 3 Shen siblings turned around and saw several noble ladies from the capital glancing their way repeatedly. Guagua, what's going on? The contrast between marrying well, marrying equally, and marrying poorly, you see. What does that have to do with us? Host Su Ruoxue was originally the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights, with an aunt who was the imperial concubine. Combined with her beauty and talent, she was highly sought after among the ladies of the capital. A hand of excellent cards played terribly. The young ladies who used to curry favor with her now have to bow to her. Today, after being verbally humiliated, she happened to bump into you and wanted to use talking to you as an excuse to escape. Guagua, she really is something. Has she forgotten that she played the field on my eldest brother? Shen Qinghong's face turned green with anger. Must we keep bringing this up? There's no need to remind me constantly. If this continues, I'll develop a fear of women. A look of indignation also appeared on Shen Qingba's face. Clearly she was the one in the wrong, and yet now. Farewell, Madame Qian. After Shen Mingzhu finished speaking, she entered the Xie family grain shop. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba followed closely behind, while for Su Ruoxue, they simply nodded and walked away. Their minor conflicts were not theirs to intervene in. Today's fruit is tomorrow's cause. They had no saintly complex. Speaking to her calmly already demonstrated the Shen family's grace. As for the rest, they could not control it. Oh, isn't this the eldest miss of the Su family? Oh my, what is she wearing? What's that smell? It's so sour. What? You smell a stench of poverty. The taunting voices from outside came intermittently, while Shen Mingzhu remained focused on browsing around the shop. Guagua, the shop is well organized, quite good. Wait until later when I fill the warehouse with grain, then we'll transport it together with sweet potatoes and medicinal herbs to the northern regions. Host, that's awesome. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba exchanged glances and smiled. After looking around enough as the three siblings were about to leave, they suddenly heard Guagua speak. Host, there's a big gossip, want to hear it? Yes. Shen Mingzhu would always eat the gossip if available. Host, among those noble ladies who mocked Su Ruoxiu, just now two have taken a fancy to your eldest brother. Shen Mingzhu, it can be like this. Shen Qinghong, am I that charming? Shen Qingba, there's a living person right here. Guagua is my eldest brother, that popular. Host, right now in the entire capital apart from the imperial princes, your four elder brothers are the most sought after. Your eldest brother being the heir to the Marquis Ping's mansion and set to inherit everything is naturally even more desirable. Shen Qingba pursed his lips, regretting that he hadn't valued his younger brother sooner. Then do they like my eldest brother for himself or for his status as the heir to the Marquis Ping's mansion? Host, Guagua doesn't know. I only know they've taken a fancy to your eldest brother. They will come over to strike up a conversation shortly, so host, pay attention. Guagua, I am the eldest miss of the Marquis Mansion and also a compiler in the Hanlin Academy. What should I pay attention to? I'm not their romantic rival. They should be the ones trying to curry favor with me. Indeed, a wave of sugar-coated shells is about to attack. Shen Qingba, I'm the fourth child in the family and the fourth brother of the Marquis heir. Actually, he could also help speak on my behalf. Each family's young ladies go away. Compiler Shen Marquis, heir, young master Shen IV. Greetings, ladies. What a coincidence to meet here. If it's convenient, would you care to share a cup of tea? Shen Mingzhu smiled gently, sure. Saying this, she prepared to lead them to her own tea house. Killing two birds with one stone. Shen Mingzhu's newly acquired tea house today was named Shuiyunjian, a place that combined selling tea, drinking tea, and enjoying music performances. Arriving at Shuiyunjian, Shen Mingzhu booked a private room on the second floor. It was Gu Caiwei, the legitimate youngest daughter of the Minister of Personnel, who proposed the tea. Next month, she would hold her coming-of-age ceremony. The young girl's eyes were clear, wearing her heart on her sleeve. Shen Qinghong felt somewhat uneasy. Little sister. Eldest brother. Guagua, Gu Caiwei has taken a fancy to my eldest brother. Who else is there? Were there not supposed to be two young ladies? At Shuiyunjian, the crown prince, Yin Beichen, curled his lips into a smile. Good, as crown princess had also arrived. He could also grab some gossip, treating it as entertainment while drinking tea. Host, look to your front right. The young lady in goose yellow brocade is Wan Junjin, the daughter of the imperial merchant Wan Shiji. However, given the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, she feels somewhat inferior and dares not show it. Miss Gu is much more straightforward. I just wonder who between the two will become my eldest brother's destined match. Host, want to know? Shen Qinghong, I want to know. Shen Qingba, hurry up and tell us. Not saying it at a critical moment, driving him crazy with anxiety. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, he felt it should be the young lady from the Minister of Personnel's family. Gu Ci had been meticulous in his duties over the years, cold and stern in appearance, a good official serving the people, highly valued by the emperor. Tell me quickly, or I'll whip you. Meow, whip you. Whip you. System. Host, you've become less gentle. Guagua, it's all because you've become bad. Guagua. It wasn't bad, just had a tiny little bug. Shen Mingzhu really want to whip you. Host, both of these young ladies will become your eldest brother's wives. Shen Qinghong. Shen Qingba, big brother has quite the luck with women. He had just looked and saw that Miss Gu was lively and lovely, while Miss Wan was gentle and demure. They were two different kinds of beauty. Unexpected, truly unexpected, big brother had caught them both in his bowl. Looking at the teasing expressions on his fourth brother and little sister, he couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Guagua, tell me what's going on quickly. Host, after your eldest brother's fate changed, he later passed the imperial examination and married Miss Gu Caiwei. A year later, after Miss Gu Caiwei gave birth to a son in difficult labor, she passed away. Another year later, Miss Wan entered the Marquis Mansion with a substantial dowry to become the new heiress of the Marquis Ping Mansion. Guagua, are you joking with me? I have easy delivery pills. How could Miss Gu, who becomes my sister-in-law, die from difficult labor? Shen Qinghong's face turned ashen. He dared not look at Miss Gu. That sincere and ardent gaze felt burning hot to him. His brows knit tightly. What was going on? Host, you are not omnipotent. The young girl was charming and adorable, like an innocent, radiant little sun. But survival came first. Such a girl should not marry my elder brother. Guagua, make a note. When we return to the mansion, we'll tell mother that among the girl's brother has been considering the portrait of the Minister of Right's youngest daughter should be set aside. Host, you should first look at your elder brother's expression. Shen Mingzhu turned to look at Shen Qinghong, who was staring fixedly at Gu Caiwei. Guagua, this is bad. Has brother set his sights on that young lady? Shen Qinghong, I merely wish to see what made her special. Shen Mingzhu saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. But fate has no connection. Host, this depends on your brother's heart. Shen Mingzhu quickly lowered his head and silently sipped his tea. Wang Jinjin secretly glanced at Shen Mingzhu, then shyly lowered her head. What if we have brother marry Wang Jinjin directly? Host, Wang Jinjin will find it difficult to enter your brother's marital palace. There will be many twists and turns. Shen Mingzhu gave Shen Mingzhu a sympathetic look, never expecting her elder brother to have such troubles. Shen Mingzhu was inwardly shocked. Was his marriage truly so turbulent? After all, he was one of the most sought-after young men in the capital. Shen Mingzhu curled his lips, feeling his elder brother was a bit pitiful. In the adjacent private room, Crown Prince Yen Beichen also fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected Shen Mingzhu's elder brother Shen Mingzhu to carry a hint of ill-fating his wives. Seeing Shen Mingzhu's lack of enthusiasm, the system quickly spoke up. Host, rest assured, any noble lady who sets her heart on your brother will be utterly devoted to him, loving him with all her heart. He's perfectly fine. Shen Mingzhu. She wasn't worried. She was worried about her future sister-in-law. Host, your elder brother's wedding is still far off. Look ahead. Young Lord Yi has gone to the golden silk pavilion, seemingly to order another beautiful gown. Shall we go have a look? Yes. Soon Shen Mingzhu took leave of the ladies and swiftly left the watercloud pavilion, heading to the golden silk pavilion not far away. Wow. It's Suzhou embroidery. Young Lord Yi has excellent taste. He truly knows how to choose. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's thoughts, Yi Rongyi's heart tightened. At this hour, shouldn't Shen Xiaojuan be at the Hanlin Academy? Why has he come to the golden silk pavilion? He looked around, but saw no one. He was certain he had just heard young Lord Shen's inner voice. At that moment, the 3 siblings of the Shen family were crouching at the doorway, planning to take a peek and then leave. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Yen Beichen's voice came from behind. Why not go inside? Your Highness. Shen Mingzhu and Shen Mingzhu quickly bowed in greeting. No need for formalities. Come inside with me and take a look. Yi Rongyi paid his respects, and Yen Beichen led Shen Mingzhu before a pink dress. The pink gown was draped with a layer of pearl gauze, dazzlingly beautiful under the sunlight. He looked at Shen Mingzhu. Mingzhu, do you like it? I'll have it sent to your residence. Look. The Crown Prince flaunting his wealth. Host, he's the owner. The entire golden silk pavilion belongs to him. Sending his fiancé a few dresses is just a drizzle. Cough. Yen Beichen coughed softly. He truly had no secrets before Guagua. Thinking of their future wedding and the wedding night, he couldn't help but. He felt his ears turning red. He was overthinking. Then he picked up a light purple RU skirt. Mingzhu, look at this one. It was personally embroidered by Suzhou embroidery master Qing Yun over 3 months, a true treasure of the season. It's quite beautiful with lifelike patterns on it. I'm glad you like it. With a glance, a shop assistant came to wrap the garments. The noble ladies who had followed along watched with envy burning in their eyes. The Crown Prince dotes on Miss Shen so much. Miss Shen is truly fortunate. Guagua, shouldn't the Crown Prince be in the imperial study discussing affairs with Emperor Jingyuan and the ministers at this hour? Host, after court, the Crown Prince escorted you to the Hanlin Academy, then went to the Prime Minister's residence to cure Grand Chancellor Lin's goo worm. Now that the worm is dealt with, he happened to be drinking tea at the Watercloud Pavilion, ran into you, and when you came to the Golden Silk Pavilion, he had a chance to show off. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Beichen selected several more dresses and had the shop assistant pack them for delivery to the Chongping Marquis' residence. The 2 brothers Shen Mingzhu and Shen Mingzhu exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Host, beware. Your love rival will arrive at the battlefield in 3 seconds. Guagua, the Crown Prince's troublesome admirer. Then everyone turned to look at Crown Prince Yen Beichen. Sure enough, within moments a young woman in a lake blue RU skirt floated to his side, tears streaming down her face. Crown Prince, brother, you're finally awake. Honor is so relieved. Cousin Zhou, mind your manners. There are so many people present. Zhou Zihan felt dejected. Crown Prince, brother, what's wrong? It's me, Zihan. Don't you recognize me? Why so distant? Shen Mingzhu watched the intimate scene, imitating a coquettish tone in her heart, her inner voice full of sweet affectation. Crown Prince, brother, it's me, Zihan. Crown Prince, brother, don't ignore me. Crown Prince, brother, don't be like that. The moment her inner voice fell, Yen Beichen quickly stepped away from Zhou Zihan and moved to Shen Mingzhu's side. Cousin Zihan, this is Miss Shen of the Chongping Marquis' residence, also the Hanlin Academy scholar Shen Xiaojuan, and my future Crown Princess. In the future, when you meet her, treat her as you would me. Looking at Shen Mingzhu before her, she curled her lips. Crown Prince, brother, so, she's that Shen Xiaojuan. She doesn't seem all that impressive. Guagua, look at her arrogance. Does she think I'm dead? Show me her secrets. Oh, what is she so proud of? Yen Beichen closed his eyes upon hearing this, then opened them, instantly glaring at Zhou Zihan with displeasure. Zihan, watch your words. Where have your manners and upbringing gone? Crown Prince, brother. She tried to grab his arm, but he nimbly avoided her and quickly rushed to Shen Mingzhu's side. Crown Princess, protect me. Shen Mingzhu's eyes widened. Who among those present thought he needed protection? As Zhou Zihan approached, Shen Mingzhu, a playful voice echoed in her ears. Host Zhou Zihan is the daughter of the Minister of War. She usually relies on being the empress's niece and the crown prince's cousin to act spoiled and tyrannical, often beating and scolding servants carelessly. Her favorite pastime is clinging to Crown Prince Yin Baichen, desperately wanting to marry her beloved cousin. However, the Crown Prince detests her, even finds her utterly annoying, but to maintain his princely dignity and image, he can only offer perfunctory replies. Today with you here, he probably fears you might misunderstand, so he asked you to protect him. After all, a young man out in the world must also protect himself. Zhou Zihan's eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Yin Baichen, as if she had encountered a heartbreaker. Beep, beep, beep. Finally her face flushed red, and when she saw grandmother Zhou in the end, she actually made herself cry out of sheer frustration. Crown Prince brother, you're so mean. I like you so much, yet you actually hate me. Hunter won't pay attention to you anymore. Wah, wah, wah. Yin Baichen looked at Shen Mingzhu's slightly furrowed brow and said in a low voice, I have nothing to do with her. She started crying on her own. You saw it all just now. Hearing Yin Baichen's words, Zhou Zihan cried even harder. Wow, Crown Prince cousin. The noble lady of Shengjing burst into tears in the street, immediately attracting a crowd of onlookers. Crown Prince brother, I hate you so much. I'm going to tell auntie that you bullied me, boo-hoo-hoo. As Shen Mingzhu's inner voice just faded, Zhou Zihan stood up, wiped her tears, and said with reddened eyes, Crown Prince brother, I hate you so much. I'm going to tell auntie that you bullied me, boo-hoo-hoo. Exactly the same. Crown Prince Yin Baichen. Shen Xinghong. Shen Xingba looked at Zhou Zihan with an indescribable expression, speechless. Boo-hoo-hoo. Hold back, must not laugh. Shen Mingzhu. Zhou Zihan, you actually laughed at me. Miss Shen, let me tell you, I grew up with the Crown Prince as childhood sweethearts. The Crown Prince is mine. And Empress Lin dotes on me the most, and will definitely help me. If you know what's good for you, you'll quickly have the Crown Prince break off the engagement, or else you'll suffer later. Shen Mingzhu. What an overbearing young lady. What a young lady. Crown Prince Yin Baichen hurriedly spoke up after hearing this. Miss Zhou, my marriage to Miss Shen was personally decreed by the emperor. You should find another suitable husband. I will not love you, and you will never enter the Eastern Palace. I have promised Miss Shen a lifetime of only one spouse. Do you understand? I don't understand. You are the Crown Prince, how can you have only one woman? I don't believe it. Tell me, did you force the Crown Prince? You have committed the sin of jealousy among the 7 grounds for divorce. You are not worthy of the Crown Prince. Shen Mingzhu looked at the somewhat frenzied yet naive girl, and said with a smile, what Miss Zhou is questioning the emperor's decree. Can't you understand human speech? The Crown Prince just said that he promised me a lifetime of only one spouse, not that I demanded it. Understand? Zhou Zihan covered her ears. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Shen Mingzhu said, believe it or not. Guagua, look at this Miss Zhou, does she have some kind of anxiety disorder? Her emotions are too unstable. Host Miss Zhou just can't accept for the moment that the Crown Prince doesn't have her in his heart, so she's emotionally collapsing. Shen Mingzhu looked up at her. Guagua are noble ladies from great families, so fragile. They can't handle a few words. Host noble ladies carefully raised by great families are formidable. Among 100-year families, Zhou Zihan is an exception. Don't generalize from one instance, or be blinded by a single leaf. Host, in the final analysis, you are just too strong. My host is invincible, the best. Ha ha ha, Guagua, keep a low profile. Master Cat is watching. Meow. I want to spit fireballs. Shen Mingzhu patted the cat in her arms, saying, the weather is dry and things are parched, you can't just spit fireballs. Zhou Zihan heard Shen Mingzhu's evaluation of her, and puffed up with anger like a little pufferfish, which made Shen Mingzhu laugh. Looking at the people around, she felt they were all laughing at her. Today she had suffered too many blows. Especially the fact that she could hear Shen Mingzhu's inner voice, but couldn't speak of it. She took a few steps back from Shen Mingzhu, then staggered away with her maidservant. She was too heartbroken today. She thought she wouldn't go out again for a while. After calming down, she needed to properly digest the information she had gained today. After such a scene, everyone naturally returned to their own residences. After exchanging greetings, Shen Mingzhu and Yin Baichen's group headed toward the Chongping Marquis Manor. Only after escorting Shen Mingzhu back did Crown Prince Yin Baichen return to his residence. Once home, he went to his study, wrote a letter, and sent it to the palace. The next day, after the morning court, Shen Mingzhu and Shen Changyuan both returned to the mansion. Today was the day of Shen Jiaojiao's return visit to her natal family. The whole family sat properly in the main hall drinking tea and waiting for her to come back. But after waiting and waiting, she never showed up. Has she married so high into the royal family that our Marquis Manor is beneath her notice? Shen Changyuan angrily slammed his teacup onto the table. My lord, please calm down. Perhaps she is already on the way, almost here. Humph. Looking at the fuming Shen Changyuan, Shen Mingzhu asked the system in her mind. Guagua, will Shen Jiaojiao and Prince Xian come back today? Host Prince Xian is still lying on the bed with 2 top-tier Yangzhou courtesans Yuhuan and Fian and hasn't gotten up. As for Shen Jiaojiao, she's still busy with Zhou Hanchuan looking for an antidote to the stinky pill on her body. She's probably forgotten about the return visit today. Bang! Shen Changyuan was very displeased. Enough. Everyone go back and rest. As for Shun Zhaojiao madam, send her biological parents to Prince Shen's mansion later. Let each return to their own place to avoid future disputes and trouble. Remember, handle it properly. Write a contract and have her sign it with a fingerprint. We raised her, and she married into Prince Shen's mansion in glory from our marquee manor. We have done our duty to the utmost. Upon hearing this, Mother Shen Xiechinghuan was delighted in her heart. Good, good, good. She had originally given birth to one daughter, but then one became two, and there was even talk of twins. It was really enough. It should have been done long ago. My lord, rest assured I will handle this matter. The two brothers, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba, exchanged a glance and sighed deeply in their hearts. Zhao Zhao had really gone too far. This is fine too. Prince Shen's mansion and the Crown Prince's mansion belong to different factions. Next time we meet, we'll be familiar strangers. Guagua, look what's wrong with my father. Is he going to sever ties with the fake heiress Shun Zhaojiao? If he had known this day would come, why did he act as he did in the beginning? And he wasted a dowry for nothing, squandering money. With that money, how much grain could be bought, how many people could be helped? Shen Changyuan. So it was his fault. Keeping Shen Zhaojiao back, then, was a family decision. At that time he thought it was just one more person, and their marquee manor could afford to raise her. He never expected things to come to this. If he had known, he should have overruled all objections and sent her back to her biological parents. Alas, 1,000 gold pieces cannot buy foreknowledge. Shokong Courtyard. Old Madame Wang listened to her maid Chui'er's report with her brows tightly furrowed. Chui'er, did Zhao Zhao and the second prince really not return to the marquee manor? Yes, old madam. The marquis and his wife were so angry that they directly decided to sever ties, declaring she is no longer the second miss of the marquee manor. Why has it come to this? It's more than this. Every one of them causes trouble. Go send a servant to Prince Shen's mansion to see if the carriage is already on the way. The servant had been gone for quite some time without returning. Madame Wang glanced at the hourglass, her brows knitting tighter and tighter, her expression gradually darkening. Has he not returned yet? The maid Chui'er shook her head. Has the servant Yuan Bao come back? Maid Chui'er shook her head again. What about the marquis and madam? Maid Chui'er stepped forward to report. Madam, the marquis has gone out to visit a friend. Madam is in the study sorting through household affairs. Eldest young master has returned to Qinghong Courtyard for his studies. Fourth young master went with his fellow students to a literary gathering. As for young miss, she returned to Mingzhu Courtyard to play with Master Miao. Master Miao. Playing with pets is a waste of time. Madam, His Majesty Master Miao is greatly favored by the Empress. One cannot show disrespect. Shen Changshan spoke softly from the lower seat, reminding his mother. Having finished a cup of tea and seeing that there was still no news from Shun Zhaojiao's side, he rose directly and said, Mother, even eldest brother has gone out to visit friends. We should return as well. I think that Zhang is nothing special. Mother, you should stop worrying so much. Now you dare to lecture me. Shen Changshan said, Mother, how can you say such things? This son merely feels sorry for you. Madame Wang gave a soft snort, waved her hand, and the second branch family quickly departed. Meanwhile, Shen Changyuan went cheerfully to the residence of the Minister of Justice. He had heard that young Master Yi had purchased 2 sets of women's clothing, so he came to take a look. Yulong Courtyard. Yi Rongyi changed into the newly bought women's attire and admired himself in the mirror. How beautiful! Qin Shi glanced at him, then lowered her head to carefully study the sheet music in her hands. The more she savored it, the more intoxicated she became. Wonderful, truly wonderful. What a divine talent. Chomping Marquis Mansion, Mingzhu Courtyard. Shen Mingzhu hugged Master Miao, playing and lifting him high. Master Miao, we will fly even higher and farther together. Miao, no problem. We love Master Miao the most. Miao loves Mingzhu the most too. Host, your father has gone to the Minister of Justice's residence to watch young Master Yi wear women's clothing. Shen Mingzhu. My father went out. Yes, to visit a friend. As if he and Minister Yi are such close friends. Guagua, doesn't my father have a good relationship with Minister of Justice Yi? The relationship among the 6 ministries' ministers should be decent, right? Host, the ministers of the 6 ministries maintain a decent facade on the surface. They are all foxes of 1,000 years playing at Tales of the Liao. Alright, Guagua, they are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Host, I have good news. Madam Yi is currently making young Master Yi Rongyi sing conquer. Your father heard it, haha. Minister Yi must be furious. Haha. Minister Yi, your young master should kneel and sing. Standing has no feeling. Minister Shen, wasn't your stomach uncomfortable? I will have someone escort you back to your mansion. Shen Changyuan immediately sat up straight and said solemnly. Minister Yi, seeing that young Master Yi and his wife have such a good relationship, my stomach ache has immediately disappeared. Minister Yi's eyes bulged with anger, looking like a large frog. He glared at Yi Rongyi, throwing one after another piercing glare. Yi Rongyi, knowing that his father had lost face, immediately dragged Qin Shi and ran away. Look at that child, he's already shy. This won't do at all. Shen Changyuan said earnestly to Yi Tianming. Minister Shen, isn't it today that your legitimate second daughter returns to her natal home? Why hasn't Prince Shen taken her back? Hearing this, the smile immediately vanished from Shen Changyuan's face. This was mockery. Humph. He immediately spoke up. Ah, it is a long story. It turns out that Shun Jiaojiao is not the biological daughter of myself and my wife. After discussing with the family, Jiangjiang will return to her biological parents from now on. I have also consulted the clan elders regarding the family genealogy. We have set a date to simply remove her name. After all, she does not carry the Shun family bloodline. Oh, are Minister Shun and Madam Shun willing to let her go? Yi Tianming raised an eyebrow looking at Shin Changyuan. Haha, gentlemen, does not deprive others of what they cherish. How could we deprive a family of the daughter they bore for 10 months? The Chongping Marquis mansion would never do such a thing. Yi Tianming, you really know how to play the virtuous card. The two of them exchanged barbs back and forth, drinking tea all morning. Shin Changyuan returned to the mansion in high spirits. As expected, upon returning, Madam Shin shook her head at him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the result still brought a trace of chill to his heart. Go and handle the matters thoroughly. I have already written to the clan elders. Understood, Madam Shun replied softly. Where is Mingzhu? She is in her own courtyard. At this moment, Shen Mingzhu had purchased quite a few snacks from the system mall again. She lay on a lounge chair reading a novel and eating snacks, feeling extremely pleased with herself. Mingzhu, it's time for lunch. Father, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Looking at the snacks on the table, what are these? Shen Mingzhu flashed a sweet smile. Father, these are snacks. I bought them by chance from a foreign merchant. Do try them, they're quite delicious. Shin Changyuan was also curious. He ate a chocolate bar, then a Snickers, and finally a cranberry biscuit. The taste is truly excellent. Can we find that merchant again to buy more? They would be great for visiting relatives and friends, or for personal consumption. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu said, shall I go look for them? Shin Changyuan smiled. Good. He then had the servant bring 5,000 taels of silver notes. When you see anything good, buy it back. Oh, and don't forget to come for dinner later. Yes, father. Shen Mingzhu happily stored the silver notes into her system space. Guagua, I didn't expect my father to be so generous. Host, your family is after all a marquis mansion, a century-old aristocratic family. Your father inherited the title and still possesses considerable family wealth. Don't let his low-key daily demeanor fool you. Although he cries poverty in court every day, the Shen family is not poor. It is the national treasury that is poor. Alright. Guagua, I finally understand. In the Dian dynasty, the emperor is the poorest. One shouldn't put it that way. The emperor still has a private treasury. It can only be said that Emperor Jingyuan is not as wealthy as emperors of previous generations. Shin Changyuan, I haven't even walked far yet. Shen Mingzhu, father, how would daughter know? Host, bad news. Your fourth brother has been tricked. Upon hearing that the fourth young master was in trouble, Shen Changyuan immediately stopped in his tracks. What happened? Weren't he and his classmates out reciting poetry and discussing scholarship together? Guagua, what's going on? Host, someone realized that Shun Qingbao is a young master from a prestigious family. Instead of making friends through poetry, he ended up making money by composing verses and matching couplets. Guagua, aren't scholars supposed to have the highest integrity? How did they all become tainted by the stench of money? Host, the theme of their poetry gathering this time was in books lies the house of gold, and in books lie the true talents. Host, the poetry gatherings at the Tianxiang Pavilion have always offered prizes at the end. Their poetry as friendship gatherings also include rewards. Every poem composed earns a prize meant to inspire the scholars, especially those who are poor or short on funds. It fully demonstrates that within books lie golden houses, and within books reside true talents. Guagua, if that's the case, having memorized the 300 Tang poems and 300 songs CI, doesn't that make me invincible? Host, hee, the higher you climb, the colder it gets. How lonely it is to be unrivaled. But you can go win back that golden house and let everyone know you're a true literary talent, so those scholars stop whispering behind your back about a hen crowing at dawn. Guagua, you're not modest at all. Claiming the poetry of ancients as her own, she was practically the ancient version of a plagiarizing scholar. Host, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Are you still going to rescue your fourth brother? His page boy will soon return to ask mother for the banknotes. Nearby scholars had already entered the capital. She couldn't break her word, thinking of the 5,000 taels of silver notes her father had just given her. Let's go. Bring the cat master change into the light purple Ruchuan delivered by the gold thread pavilion yesterday, and let's go see. Host, you're about to dominate the scene. Before Shin Changyuan could even process the mention of the 300 Tang poems and 300 songs CI, Shen Mingzhu was already striding out with her cat in her arms, followed by Xiao Yao and Shen Weiming making a grand entrance. Father, aren't you heading home yet? I was planning to go with you. Father, I'm going to find fourth brother. Shin Changyuan pondered for a moment. That rascal, I haven't checked on his studies in a long time. I'll come with you. Guagua, fourth brother is in trouble. Host, don't worry. Worst case, he gets a few strokes of the board and kneels in the ancestral hall for a few days. Give it some time, and he'll be a fine lad again. Shin Changyuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Right now, he was ready to break that lad's legs, slap his mouth raw, and lock him at home for a proper lesson. Shin Changyuan's dark eyes deepened. Stretching his long legs, he strode forward to match Shen Mingzhu's pace. At the Tianxiang Pavilion, the hall was packed with distinguished guests. A dedicated area had been set aside for scholars from all over to compose poetry, debate, and exchange ideas. The moment Shen Mingzhu and Shen Changyuan entered the place was buzzing with voices and lively energy. Brilliant! Brilliant! Brother Shen, come join the fray. Shen Mingzhu's group tried to push forward, but kept getting shoved to the periphery, unable to get through. Just as the father-daughter pair exchanged a glance ready to have Shen Weiming clear a path, they were intercepted by the ever-smiling chief steward Wang Difu. Marquis Miss Shen, Master Huang the Fourth requests your presence. The two exchanged a look and immediately followed Wang Difu upstairs. The moment Shen Weiming saw Wang Difu, his nerves tightened. Since transforming from Long the Second into today's Shen Weiming, these past days had been far too comfortable. Not only did he eat and drink well, but he could also go out and play, chatting away with the servants of the Marquis' estate. Never more content. The Tianxiang Pavilion was a property of Prince and who was famously devoted to his elder brother. Everyone knew Wang Difu was a close aide of Emperor Jingyuan. The walk was smooth all the way to the top-floor private box where Wang Difu stopped, knocked, and upon receiving permission from within, led Shen Changyuan and Shen Mingzhu inside. Catching sight of Qin Zhao, commander of the Imperial Guards, and a young eunuch stationed at the door, Shen Mingzhu understood. Emperor Jingyuan had left the palace. Shen Changyuan swept a glance downward and bowed his head. Your servant Shen Changyuan, paying respects to your majesty. Your servant Shen Mingzhu, paying respects to your majesty. Rise. With permission granted, the father-daughter pair stood up straight. Don't stand on ceremony, stay relaxed. Today I am Master Huang the Fourth. He then gestured to Prince and beside him. This is Master Huang the Tenth. Be at ease, speak of everyday matters. Let us observe the future pillars of our great yin. What could be more pleasant? He glanced at the father-daughter pair. Mingzhu, come sit. Yes. Shen Changyuan, well, your father stands while you sit. Doesn't she sense anything amiss? Shen Mingzhu settled down with her cat in her arms, silent, content to just stroke it. So you've heard the news? Your fourth brother intended to hold his ground till the end, but he ended up faltering halfway. Fourth master, the child at home has disappointed. Please forgive the amusement. Emperor Jingyuan replied, no matter. Let's watch together. Opposing Qingba is Xiao Mingli, a renowned scholar from Jinling, styled Yanji of the Lanling Xiao clan. He studied under the celebrated great scholar Xie, and is one of the strong contenders for this imperial examination's top honors. Guahua, my fourth brother, really is something, going straight up against the top contender for the top scholar title on his first try. Admirable courage. Host, you couldn't care less about your fourth brother's fate. He's surrounded by scholars now, having lost both face and silver. When you get home, your parents will have the family discipline to deal with him. Shen Changyuan's lips twitched, a frown creasing his brow. Just then shouts rose from below. He's here. He's here. Emperor Jingyuan rose, and the group filed out of the box to look downstairs. There was Shen Qinghong, robed in snow-white attire, carrying himself like a true gentleman as he arrived at the Tianxiang Pavilion. Coming to rescue his younger brother. Host, your eldest brother is here. Yes, eldest brother and fourth brother have always been extremely close. When he heard fourth brother was in trouble, as the elder brother, it's only natural he would come. Shen Mingzhu rescuing little brother. What a touching display of brotherly love. Yet Shen Changyuan's brow remained furrowed. Guahua, I have a feeling even my eldest brother isn't a match for that Xiao Yinji. Haha, host, you have so little faith in your two brothers. But that's fine, you're here. When the time comes, you'll take the stage in your brother's place, dominate the scene, and make your name known across all of Shengjing. Ding ding ding, my host is the best. Emperor Jingyuan's lips twitched. Confidence in a child was a good thing, overconfidence, however, was not. He cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Changyuan. None of the children in that household were a source of peace. He knew little of Shen Mingzhu's scholarship. Only that she had spent 12 years growing up in the countryside, and in the 3 years since returning to the capital, she had achieved nothing notable. Going up against an heir meticulously groomed by a prestigious clan. That would be a challenge. The second child of Minister Shen was likely to make a fool of himself at the Tianxiang Pavilion today. By the way, Guahua, what's this Xiao Yinji like? Host, Xiao Yinji comes from the Lanling Xiao clan. His father is currently the clan leader. From a young age, the clan engaged renowned tutors to nurture him carefully, and he proved worthy of the effort. He is the leading figure of this generation in the Xiao clan. Gifted and brilliant, he was the youngest child prodigy in Jinling. Arrogant in his talent, he has yet to meet his match. In the past year, he traveled for study. When Emperor Jingyuan decreed an additional imperial examination, he happened to be visiting friends in Yangqing, not far from Shengjing. So he came straight to the capital, and upon hearing of today's poetry gathering, arrived directly. As for this poetry gathering, Prince and noticed the treasury was running empty and wanted to help his brother. After racking his brain for ways to raise silver, he came up with the idea of within books like golden houses. Little did he expect that on the very first day, the one contributing to the golden house would be your own brother. Shen Mingzhu glanced at Prince and beside Emperor Jingyuan. Prince looked away guiltily. Then he reconsidered. What did he have to feel guilty about? Wasn't it just that her brother was outmatched? What did it have to do with him? He was being kind. Guahua, how does Prince make money from this? Host, A 50-50 split. Tell me, isn't Prince N's heart black? He's found himself a road to riches. Prince N stiffened his neck ready to argue, but a glance at Emperor Jingyuan made him shut his mouth. He was doing this for the nation and its people. Where was the black heart in that? This daughter of Shen Yuan's was equal parts endearing and infuriating. Guagua, our road to riches has arrived. Emperor Jingyuan. Prince N was utterly confused. Shen Yuan, what is that little leaky cotton-padded jacket plotting now? His poor heart. Host, what do you plan to do? Guagua, make money. Haven't you noticed? By the way, tell me, what is the main business of the Lanling Shao clan? I mean their primary source of income. Emperor Jingyuan, the Langyao Wang Chun Commandery Xia Lanling Shao, and Hongnongyang clans represent the great houses of Jinling. As native families entrenched in the city for generations, they hold the Jiangnan region firmly in their grasp. The Salt Commissioner Su Haoping I dispatched has truly labored in vain all these years. Host, the Shao clan's sources of income are numerous. They have members serving as officials, others in trade, countless fertile fields and shops, and a multitude of skilled artisans. In a word, their resources are abundant. They rake in gold daily. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's words, Shen Yuan wiped his sweat and instinctively glanced at Emperor Jingyuan. Shen Yuan thought, how can she speak such blunt truths? Excellent. Guagua, as long as their resources are sufficient, that's all that matters. I only fear they'd be too weak to make things interesting. Shen Yuan thought, what is this wicked girl plotting now? Emperor Jingyuan cast a sidelong glance at her, then focused his attention on the floor below. It seems the Shao clan is about to face misfortune. The only question is how. Host, why don't you go down now? Your two brothers are about to lose their last shred of dignity. Shen Yuan, what improper words are you speaking, girl? Emperor Jingyuan remained silent. The Crown Prince Yin Beichen, who had just arrived upstairs, heard those very words. Guagua, no rush. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Host, stop letting the bullet fly. If it flies any longer, your family's silver will be gone, and your brothers will be humiliated beyond redemption. You still have to walk tall in Shengjing in the future. You don't want to be ridiculed for today's affair, do you? He cast a helpless glance at Shen Mingzhu. She was his crown princess, his lawful wife. Who would dare mock her? He had rushed over the moment he heard of the commotion at Tianxiang Tower, only to be escorted upstairs upon arrival. He hadn't expected his father to be here as well. Seeing Shen Mingzhu wearing the pale purple RU skirt he had gifted her, he felt a secret joy in his heart. Shen Yuan thought, two undutiful sons a disgrace to the family. Guagua, I think I'll find an excuse to go down and rescue them. After all, it's nearly mealtime, and I'm getting a bit hungry. Emperor Jingyuan thought, so this is the kind of crown princess you are. He gave Chief Steward Wang Difu a look, and the private room immediately began to serve the meal. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince Father, I'll go downstairs to check on my brothers. That scholar Shao is getting a bit too arrogant. Let me go and have a word with him. Shen Yuan was worried and wanted to accompany her down. But with the Emperor and the Crown Prince present, he had no room to speak. Crown Prince Yin Beichen smiled. Father, allow me to accompany Sister Mingzhu downstairs for a while. Emperor Jingyuan nodded with a smile. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance, everything understood without words. Shen Mingzhu walked side by side with the Crown Prince, her deep, dark eyes utterly calm. When the crowd saw the Crown Prince approaching, they all turned and bowed in greeting. Seeing Shen Mingzhu, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba looked utterly mortified. No golden house, no fame as true scholars. But a large fortune had been handed over to their opponent. Seeing Crown Prince Yin Beichen approach, and then noticing Shen Mingzhu beside him, he smiled lightly. He had launched a fierce assault, defeating dozens of scholars and numerous provincial graduates from the capital in a single morning, dominating the scene in Xinjiang. He bowed respectfully to the Crown Prince. When he learned that this extraordinarily beautiful young woman was none other than Shen Mingzhu, recently appointed as compilation editor of the Hanlin Academy, a flash of disdain crossed his face, caught nonetheless by Shen Mingzhu's sharp eyes. Yet his deeply ingrained upbringing compelled him to offer Shen Mingzhu a proper salute. Editor Shen. Scholar Shao, please rise. Be at ease. Excellent. Guagua, this Shao Yinji has successfully piqued my interest. He is destined to pay a price for it. Host, your old-fashioned domineering CEO catchphrases are a bit greasy. Shao Mingli heard the voices of Shen Mingzhu and someone called Guagua, yet Shen Mingzhu had not spoken aloud at all. His expression remained unchanged, but a smile crept onto his face. He had read extensively since childhood, including strange tales and records which told of certain people blessed by heaven who could perceive what others could not. Could this young Lord Shen be one of those heaven-blessed individuals? He glanced at Crown Prince Yin Beichen beside her. How protectively he guarded her. He found this immensely intriguing. Guagua looked quickly. Shao Mingli's smile at the corner of his mouth, isn't it even more greasy? Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, the smile on the Crown Prince's face deepened. Yes, greasy was precisely the word. His Crown Princess's choice of words was impeccably accurate. Shao Mingli snapped open his folding fan, striking the pose of a romantic genius. Young Lord Shen, have you come to deliver banknotes to your two elder brothers? Shen Mingzhu glanced at her brothers and said with a smile, no banknotes, but I've got fists the size of clay pots. Little sister. Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba hung their heads, not daring to look at her. Young Lord Shen jest. Coming from a marquis's household, these are mere trifles. My precious money, no one is taking it away. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Xiao Mingli grew even more excited. Young Lord Shen, a mere 5,000 taels is nothing for the Shen family. Why could it be that my two prodigal brothers somehow knew father gave me 5,000 taels in banknotes this morning and are deliberately lying in wait for me here? Shen Qinghong thought father gave little sister 5,000 taels. Father truly dotes on her. Shen Qingba thought, I asked father for 500 taels, and he gave me a taste of bamboo stick. Yet he handed little sister 5,000 without batting an eye. Envious. Shen Mingzhu clutched her chest. Guagua, this Xiao Mingli is insufferable. I'm going to teach him a lesson, make him realize there are always those more skilled beyond the skilled and heavens beyond heavens. Host, go for it. Hearing Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, Xiao Mingli sneered, inwardly certain that defeating Shen Mingzhu would be as easy as picking something up with his fingers. Still, he would show some restraint. After all, she was the future crown princess and a unique individual. He wouldn't mind getting to know her better. Today is a gathering of poetry friends. Scholar Xiao, shall we have a contest? Haha, it's an honor to be invited by young Lord Shen. Go ahead, be arrogant. Soon I'll have you on your knees calling me daddy. Host, unleash your brilliance, and make that arrogant Scholar Xiao bow in admiration. Xiao Mingli shook his head, smiling without a word. Did this editor Shen actually believe that just because the emperor appointed her to the Hanlin Academy, she truly possessed the talent of a top scholar? Young Lord Shen, whether it be poetry, lyric songs, or couplets, I am at your service. Outside, the streets bustled with traffic. Inside, Tianxiang Tower, silence reigned. Shen Qinghong said, little sister Xiao Yanji is formidable at couplets. Shen Qingba added, little sister Xiao Yanji is proficient in every form of poetry and song. Upstairs, Emperor Jingyuan and Prince and leaned over the railing, both watching the spectacle. Only Shen Chongyuan, watching his 3 children below, paced in anxious circles. Unable to show his worry, his lips broke out in blisters from sheer agitation. Guagua, what is this Xiao Yanji's specialty? Host, Xiao Yanji is undefeated at couplets, unmatched in poetry, lyrics, and songs. Brilliant in every aspect. Honestly, he has every right to be arrogant. It's just his misfortune to have met you. He's kicked an iron board this time. Shen Mingzhu gave Xiao Mingli a mysterious smile. Scholar Xiao, let's do couplets, then I do enjoy them. A scholar smiled and shook his head. Brother Xiao, the position of compiler in the Hanlin Academy has always been held by top scholars in previous years. Would you say you are already challenging the pinnacle of success before the examination? Ha ha ha. Another scholar beside him dismissed the remark lightly. Receiving an appointment without taking the imperial exam. Commissioner Shen must possess extraordinary talent. We have certainly broadened our horizons today. We extend our deepest respect. Though he spoke these words of courtesy, the disdain curling his lips and his unmoving posture revealed no genuine reverence whatsoever. The Jiangnan region has historically been a land of talented scholars and a gathering place for literati. Blessed with favorable weather and abundant harvests, it stands as one of the most prosperous and flourishing areas of the Great Yin. The pursuit of learning thrives here, and the majority of civil officials in the imperial court hail from Jiangnan. Thus, since the founding of the Great Yin, to prevent the civil bureaucracy from being dominated entirely by Southerners, the founding emperor established the tradition of dividing examination quotas by region. From the provincial examinations onward, seats are allocated by province, and the metropolitan examination follows the same principle. Therefore, regardless of how many gifted scholars emerge from the south, the number of available spots remains fixed, making competition extraordinarily fierce. Consequently, scholars from Jiangnan harbor a belief that their southern counterparts are inherently superior to those from the north. It is a form of alternative arrogance and prejudice. As for Shen Mingzhu, a mere woman daring to shake the foundations of the court, such audacity hardly warranted their regard. Today they would teach this overconfident commissioner Shen a proper lesson. In doing so, they would also vent the frustrations of countless scholars who had toiled through years of hard study. Some clever ones immediately set up betting stalls nearby. Shen Mingzhu watched the scholars in the hall eagerly placing their bets on Xiao Mingli, her smile impossible to suppress. Place your bets, place your bets. Soon you will lose everything down to your last garment. God would tell me who those two were just now. Look at their arrogance. If one did not know better, they would think they were ascending to heaven. Yin Beichen glanced at the two men and smiled enigmatically. Host, those two are Zhao Diren and Lung Lujia, also scholars from Jiangnan. They are attached to the Xiao clan and serve as Xiao Mingli's devoted lackeys. Watching the two place a bold 300 taels of silver each, without any concealment, Shen Mingzhu turned to Shun Weiming beside her. Guard Shen, place 5,000 taels on my victory. Hiss. The smile on Xiao Mingli's face grew even brighter. Commissioner Shen, you are truly magnanimous. Scholar Xiao, do not be stingy. You are after all a leading candidate for the top scholar title. Ha ha ha, naturally. Jinbao, go ahead and place 5,000 taels on my side. No, 6,000 on me. Yes, young master. Seeing this, the crowd grew even more excited. Shen Changyuan patted the 200 taels in his possession and quietly instructed Wang Difu's adopted son, Wang Xiaohai, to assist him. Xiaohai Gonggong, place your bets on Mingzhu's victory. No matter what, as a father, he had to support his own daughter. However wayward she might be, she was still his child, and he would protect her. Emperor Jingyuan glanced at the scene and smiled without comment, giving his tacit approval. Soon the wealthy prince and placed 10,000 taels betting on Shen Mingzhu's victory. Hee, I believe Miss Shen does possess some genuine ability, don't you think, Minister Shen? Shen Changyuan nodded eagerly. Indeed, Your Highness. Rest assured. I only brought 200 taels with me, otherwise I would have wagered far more. Oh, is that so? Shall I have someone assist you? Shen Changyuan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Helplessly, Shen Changyuan returned home to retrieve another 5,000 taels to support his daughter. Secretly, he prayed my precious daughter must win. Our Marquis Manor has wagered over 10,000 taels. That sum alone exceeded his annual salary. Soon news arrived from downstairs once more. Shen Mingzhu had wagered not only the 2 shops she had just acquired, but also a hot spring estate and a grand 5-courtyard mansion. Lung Lujia was overjoyed upon seeing this. Brother Xiao, look. From now on you will have a hot spring estate, shops, and a mansion, all in Shangjing. You are fully equipped. Congratulations in advance. Brother Lung, do not speak so soon. The contest has not even begun. Hearing Lung Lujia's words, Shen Qinghong and Shen Qingba were filled with fury. What are you saying? The match has not even started. How do you know Xiao Mingli will win? My sister will certainly triumph. She is incredibly capable. A useless brother paired with a talented sister. Truly a splendid tale for the ages, ha ha ha. Today I shall let you witness the true elegance of Jiangnan scholars. Shen Qingba trembled with rage. A scholar may be killed, but never humiliated. You arrogant fool, speaking such nonsense before the contest has even begun. Are you not afraid of stretching your tongue too far? In my eyes, your so-called Jiangnan scholars are nothing special. Upon hearing this, Zhao Diren snapped his folding fan shut and declared arrogantly, what? If your skills are inferior, then admit it. Our Jiangnan produces scholars by the bunch. It is only due to the tradition of regional quotas that we are restrained. Otherwise, who knows what the situation would be? Shen Mingzhu saw the 2 sides about to argue further and spoke directly. Scholar Xiao, will you accept the wager or not? Xiao Mingli raised an eyebrow and replied modestly, Commissioner Shen, I would gladly accept, but I left home in such a hurry that I have only this much in paper notes on me. Oh, if I recall correctly, Scholar Xiao is the young master of the Jinling Xiao clan, and the Xiao Trading Company maintains a branch in Shengjing. What do you lack confidence? Hearing Shen Mingzhu's words, many present began to understand. Xiao Mingli looked at the beautiful young woman before him and realized she had thoroughly investigated his background. He smiled and replied, if I recall correctly, Miss Shen's maternal grandfather belongs to the Wu clan of Jiangnan. Does the Wu Trading Company fail to satisfy your ambitions? Shen Mingzhu smiled calmly. That is not the case. I merely heard that your Xiao Trading Company recently received a fresh shipment of rice and cloth in Shengjing. I am quite envious. Thinking of the 500,000 dan of rice stored in the warehouse near the capital and the several warehouses full of cloth, Xiao Mingli felt he had overstepped. Miss Shen, my shipment of rice and cloth is worth far more than 2 shops, 1 estate, and a mansion. Shen Mingzhu smiled and placed a jade pendant on the table. This jade pendant serves as a token. Present it at the Sihai Exchange, and the funds within will be more than sufficient to purchase all the rice and cloth from the Xiao Trading Company. Yan Baichen, the crown prince, watched the jade pendant, and his lips twitched. Excellent, truly excellent. How inventive. He had given her the jade pendant, so she might share in the treasures of the crown prince mansion, and yet she was using his wealth to gamble. Shen Mingzhu, you have no heart. Emperor Jingyuan gazed at the jade pendant, and then at his eldest son, Yan Baichen, sitting in the hall. Truly a fine son he had. Miss Shen, is this wager not a bit too large? Setting aside those warehouses of cloth, the Xiao warehouse holds a full 500,000 dan of grain. Do not attempt to bluff with a single jade pendant. You may verify this at the Sihai Exchange with the jade pendant. At this moment, Crown Prince Yan Baichen stepped forward. There is no need to verify. Miss Shen speaks the truth. Xiao Mingli raised his eyes and smiled at the Crown Prince, whose expression had turned unfavorable. Upon closer inspection of the jade pendant, he realized with a start that it was indeed the token of the Crown Prince mansion. As the future heir of the Xiao clan, he knew his antiques. It seemed the Crown Prince valued this betrothed wife far more than he had originally imagined. Gagwa, is this Xiao Mingli inadequate? So hesitant. Can he even be considered a man? Xiao Mingli, what do you mean I am inadequate? I am more than capable. Host, the quantity is enormous. You need to let people deliberate and think it over. What is there to think about? Is he not the young master? At his age, he should already be involved in clan affairs. Besides, this batch of grain and cloth is neither a loss nor a gain for the Xiao family. Did they not boast of being invincible? Why do they suddenly want to play the coward? I might as well nickname him Xiao Turtle from now on. Ha ha. Xiao Mingli, listening to Shen Mingzhu's inner thoughts, was simply furious. He wanted to retort, but he immediately felt difficulty breathing. He saw his great-grandmother. He couldn't curse back. She is a marquee manor lady, a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, and the future crown princess. So what? He is still the heir of the Jinling aristocratic Shao family. Have you ever heard the saying, blacksmith families endure while dynasties flow by? If Shen Mingzhu knew what Xiao Mingli was thinking, she would likely be so angry that she would immediately summon Huang Chao to teach him a lesson. Host, calm down for now. The matter at Tianxiang Tower has already spread, and many people are coming to place bets. Don't rush, let the bullets fly a bit first. Good. Wow, this is wonderful. I love it. Soon many anonymous maids and servants went to bet on Xiao Mingli winning. Shen Mingzhu. Good. So this is how you play. Wow, I am angry. Host, do not get angry. If you fall ill from anger, no one will suffer it for you. Those people who failed to recognize Mount Tai will surely regret it. Crown Prince Yin Beichen signaled her to sit and have some pastry. He instructed Sui Feng beside him, and soon the news that Crown Prince Yin Beichen had thrown a fortune on his fiancée Miss Shun spread throughout Xinjiang. Xiao Mingli looked at the two people in front of him. His Highness the Crown Prince is magnanimous. He ruffled his hair for a beauty. Xiao is truly impressed. Young Master Xiao flatters me. I trust my fiancée. She is very strong. Hep. With a light sneer, the second prince, Yin Yunxian, made a dazzling entrance with Shun Jiaojiao. Well, look at that. She does not return to the Marquis Manor for her wedding visit. Instead, she comes to Tianxiang Tower. My parents have essentially raised an ungrateful wolf. Shen Qinghong and Shun Qingba nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. In the past, how blind they had been, actually thinking that Shun Jiaojiao was well-educated, dignified, and virtuous, a model of noble ladies in the capital. Shen Jiaojiao and Yin Yunxian simply paid their respects to Yin Beichen. Then they smiled and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince has misjudged my senior sister. She grew up in the countryside. Although she has been in the capital for 3 years, I have never heard that she knows how to match couplets or compose poetry. It seems Your Highness will lose money today. Hearing the full malice in Shun Jiaojiao's words, Shen Mingzhu did not give her any face. Side consort Shen, if I am not mistaken, today is your visit back to your natal home, is it not? You actually appear at Tianxiang Tower. Does this mean your natal home is at Tianxiang Tower? I wonder if Prince An knows about your existence. Senior sister, I know you are anxious. Hurry up and admit defeat to Scholar Xiao. Do not embarrass the Marquis Manor. Shen Mingzhu looked at Shun Jiaojiao and simply sniffed her nose. What is that smell? It stinks. Side consort Shen, stay away from me. You will stink away my inspiration. As soon as Shen Mingzhu finished speaking, some scholars smelled a peculiar smell, both foul and fragrant. There really is a smell. Shen Mingzhu finished a cup of tea, observing the thick stack of silver notes, bet on Xiao Mingli's victory, feeling the moment had arrived. Tianxiang Tower was completely packed with people filling both the interior and exterior of the scene, even more bustling than on its opening day. Witnessing the scene, Shen Mingzhu immediately instructed Xiao Yao to return to their family tea house, Shui Yunjin swiftly fetching tables and chairs, and inviting their tea house's storyteller to relay the battle updates inside. Scholar Xiao, let us match couplets. As hosts residing in Xinjiang, you shall provide the first line. No sooner had Shen Mingzhu spoken than she began chatting with her system. Guagua, watch me dominate the field, excelling at crushing scum and slapping faces. Hee host, you are so wicked, Guagua loves it. I will forever hold the banner in support of you. Xiao Mingli felt a sneer of disdain within his heart, thinking arrogant. Watch me defeat you in a single move. Please proceed. Shen Mingzhu smiled, looking across at the person opposite her. Zhao Diren sneered coldly. I shall start. Looking at the Riverview Pavilion, watching the river flow, gazing from the Riverview Pavilion upon the flowing river, the pavilion endures through ages, the river flows through eternity. The Riverview Pavilion was an ancient tower they had visited during their studies in the Shu region. Climbing the tower, one could see a river cutting horizontally across the view, a scene unforgettable to this day. As the saying goes, a journey of 10,000 miles is worth more than 10,000 books. This young miss had likely grown up in the countryside. After recognizing her kin, she probably had not even left Xinjiang. Seeing this, Shen Qinghong immediately stepped forward. Little sister brother has thought of the matching line. Shen Mingzhu waved her hand and spoke confidently. Ancient frontier, general, beneath the ancient frontier stands the ancient frontier general. The frontier shall last 10,000 years. The frontier general shall last 10,000 years. The moon reflecting well, reflecting the moon's shadow within the moon, reflecting well, the moon's shadow is reflected. The well shall last 10,000 years. The moon's shadow shall last 10,000 years. The sea viewing pavilion, watching the sea surges from the sea viewing pavilion, one watches the surging sea. The pavilion shall endure 10,000 years. The sea surges shall endure 10,000 years. Guagua, applause should be heard here. Clap, 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 clap. Host is awesome. Is this acceptable, eh? Hiss. Heavens, did I miss it? Did junior official Shin just match 3 lower couplets in one breath? Isn't she supposed to have grown up in the countryside? Truly impressive. See now who dares call Miss Shin a blockhead. She is clearly a talented woman. Look how brilliant she is. Chill. Stop talking. Having said this, they glanced at Shun Zhaojiao, beside them, whose face had turned red with anger. How could this be? How could she know how to match couplets? And match three at once? No. Impossible. Lung Lujia stepped forward. I will. Reading in spring, reading in autumn, reading the spring and autumn annals through the seasons. Shen Mingzhu, looking at Zhao Diren's confident smile, spoke without hesitation. Pawning in the east, pawning in the west, pawning eastern and western goods at the pawn shops. Traveling south to Nantung, traveling north to Beizhou, connecting southern and northern Tong passes. Scholar Lung, are you satisfied? Lung Lujia's face flushed red, and he struck his folding fan. What arrogance! This time Shui Pengfei, the friend Xiao Mingli and the others had visited in Yangqing Prefecture, looked at Shen Mingzhu with full appreciation and stepped forward smiling. Scholar Shen Shui is untalented. I beg your instruction. Scholar Shui, please proceed. Shui Pengfei pondered for a moment, stepped forward, and spoke calmly. White Tower Street. Yellow blacksmith lighting the red furnace, burning black charcoal, rising blue smoke, flashing blue light, tempering purple iron, sitting north facing south, working east and west. He finished and looked at Shen Mingzhu, awaiting her matching line. Freshwater Bay bitter farmers wearing cool bamboo hats, bending sour waists, enduring spicy sun, shedding salty sweat, cutting sweet sugarcane, raising wives, and educating sons and grandsons. Wow, all matched. I didn't understand before why Miss Shun went to the Hanlin Academy as a compiler. It turns out she truly possesses scholarly talent. Xiao Mingli, Shui Pengfei, Zhao Diren, and Lung Lujia looked at Shen Mingzhu with new respect for the first time. No wonder she had silver notes, shops, manners, and residences, as she truly had substance and confidence. It was a pity she had encountered them. Shui Pengfei, unwilling to concede, continued, 10 mouths and hearts, thinking of the nation, thinking of home, thinking of the state. Shen Mingzhu, 8 eyes and Shang, appreciating the wind, appreciating the moon, appreciating Qiuxiang. The mouth of the world, the mouth of heaven, with ambition to swallow Wu. The king among men, the king at man's side, intending to fully assume the role. Ha ha ha, all matched. A loud, resonant voice came from behind, too happy to contain his grin. Shen Mingzhu turned to look and saw, it was General of Chariots and Cavalry Tian Shuizhou. Tian Shuizhou felt he was about to get rich. Seeing Shen Mingzhu look at him, he waved excitedly. Emperor Jing Yuan, watching from upstairs, saw his general's unrefined behavior and quickly had his chief eunuch, Wang Difu, invite him upstairs. Upon reaching the upstairs room, Tian Shuizhou saw Emperor Jing Yuan, Prince An, and Shen Changyuan. After paying his respects, he excitedly punched Shen Changyuan on the shoulder. Minister Shen, you're doing well. With a daughter like Miss Shen, you are going to get rich. Hee, I heard that Scholar Xiao bet 50,000 loads of grain. Shen Changyuan, pushed by Tian Shuizhou, stumbled, but endured the pain in his shoulder. Yes, just wait. There are several warehouses full of cloth, though I don't know what material it is. Any material will do. Ha ha ha, Shen Changyuan. What a simpleton. Seeing this, Xiao Mingli's expression grew heavy, and he spoke. I will. The seawater rises and falls repeatedly throughout the day. Scholar Shen, please proceed. Shen Mingzhu smiled calmly. The floating clouds grow and disappear repeatedly throughout the day. Scholar Xiao, are you satisfied? Xiao Mingli pondered carefully. The tonal patterns correspond. The rhyme is harmonious. Satisfied. Again, opening one's mouth to laugh, laughing at the ancients and the present, entrusting all matters to a single laugh. Shen Mingzhu, a big belly can contain, containing heaven and earth. What is there that cannot be contained? Xiao Mingli pondered and immediately spoke. Water with insects becomes turbid. Water with fish allows fishing. Water rivers and lakes are vast and deep. Wood below is the root, wood above is the branch. Wood, pines, cypresses, and camphors are dense and lush. Shen Xinghong was full of excitement, feeling refreshed. Listening to the scholar's exclamations in the hall, he looked at the others. How is it? Isn't my sister amazing? Shen Xingba. There are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Humph. He was bursting with pride. In the afternoon, he would go talk to his classmates about how impressive they were at Tianxiang Tower. Xiao Mingli looked at the two, completely ignoring them, and turned to Shen Mingzhu, smiling. Scholar Shen again. Scholar Xiao, please instruct. Tuning the zither to a new tune, tuning and tuning to come. Every tune is wonderful. Planting flowers to grow while planting, and planting to succeed. Every fragrance is sweet. Wind and bamboo, green bamboo. The wind turns the green bamboo, bamboo turns in the wind. Snow and white plum blossoms. Snow reflects the white plum, plum reflects the snow. Emperor Jing Yuan, listening to the couplets downstairs, could not help but laugh heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our great Yin truly produces a succession of talents. A succession of talents. Chief Eunuch Wang Difu, best at reading the emperor's mind, squinted his eyes and smiled. All thanks to your majesty's wise governance. Ha ha, flattery never misses. Xiao Mingli clenched his fists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Forgetting the 8, implying bastard. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingzhu's expression immediately changed. With disdain in her eyes, she spoke. Filial piety, fraternal duty, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, integrity. Shameless. Xiao Mingli's lips trembled with anger. You. What about you? If your skill is inferior, admit defeat. It is not something shameful. Guagua, this Xiao Mingli is truly a shameless rogue. He dares to curse me. You watch how I deal with him later. Host, take him down. Take him down. Go all out. Guagua will always support you. Crown Prince Yin Beichen listened to the couplet just spoken, savored it, and stared coldly at the four opponents. This made Xiao Mingli furious and embarrassed. Guagua, look at Xiao Mingli, he's almost as angry as a frog. Host, in a moment you'll defeat him with one move and sober him up. Fine. Xiao Mingli, alright, let's see how you defeat him with one move. Today the sky has darkened so early. Looking up, it turned out you had blown the cow up to the sky. Haha. Editor Shen, please enlighten me. Zhang Changgong rides a strange horse. Demons and monsters for ghosts stand by. A vicious heart forms evil. Demons and monsters, haha. Some students shouted, and everyone around covered their mouths with suppressed laughter. Upon careful reflection, it was indeed no simple matter. Brilliant, brilliant. If they can't match it, what will they do? Wait, maybe they'll match it soon. As a result, the four gathered together, scratching their heads, and indeed couldn't come up with a match. Every couplet they produced felt somehow lacking. Shen Zhaojiao instantly stood up in anger. You're not Shen Mingzhu. The real Shen Mingzhu would never be able to match couplets. She was just an illiterate village girl. She probably doesn't even know where Wangjiang Tower is. Watching Shen Zhaojiao's furious demeanor, Shen Mingzhu said leisurely, Consort Shen, have you not seen what theme Tianxiang Tower has hung? There is a golden house within books and true talents within books. The books have already detailed the customs and landscapes of the great Yan. Do you think the Shen family lacks even a single book? She glanced at the second prince, Yin Yunxian, beside her. Instead of questioning me here, you should think about what you'll do when you don't even have a single tael of silver in your hands in the future. My father, mother, and brothers won't give you another coin anymore. Oh, by the way, the Marquis Mansion has been very kind. They've already sent your birth parents to the Xian Prince Manor. Now that you're a prince's consort, you should properly honor them. Shen Zhaojiao's face turned pale upon hearing this. Sister Boohoo, how could you do this? Whining and crying here. You'd better hurry back to the Xian Prince Manor. She glanced at Shen Qingbao, and Shen Qinghong saw they were unmoved and knew it was true. Looking at Yin Yunxuan's livid face, Shen Zhaojiao's heart sank. Oh dear, Guagua, true love is unhappy. Shen Zhaojiao, the doting wife, is panicking. Wow. Host, the second prince's anger value is 999 now. If it could explode, he'd probably blow up right now. What's he so angry about? Didn't he choose this? Didn't he promise one life, one lifetime, one person? And now he's got a little watermelon of his own. How shameless. Crown Prince Yin Beichen, little watermelon. Winter is coming soon. Where would a little watermelon come from? Xiao Mingli, ever since Shen Mingzhu's inner voice started, had been listening intently and paid no attention to the couplet matching. Shui Pengfei was at ease while Lung Lujia and Zhao Diren were sweating buckets. Their entire fortunes were staked on Xiao Mingli, and they had just placed all their bets. Emperor Jing Yuan's eyes flashed with cold fury. Second son, quite impressive. He immediately summoned Long Yi to investigate the Xian Prince Manor thoroughly. He didn't investigate and all was well, but once he did, he was shocked. What a fine son he had. Shen Mingzhu didn't force them to concede immediately. Instead, she sat on a chair and nibbled on the pastries on the table. It seemed they still needed some time. Shen Zhaojiao didn't leave. Her entire fortune was staked here. How could she leave? Second prince, Yin Yunxian, didn't want to leave either. He felt Shen Mingzhu had changed, becoming radiant, almost unrecognizable. Seeing this, crown prince, Yin Beichen, quickly stepped forward to block the second prince's view. As time passed, the crowd in the hall grew restless. Can they match it or not? If not, just concede. It's best of three, isn't it? Exactly. Before little editor Shen matched it in no time. How much longer do you need? Yes, we can't just wait forever. Compared to Shen Mingzhu's earlier performance, the scholars of Tianxiang Tower all felt Xiao Mingli and his group were taking far too long. Scholars have backbone. They are also the most upright. Some scholars couldn't bear it and directly urged them to hurry up. Guagua, you see, when my strength is sufficient, scholars will naturally argue for me. Host, the saying goes, if defeated skill is inferior, no need for words. If victorious, great scholars will argue for me. Guagua, I wonder how much longer Xiao Mingli and the others will take. He seems distracted. Is he really thinking? Xiao Mingli, how do you know that? I was thinking that if only Master the great scholar Xia were here. He always protects his own. Shen Mingzhu, no daydreaming allowed. Hearing the murmurs around, Xiao Mingli stepped forward with a smile. Editor Shen, we admit defeat. Let's move to the next round. Shen Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. Guagua, giving up so soon? Host, he's a legitimate son meticulously raised by a centuries-old noble family, composed in victory or defeat. If this doesn't work, he'll try another. She nodded. Editor Shen, may I ask what the matching couplet was? To be honest, we tried many responses, but none felt quite right. Shen Mingzhu smiled radiantly and said, false makes a man peach adds with zither, and Peepa have 8 kings above join hands to seize. Xiao Mingli savored it carefully. False makes a man peach adds with zither, and Peepa have 8 kings above join hands to seize. Indeed, the parallelism was perfect, the structure and content flawless. He cupped his hands. I am enlightened. No problem. As long as the bed is honored, everything is fine. Xiao Mingli smiled. If editor Shen wins naturally, that's fine. Then what shall the second round be? Shen Mingzhu withdrew her smile, glanced at the hour, thought for a moment, and said, let's compose a poem. Simple and straightforward. The outcome would be clear at a glance. Composing a poem was simple, but what were the requirements? Editor Shen, any specifications for the poem? Shen Mingzhu smiled. No restrictions on theme, old or new. Freely create. Just present your finest work. Shen Mingzhu decided to settle the match with one poem. That way she could collect the winnings on the spot, then go upstairs for a free meal, and finally return home in perfect contentment. A perfect day. Oh no, Guagua, my calligraphy is terrible. Shen Mingzhu slapped her forehead. Whether in her modern or ancient life, her handwriting was as messy as a dog's crawl. She didn't want to lose face at all. Host, no worries. Isn't your fiancé Crown Prince Yanbeichen here? I'm sure he'll be happy to write for you. Once the prince's calligraphy is hung at Tianxiang Tower, it will surely attract countless scholars to admire it. Guagua, great idea. I'll have him write an extra piece to hang in my tea shop. Killing two birds with one stone.